Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon White 2 with only one Maractus was a fun and surprisingly close solo run. Let's follow that up with a solo run that I am pretty much convinced I'll lose. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Poochyena? I gotta say, I really do not think I'm gonna win this one. When you look at these stats, so we're a solo dark Pokemon with a total base stats of only 220. That's like 100 below a first form starter. This is lower than Pidgey. This is even lower than Shinx, and I lost that Shinx run in Platinum. I had no idea this thing's stats were so bad when I was growing up, but then again, it evolves fast, so I guess I didn't use it that long. Anyway, we're awful at everything, but with slightly better attack, but you know, Dark-type is all special in this game, so we don't even get to use our attack stat for Bite. Speaking of Bite, check out this level up move list. It's kind of underwhelming. Howl might get some limited use, but other than that, I'm really not impressed. Bite is probably going to be our main attacking move for quite a bit of this run. Maybe I could use Sand Attack a little, but it's not nearly as strong as an evasion move in a solo run, so it might not make much of a difference. By TM we can learn Dig, that might be helpful. It's not very strong in this game, but it's type coverage, so that's nice. Shadow Ball might sound pointless considering Ghost and Dark are super effective against the same things, but Ghost moves are physical. It might be worth giving up the same type attack bonus of a Bite just to use a physical move with a bit more power that's good against the same types. Then again, Bite causes flinches. That can really save us. Anyway, either in that, I think I want to use Return. It's the strongest physical move I can get in a run where we are one of the weakest Pokemon that I have ever used. Think I'm gonna need it. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I figure the chances of actually winning this are pretty low. Maybe if my individual Poochyena absolutely rocks, then I could get past Wallace, but there's just no way we're beating Stephen Stone in the post-game. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Poochyena. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Poochyena so that we can do the whole run with it. I replaced Poochyena so that our rival would have Blaziken, probably the hardest for us to fight. Of course, I have to name him after that D-O-double-G because our bark is worse than our bite. Alright, so the start of this run is doomed to be brutal, right? The Rock Gym at the start of Emerald is infamously hard in solo runs, where we don't have a water or grass move. They're gonna spam Rock Tomb, so we're gonna end up being slower. We're hardly gonna be able to hurt them, and she has tons of potions and berries. On the bright side, they don't resist Dark, but I'm still not expecting one-shots. I'll probably have to be close to level 20 before I can win. Then we have the Fighting Gym after that, and that's a type that we're straight up weak against. If I remember right, I can skip it for a little while, so doing stuff like the rival fight under Cycling Road might be the right move. At least I'm pretty sure I can do that. I can't really remember, it's been so long since I've tried to do that. This one's gonna be brutal. Hey, on the bright side, I bet this will be the first solo run in ages where the Emerald Psychic Gym isn't too bad. You never know though, we will still be outnumbered. You know what, now that I think about it, that fight's still probably gonna be awful. Alright, let's just fight literally every trainer that I can reach, then go try the Rock Gym. Alright, so after fighting every single trainer other than the one who had a Machop because he kept beating me, we got to the gym at level 16. The first Geodude went perfectly as it just missed its Rock Tomb as we got our 2-shot, but the second one managed to hit a Rock Throw for quite a bit of damage before we took it out. I thought we stood a chance, but Nosepass hardly got hurt from Bite, and pretty easily beat us with Rock Tomb. Alright, I gotta go grind for sure. While I grind, now's a great time to tell you about this video's sponsor, Factor Meals. Factor Meals is a service where you can get awesome meals delivered right to your door. These are fresh, never frozen, chef-prepared meals that were made fresh that week. You can pick from several meal plans to cater to your personal tastes and needs. Chef's Choice, Vegan, Keto, Protein Plus, and Calorie Smart. I always go with Protein Plus personally, really filling and makes it very easy to hit my protein goals. What you get in the box is 6 to 18 chef-prepared packaged meals that have never been frozen before. How many you get is up to you when you sign up. It's as easy as can be to heat up your food. Each package has both microwave and oven instructions on them, with it taking about 2 or 3 minutes in the microwave and 10 to 15 in the oven. My girlfriend was at my place when the food arrived, so she got to try it out too. I went with this creamy garlic chicken on a bed of zucchini and carrot with a side of pasta. She went with the jerked chicken taco bowl with corn salsa and a lime and cilantro sour cream sauce on the side. We loved both, of course. I think I've eaten like 20 different factory meals now, and I've enjoyed literally all of them. I'm gonna have to try and convince them to tell me how to make this garlic sauce that they put on the chicken and veg, because it's one of the tastiest things I've ever had, and if I had it my way, I'd probably be putting this on half of what I eat. Also, would you look at how much protein is in these meals? It can be hard to track your calories and macros if you do something like takeout, but not with Factor Meals, they got you covered. Head on over to factor75.com or click the link below and use the code 50MDB to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor box. That's code 50MDB at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor box. Thanks to Factor Meals for sponsoring the video. Go show them some love at the link at the top of the video description. Now let's go try that rock gym again. So a while later, and I'm level 20. We're still two-shotting the Geodudes, and this time things go slightly worse as we're getting hit by a rock tomb. We did get her to use 2 potions though, so that's pretty good. Last is Nose Pass, and we're doing more damage now. We're slower than her, but she wasted the first 2 turns on Harden and Block, then she started doing really weak tackles instead of Rock Tomb. She still healed with a berry, and our health got pretty low by the end, but we did get the knockout. Speaking of knockout, it's time to go get knocked out at the fighting gym. Yeah, that's what I thought. We didn't even take out the Machop at the start. We hardly survived a single hit. Okay, maybe I can win the rival fight though. I'll fight some trainers on my way over there. Nah, I got to the rival fight and she just switched to Combusken and then pretty easily took us out. You know what that means. That means we're grinding. I've already run out of trainers, so it's just a grind in the wild now. It's hard to find a place that's really good to grind in, though. I think the Cycling Road route has the highest level wild Pokemon that I'm able to reach right now, but I also get paralyzed here pretty often, so I'm spending a lot of time running back to the Poke Center. You know, I really don't think I've ever realized just how weak Poochyena is until this run. I guess it makes sense why it evolves so early. It's not any good past the early game without evolving. Plus, our ability is Runaway, so that doesn't help us at all during trainer fights. Normally in these runs, there's at least one good stat, or, you know, some kind of strategy that we can use to get through the harder fights despite low stats. Buffing a stat, or putting them to sleep or something. There isn't really much we can do here. Every stat is awful except for attack, but my only same type attack bonus moves are special, and the moveset isn't good in the first place. It's just brutal. I don't know what level I'm gonna need to be to make progress at, but I figure it's more likely that we beat our rival before the fighting gym. Plus, that lets us reach more trainers to get more levels from. Let's just hope that we can win the rival battle soon. So at level 30, I tried again. Wingull is a one-shot now, but Combusken is still too tough for us. Even with us critting a bite, we couldn't win the fight. This absolutely has to be possible before level 40. I just have to keep grinding. Okay, level 35, and on the first try, things go pretty great. Thanks to flinches and Combusken wasting time with focus energy, we never got hit. The whole rest of the fight went well. Now, I'm gonna fight every single trainer in the next area, then give the fighting gym another try. So a million trainers later, and we're at level 40. Now, the fighting gym is actually pretty easy, although I'm mostly giving credit to the flinches. We still probably could have fainted if the flinches weren't in our favor. Even at level 40, though, I don't really think that we're ready for the electric gym. Let's find out. Alright, well, things start off awful as our bites always leave Voltorb with super low red health, and that means it always just uses self-destruct. Electrike right after is easy, but having such low health means that we always just lose to Magneton. Plus, we're slower than it, so we can't even hope for flinches. I have an 18 level lead on it though, so I figure I have to be faster soon. I just have to keep leveling. Alright, 2 levels later, and I realized that I still had my Macho Brace equipped last time that I did this fight, so it was slowing me down. It's an item that you can equip to get more effort values. I use it when grinding sometimes in Emerald. I come back with black glasses instead, and right away we outspeed and sweep our way all the way to Magneton. Right away, our first bite causes a flinch, and the second one gets him 1 hit away from fainting, but he paralyzes us. He misses Supersonic, and we take him out though, so our health is still full. Right away, we're doing great damage to Magnetric, and it's wasting time with Howl, but it also has so many healing items that we can't seem to make it faint. We ended up 1 hit away from fainting when we just hardly take it out. That was so close. Okay, now that we have those notoriously hard gym fights out of the way, we have one that might not be too bad. We've got Maxie and the Fire Gym. Both of them are at least partly weak to ground type, and we have the TM for Dig coming up before I can fight either of them. I can also grab Secret Power for a better normal type move, and after Maxie, I can get Return for when I think the power is more important than possibly paralyzing with Secret Power. I'm really holding out hope that these next 2 fights won't be too bad, although I think the normal gym might be tough. We'll see how things go. Okay, so as expected, Maxie ended up being really easy. Even with us being hit by Intimidate at the start, Secret Power was doing a pretty good job thanks to our massive level lead. No major problems. Next is the Fire Gym. Numel and Slugma at the start are both just easy one-shots. Third is Camerupt, who ended up getting hurt a lot, wasting a Hyper Potion and even getting paralyzed. We hardly got hurt taking it out. Last is Torkoal, and I knew it was going for Sunny Day first, so I went for Secret Power and crit. She set up Sunny Day, we used Dig, it hit hard but left her with red health, so she got to hit Overheat, taking us out. Well, we're not surviving that hit. I just need to come back a few levels higher so I can get the knockout. Without the crit though, it might take a while. So I try more level 50, and although it's pretty easy to get to Torkoal without getting hurt, we still just lose every time. We hit reasonably hard and even get a paralysis, but we never seem to actually get the win. Our effort values are for sure maxed out though. I was using a Macho Brace while traveling. I should be able to rare candy up bit by bit and see if I can win. Okay, so after losing a solid 6 times at level 55, we just lucked out and Overheat missed. I figured that I was gonna get saved by paralysis, not an Overheat miss, but I'll take what I can get. Let's go see if the normal gym is just as hard. But of course, on our way there, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Okay, so after having 3 tries in a row where I hit myself in confusion a bunch at the start, we had this one where Spinda used Facade instead of Teeter Dance, so we took it out pretty fast. Second is Slacking, but as long as we're digging when he's attacking, he can never do anything to us, so we just get him in a loop and take him out easily. Vigoroth hit Slash for a little bit of damage, but still went down. And last was Lanoon, who just went down easily after hardly hurting us with Slash. It wasn't bad at all. Well, those last few fights weren't horrible, but I'm worried about what's coming up. We have an easy rival fight, I'm sure, but the Flying Gym is gonna be hard just because of Skarmory. We don't have any good answers for that one. Then we have the Maxie fight with the Crobat that's often a problem, and the Psychic Gym where you'd hope it would be easy, but considering they outnumber us, I think it could still be pretty hard. I could see us having to use King's Rock to spam flinches or something. I don't think it stacks with an already existing flinch move though, so its usefulness might be pretty limited. Part of me wants to just learn Return, but replacing Secret Power might make things worse, so I think I'm gonna hold off for now. Okay, first is the last required rival fight, and it's always crazy easy. Between a weak team and bad move choice, she didn't stand a chance, and that's in a run where we're using a Poochyena. You know that this is an easy rival fight. Right after this is the Flying Gym, and it started weird with Swablu being almost a one-shot as it mirror moves us. Thankfully, we didn't get paralyzed, and she just used a Hyper Potion, so we hit her twice to knock her out. Tropius is next, and right away it could survive 2 hits, so that's not good. It just stalled us for ages when it kept healing, but eventually, we got Paralysis to kick in, so it didn't get to use Synthesis and finally fainted. Pelipper kept stalling us with Protect and even confused us, but we got really lucky and didn't hit ourselves. We still took damage from Water Gun, but we took it out. Skarmory was next though, and we really didn't hit it hard. We got a crit on the second hit and even paralyzed her, but her Steel Wing crit to make us faint too. I would have had to have gotten incredibly lucky to actually win that. We're not far off of taking out Swablu and Tropius in one less hit each though, so maybe a few levels is all I need. So I come back 5 levels later. It's enough to one-shot Swablu, but it doesn't look like Tropius would have been a 2-shot if not for that crit. It's not like it matters though. We got confused as we beat Pelipper, and then just hit ourselves in confusion twice against Skarmory. You know, even a lot of weak 300 base stats Pokemon, I can level up with them 5 times and see a noticeable difference in the damage that I'm dealing. Here though, being double the level of Tropius still isn't good enough for a 2-shot with Secret Power. That move is still doing more damage than Bite, by the way. If I switch to Return, then I'll probably have to get rid of Secret Power, and I feel like the potential paralysis is more important than a little extra damage when it comes to something like Skarmory. Maybe I need to keep trying until I can paralyze it, then keep biting and hope that between flinches and paralysis that it can't hurt us much, but it's luck dependent. So I try the fight a couple more times. New problem, sometimes Skarmory just opens with a couple of sand attacks and that's a nightmare. She already takes a ton of hits to make faint, making us less accurate is only going to make it worse. For the first time we were able to make Skarmory faint, but it didn't matter because we were still really inaccurate and Altaria easily just used one Dragon Dance and finished us off with Earthquake. It crit, but it didn't need to. We would have fainted either way. I wonder when the last time was that we needed to be this high of a level for the Emerald Flying Gym. I'm starting to think we're not going to win this until close to level 70. Level 67, and I keep losing. Sometimes Skarmory actually uses more than 2 sand attacks. I got lucky on that last run. On some runs she uses 4, and that is so much worse. At that point, every turn is like flipping a coin. I think I actually need to get to level 70, because on the rare attempts where I reach Altaria, I still end up completely doomed. I've never come close to a win. It's crazy to think I'm having such a hard time with a Flying Gym of all places, but we really can't handle a tanky Pokemon using Sand Attack. For the record, by the way, that was 1 full page of the script, just talking about losing at the Flying Gym, and we're still not done the Flying Gym. Ooh boy, this was a hard one. Alright, so at level 70, we have this lucky run where Skarmory finally doesn't use Sand Attack. We get crit by a Steel Wing, so I can hardly call it lucky, but considering how many times I just lost due to Sand Attack, I'm just happy it didn't happen again. Our bites are now doing noticeably more damage than Secret Powers do, at least against Skarmory. Still, we needed a crit to do as much as we did. Eventually, we took her out and got to Altaria with a decent chunk of our health left. It was enough that we could hit Secret Power, survive Dragon Breath, then finish her off. She really should have just used Dragon Dance on Earthquake like before. I'm so happy I finally won this fight. I just hope Maxie doesn't cause problems. Okay, so a long bit of travel later, and I'm at Maxie. Right away, things start rough as Mightyena drops our attack with Intimidate, drops our speed with Scary Face, then gets us with Swagger, and we hit ourselves. Takedown takes out half of our health before we finish him off. Our attack power is actually a little bit above normal now because of Swagger, but our health is low. I was worried when Crobat came out, but our Secret Power took him to red health, and he only used a Super Potion to heal back up, so he only hit a single wing attack before we took him out. Last is Camerupt, and I went for Secret Power just to end up leaving him with a sliver as he finishes us off with Earthquake. That was so insanely close to being a win. I'm gonna keep trying. I might just need to take slightly less damage at the start. Alright, this was a weird one. So despite taking no damage at all from Mightyena, Crobat went so much worse that we got to Camerupt with the exact same health as last time. We hit Secret Power to drop him to the exact same sliver, but this time, Secret Power made him flinch, so we survived and took him out. I forgot that Secret Power in caves can cause flinching, but that's the only reason we won. Well, I guess we have the Psychic Gym next, but I'm not exactly confident. I bet I can one-shot at least some of the Pokemon in there with Bite, but whatever I don't one-shot is gonna hit me, and we're so frail that we might not be able to take that many times. Then it's Archie, the Water Gym, and Wally. Well, if Maxie was hard, then Archie will probably be hard too. I don't have a great feeling about the Water Gym or Wally, even though Wally's usually easy. At this point, I think I might need to be a level 100 just to reach the Elite Four. I can get a few good items soon, like a King's Rock, a Shell Bell, and a Focus Band to possibly help us get through some really hard fights, but I don't think we're going to be able to win the whole run just thanks to a few good held items. I'll be happy if I can just make it to the Elite Four at this point. Alright, so I get to the gym, and right away, I know this is a disaster because Bite isn't one-shotting Claydol. It's getting pretty close, but it's far enough off that I could see us losing this until maybe level 80. We do eventually take it out as long as Xatu spends most of his time on stuff like Sunny Day and Calm Mind instead of confusing us. But Soul Rock always just takes us out eventually. I do think I could win this below level 90 for sure though, so at least there's that. So I come back at level 80, and although we aren't one-shotting Claydol, we're taking a bit less damage. Soul Rock ended up going down pretty fast, and we even got a one-shot on Lunatone. Xatu doesn't seem to have any moves that can directly damage us, so you'd think it'd be easy, but we almost fainted just because of awful confusion luck. We did win though. I guess that was the easy gym? I mean, by this run's standards at least. Let's hope Archie and the water gym go fine. Alright, after losing 5 times in a row to Archie, right away, just thanks to us hitting ourselves in confusion a bunch after Swagger, we had this run where we crit to one-shot Mighty Enna, so it never gets to ruin our accuracy or make us hit ourselves. Because of that, we had a pretty easy time with this whole team. Next after that is the Water Gym. Right away, Love Disc survives with a Sliver, uses Attract, Hyper Potions to full health, then we just hit it again and get a one-shot this time. Next is Whiskash, who uses Amnesia, so we take it down easily in 2 hits, and after that is Celio, who's also a 2-shot, although it hits with Aurora Beam in the process. Crawdaunt didn't even hit us thanks to us fully paralyzing it, but last is Kingdra. Right away, we crit to take it to red health as he uses Double Team, but he fully heals with a Hyper Potion, so I keep using Secret Power. We do great damage after another 2, but he uses Rest and a Chesto Berry to wake back up. I ended up hitting a Sand Attack as he used a second Double Team, then I go back to Secret Power. He keeps using more Double Teams, but we keep landing hits. He hurt us with a Water Pulse, but then we knocked him out. Our luck was really good considering all the Double Teams. I think it's time for Wally. I'm gonna replace Sand Attack on the way though. I hardly use it anymore. Alright, we're at the Wally fight where, despite being the weakest Pokemon we have used in ages, we took literally no damage. Some of that is from their bad move choice, and some of it is from a few very well-timed flinches, but either way, oh man, Wally, that's embarrassing. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, we're level 82 and hardly made it here. Our special defense is more like that of a level 30 Pokemon, so I don't really see us surviving any big moves. I guess I like our health stat, but even that's not amazing. I figure that we're probably gonna get brick-walled by Drake or Wallace. I really doubt I'm gonna win. Even Sydney is probably gonna be too luck-based to win at this level, but you never know. Make your final guesses on if I can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. After losing 2 tries to the most insanely bad misluck you've ever seen from someone who only got hit by 1 Sand Attack, we have this run where we are still mostly hitting. We do take a Sand Attack and lose some attack to Intimidate, but he's not too tough, so we take him out. The problem is that Shiftry doesn't have any moves that can hit Dark types directly, so he spams Swagger and Double Team. Well, between his Double Teams and us already having lost accuracy, we could hardly land a hit on him. He actually took us out with Swagger. You just don't see that happen often. He just powered us up so many times that we hit ourselves incredibly hard when confused. I want to say that I can't believe that I need to be a higher level for Sydney, but I can absolutely believe it. I'm going to jump all the way to 90 and start making a bunch of attempts. This Elite Four is going to be brutal. Alright, level 90 and we're still getting Sand Attacked every single time, but we still land hits for the knockout fast, and we finally lucked out and Shiftry only uses a single Double Team and no Swagger, so we take it out really fast. Cacturne got us with Cotton Spore and Needle Arm, so our speed is down and we lose some health, but we still haven't missed, so we took it out quickly. The problem is Crawdaunt hits us incredibly hard with Surf and is faster than us. We missed, but it didn't matter. Even if we hit, we would have fainted. That was with great accuracy luck too. Am I really going to get brick-walled this early? I'll get a few more levels and switch to using a Silk Scarf to get more damage out of return. So at level 95, I just try over and over. This is one of the better runs, and as you can see, it's pretty much all luck. I can't seem to avoid losing accuracy, so it's all luck on if I can get very far. No matter what though, I lose badly to Crawdon. Look, maybe I could win this fight with insane luck at this level, but we know we're gonna have to hit level 100 during the Elite Four anyway. Let's just hit level 100 now, so it's very slightly less luck dependent. Then we can just keep trying and see how far we can get. I don't think I'm even gonna reach the Pokemon Champion, but it would be pretty cool if I could. Here's what our stats are at level 100, by the way. It's pretty shockingly awful. Our attack is what I would hope to have from a level 70 in these solo runs, and with a special defense of only 75, I shouldn't be surprised that we keep fainting to Surf. I don't even remember the last time we hit level 100 and had this low of stats. Okay, well, literally the next try, and Mighty Anna finally used Swagger again for the first time in ages. We samped out a Confusion right away, and every time we missed was when the opponent was buffing themselves, so we ended up sweeping them. Well, that was amazing. I thought we were stuck. I'll put the black glasses back on for the Phoebe fight. Figure that's gonna be pretty much required. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. I'm sure you could have guessed, but this one was pretty easy. We're Dark type and they're Ghost type. Even with us being really weak, we can still just bite them down easily. It's an easy fight, but I have very little confidence in the upcoming Glacia fight. I'm really skeptical about my ability to last long in that one. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Right away, even with a Silk Scarf, Celio is a sliver away from being a one-shot. Thanks to that, she starts up some Hail, heals up, then takes 2 hits to take us out, as we're getting pelted a ton by Hail. Second is Glalie, and although we do great damage, we once again don't get a one-shot, and it hits Icy Wind, so we lose speed. That made us slower, so we nearly got taken out by Ice Beam before we got the knockout. This is bad. After that is Celio, and once again we get close to a one-shot, but can't get it. So we go down to Blizzard. Alright, if we can't get stronger to get those one-shots, then I can't see any possibility of winning this fight beyond insane crit luck. I think maybe we've hit the upper limit of this Poochyena. There's no way we'd survive Walrein even if we had the crazy luck required to get to it. I think it's safe to call this one a failed run. Well, that was a pretty brutal one, but I mean, I knew that going into it. Still, it's fun to try these ones, even if I don't think that there's any possibility of a victory, as long as I can make it far enough into the run that it makes for an interesting video. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Red, with only one Aerodactyl. That's one that you guys picked over on Patreon, and it looks really fun because Gen 1's Aerodactyl moveset is bafflingly awful. Like, even by Gen 1 moveset standards. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time, as much as I would love to go forever. Woke up kinda late today. It's finally a nice weather day, so I thought, today, great day to do the voiceover. And halfway through the voiceover, my stomach started growling. Oh no. I've powered through it. I think I've powered through it pretty well. Hopefully you don't hear a bunch of gross mouth noises from me salivating because I'm hungry. I've been trying to do a good job of getting a lot of water in me so that that's not such a big issue, and I probably still need to edit out some weird gross mouth noises. Awesome. Don't want you guys to hear that, because I want you to have a nice time listening to these videos. A lot of you guys don't even watch these, you just listen to them, so I tried to make it a good experience for you. Anyway, I should go figure out breakfast. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon X with only one Pikachu was a fun solo run. Let's follow that up with one that you guys picked on Patreon. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team created by a random number generator. Alright, you already know the drill. There's 386 Pokemon that existed by the time Emerald came out, although only about 202 can be found in-game without trading, so I'm likely gonna have to re-roll a few numbers if they're impossible to catch. So the first 6 numbers we rolled was 19, 215, 373, 204, 185, and 59. So that's Rattata, Sneasel, Salamence, Pineco, Sudowoodo, and Croconaw. What an incredibly Gen 2 heavy team. Unfortunately, Salamence is literally the only one of those Pokemon that isn't either in post-game or not in the game at all. So I guess I'm rolling 5 new numbers. So I rolled 121, 256. That feels weirdly appropriate. 51, 348, and the max number of 386. I already see the issue here. We got Starmie, Kabuskin, Dugtrio, Armaldo, and Deoxys. Well, I can tell you right now that Deoxys isn't happening, and Dugtrio just isn't in Hoenn. The other ones are, though, so we just need 2 more numbers. All right, we got 73 and 263. That's Tentacruel and Zigzagoon, meaning our team that we need to get before we can win this run is Salamence, Starmie, Kabuskin, Armaldo, Tentacruel, and Zigzagoon. Well, it's lopsided for sure, but there's a lot of really strong Pokemon on this team. Zigzagoon isn't very strong, and Kabuskin is just okay, but we have 4 really great Pokemon on this team. They probably aren't going to do very well against a Water-type Pokemon champion, but that's going to be what makes this fun. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through the challenge, so this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm sure that I can both win the run and beat the post-game Steven Stone fight. This is all about just having fun and seeing how well the team performs. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Pokemon picked by the random number generator. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoy this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. Hey, no need for the Pokemon randomizer this time, since we need that Torchic at the start if we're gonna get a Combuskin. Ours is serious nature for neutral stat gains, should be fine. Torchic is an equally good attacker and special attacker, so neutral is totally fine with me. Right away, I obviously just went north a couple of routes, beat the rival to get Pokeballs, and then start catching Zigzagoons. I always do this anyway because they're awesome for giving HM. I always catch one anyway because it's great for giving HMs, and sometimes I catch extra because the pickup ability can be pretty nice. But this time, it's because we need one on our team. I caught a few, and I figured I'd keep the one that's best for the team, and that ended up being this one. The nature is docile, and it's just slightly higher stats than the rest of them in most categories, so I figured the IVs might be pretty good. I'm sure it's the member of our team that's going to see the least combat. It's probably only going to get used for an occasional sand attack, but we'll get some use out of it. This feels like one of those Pokemon that's the dud on one of my team runs that I end up pulling out in the Pokemon Champion fight and it does something really useful. I feel like that happens pretty often. The Zigzagoon is totally going to be that Pokemon. Anyway, I'm going to go level up our Torchic until we have a fighting move and then go to the Rock Gym. But real quick before the gym, now's a great time to talk about this video's sponsor, Factor Meals. Factor Meals is a service where you can get awesome meals delivered right to your door. These are fresh, never frozen, chef-prepared meals that were made fresh that week. You can pick from several meal plans to cater to your personal tastes and needs. Chef's Choice, Vegan, Keto, Protein Plus, and Calorie Smart. I always go with Protein Plus personally. It's really filling and it makes it easy to reach my protein goals. Plus, they recently doubled their menu size and added all kinds of new seafood and protein options. What you get in the box is 6 to 18 chef-prepared packaged meals that have never been frozen. How many you get is up to you when you sign up. Preparing your meal is about as fast as it can be. Each package has both microwave and oven instructions on them, with it taking about 2 to 3 minutes in the microwave and about 10 to 15 in the oven. It literally could not be more convenient. No prep time, no cleanup, just great food. The other week I was trying buffalo grilled chicken with ranch potato wedges, cauliflower, and green beans. I'm big into cauliflower and green beans, and everybody on the planet likes chicken, so it was an obvious choice for me. I like that the buffalo sauce is on the side too, because it means I get to choose how much I use. My girlfriend had the smoky barbecue chicken breast with mashed potatoes, creamed corn, and green bean casserole, and I have it on good authority from her that it was delicious. Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code MDBFB50 to get 50% off your first Factor box, plus free breakfast for 1 year. That's code MDBFB50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off, plus free breakfast for 1 year. MDBFB50 at Factor75.com. Thanks to Factor Meals for sponsoring this video. Go show them some love at the link at the top of the video description. Alright, so after Torchic evolved into Kabuskin, we very easily just swept the entire Rock Gym. It feels good to have an easy time with this gym, when in probably the vast majority of Emerald runs, I would have to grind like crazy here. And man, I hate grinding for this gym. Oh, it's miserable. The Pokemon in the area are not very fun to have to grind against. Anyway, with that done, I go straight to Dewford, and I get the Old Rod and fish up some Tentacool. I caught a few, and this looks like the most promising one. Nature is hasty, so more speed, less defense. I think that's gonna be fine. If anything, the speed might save us in some fights. Now, I bet the fighting gym is gonna be pretty easy. We do have Peck. So I take a crack at it. Right away, we take out Machop easily while hardly getting hurt. And second is Medicham, who just keeps going for Focus Punch while we're attacking, so it never hurts us. But somehow, the Makahita at the end was a really serious problem. Him using Bulk Up and a berry ended up making him survive longer, and even when I thought that I would win anyway, he crits a Vital Throw to leave us with 1 health and then finished us off on the next round. So I sent in my other Pokemon, but they're still pretty weak and couldn't really win the fight. I bet that I could have won if he didn't crit me, though. I'm gonna try again. Are you kidding me? So I try the fight again, and I even get pretty lucky with him using Bulk Up on turns where I think that he could have made me faint. And yet I still lose after leaving him with a Sliver again. Okay, I think I need to get, like, very slightly stronger before I can win this. So I got a few levels and I tried several more times. I still kept losing because of Bulk Up, but I was leaving him with a Sliver, so I knew that a win was possible. Then 3 tries in, he just doesn't use Bulk Up. He keeps going for Vital Throw instead, and we ended up winning pretty easily. I feel like I don't actually know much about why the AI decides to do what it does sometimes. At least in Gen 3. Like, I know that, like, your rival in Fire Red can pick some really random stuff, just, like, I think it's got a different seed or something every time you go in the fight. When it comes to Emerald, though, I got no idea. Alright, with that done, we have a lot of trainers to fight for sure. We need to catch up our Zigzagoon a little bit. The next 2 major fights are going to be awful until we do. We have our rival, who's going to have Marsh Stomp, so water and ground moves. Both are good against Kabuskin, and the Mudshots are definitely going to be able to beat Tentacool as well. So that means Zigzagoon is going to have to be able to solo the most dangerous member of our team, and Zigzagoon's base stats are awful. Then after that, we have that always hard Electric Gym, and I'm sure that Tentacool isn't going to help us there either. We're going to need Zigzagoon to level up enough that we can take out Watson's first 2 Pokemon, so that I don't risk Kabuskin getting paralyzed early. Then I gotta switch to Kabuskin to double kick the Magneton. I don't think it's going to be horrible, but I am pretty confident I'm going to have to do some wild Pokemon grinding after I beat all the trainers in the area. Also, real quick, I actually started using my Facebook fan page again for the first time in legit 6 years. I'll have a link to it in the description if you want to follow it. Thanks. Well, the rival fight was weird. I sent Zigzagoon in against Marsh Stomp, and for some reason he just used Bide over and over and over. I mean, it was at the point where I used 6 Sand Attacks and 6 Growls, so I just switched to weak Headbutts. Eventually Bide hurts us since we're headbutting, but then he finished us off with a Water Gun and it hit on the first try. So that was weird. Again, Gen 3 AI thing. Did he know he was gonna hit if he switched to Water Gun ahead of time? Or was that just a fluke? I don't know. What is even the chance of Water Gun hitting after 6 Sand Attacks? Like less than 20%? Anyway, it's fine. We really easily had Kabuskin finish him off with Double Kick. That was the only dangerous member of her team, so we won, but I still don't think this Electric Gym is gonna be easy at all. Alright, so first was Voltorb, and I kinda hoped that Zigzagoon could take it out fast, but we did very little damage, and then he self-destructed. That means I had to use Kabuskin against Electrike, but thankfully, he just used Howl, so we took him out in 2 Embers. Magneton was a one-shot with Double Kick, but last was Magnetric, and this had me worried. He was wasting time with Howl, so I used Bulk Up and a Double Kick, but we ended up paralyzing ourselves off Static, then we missed a turn while he hit us with Shockwave. We ended up taking him out, but that easily could have gone the other way. Alright, we have 2 big fire fights coming up, so I think it's time that we finally level up Tentacool. It's Maxie in the Fire Gym. Which, now that I say it out loud, sounds like some kind of like late 80s, early 90s cartoon. It's got a real gem in the holograms feel to it. Anyway, I'm not too worried about Maxie, but I do think the Fire Gym could be rough until Tentacool has a good water move and quite a few more levels. Considering we don't get a water move until Bubble Beam at 25 and it evolves at 30, I think I may as well just level it until it evolves and then use it to probably pretty easily win at the Fire Gym. First is Maxie, who ended up actually being pretty easy with just Kabuskin. We had to switch after Mighty Enna to get rid of the attack debuff, but overall, easy fight. I really need to just level Tentacool a bit for now, because I don't see the Fire Gym going well until we have our Tentacruel. So I leveled the Tentacool to 30, so he's a Tentacruel now, and then Easily sweep the fire gym. Feels pretty good. That means that we need to get on over to that normal gym. But on our way there, I took the claw fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. And then I revived the claw fossil for Anorith. Because, you know, we need that to evolve into Armaldo for this run. Ours has a gentle nature for less defense and more special defense. I have no idea if that's going to help us at all, but I mean the stats look fine. It's very slow, but everything else looks fine. I think this is a usable one. Let's go see how that normal gym goes. Alright, this fight was kind of crazy. The first 3 Pokemon were all really easy for Kabuskin to take out with Double Kick. But last is slacking, and even with our strategy of trying not to do damage on turns where he could use counter, we still kept taking crazy damage. By all means, we should have lost this fight very badly, but through amazing confusion luck with Supersonic and some much needed poison damage, we actually eventually ended up winning. It's very obvious that my team is underleveled though, so I'm gonna have to catch them up before the next gym for sure. Alright, so we have 2 fights between us and our second from last Pokemon. We have our rival in the Flying Gym. This rival fight is normally really easy, but the Flying Gym could be a bit tough. I think that what I'll do is I'm gonna visit the abandoned ship to get Ice Beam and a Water Stone. The Ice Beam TM is to give to Tentacruel to help us in the Flying Gym, and the Water Stone is gonna be for when we get our Staryu. I originally wanted to save the Ice Beam TM for Starmie, since it's a better special attacker than Tentacruel, but I remembered I can just buy another one later at the game corner, so I may as well just put this one on Tentacruel. Now, will one Tentacruel be enough to beat the gym? I'm skeptical, since I know Kabuskin isn't going to be very much help, but I still think we stand a chance. So you know how the last required rival fight is always really easy? It is again, although this time we did take huge damage off a Mud Shot. We still won pretty easily, but we did almost have a Pokemon faint. Okay, now it's the Flying Gym, and this took several tries and a little bit of leveling. It started amazing with Swablu, Altaria, and Skarmory, all doing absolutely no damage to us. The Tropius right after was actually pretty easy with Kabuskin too. The only Pokemon on our team that really put up a fight was Pelipper, weirdly enough, but it's just because she has a lot of Hyper Potions. We were never in any real danger, but only a few levels earlier, and I was having serious issues with Altaria. So it's an easy win, but only because we got a few levels higher than on my first try. Alright, and last before we can get the Super Rod is Maxie, although I did lose on the first try due to crazy bad confusion luck. We won really easily on the second try just by using Surf and Ice Beam. No problems here. Alright, now that we're in Lily Cove, I go ahead and grab the Super Rod and catch Staryu. Now, I wanted to evolve it right away because hitting level 33 while already being a Starmie would let us get Confuse Ray, but we couldn't actually get the Water Stone earlier. I forgot that I need Dive first, so we're gonna have to wait a gym. Our nature is Calm for more special defense and less attack. I slapped Surf on it right away, so it's got a good move, and I'm gonna try and level it up pretty fast. We have the Psychic Gym coming up, and they're pretty weak to water moves, so making sure that Tentacruel and Starmie are ready is gonna be pretty important, especially because Tentacruel's weak to Psychic, so gotta hit hard early. Well, I got to the Psychic Gym and gave it a try before grinding just to see how it would go, but we lost pretty badly. Tentacruel is only a slightly higher level than them, and most of our team is way too underleveled to be helpful here. We couldn't take out Claydol fast enough, and his Earthquakes are brutal for our Poison-type Tentacruel. I think it might not be too bad once I get the rest of the team to the high level 30s. Man, this is a rough fight. I had several tries where we still just lost really early from Earthquake, but at least on this one we took out Claydol for the first time. We still really didn't make it all that far though. I guess the good news is that I'm pretty confident that I'll just need a few more levels on Tentacruel and Staryu, and that would make the early part of the fight much easier. Alright, so I kept leveling and trying over and over and over just to keep losing. All the way at level 48, we still kept losing, but we also kept dropping Claydol down to a sliver on the first round. After several tries, we got one where it actually did go down on the first round, and then we very easily beat the rest of the team with Surf. Finally a win. We're in the home stretch now. We have Archie in the Water Gym between us and our last Pokemon. Archie is typically easy, and I figure that he still will be, but I don't really know about the Water Gym. We're both such water-heavy teams that I'm not sure that we're going to be hitting that hard. I think I'm going to have to grab the TM for Thunderbolt, because oddly enough, Starmie can learn it. It's weird, right? I remember that from my Pokemon Stadium Let's Play back in the day. That alone might not be enough to win, but I guess that we'll find out pretty soon. I'm looking forward to when we do win, though, because then we get our last Pokemon and fight Wally. First, though, we have Archie. Total pushover, though. Now that I could finally get the Water Stone to evolve our Staryu into Starmie, we demolished his team. I figured that he might be able to do that in the Water Gym as well thanks to Thunderbolt. Alright, Water Gym time, and it starts amazing with us sweeping our entire way to Kingdra, his final Pokemon. I tried sending in Zigzagoon first to use Sand Attack, but we ended up getting frozen solid off an Ice Beam and then fainting right after. So I sent in Starmie and started using Thunderbolt. He was using Double Team early, so I was worried, but at least his Ice Beams hardly hurt us. He used a Hyper Potion after 2 hits, so we had to keep doing damage, but we ended up landing hits and he wasn't hurting us that much, so we got a pretty simple win. Alright, now that we can use Waterfall outside of battle, I go ahead and catch our last Pokemon, Bagon. Now, it's not very impressive right now, but once it evolves, it will be. That isn't until level 50, though, so I guess I'm gonna have to level it up a lot. We're not allowed to actually go into the Elite Four until we have our full team, and the random number generator said Salamence, not Bagon. For the sake of making this run harder while also saving time, I think rare candies are the best way to catch him up. Rare candy means less effort values, and that means he's not going to be quite so overpowered. Our nature is brave, by the way, so extra attack, very nice. Let's go bulldoze Wally and then get to the Elite Four. First is Wally. We obviously one-shot Altaria with Ice Beam right away. Gardevoir lets off a Future Sight before going down to 2 Surfs, and Delcatty straight up gets one-shot. As Roselia came out, our Combuskin got hit by Future Sight and lost more health than I was expecting to Razor Leaf. Our first Ember did very little damage, but the second one did way more thanks to us losing enough health that Blaze kicked in, so we got the knockout. I stayed in as Magneton came out, but we got outsped and taken out by Thunderbolt, so I had to send in Shelgon. We hardly heard it and fainted pretty fast. But then Starmie was able to finish it off with Surf. It wasn't super smooth, but it still went well. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Well, the moveset could use some more tweaks, but the team is still made up of solid Pokemon. Our team is really lopsided and weird, but the type coverage on our attacks is actually great. I think Whiscash is the only Pokemon that we run into in the Pokemon Champion fight that we don't have a super effective move for. In fact, I think the only thing we aren't super effective against the entire Elite Four is Phoebe's team. We just don't have any Ghost or Dark moves. We might just overpower them in that fight, though. It's probably not that bad. Starmie and Tentacruel will be pretty good. I actually feel good about this one. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. This was crazy easy though, literally a no damage sweep. Only 2 of his Pokemon couldn't get one shot, and neither one did any damage, so we breezed through on the first try. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. This one took a few tries to figure out right at the start because her team is so weird, but on this try the first Dusclops goes great as we take out half of her health, then she takes out the other half with Curse. I wasn't thinking and stayed into damage Bayonet, so we ended up fainting, and I had to finish it with Starmie. As the next Bayonet came out, we hit hard with Surf, and she used Grudge when I was expecting a Shadow Ball. So I finished it with Thunderbolt, knowing that it doesn't really matter if I lose my power points on Thunderbolt, I don't need that for the rest of this fight. As the next Dusclops came out, I did a bit of damage, but her Shadow Balls were doing a ton. We took her down to red health before we fainted. Then we sent in Salamence to finish it off. Didn't work great though, because I forgot that Dusclops has Ice Beam, so we ended up fainting when we were so close to taking her out. Our Maldo had to actually finish that one. Not until she used her 50th Fuller Store, though. Last is Sableye, so I had Combuskin start using Ember. It wasn't doing much, and she was using Double Team. But quickly, we burned her, so she was taking damage over time. I started using Dig to get extra damage out of the burn, and it worked great. We missed the first Dig, but by the time of the second one, we won the fight. It wasn't easy, though. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Right away we used Thunderbolt with Starmie to take out Celio pretty quick. She healed, but she only used Hail, so we didn't take all that much damage. Next is Glalie, so I had Armaldo go in with Brick Break. In retrospect, I should have used Ancient Power since it's physical in this game, but we still just hardly got the knockout while in red health. Walrein is next, so I sent Starmie back into Thunderbolt, but we got paralyzed off a Body Slam early in the fight. We still took it out, but we're paralyzed and on low health. As the other Glalie came out, I switched to Combuskin to start using Sky Uppercut for great damage. Naturally, she healed, then we started missing our uppercuts, and she was doing crazy damage to us thanks to a crit. We got so unlucky to not only get crit, but to miss that move twice in a row. We fainted fast and had to send in Tentacruel to finish it off with a few hits of Surf. Last is Celio, and we had no good answer, so I used Acid until we fainted, then we had Starmie finish it off. I forgot it has Natural Cure, so it lost its paralysis when it switched out. It's such a nice ability in team runs. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. This couldn't have been easier though. One-shot sweep with Ice Beam, no problem at all. Finally, the Pokemon Champion Wallace. Man, this fight is crazy. It starts normal with Wailord making it rain and going down in 2 Thunderbolts. Second is Ludicolo though, and we don't have a great answer for it. So I just had Tentacruel keep using Acid as he kept using Double Team to dodge us. Eventually, we landed some hits and he ended up seeding us, but we have Liquid Ooze as an ability, so Leech Seed was actually hurting him. He eventually withdrew and switched to Whiscash, so I had to switch to Salamence to avoid the ground move and overpower him with Fly. Then he sent out his Tentacruel, so I stayed in. I ended up getting taken out by Ice Beam when I suddenly remembered that Starmie has Psychic and I should probably be using that. It took him out really fast. Then we sent our Tentacruel back in as Ludicolo came out, and of course, I used Acid until he fainted. After that is Water Onix, who obviously goes down in 1 Thunderbolt, but last is Melodic. Man, what do I even say about this horrible fight? Look at the screen. I threw my entire team at Melodic, and it just kept healing and healing and healing. I knew it might be bad, so I played it safe by having Zigzagoon use Sand Attack first, and we managed to get 4 of them in because of incredible missing luck. Quickly, I sent out Starmie, and we ran into a problem. We ran out of Thunderbolts early, and he kept healing with Recover. As soon as we were out of Thunderbolts, we could hardly do any damage to him. Every once in a while, he would get us with Toxic, so I would have to switch to activate Natural Cure and remove the poison just for the other Pokemon to usually faint, and then we switch back. It quickly got to a point where he couldn't do very much to us, but we could do almost nothing to him. He just kept healing and healing and healing, and our team just doesn't have any good moves to fight a tanky water type like this. This fight lasted so long that he completely ran out of power points and was using Struggle to fight me. In the end, do you know how long this fight took? With fast text speed and battle animations turned off, this clocked in at an insane 15.5 minutes. It was 5 minutes to get to Melodic, and then 10.5 minutes to beat it. This is easily the longest individual fight I have had in a Pokemon challenge in years. I am pretty sure that I have had Shuckle fights in rock gyms that rival this in terms of playtime. This was a first try at Wallace, but it was the longest fight ever. With that victory, we get in the Hall of Fame and we win the run, but you know that it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Steven Stone. I actually feel pretty good about this one. Most of his team isn't weak to water, but some of his team is, and he doesn't have that much of an answer for us. I think his Aggron has Thunder or Solar Beam or something like that, but he isn't any good with it, and Credilli just isn't all that dangerous as long as we're prepared. On paper, it kind of looks like an easy fight. Obviously, I'm going to need to get close to his team and levels before we stand a chance, so I think I'm going to get up to level 70. It's lower than his team, but it's kind of close. I'm looking forward to seeing how it really goes, though. I made sure to get the leftovers from the cruise ship, so we're a little bit more prepared. Now let's go see how this turns out. Alright, so first up it's Steven is Skarmory, but we crit Thunderbolt on turn 1 to one-shot it, so we have a great start already. Next is Aggron, but we stayed in and one-shot it with Surf. Third is Credilli, so I sent in Armaldo to use Brick Break. We got confused right away though and ended up hitting ourselves twice in a row and took huge damage off Ancient Power. Hit one Brick Break, then we got taken out. We may have started the fight lucky, but there was nothing lucky about that matchup. Out to Gabuskin, and I laid in a few Sky Uppercuts for the knockout, but it took a while thanks to all of his healing. As Metagross came out, I sent in Salamence to use Earthquake. Thankfully, the damage it did was fantastic. The problem is, he did amazing damage too, and his berry kept him from being a two-shot, so we fainted. Then as we sent in Starmie, he used a full restore. We just kept using Surf, and we were able to take him out, but we were in red health by the end. Claydol's next, so I stayed in knowing Surf is our best bet. We fainted in the process, but we did a ton of damage and sent in Tentacruel to finish it off. He full restored, but we were faster and two-shot him. Last is his Armaldo, but he's weak to water, so we pretty easily took him out with Surf. Not only was that not that bad, but this fight was about 3 times faster than the Wallace battle. Man, I gotta say, I really love these RNG runs. It's super fun getting to use evolved Pokemon every once in a while, and I like that there's still like proper challenge in having to use such a weird and lopsided team. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon challenge will be up next week on Saturday like usual with Pokemon Fire Red with 1 Clamperl. It's gonna be a really weird one, I think. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. I would love to go forever on the outro. You've heard that 1,000 times, haven't you? But I just had to spend an hour this morning going to war with my internet service provider. Really wasn't going to war. Every person I talked to along the process was very nice. I had to talk to like 6 people. But no, everyone was really nice and everything. It was just my internet bill came in and it was like $33 higher than it normally is. And I saw like I looked at the breakdown, it's literally just I'm paying more. And like, what's that all about? Because like I know $33 doesn't sound like that big of a deal. Also, because this is Canadian money, and so it's worth less than probably whatever country you're from. Not that the buying power is the same, but whatever, economics. What matters is that's like a $400 a year difference, and that's not in the company budget. So I went through their online support thing, and then they had to verify me, and then they told me that what happened was 2 years ago when I signed up for this internet, there was like a discount that I got. It was like a $30 discount or something. It's like a 25% discount, because normally I pay $90 after tax for my internet every month, and now I'm paying $123. Actually, I think it was $124 because it's like 97 cents. Anyway, what matters is I got on the phone with them. They transferred me 1,000,000 times until I got to the loyalty program department or whatever. And they cut you a deal, basically, to try and get you to stay, which is also what the other people at the company were saying. They're like, we'll transfer you to loyalty. They'll cut you a deal. Sweet. Which... I mean, everybody knows that, right? In Canada, I'm sure it's the same way in the States. It's probably the same way in a lot of countries, that they overcharge you for internet, and that it's very easy to get on the phone with them and for them to cut you a deal. They tried to get me to sign up to some TV and phone service, and, oh, we can upgrade your internet, and you'll have 2 gigabit download instead of 1 gigabit, and I'm over here thinking, like, brother, I never max out my download anyway. Like, I'm upload mostly. My job's weird. I care way more about upload, so she's trying to sell me on this other one. I'm like, is the upload the same, though? Because to be honest, I never max out my download anyway. I don't need better than what I have. And she's like, yeah, the upload's the same. And I'm like, yeah, I don't need the phone plan. I don't need TV. I don't need more download or anything. Like, I got unlimited data anyway. And she is like, well, you could stay on your current plan and you could pay $89. And I was like, yeah, that sounds great. Because in my head, I'm thinking, yeah, that's exactly what I was paying right before this anyway. It was like $89. And so I just got a 2-year deal on the $89 thing again, which is the exact same I was on before the conversation started. So I ended up having to pay 1 internet bill at the higher rate, but like that's not the end of the world. It's fine. Anyway, that ate up a whole bunch of my time today, and that put me behind. And this is an extra complicated edit today because of some intro stuff and, you know, the sponsorship stuff and everything. So I am in a time crunch today. Thank you everybody so much for the $50 supporter shoutout tier. That was a weird way to intro that, wasn't it? But thank you so much, Jacob Busby, Javid Kusara, Grayson Fitz, Tara Louise, Dark Soul, Young Smoky VP, Gabriel Thornton, Hernandez Punchdick, and the -1 for your continued support in the $50 supporter shoutout tier over on Patreon and on YouTube. It is always very much appreciated because you help me pay for when my internet bill randomly goes up and then I have to go play phone tag for an hour of my work day to try and get it back down. I gotta work an extra hour today because of that. Thank you, internet service providers of Canada. And thank you, everybody, so much for watching. And until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Red with only 1 Growlithe was a fun solo run. Let's follow that up with a brutal team run. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with only poison moves? So when I say only poison moves, I mean that in battle, the only moves we can use are poison type ones. Doesn't matter if they're attacking moves or not, or if our Pokemon are even poison type, just that the moves have to be poison type. I figure this is going to be pretty brutal considering there aren't really that many good poison moves yet. I expect to be using Sludge Bomb a lot. Oh, and we need to have a rule where we can use non-poison moves on steel types, since poison literally doesn't affect them. I know, it sounds like a stupid rule, but I'm pretty sure there's only 2 mandatory fights with steel types in the entire video game, and it would really suck to not make this run for you guys just because of 2 Pokemon. Trust me, this challenge run is so brutal that I really don't think people are going to care about having to suspend a rule for a couple of steel fights. There's a reason this video is late, and it's because this challenge is really, really hard. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm pretty sure that this is gonna be insanely brutal. Between only having Poison Sting for the Rock Gym at the start, and having to figure out some kind of way to win the Psychic Gym double battle later in the run, I think this could be my hardest run in a long time. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Poison type moves, unless I'm fighting a Steel type. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. No need for the Pokemon randomizer on this one, since we can catch Pokemon with Poison Sting on the first round of the game, so I just play until I get Pokeballs, then catch some Wurmple. Now, we need this thing to evolve into a Cascoon, not Silcoon. That's because Cascoon becomes Dustox, and it's part Poison type. It's a really weak Pokemon, but at least it'll give us the same type attack bonus. This process took us a solid 40 minutes, by the way, since the first 2 Wurmples I caught turned into Silcoon instead. We have Poison Sting now though, so for the rest of the run we can only use poison moves in combat. Normally we'd head right for the Rock Gym, but I actually have to grind in the first couple of routes of the game because Poison Sting is so weak that we can only take out 1 Pokemon at a time for the most part. It's really slow, but we only need to hit level 10 to evolve, and then our stats will be at least a little bit better. So I need to get that done before we hit the road. Alright, so will I travel? We all know that the Rock Gym is going to be the first brick wall, right? Well, the only poison move that I'm able to get before the Rock Gym is Poison Sting. I toyed with the idea of using the Pokemon randomizer to start with something else that could maybe learn Sludge, but I wanted to try and do this whole run the same way you would if you had the game cartridge, since there's a Poison Sting user early in the game anyway. Problem is, that means I have to beat the always horrible Roxanne fight with 1 Pokemon using Poison Sting. Not only that, but our Pokemon is Bug type, so we take double damage from Rock Tomb, a move that Roxanne's whole team has. Plus, both Rock and Ground resist Poison, both types that a Geodude is. So a 15 power move being cut down by 4 times resistance. This isn't good. To say that I'm worried this will take a while is an understatement. I think that we could have to be level 30 just to win. Considering how many potions that they have and how strong Rock Tomb is, I genuinely believe that this initial grind that I'll have to do for the Rock Gym could be a quarter of the playtime of this entire challenge run. I guess I'll have to give the gym a try and see what happens, right? First try at the Rock Gym was at level 14, and we did 4 or 5 damage before we got 3 shot by Rock Tomb. Yeah, this isn't happening for a while, is it? So, this grind. This is a very, very long grind. Like, longer than grinding ever is at this point. Normally by the time we're around this level, we'd be at least one-shotting the weak, low-experience Pokemon north of the gym. Problem is, we only have Poison Sting, so we can't really one-shot anything yet. The fact that I need to land between 2 and 4 Poison Stings to make a wild Pokemon faint makes this grind take 2 to 4 times longer than normal. Not only do we likely need to be a much higher level than usual for this gym, but we are using by far the weakest move we've ever had to use to beat this gym with. I've beaten Emerald, 20, 30 of these challenge videos now, and this is the weakest move we've ever had to use for this grind. Not only that, but because we're going to do chip damage to them, and they have potions, Roxanne will have tons of chances to actually use them. I legit don't see any possibility of us winning this until level 30, although I'm gonna try a few times earlier than that. The worst part is that we don't even get to dominate the next part of the challenge after that, since we're pretty much just gonna replace Dustox as soon as possible with something that learns better poison moves. So it's likely that the Rock Gym is the only gym we're using Dustox on. So I've got to spend hours on leveling up a Pokemon that's just gonna end up living in the box after this. Then I've got to catch a Gulpin and grind that thing up a ton, since it'll be whatever level I catch it at. Right after that is the Electric Gym 2, and that has a Steel type in it, so we're gonna have to get strong enough that we can beat it with whatever other moves it even has. It isn't until after the Electric Gym that we can catch a few decent Pokemon and actually have a little team. Even then, we're still just mostly relying on Sludge and later Sludge Bomb, so I'm expecting the Psychic Gym later in the game to be absolutely horrible. Maybe even worse than in the Magcargo run. Probably worse than in the Magcargo run. To pull back the curtain a little bit, normally I try to spread the playing of these runs out across like 5 workdays. This time though, I know that's impossible. I'm already 4 hours into this run, and I don't think I'm going to be done grinding for the Rock Gym today. Normally the first day of an Emerald run, I'm supposed to beat the first 2 gyms, but I doubt I'll be done grinding for this Rock Gym until sometime tomorrow. Then that Gulpin grinding, that's probably going to take a good few hours by itself. Then I have to catch Grimer and Coughing, and they'll need to be grinded up. I remember on my Blaine run that a lot of you guys said that you loved the video, but a lot also said that it was kind of lame that I hardly used any of the weaker members of his team, since I mostly just ended up using Arcanine. I get it, fair complaint. Problem is, the solution to that is to grind even more, and I'm one human who, in spite of doing this full time, still can't find time to grind up that many Pokemon in a week. Like, I work 60 plus hours a week on YouTube, and I still don't have time to get that done in 1 week. That is just an inhuman amount of grinding to get done in 1 week. There literally aren't enough hours in the day, so I'll almost for sure need 2 weeks. So that's why this video is no doubt late, if you're wondering why. I'm just assuming at this point it's gonna be late. It's absolutely gonna be late. You guys just want to see me move on with this run though, and I just want to move on with it too. This is probably the least interesting part of the run. There's going to be much more interesting parts later, so we just need to get there. If you want to support the show and help keep this whole thing running in spite of the upload gap, then I very much appreciate any support you want to give me through things like Patreon, Super Chats, and Super Thanks. The show is free and always will be. Those are just my tip jars if you want to chip in. When runs take multiple weeks like this, it can really throw a spanner in the works, so I really appreciate all of the support. Now, let's see if I can beat the Rock Gym yet. Okay, so the next try at the Rock Gym was at level 20, where we managed to poison Geodude on the first attack, but only took it to half health before we fainted. That was just about all poison damage, mind you. Our actual poison stings themselves seem to only be doing 1 damage, so it's back to the grind. The next couple of tries were at level 24. Interestingly enough, they now use Defense Curl pretty often. I think that is because they know that they can't take us down in a couple of Rock Tombs anymore. It takes quite a few now. We still only do 1 damage with Poison Sting since it's so weak, so really we're just hoping to poison them. We did better, but she's got potions, so we still just lost. Back to the grind. Another 4 levels later. Yeah, things go pretty much the same. I feel like I'm getting diminishing returns, but I think that's mostly just because leveling up is getting slower, and Poison Sting isn't getting stronger. That, and it didn't seem like we could tank many more Rock Tombs than usual. Oh yeah, I forgot to bring it up, but thanks to our ability, we don't get slowed down by Rock Tomb, so at least there's that. Alright, I know you already saw what grinding here looks like, but that was almost 10 levels ago now, so I should probably show you again. We're at the point where we can finally one-shot just about all of the wild Pokemon here, so at least there's that, but we still need tons of experience to level up, and these Pokemon just don't give us much. I mean, we can one-shot most of them, we can still hardly hurt the Nincada, and sometimes our level 29 Dustox can't one-shot level 7 Tailo. What's the highest level we've ever needed a Pokemon to be before we could beat Roxanne? Do you guys remember? The highest I can think of off the top of my head is level 30 with Shedinja. At least I think it was level 30. That was like years ago now. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think that we can beat the first Geodude at level 30, let alone the whole gym. I was guessing that before, but I was totally wrong. I genuinely think I might have to be something more like level 40, maybe even higher. I mean, Dustox isn't exactly a physical powerhouse. I'm curious, did you guys think when you clicked on this video that this was gonna be one of the most brutal runs I've done? And did you think that the first gym was gonna be this hard? Maybe I'll have to put something in the title or thumbnail to let people know how hard it is, because to be honest, I doubt anyone would read Gen 3 with poison only and think that is anything but my standard Pokemon challenge. Well, I'm happy that you guys are here and wanted to see it at least, because I'm putting some crazy time into this one. Level 33, we're actually doing what looks to be 2 or 3 damage on some of these poison stings, although I think some might still just do 1. We take about 11 damage from Rock Tombs at this point, so we can survive quite a few. For the first time in all of my attempts, we actually ended up slowly taking down the first Geodude. Yeah, it took till level 33 before we beat the first Geodude. Roxanne sent out Nosepass next, but pretty much right away she used Hardened Ton, so we were dealing 1 damage. Our poison did manage to chip away at her, but she's got potions and Nosepass hits harder with Rock Tomb than Geodude did, so we still ended up going down. Still, maybe I won't need to be level 40. More tries a couple of levels later, this time at level 37. Things turn out almost the exact same as at level 33, so that's depressing. Rock Tomb can miss, so this fight is heavily reliant on luck. We need to poison our enemies quickly, and they need to miss a ton of Rock Tombs. It's the only way that I can see us winning. I'm gonna go grind for another hour. Level 38. I actually forgot that this would happen because I never thought Dustox would get to a high enough level when I was first considering this run, but we actually learned Toxic at level 38. Now, you might go thinking that Toxic must make this fight trivial, but nope. Not even close, in fact. We still need them to either miss a ton, or waste lots of time with Harden and Defense Curl. In fact, it took 9 tries until we got this attempt, where we only ended up winning thanks to them using defensive moves way more than they should have, and us getting a lucky crit to get some upfront damage. No word of a lie, the start of this run up until the point of beating the Rock Gym took longer than multiple entire solo Pokemon runs that I've done. Gen 1 Ghastly was so much faster than this. It's unreal. Let's go catch some new Pokemon before I go insane. Okay, so after a long trip, we finally catch Gulpin. It's not exactly the best Pokemon ever, but it evolves at level 26 and learns quite a few decent poison moves. Believe it or not, I think this is going to be our main Pokemon until after the Electric Gym, because I don't see Dustox pulling his weight. He still has Poison Sting and Toxic. He's not exactly a direct attacker. Oh, and of course I have to grind up Gulpin quite a bit. We need him to be ready for the Fighting Gym, since we don't have that one done yet either. At least Gulpin has some real moves thanks to him learning Sludge pretty early. It's not exactly a strong move, but it's a million times better than Poison Sting. Let's test out Gulpin at the Fighting Gym. We got here at level 18, so about the same level range as them. Machop used Bulk Up and Low Kick, but we resisted it, so it wasn't too bad. 3 hits of Sludge took him down. Meditite just tried to power up too, and he got Reflect up as well, but then he just tried for Focus Punch after his Super Potion, so of course he never hit us. I'm actually really thankful that he used that Super Potion, since it ran out the timer on his Reflect. In fact, he used both of his Super Potions on Meditite. He did get to recast Reflect, but we ran that one out too. Recast? That feels like the right terminology to use, but I'm pretty sure it's not. That's not Pokemon terminology. We poisoned him and did great damage, but he took us down. That's alright, Dustox is still crazy over-leveled, and for as weak as Poison Sting is, we double resist his fighting moves, so he did 3 damage. Isn't it crazy that our Dustox using Poison Sting is still weaker than the Gulpin 20 levels lower than him using Sludge? I've really got to bulk up Gulpin. Next up is our rival under the cycling road. First was Wingull, who actually messed us up on the first try really bad with Supersonic, but this time we took it down pretty well. Slugma used Yawn on us, but took 2 shots, so we never fell asleep, and for Grovyle we switched to Dustox to easily take him down with Toxic and Poison Sting. I know, Grovyle. Normally we'd pick a starter that makes it so that our rival has their best Pokemon for fighting us, but because I didn't use the Pokemon randomizer on this run, I literally just forgot to pick whatever would make him have Mudkip. Hey, cut me some slack, this run is brutal. I am not redoing that Rock Gym fight just to have a slightly harder fight here. We all know that we could have beaten Marshtomp anyway. Alright, so we're in Mauville. This is the location of one of the two steel types in the game that we actually have to fight. The electric gym leader has a Magneton, so we get to use non-poison moves for that. I don't really have a good non-poison move for that, mind you, but at least it's possible. We might have to use Psybeam, and it still will resist it, and Dustox kinda really sucks with Psybeam, so it's not that good of an answer. It's what we've got, though. As we grind up for the electric gym, though, it's time for this week's Chimera ad. Today, we're checking out the Chimera Spring Collection. It's a collection of clothes that the folks over at Chimera picked for warmer weather. They've got short-sleeve t-shirts, polos, some fleece shorts, as well as new heavyweight tees and new pocket tees. They all come in a very wide variety of colors, so you can always find something that matches your look. I speak from personal experience when I say that this stuff is all super comfy, and has been super nice to wear while I've been gardening during a heat wave. Make sure to use the code Mah-Dry-Bread at checkout to get a discount and to let Chimera know that I sent you. You can find a link in the description. Now, I've got a run to continue. On our grind, we ended up evolving Gulpin into a Swalot, and I'm happy that we did because we're a lot tankier now. It came in handy since Voltorb blew up like usual, so we lost almost half of our health. We couldn't one-shot Electrike, but it just used Howl, so we didn't take a hit. And third is Magneton, one of the only two steel types in the whole game that we have to fight. Just in case you were thinking that being able to use non-poison moves on steel types would somehow make this run easy, we had an awful time fighting it. We got paralyzed right away, Psybeam was doing very little, and we're hitting ourselves in confusion from Supersonic. Not only that, but of course he used super potions on it to keep it up longer. We ended up really lucking out though with Psybeam confusing it and it hitting itself in confusion a few times. It didn't do much, but it saved us from getting hurt more, so we held on with 43 health left. Last was Manectric, and Dustox really didn't last long thanks to paralysis. We hit Toxic though. Because of that, I was able to outlast it with Swalot pretty quickly. I was pretty worried about that fight. I'm really happy it's over. So it's time for a bit more travel, and normally this part isn't too interesting until we can get to Maxie in the Fire Gym, but we've actually got a whole 3 new Pokemon to catch. First is in Fiery Path, where we can catch both a Coughing and Grimer. These are literally some of my favorite Pokemon, with Coughing being my second favorite. Did you know that Poison is my favorite type? I don't remember if I brought that up or not. Anyway, it's cool to get to use Coughing and Grimer since I never get to use them in this game. Plus, Coughing has Levitate, so he might be good for fighting ground types in the future. Grimer took ages to catch, by the way, only a 2% encounter rate for some reason. We also go ahead and pick up Seviper, another Pokemon I've never used in this game. Although I don't think I've used it in any game, if I remember right. It's got a lot of attack, so it might be a pretty fun Pokemon, especially with that brave nature. No poison moves on it yet though, so I'll have to level it up with experience share for a little bit. Now give me just a little bit of time to grind these guys up, and we'll be at the Maxie fight before you know it. Mightyena is first, so we lost some attack to Intimidate, but Swalot's Sludge was still doing a good job. They held on extra long with super potions, but they could hardly hurt us with Bite, so we were pretty healthy by the time it fainted. Camerupt is next, so I sent in Dustox to use Toxic. The first one missed since it wasn't 100% accurate for poison types to use until later generations, but his magnitude didn't do much to us. I just kept using Poison Sting to chip away at him while Toxic built its damage. I don't know why he didn't keep using Ember because it was clearly his best move against us, but thanks to him holding on with his potions, he did manage to make Dustox faint. I just sent in Grimer to tank a hit while Toxic damage finished him off. Last was Zubat, who resists Sludge, but Swalot is too strong and overpowered him. Let's go to the Fire Gym next. Alright, first was Numel, and although we didn't do half his health and damage, Poison pushed it over so it only took 2 hits. He did soften us up with Magnitude though. Slugma was just a one-shot thanks to its low defense. For Camerupt, I sent in Coughing to tank Overheat so that Camerupt would have lower special attack, then sent in Dustox to hit Toxic. It worked great, so I switched to Swalot to finish the job. Camerupt used Sunny Day, but just kept using Tackle, so we didn't take much damage. Last was her real heavy hitter, Torkoal. I sent in Dustox to hit Toxic right away, but we missed and got one-shot by Overheat. It lowers her special attack, but she used a white herb to fix it, so I sent Swalot back in to go for Toxic. This time it worked, but we got taken out by Overheat. I started switching into our lower leveled Pokemon, trying mostly to buy time for Toxic to build power as Torkoal's special attack kept getting weaker from Overheat. As Seviper went down, we had to send in our last Pokemon, Grimer. Torkoal moved from using Body Slam due to its low special attack, and although we got it to red health, she has Hyper Potions. We lasted a shockingly long time, but her 2 Hyper Potions kept her up long enough to take us out. You know what? If we hit Toxic earlier, then I think we would have won that. Let's keep trying this fight. Okay, second try. This time Numel used Sunny Day, so we never actually took damage from the first 2 Pokemon. Problem is, we missed Toxic on Camerupt this time, and thanks to Sunny Day still being active, we took a lot of damage from Overheat. We still took it out, obviously, but we actually lost Swalot and had to finish it off slowly with Dustox, taking almost no damage in the process. Against Torkoal, we still got one shot, but hit Toxic on the first try. Only our weak Pokemon left. First, I sent in Coughing just to have it faint to an Overheat, then Grimer since I figured he was our next weakest. He also got one shot since Sunny Day is still going, but Torkoal lost tons of special attack by this point. Seviper is faster than Torkoal, but Poison Tail doesn't do much, so I was hoping for the best. Torkoal used Sunny Day to waste one more turn, we hit Poison Tail, and on the next tail we landed a crit and survived a Body Slam just for the toxic damage to finish her off. She'd have used a Hyper Potion if that didn't finish it. That was perfect. Now, normally we'd go right to the normal gym since it's next, but I actually want to level up some of the lower leveled Pokemon a bit. Coughing has potential to tank some hits, but it's crazy weak right now with Smog, and I know Seviper will be pretty strong at some point. I just have to invest in them here and there whenever I get the chance. I could probably brute force a lot with Swalot, but I know as soon as we get to the double battle with the Psychic Gym, we'd get brick walled, so I want to make sure that the rest of our team is at least usable by then. But on our way there, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Okay, so this run is already full of long fights, and I don't want to go over every step of obviously failed fights for the sake of everyone's time. The normal gym goes pretty awful. They're mostly faster than us, hit much harder than us, and his team likes to use Facade. That's a move that does more damage if they have a status affliction, like our poison that we keep inflicting. Grinding here is really slow too, so it would actually take a long time to level up all of our low-leveled Pokemon to match them. Plus, Coughing and Grimer don't get any good until they evolve. Swalot is basically our only decent Pokemon here, and it can't do it by itself, at least not at this level. Worst part is that right after the normal gym is when we'd actually be able to get to some routes where I think our poison types could level up pretty easily, instead of fighting things that resist them. Okay, a few tries later, and after leveling the weakest members of the team quite a bit, Grimer is able to two-shot spin to now, and Vigoroth couldn't do much to Swalot. He did land a few hits though, thanks to him healing up with a Hyper Potion, so we were just below half health by the time he went down. Linoona actually managed to finish us off thanks to being faster than us, so we had to send in Seviper to try and finish it off. Of course though, we ended up dropping Linoona to a sliver, so it ended up healing and hitting us even more to take us out. Dustox was able to finish it off with a couple of poison stings, and last is Slacking. Right away I used Toxic and it missed, but Slacking was using Counter, so he didn't do anything either. Toxic does power up his Facade, but considering Slacking wasted tons of turns and the Toxic still builds on those turns, I used it anyway. He did end up taking down Dustox easily with Facade once he used it, but Coughing was able to finish it off shortly after. Not too bad. With that fight done, we get to travel again. Honestly, I'm just thankful that I'm not grinding super far from where I need to be again. So coming up, we have the last required rival fight and the Flying Gym. The rival fight is probably going to be pretty easy, it usually is, but the Flying Gym is going to be a hard one. They've got Skarmory, the second of the two steel types that we have to fight to beat the game, so no poison moves on that one. Problem is, we still don't really have any better moves to deal with it. I think that our best non-poison moves are still Body Slam and Psybeam, both moves that they resist. I don't want to go grab something with a fire type move since that kind of feels like it's against the spirit of the challenge to me. I'm gonna need to be a decent level to win the rest of the fight anyway, so I think I might just try and get Coughing or Grimer to evolve. That way we don't have to rely on Swalot as our only party member who can take a hit and deal some decent damage back in return. Before the Flying Gym is the last rival fight. Slugma went down in one hit between the sludge damage and poison damage, and second was Lombre, who hit Fake Out but just went down to a single sludge thanks to being weak to poison. Last was Grovyle, who hit Screech but was also a one-shot. Sorry May, this just isn't your run. Hey, what if I did a run with May's team and moves? She's pretty weak, that could make for an interesting run. Okay, first try at the Flying Gym. It starts great with Swablu going down in a couple of hits of sludge, and next was Tropius, who's weak to poison, so it actually went down easily too. Pelipper was kind of annoying because it confused us and we hit ourselves 3 times in a row, but it was just using Protect, so it didn't take advantage. We won after taking a bit of damage. Now is the awful part. The only other steel type we have to fight, and we still have no good moves for it. Skarmory. I'm just gonna put the entire Skarmory fight on fast forward while I generally talk about it because we threw almost our whole team at it. So originally I was thinking I'd use Smokescreen with Wheezing and then Body Slam it down, but as soon as I used Smokescreen I realized that it has Keen Eye and can't lose accuracy. That really ruined my strategy. I still managed to paralyze it with Swalot's Body Slam, but we were hardly doing any damage and ended up just making Swalot faint. I tried Dustox for ages with Psybeam, and thanks to getting to use Moonlight, we could stay healthy for quite a while. But even after entire minutes of hitting Psybeams, we still just went down. When I sent in Grimer, I realized I have Screech, and that would have been awesome before I used Body Slam, but it's too late for that now. I did use Screech until his defense was as low as I could get it, but I had no more physical attacks on the team that weren't poison type, so it didn't end up paying off. Eventually, I just switched to Seviper and kept using Crunch until he went down. Last was Altaria, who used Dragon Dance right away as we hit Sludge with Wheezing. The damage was alright, and we even poisoned it on the second one before going down. All we had left was Grimer and Seviper, so I sent in Grimer, who just got taken out right away, but at least Altaria took poison damage. On the last round, Altaria had a sliver of health and was poisoned, but just took out Seviper with Earthquake. Her last Pokemon ended the fight with what had to have been less than 5 health. That was awful. I'm gonna try again. Next try, and after the first 3 Pokemon go down easily, they sent in Altaria instead of Skarmory, so I just sent in Wheezing early since it's got Levitate to avoid Earthquake. It actually goes really well, partly because the first sludge poisoned her, and partly because she just kinda used Dragon Dance a bunch. Not really sure why, she probably could have just kept attacking and we'd have fainted, but she just decided to keep using Dragon Dance until we won. Last was Skarmory, so I sent in Grimer to Screech as much as I could, then Swalot to start Body Slamming. We actually got all 3 Screeches in pretty easily despite a lot of accuracy drops. I was kind of worried when Swalot came out since we got Sand attacked right away, but the first try with this strategy actually got us the win. Alright, that means that's the last steel type we have to deal with. Back to poison moves. Alright, so we're going on to the part of the run that I'm really dreading. Like, even more than the Rock Gym earlier. We're not that far from the Psychic Gym. We've got a lot of traveling to do before we get there, but only one big battle, and that's with Maxie, who I don't think will be that serious of an issue. The Psychic Gym, though, that'll be a mess. Now, for a change of pace, this is a team run, so at least we won't be outnumbered, but we'll for sure be outgunned. I mean, they're using 4 Psychic types, plus 2 of them are part Rock and 1 is part Ground, so literally only 1 Pokemon on their team doesn't resist poison. I doubt Toxic alone can get us the win considering how many turns it takes for Toxic to become dangerous, and how few turns they'll need to make us faint. It wouldn't surprise me if I need to evolve Grimer into Muck, then to get Muck and Swalot to level 48 or so that they both learn Sludge Bomb. At least then we'd hit a little harder, but we need Wheezing to be strong too since he can avoid Claydol's Levitate. It's really not a good situation. I think I'm gonna need to grind a ton before we could win that one. So the Maxie fight was actually pretty funny. Mighty Anna is first, so we lost attack to Intimidate, but he kept using Swagger on us, so we ended up powering up quite a bit. Swagger raises our attack but confuses us, so naturally it just backfires on him, and ended up making us so strong that we could take him out. Against Camerupt, we had a really easy time with our powered up Sludge. Plus, he used Earthquake on us even though we had Levitate, so he just missed. Last was Crobat, and this one was surprising. We had to throw our whole team at him one by one to do any serious damage. See, he's got Super Potions, so he can heal. He's got Confuse Ray, so we don't always attack, and he resists our poison moves. We actually cut it really close by the end, as he almost took out our last Pokemon when we finally took him down. I really need to top off Grimer's level. Muck would be a great asset. Last bit of travel before the Psychic Gym. There really isn't much prep work that we can do at this point, just grinding up Grimer a bit and maybe making a Shell Bell. I really don't think that is going to help much, and I'm still pretty much convinced that we're going to have to grind here for ages until we can get at least one Pokemon with Sludge Bomb, but hey, at least we can get the TM for Sludge Bomb now, so we can give it to one of the Pokemon who doesn't normally learn it. I'm thinking I'm going to give it to Seviper. I was going to give it to Weezing since he has the highest attack on the team, but Seviper's attack is almost the same and it's a lower level, so in the long run, it probably makes more sense for Seviper to have it. Plus, it's got an attack nature, so I'm expecting for it to have more attack than anything else by the end of the game. Just a shame that it's a bit frail. I don't think it's going to survive more than one hit of Psychic at best. Okay, first try at the Psychic Gym. We literally did not land a single move other than Toxic until the very end of the fight, and it did almost nothing. They're faster than us, a higher level than us, and can one-shot most of our team. Yeah, somehow I don't think a Shell Bell will win this for us. So, this grind. Isn't it crazy to think that our team is around the same level that our Dustox needed to be just to beat the first gym? Well, at least per Pokemon, this is for sure a faster grind, since I'm at least fighting higher leveled Pokemon. But at the same time, I have multiple Pokemon to grind now, so it's hard to say if it's really faster. So, takeaways from the failed fight. First of all, I didn't think Weezing was gonna get one-shot by Psychic like that. I actually kinda thought that it would be one of our tankier choices, so that has me worried. We're for sure gonna have to level up until we're faster than them. I kinda think Seviper is the way to go since it shouldn't be too hard to level him until he's faster than them, but it's not like he's gonna one-shot Xatu. Plus, even if he did, he'd still go down to Earthquake from Claydol. Speaking of, Weezing was supposed to be my counter to Claydol's Earthquake, but if Xatu can just one-shot him, then that isn't gonna work. Plus, did you see how little damage Swalot's Sludge did to Xatu? That's the only Pokemon on their team that doesn't resist poison, so the fact that it didn't work probably means that we're gonna be stuck for a long time. And I mean a long time. I went from thinking that maybe we'd need to have a couple of level 50 Pokemon to thinking that our team might need to be level 60 each. I mean, other than Dustox, I'm not sure that's worth leveling any more than it already is. Other than Muck and Swalot learning Sludge Bomb by level up, there aren't any better moves that we can get. Toxic and Sludge Bomb are the only poison-type TMs that any of our guys can learn, so we're pretty limited in what we can do. In the Rock Gym grind, I went over how long this stuff takes, right? I think that at the time I was writing about how I didn't think I was going to get that run done that week, and like, I was super right. That was a week ago, and here I am, still working on the same run. I've been seeing a big uptick in people saying to just hack in rare candies when I get brick-walled like this, but something like 6 or so months ago when I asked you guys on YouTube how you feel about rare candy cheats, it seems like the general consensus was that you're cool with them in post-game after the credits, but that it cheapens the challenge if used before that. I think I generally agree with that, although some people have fairly pointed out that there's no difficulty to this grind. It just wastes my time and means less videos for you guys. I can't really disagree with that. I guess that's the problem though, right? I agree that only using rare candy cheats after the run is over is fair, but I also agree that there's no difficulty to this grind. The only thing that's special about me doing this grind is that I actually have the patience to do it. I'd argue that still has some value. Anyway, it isn't my decision to make. Well, technically it is. I mean, I write the rules of the challenge, but I'm still just passing this decision off to you guys like usual. I'm just not going to use rare candy cheats before the Hall of Fame unless the vast majority of you want me to. I know that most Pokemon YouTubers seem to be cool with rare candy cheats nowadays, and that's honestly awesome, because when I started doing these challenge runs back in the day, like 3 years ago now, the comments were very clear that they considered that to be cheating. I'm happy that that's changed because it makes everybody's life better, both for the YouTubers who are playing the runs, and more importantly, the viewers who get more videos as a result. Anyway, this grind is brutally long, and I'm sure that I'll just have to keep grinding more every single time I fail the Psychic Gym, so I'm just gonna try and get tons of levels tonight rather than trying to fight every couple of level ups. We got completely destroyed, so I don't think I'm gonna stand a chance after just a few levels, and it's a real pain to have to get back into the gym every few levels, since it's full of little puzzles that waste your time. I'll at least get the bulk of my team to level 50, then give it some tries. If that doesn't work, I'll do another crazy long grind. None of this trying to fight every level or two stuff. I need to be as efficient as I can with my time if I want to get this done this week. I've never actually had a challenge take more than 2 weeks to beat, and I don't want this to be the first one. I've got videos to make. I'll just take the chance to plug my Patreon one last time and remind you that it's linked in the description of all of my videos, and that it's completely optional because the show is 100% free. Now, I'm gonna go grind for the rest of the day, and in a few seconds, you'll be watching me trying this Psychic Gym some more. Wish me luck. So we start things with Weezing and Seviper. Xatu used Calm Mind right away. That's good. Runs where he uses Psychic usually means we lose. Right away we took out Xatu on the first turn by hitting both of our moves on him, but thanks to him getting poisoned, the second move was unnecessary. I hope that doesn't cost us. Seviper lost a ton of health early to Earthquake as Lunatone came out. We did decent damage to Claydol on the second round, but the second Earthquake took out Seviper, so we sent in Muck, who got hit right away by Psychic, but hung on alright. Weezing and Muck ganged up on Claydol to finally take him out, and now we have to deal with Lunatone and Solrock. Lunatone started building Calm Mind, so he was my top priority. Sludge and Sludge Bomb took it to about a third of its health and poisoned it, as Lunatone just kept using Calm Mind and Solrock made it sunny. Lunatone healed a bit with a berry, but the Sludge and Sludge Bomb combo finished it off, so we have the numbers advantage. Psychic still hit Muck pretty hard, and our moves seem to be doing less damage to Solrock. He took out Muck, so we sent in Dustox to use Toxic, just in case. Weezing ended up losing half of its health to Psychic as we spammed Sludge and Poison Sting, waiting for poison damage to do its job. Right when I thought we had won, he pulled out another Hyper Potion to heal back up. Our attacks didn't do much damage, but at least the poison was getting stronger. They finished off Weezing, so we went down to our last two Pokemon. Toxic took him down to red health again, but he used yet another Hyper Potion. We were still doing terrible damage, but thanks to tons of turns of him being badly poisoned, he finally went down. This took 12 tries. There's a lot of luck around if they used Calm Mind or not. That and needing to not get crit, of course. I think that was even more brutal than the Rock Gym. You guys have no idea how happy I am to finally be done that Psychic Gym, but we're not in the clear yet. I genuinely have no idea how the next little bit of the game is gonna go. Okay, well, I assume Archie will be easy since he usually is, although I'm sure his Crobat will take ages to knock out. The Water Gym, though, I don't really know what to expect over there. I know Whiscash will resist us and have Earthquake, so that might be rough, but Weezing has Levitate, so I think it might be okay. Kingdra could be an issue with Double Team, but that's an issue in a lot of runs, so I'm expecting that. Wally right after is always easy, and I don't think it'll be difficult, but I honestly have no clue about the Elite Four. We could just lose to them thanks to being too weak. Plus, Phoebe is going to be an issue since poison moves do half damage to ghost types, so I could have to overlevel for that. Hard to say. Toxic could help carry us. Let's just go take on Archie and see how this goes. Okay, nothing much to recap on this one. They did manage to take down Seviper, but it took his whole team to do it. He didn't stand a chance. Let's go see how the Water Gym goes. First was Love Disc, who confused us but just went down in one Sludge Bomb, so no issue there. We switched to Weezing to get rid of our confusion against Whiscash. It's part ground type, so our Sludge didn't do much at all, as Whiscash just used Rain Dance and Water Pulse on us. I thought we were going to leave it with red health, but on the hit that would have left him with a sliver, he got poisoned. That's awesome. He went down faster from that. Out to Seviper to deal with Kingdra, and right away he started with Double Team. Our Sludge Bomb did a little more than half of his health and damage, so naturally he outsped us and used Rest to heal, then woke up and used more Double Team. I was getting worried, but then Sludge Bomb crit for a one-shot. That's awesome. Celio hit a weak Aurora Beam after being taken to red health, then healed up with some items, so we just two-shot it right after. Last was Crawdont, who couldn't handle Sludge Bomb thanks to getting poisoned. I love that the last thing he did while he fainted from the poison was taunt us. Last before the Elite Four is Wally. It started fine with Altaria going down in a couple hits of Sludge Bomb without doing much damage to us, but second was Gardevoir. It's faster than our fastest Pokemon, and probably could have one-shot us with Psychic, but she used Future Sight and our Sludge Bomb took her to a Sliver. I'm sure Wally could have used a full restore, but we ended up poisoning Gardevoir and it finished her off. That was really lucky. Hey, future MDB here. Apparently during the script writing, I completely forgot there was Delcatty because we took it out so fast that I didn't write it down. That's enough from editing MDB, back to original voiceover MDB. Next up is a problem though. It's Magneton. Not gonna lie, I completely forgot there was another Steel type in the game. We don't have Body Slam anymore. I ended up sending in Muck to spam Screech, and I actually had to look at my team to see if I had any non-poison attacking moves left, and yeah, I only have one. It's Rock Smash, a crazy weak move. Well, it's what I've got. I screeched until his defense was all the way down, then had Swalot spam Rock Smash. It worked great, getting us a 2-shot. Okay, crisis averted. I was sweating bullets when I saw the name Magneton show up. Last was Roselia, and it was a one-shot with Sludge Bomb. I can't believe we just almost had a hard Wally fight. It sounds like an oxymoron. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. To be honest, I'm really not sure what to expect just looking at our team right now. Sydney is probably easy, and I don't think Glacia will be too hard, but Phoebe resists our whole team, so I'm not feeling confident about that one. Plus, Drake is often an issue just because Salamence is so powerful. Then Wallace at the end with his Tentacruel that resists us, Melodic who has Shed Skin so Toxic won't stick, and Whiscash with Earthquake. This could be pretty hard. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. This went great with us totally stomping his team into submission. They hardly even landed a hit on us. What a great start. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. It started alright with us just trying to get Toxic to stick on the first Dusclops. See, they have pressure, so we have to use double the power points every time we fight them. They spam Protect to try and get us to stall out, so Toxic is the way to go. Once it went down, we had to deal with a Bayonet, and that was rough thanks to her having Psychic. We ended up losing our best attacker, Viper, because Psychic did so much damage. Against Muck though, she sometimes used Shadow Ball for some reason. We didn't really deal great damage, but we managed to take her down after losing a lot of our health. For the second Dusclops, I sent in Swalot to hit Toxic just to end up getting hit by Earthquake. I switched to Wheezing since he has Levitate, then spammed Sludge. It worked eventually, but we almost lost Wheezing. I kept him in to hit Sludge on the next Bayonet, and we got taken out quickly, but not before poisoning her. We were able to finish it with Muck, but only had 1 health left. Last was Sableye, so I sent in Swalot to hit Toxic right away. It worked, but she started using Double Team, and our attacks were hardly doing anything. I still thought I stood a chance until she used a full restore to get rid of Toxic. We were doomed after that. It's alright, we're outnumbered and slightly lower leveled than her anyway, so I expected this. I'm gonna have one serious grind session, then come back. Okay, next try, and our team are between levels 55 and 58. I'm gonna be honest, I'm surprised this went so poorly. I'd argue this fight went even worse than the previous few tries at a lower level. There's a lot of luck in this fight around when we can poison them and when they land in red health to then full restore. We can get burned, we can get crits, sometimes Bayonet uses Psychic and sometimes she doesn't. There's a lot of randomness in this fight. I was thinking that we wouldn't need to be level 60, but now I'm really thinking that we do. I'll be back. Okay, more tries at level 60. The first Dusclop goes different this time thanks to it just using Curse and us having to switch out to Viper to get rid of Curse. Thanks to her using a full restore, the whole fight basically just went back to stage 1, so I just went for Sludge Bombs. Unfortunately, Viper took some confusion damage and a couple of shadow punches, so it's already not a good start. Things turned around though when we crit the first Bayonet to one-shot it so we didn't have to get hit by Psychic. Out to Wheezing for the second Dusclops since I don't want to get hit by Earthquake. We ended up trading shots for ages as neither of us could do very much. It took forever, but eventually he Ice Beamed us, and we landed with 1 health just as our poison finished him off. That was literally as close as it could have been. As the second bayonet came out, Swalot got burned. That's not good. We landed toxic, but our sludge bombs were doing just about nothing. They knocked us out, but as Viper came out, the leftover poison damage was finally enough to get the feint. Last was Sableye, but we crit a sludge bomb right away for a one-shot. Finally, a win. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. First up is Celio, who made it hail as we landed a big hit. Our second hit took him out, so it looks like there's a damage range here. Glalie took big damage off Sludge Bomb and hardly did anything with Icy Wind, but we did lose some speed, so she was able to hit a stronger Ice Beam before going down. Out to Muck for the second Celio, and right away we crit for a great one-shot. The second Glalie just started the hail again, then used a full restore, so we had to take a few rounds of hail damage. Then, right after, they exploded and took us out. Alright, well, last is Walrein, and it did hit reasonably hard, but we landed toxic early. We never even got to land a single Sludge Bomb thanks to them critting us for a knockout, so we had to use Sludge Bomb and Viper instead. We got finished off in a one surf, and all we had left is Wheezing, but thanks to her berry and poison damage keeping her in the perfect range where she didn't use a full restore, we were able to use Sludge and finish the fight. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. Shelgon is first, and he's got a reputation for wasting our time with Protect, so I tried Poison Tail on turns where I thought he would use his Protect. We lost a little bit of speed to Rock Tomb, but still ended up taking him out just fine. Second was Flygon, and it's got Earthquake, so I used Wheezing to negate it. That forced him to use Flamethrower and Dragon Breath instead, both weaker, but could still mess us up with status afflictions. It took quite a few sludges before we poisoned him, but it didn't matter since he just used a full restore in the end anyway. Sludge wasn't doing much, but it's what we've got, so I just whittled away at him until we fainted, then switched out to Muck. We lost more than half of our health off Earthquake, but managed to take it out between Sludge Bomb and poison damage. I really don't like how that went. Out to Viper for Altaria, and we actually did great damage. His Dragon Dance got him to be fast enough to nail us with a strong double edge, but we got the knockout right after. Same thing happened with Kingdra. He used Dragon Dance to speed up the first turn, but then he used Smoke Screen on the second, causing us to miss, so he got another hit in to bring us to only 8 health as we took him down. Last was Salamence, so I sent in Swalot to eat up the attack loss from Intimidate on something that wasn't going to do too much damage anyway. The plan is just to hit Toxic and try to outlast him, but even after landing an amazing crit, he used a full restore. After that, he took us out, so we can't badly poison him anymore. I started throwing the rest of my team in, but he easily took them down. It's brutal how close that was. Let's get just a few more levels. I'm sure we'll need it for Wallace anyway. Next try at level 65. This one started strange, as halfway through the Shelgon fight, he switched to Flygon. Well, it ended up just giving us a free hit-in on him. Then we switched to Wheezing, where we took him out pretty easily this time. Shelgon came back out, so we finished him with a Sludge Bomb, then we easily took out Altaria in a few hits. For Kingdra, we used Sludge Bomb with Viper and did awesome damage. He just used Surf, so we finished it with Poison Tail. Last was Salamence, so I started with Swalot like last time. After trading hits for ages, Swalot went down and we had to send in Viper. We never managed to get Poison to stick on him for long, but we were able to still eventually just overpower him. Finally, the Pokemon champion Wallace. Wailord is first, so we just hit Sludge Bomb, dealing great damage. His double edge did about 50, as we landed another Sludge Bomb to take him down. Second is Water Onix, so I had Swalot use Toxic. We poisoned him, but he hit Earthquake for tons of damage. Amazingly though, our Sludge Bomb crit to take him to red health, then the poison damage finished him off. That was great! Whiscash is next, so I just hit Toxic right away as he Earthquaked us down. Out to Wheezing, and we just spammed Sludge to try and take him down. We almost did, but he landed in red health and ended up healing back up with a full restore. We poisoned him on the very next Sludge, so we were still dealing decent damage, although Surf was really hurting us. Thanks to a crit though, we hung on with 21 health. Next up is Tentacruel, and Viper's Sludge Bomb did less than half of his health and damage, as we took lots from Hydro Pump. I used Poison Tail to keep him from going into red to avoid a full restore, as he landed another Hydro Pump to take us to red health. Our next Sludge Bomb took him out. Ludicolo was a one-shot with Sludge Bomb, and last was Melodic. I sent in Muck and started with Sludge Bomb, but he was faster and hit Surf first. Sludge Bomb brought him to below half health, but a berry brought him back to above half. Thanks to that, he hung on from Sludge Bomb and full restored. We brought him back down to below health, took a surf that left us with only 11 health, then landed the finishing blow to win the fight. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run. Normally, I'd try the Steven Stone fight, but he's mostly got steel type, so we'd have to put aside the poison rule for, like, most of the battle. I think I've already spent plenty of time on this run. I've got to get to work on the next one. I really hope you guys like that run. The next challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with the return of non-Pokemon challenges when I do Elder Scrolls Oblivion as a Necromancer. I'm super pumped for it. Those Oblivion runs are always really, really fun to play. And don't worry, there's going to be more Pokemon challenges the week after that. Pokemon challenges aren't going away. If you've only watched the Pokemon challenges, though, and you've never watched any of my non-Pokemon challenges, I've done Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas and Skyrim and Oblivion. All of them are really fun, and I made sure that my first challenge in every one of those games, I kind of go over the whole plot and exactly what we're doing, so those of you who have never played those games can still have a fun time watching along with everybody else. I've had quite a few comments from people who said that they don't know anything about Elder Scrolls or Fallout, but they still enjoyed it, so that's my sign that I think I did a good job. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. I don't want to go super long on this one because, man, this episode was long enough already, right? Like, I'm looking at the time code of this voiceover and how long the script is and everything, and this is probably going to be my longest run since either the Brilliant Diamond one or the Christmas one. Which one was longer? Brilliant Diamond was like 55 minutes video. The Christmas one in Black 2, my only Black 2 run, by the way, if anyone wants to go watch that. That was, what, like an hour long or something? Something like that. And I think this is going to be roughly around there. Sorry it took an extra week to do. It was a lot of work to do this one, and I say was a lot of work. It was a lot of work when you're watching this. It still is a lot of work to me right now because I'm doing the voiceover, which means I need to, you know, edit the voiceover and then edit the entire video. All while doing an Oblivion run on the side, because there's never enough time in the day. Anyway, I saw that a bunch of you guys started finding my old Oblivion with only Illusion Magic run, which, honestly, one of my favorite videos I have ever made in my entire history making videos. Not just counting, like, Pokemon challenges, not just counting challenges in general, I'm counting, like, the 13 or something years that I've been on YouTube. Why not? I'll even count all the years I was editing in high school, editing video then. It's just one of my favorite videos I've ever made, Oblivion with only Illusion Magic. That was such a blast to make. Anyway, I saw that a lot more people are seeing that than ever before. It seems like it's getting pushed more in suggested videos and homepages by YouTube. I have no idea why they just decided to start promoting those videos now, my old non-Pokemon runs, considering most of them are like 2 years old or something by this point. I have no idea why I decided just now is the time to do that, but I'm unbelievably grateful that it is, because I like doing those runs, and it's really cool that some people want to watch those ones too. I think it's always really cool whenever people want to check out more of the variety of things on my channel, because it means that I get to spend more time doing other things as well. And although I really love doing the Pokemon challenges, I wouldn't do them if I wasn't having fun with them, because they are quite a bit of work. It's always nice having variety, and it's always nice being able to do other things and to share all of the other things I'm passionate about with you guys, because I'm passionate about more than just Pokemon and pro wrestling. I like other video games too, as you probably know if you've looked at the list of games I've covered on this channel. What with me playing literally hundreds of games on this channel, with literally thousands of Let's Play videos of many a game. What have I put up? 6,000 Let's Play videos? Almost 6,000 Let's Play videos? I know it's like over 7,000 videos on the channel total now. Something crazy like that. Anyway, I'm rambling way too much. I gotta get on editing this voiceover, and I gotta start that fun necromancer run in Oblivion, so I'm gonna go make some lunch, and then I'm gonna get right on that. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Beating Pokemon Fire Red with one Magikarp nearly drove me insane. Let's make today's challenge a fun one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Fire Red with only a single Wobbuffet? Stats-wise, Wobbuffet is strange and insanely lopsided, but for a reason. Slow, weak, low defense, but insane health. This is because Wobbuffet's gimmick-based moveset. He only has Counter, Mirror Coat, Safeguard, and Destiny Bond. He can't learn any more moves, and he can't learn any TMs or HMs. This means that outside of using Struggle, Wobbuffet can't actually attack without being attacked first. He can only fight by counterattacking. This means the most mundane of battles will still require knowledge about the enemy's moveset, as well as a lot of luck. Just like last time, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if you think that I can win or not. I bet that I can do it, but that is going to take a really long time. I'm honestly really pumped to see what battles are unexpectedly hard. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Wobbuffet. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. I also won't use glitches or exploits. I won't be able to use items in battle this time. Lastly, a big thank you to Feltzer for suggesting this challenge in the comments section. Let's do this. So first I ended the game with the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Mudkip with Wobbuffet, because Grovyle is cool, and so I want my rival to use one. I named my Wobbuffet Wobobafet, shoutouts to Gabriel Morton on Twitter for the suggestion, yes, that Gabriel Morton, and started on my journey. Right away, I find some wild Pokemon so I can start leveling up, and this is around the time where I think I need to go into detail on exactly why this challenge is a strange one. Do you see this Zigzagoon? It's the first Pokemon that I have to fight in the game, and he just misses and spams Gravel a lot. To attack, Wobbuffet either has to use Counter or Mirror Coat. Counter deals double the damage that I've just taken back to the opponent if it was a physical attack. Mirror Coat does the same thing, but with special attacks. This means that I can only do double the damage that they deal to me, regardless of my level advantage. So even if I were level 100, a level 5 Pidgey would still take multiple hits to kill. This also means that if I either guess their move wrong, or if they keep using debuffs like Leer, there's nothing I can do to stop them. Other than that, all I have is Safeguard to try and protect myself from different status afflictions. Destiny Bond is a complete dud move in this challenge, because it just means that killing me would kill my opponent, but because I can only use one Pokemon in battle anyway, fainting would just be a whiteout. After some painfully slow leveling, I go up north to have the first fight with my rival. Trico leers the hell out of me, but I already have so much more health than it that my counters completely wreck him. Next, I decide to catch 5 Zigzagoons. Although I can't use them in combat, I learned a great trick from my Magikarp challenge, and that's to have a bunch of Pokemon with the pickup ability on the team so that I can slowly get free rare candies over the course of the game. Unfortunately, they'll need to be at least level 21, so until I get experience share to level them up with, they'll just mostly pick up junk for me to sell. I thought the path to Rustboro City wouldn't be that eventful until I ran into a trainer with a C-Dot. C-Dot can only fight by using Bide and hoping I hit him, but I can't unless he hits me, so I have to wait until I run out of power points just to beat a C-Dot, and because he used Harden 6 times, that process takes forever. That was brutal. Then the same thing happens shortly after with a Magikarp. God damn it. Speaking of Magikarp, I had a great comment on my Magikarp challenge video just asking me why I even did this. I feel like that question is very appropriate right now. On my very next trainer battle, I have the fear of God put into me as I realize an all-new problem. I only have 20 power points for counter, so when I fight a weak trainer that spams Pokemon such as bug catchers who use 4 Wurmples, I can actually run out of counters between them using String Shot and them being so weak that it takes 4 tackles for my counter to kill them. The only reason I won that fight without having to spend an extra 5 minutes running out of power points for Struggle is because his last tackle crit me, dealing extra damage, thus powering up my counter. One battle later, and a trainer's Poochyena causes me to make a horrifying discovery. Sand Attack actually impacts the accuracy of counter, so even if I get hit, my counter can miss. That means that any trainer that sand attacks heavily early in a fight is one that I may have to use Struggle against. Also, I ran into a shiny Slack Off. It's a bit of a pain to catch because of it putting me to sleep, and also the fact that I can't attack it while it's loafing around. I mean, I can't use it anyway, but you guys would probably crucify me if I didn't at least try catching it. Believe it or not, this is the first shiny Pokemon I've run into in any of these challenges, not counting the red Gyarados from the Lake of Rage, of course. Many awful trainer fights where they refuse to attack me and would rather just growl later, and I'm at the Rock Gym. Roxanne was horrible, not because she was difficult, but because she wasted so much time missing and using Harden that I actually ran out of counters the first time and had to restart the fight, since I wouldn't survive long enough to get to Struggle. The second time I just flat out got beat. Nosepass has an Oran Berry and a potion. On the third try, I held an Oran Berry so I could at least last longer, just for Roxanne to use 2 potions. In the end, I survived with 1 health, finishing the fight by countering a Rock Tomb. That fight was a lot harder than I was expecting. On my way out of Rustboro, I did the optional fight with Mary, and it was pretty easy. Mirror Coat for Wingull and counter for Trico. It's nice that the rival doesn't just spam Sand Attack like Blue does. Up next is... Jesus. Alright, so this meta type just about never attacks, to the point where it wasted so much of my time that I had to start using Struggle to win. It's blowing my mind just how many Pokemon borderline refuse to attack me. This guy has Meditate to increase his attack, and not a single move that uses his attack stat. This is the real pain of the Wobbuffet challenge. Eventually, I beat that trainer, but I couldn't beat Brawly. His second Pokemon is a Meditite who spams Bulk Up until he's fully powered up, then Focus Punch. By the time that happens, there's just no way I'd survive the whole fight. So I'm gonna have to level up more first. I decided to give Steven his letter and go back to Devoncorp for the experience share to get that out of the way early. I'd love to use experience share to level up Wobbuffet, but I'm not allowed to use other Pokemon in battle, so I'll have to level the normal way. As I'm sure you can see, grinding with Wobbuffet is incredibly slow and painful. Eventually, I came up with a reasonably tolerable strategy though. First, I run out of power points for all of my moves, then I use Struggle to grind. Every time I get really hurt, I use the money that I get from selling the Zigzagoon's pickup items to buy potions. Believe it or not, this actually works really well and massively sped up grinding. Fun fact, you can actually watch a little bit of that grind session in a vlog I did, thanking you guys for watching. I'll have it in the card in the top right if you want to see that. I got to level 25 and went for Brawly again, this time using Struggle. Although my insane amount of health is nice, Wobbuffet's attack stat is still terrible, and struggling against enemies that buff their defense with Bulk Up and love using super potions really chips my health down. This is probably required though, since 20 counters just isn't enough to beat all 3 of his Pokemon, considering how often they're faking me out with things like Bulk Up. After the longest 6 minutes of my life, Brawly just hardly manages to beat me. I grinded a bit more before remembering that because I delivered the letter, I can just go straight to Slateport, so I skip ahead to there. Easily clear out the beach with Struggle and unlock the ability to buy Pop from the beach house. These are much cheaper to buy than super potions, so they'll be incredibly helpful for healing me between fights while grinding with Struggle. I gave Brawly another try at level 31 and got super lucky, taking out Meditite before he could use Reflect, and crit Makuhita for most of its health. Shame about his berry, or my follow-up would have taken him out without him using any potions. I nearly lost thanks to all the bulk ups making his defense too high, but luckily, critical hits bypass stat changes and managed to win me the fighting badge. Next up is... God damn it. Okay, so I've put this off for a while, but I have to explain how I deal with double battles. Because I'm not allowed to use anyone but Wobbuffet in battle, every time I see a double battle coming, I need to run all the way to the Poke Center, deposit my Zigzagoons, and run back. This forces the game into a single battle instead. Then after, I run back and get them so that they can keep picking up items for me. It's a pain. Next up is May again, and I borderline sweep her with Struggle. It really does feel like Struggle's pretty much the only way to progress in your average battle right now, until at the very least I can get more power point ups for Counter and Mirror Coat. I take out the trainers around Moville, and I get the Macho Brace from the family to the north. It's a held item that lowers your speed but doubles your effort values. Now, I'm lame and hardly know how effort values work, but I assume it's a good thing, so I use it. I swept my way through the electric gym trainers without too much issue, and it's on to Watson. First attempt, I get paralyzed in one move, and then Voltorb crits me with self-destruct. Yeah, I didn't win that attempt. I restarted to save my wallet and tried a few more times, but Magneton is just an absolute brick wall. So I decided to hit up the Poke Center and get my power points back to see if I have more luck with Mirror Coat, and honestly fare about the same. I ended each individual fight with about the same health I did when I used Struggle, although there's a whole lot of luck involved due to always ending up paralyzed early in the battle. Oh, by the way, this gets asked a lot in the other challenges, so I thought I should clarify. You know how I always show the in-game timer during the Hall of Fame at the end of the challenge, right? The real time I spent is way longer than that. See, because I restart the game every time that I lose a big battle to a gym leader or a rival to save my money, the downside is that I don't get the experience for beating the Pokemon in the failed attempts. And also, the timer is reset to whatever the time was in the game when I first made that in-game save. So far as the game is concerned, when I do things like fail to Morty 100 times, the game thinks that I won first try because I kept resetting the entire fight until I won. Anyway, a few tries later and I get to Main Critic. I don't know how to pronounce this. But by then it just keeps wasting my Mirror Coats by using Howl, and I run out. I probably would have beaten him if not for that and his berry. It sucks, but I'm gonna have to spend another hour or so leveling. I hit level 43 and go after Watson again. This time Voltorb instantly self-destructs, hardly hitting me. But Electrike paralyzes me right away, removing the advantage I had from the quick Voltorb fight. I struggle through the Magneton and just keep losing moves to paralysis. Considering my own struggles do very little damage to Magneton, I really can't afford to be paralyzed. Eventually I lose after Magneton gets super potioned twice. I come back after restoring my power points at the Poke Center and decide to try and Mirror Coat my way through again. Voltorb still opens with self-destruct. It must have something to do with my level or something, because he didn't used to do that. Electrike does what he does best, waste my power points with Howl and Leer 6 times in a row, making it literally impossible to have enough Mirror Coats to win the fight. So I restarted. Do you see why I hate trying battles through counterattacking? If they have even a single stat-changing move, they're just gonna spam that while I run out of counters and Mirror Coats, not knowing when they'll actually decide to attack. I have to grind even more. You know, I've been thinking a lot about exactly why I do these challenges. At the time that I started this challenge, my previous 3 videos had only about 1,000 views each, so it's not like many people wanted to watch them. But I just had so much fun reading the comments after. You guys are hilarious. It really makes me feel like you guys are kind of making the videos along with me, because I get to incorporate stuff that you guys suggest into the videos. At the time that I'm reading this sentence, I just checked, my previous few challenges just started to really pick up traction, and they're at 50 to 100,000 views now. And yes, I get it, I'll plug the Twitter less, sorry about that. Anyway, I gotta get back to the challenge. You just keep leaving me funny comments for me to tweet out later. Anyway, I leveled up to level 47 and still couldn't win, so I power leveled again to 50. With some great paralysis and crit luck, I finally managed to win. You might notice that despite being over double the level of everything I'm fighting, Wobbuffet does almost no damage. Well, since Wobbuffet is a counter Pokemon, his attack stat is just terrible. At level 50, he only has 49 attack, far lower than most Pokemon would have by that point. That means that in spite of my insanely high health, I'll still need to be a very high level to struggle my way through most fights with trainers that have more than 2 Pokemon. I thought that I'd have smooth sailing for a while, but the next boss is Maxie, the leader of Team Magma, and I couldn't even beat his first Pokemon, Mightyena. Its abilities intimidate, so my already awful attack goes down by a stage. He uses Bite, that's super effective against me, and it makes me flinch. And he has Sand Attack to lower my accuracy. At this rate, it really looks like I won't be able to beat the game without maxing out my level at some point. That's when I get a good idea for the long run. This is the Pokemon Emerald Pickup Ability Chart. My Zigzagoons will be able to start picking up rare candies 4% of the time once they've reached level 21. The sooner I get them to that, the better, but I can't use them in combat. So one by one, I start giving them experience share while grinding Wobbuffet to level them up. Over the course of the game, every rare candy that I get will shave at least an hour off grinding by the end of the game, so it's best to do it now. I get Wobbuffet up to level 58 and give him a King's Rock that one of my Zigzagoons picked up. It allows me to occasionally cause flinching. This time I'm faster than Mightyena, so at least he can't make me flinch with Bite. Simply being faster and having the ability to make his Pokemon flinch made this fight much easier, and I managed to struggle my way through with half my health left. I arrive at Lava Ridge City and, oh? What's this? Why, this old lady just gave us an egg. I wonder what could possibly be contained within this egg. I haven't the faintest clue. Viewers, why don't you comment down below with your guesses as to what could possibly be hiding within this mystery egg? Well, we'll have to wait and see who's right. Next up is the Fire Gym with Flannery. It starts off with a Numel and a Slugma who go down with a few hits. Camerupt is a bit tankier, but still not that scary with moves like Tackle. If anything, I'm happy that Flannery is using up her Hyper Potions on him, because their last Pokemon is a pretty scary Torkoal. Not only is Torkoal a very tanky Pokemon who hits hard, twice with Overheat, during a sunny day, but it can Body Slam, giving me a chance to get paralyzed. Lo and behold, I get paralyzed on her second slam. With a bit of luck, and Flannery using up her Hyper Potions on the wrong Pokemon, I managed to just hardly squeak by with a victory. Next is onto our dad's normal type gym, and I think we finally are going to have an opportunity to use actual moves again. Norman's Pokemon are super tanky, so I want to see if giving Counter a go would be the best move. I spent all of my power point ups on Counter so that I won't run out and try for the fight. First up is Spinda, and of course, Spinda, turn after turn, just wastes my time with Teeter Dance to confuse me, and almost never attacks. Eventually he starts using Facade, and I counter a few times, but genuinely I'd probably be better off using Struggle. Eventually Spinda goes down after taking 150 of my health and 10 of my counters. Next is Vigoroth, and he keeps faking me out between Facade, Slash, and Feint Attack. Slash and Facade are physical attacks, Feint Attack is special in Gen 3. Eventually I beat him, but my health is very low. Next is Slacking. He yawns so that I'll sleep next turn. I forgot that I should have Safeguarded. He doesn't attack once while I'm asleep, so I woke up and used Safeguard. Then we both tried Counter at the same time. 3 times. This fight sucks. Then it happened a 4th time in a row, and I literally turned the game off and on, went to go fish up a Magikarp to waste my power points on, because I'm clearly gonna have to use Struggle for this stupid fight. 2 struggles and Spinda is down, saving me about 130 health over the last fight. Vigoroth goes down fast without too much damage due to a flinch. We're now in much better shape for Slacking. Unfortunately, we do very little damage, and he uses Counter whenever he can. Thankfully, I should have more health than him, but then again, he has potions and we don't. We trade counters and struggles for a while, but his critical Facade and Hyper Potion left me in an unwinnable state. Unless I want to fight Norman for hours and hope for perfect crits and flinches, I'm gonna have to grind even more. A couple hours later, and I'm grinding on Jagged Pass when the egg starts to hatch. Last chance to make your guess as to what the Pokemon is, everybody. Are you ready? It's Youngster Joey, who calls us to tell us to follow me on Twitter, where I tweet out screenshots of 2 people commenting during the same minute. One saying how much they love the Youngster Joey gag, and the other one saying that they hate it. Thank you so much, Mika the Light Paladin, in the comments section on the last video for this amazing gag suggestion. This is why I always ask you guys to comment, because you come up with gold like this that makes it onto the show. Anyway, a day later and I'm at level 69. Nice. I took another shot at Norman, but even with all of that extra health and some decent flinch luck, I still can't beat his 3rd Pokemon. This challenge is 1,000 times harder than I thought that it would be. I failed a few more times, and that's when I got fed up and decided that, you know what, I'm gonna have to be level 100 at some point. I may as well just do it now. I grinded hard on Jagged Pass, since the experience there is passable, and I can one-shot everything. Checking my Zigzagoon's items every few fights, just hoping for rare candy. In the end, I hit level 76 and used 24 rare candies to max out. Here's what my stats were at level 100. The health is incredible, but the attack power is dire. I genuinely don't think Wobbuffet is strong enough to beat this game. I also put experience share on a Zigzagoon. This is to future-proof me a little bit. I'll explain why a little bit later if the problem that I'm anticipating arises. I managed to sweep my way through Norman's team, but even at level 100, it cost me half my health. I also completely swept May. It felt good to finally win a trainer battle without taking an eternity. Next is Winona, and she nearly killed me. I have 70 levels on some of these Pokemon, and I still nearly died. This Skarmory's defense, sand attack, hyper potions, and my own terrible luck all put together, and I genuinely thought I might lose this fight. Good lord. The next fight with May is a total sweep, as was Maxie in the Magma base, so we're straight on to... Oh, I actually didn't know that the Psychic Gym Leaders wouldn't fight you if you have only one Pokemon. Okay. I go and catch a Magikarp, name it Catcha for old time's sake, and just use Splash so that it affects the battle as little as possible. I thought the battle wouldn't be too hard, but as it dragged on minute by minute, I had a sinking feeling in my chest. I don't stand a chance. I can't even come close. It's 2-on-1, struggle can't be aimed, so I can't focus on an individual target. There are 4 Pokemon and a buttload of Hyper Potions. The luck required to win this fight would be insane. But I had an idea. Remember when I said I put EXP share on a Zigzagoon? Well, now it's level 44. Look at this pickup chart again. Give it a moment. Do you see what I see? From level 81 onward, a Pokemon with pickup has a 1% chance of picking up leftovers. Leftovers heal you for 1/16 of your max health every turn when holding them. Well, 1/16 of Wobbuffet's insane 562 health is 35. That's actually a lot of free health every turn, and it's a held item, not a battle item. This means that I need to level up my Zigzagoon entirely with an experience share so he gets half the experience of kills, and any rare candy that I'm lucky enough to find 37 times, and then fight wild Pokemon over and over until my Zigzagoon picks up an item, and then every time he does, it has a 1 in 100 chance of being leftovers. But that would be insane. I know you guys would be bummed out, but very understanding if I had to use some damn potions against the rest of the gym leaders. I know you guys would be fine with that. But I'm not fine with that. I did it. I leveled up that damn Zigzagoon in the ocean 37 times, and then I grinded until he picked up leftovers. This took about 2 days of me grinding away at the game every spare moment I had. Even while editing other videos for the channel, I was grinding in Pokemon Emerald on a different monitor. This is for you guys. This is for all of you that gave my channel the biggest growth it has had in 8 long years. For all of your kind comments, and for sticking with me and being so patient with how long it took me to make this video. For all of you who checked out my Let's Plays, who came to the Twitch streams to say hi, who tweeted at me to say that you love the show, who came into my Discord to join the community, and who made me feel like the last 8 years were worth it. Thank you. After an incredibly slow 15-minute fight, I managed to struggle my way through the Psychic Gym Leaders. Them putting me to sleep and later burning me really didn't help. Considering how insanely long that battle was, there was absolutely no way with any luck in the world that I would have been able to win that fight without leftovers. Next is the 8th and final gym leader, the Water Gym Leader Juan. I remember this guy being a pain, so I'm not looking forward to this fight. Lo and behold, it was just as brutally long and boring as I expected. It started as an easy but slow sweep, but by the time I got to Kingdra, it all went downhill. Juan's Kingdra likes to use double teams so that I miss a lot, then rest every time that I've done too much damage to him. Considering how little damage I do and how rarely I hit due to double team, this makes the fight far, far longer than it should be, considering I heal more than Kingdra can hurt me. Eventually, I win simply because Kingdra runs out of rests. The battle was just a brutally slow 21 minutes of me occasionally hitting the A button. I make my way to Victory Road, but I have to deal with Wally first. It's a regular slow sweep, as you'd expect. See, this is the issue with using a Pokemon with moves so bad that it's better to just use Struggle and no items. There's no real strategy, and not much to recap. There's no decision I can make, I just struggle until either I die or they die. I guess as much like the Magikarp video, the appeal of this one is just seeing what I had to go through to make this video for you. Anyway, Wally didn't cause me any serious issues, so I move on to the Elite Four. I deposit my amazingly named HM Pokemon since I won't be needing them anymore. Then I start with Sydney, the Dark Trainer. I was worried right off the bat since I'm Psychic, his Intimidate cuts my attack instantly, and Mightyena opens with Sand Attack. Twice. But I can't exactly do anything about that now, can I? I just have to keep struggling and hoping for the best. Thankfully, Crunch doesn't do too much damage, although it's still more than I heal with leftovers, as he sand attacks me a third time. Another struggle leaves him with a sliver of health, and of course, Sydney heals him. I really just want Mighty Anna gone before he has time to sand attack me more. And of course, a while later, he hits me with a 4th sand attack. My accuracy is just awful by this point. Eventually, I beat Mighty Anna, but by then I've been sand attacked 6 times, the maximum amount. Plus, I was just hardly above half health from Crunch chipping me away. Next is Shiftry, and he's using Double Team. Oh dear God. He's raising dodge chance, and my accuracy is down. I got an insanely lucky critical hit doing massive damage, but my follow-up attack only brought him to low enough health to be healed, not knocked out. Luckily for me, Sydney didn't heal him, and I finished him off. Hey, did you notice I'm not actually missing that much? I genuinely have no idea why. You've been watching one long unbroken clip for a while that I just speed up and slow down in editing for a reason. I wanted to prove that this was all in one take, and that I never reset my accuracy in any way. Does anyone know why I'm hitting this much despite 6 sand attacks and some double teams? Like, I'm still missing a lot, but I should be missing more than this, surely. Let me know in the comments if you have any ideas. Anyway, Cacturn Leech Seeds me, and this is a massive problem I didn't see coming. I hardly ever hit, and he's healing off me every turn. In fact, because my health is so high and Leech Seed does damage based off max health, Cacturn fully heals every single turn. In spite of me being level 100 and having leftovers, Cacturn actually beats me. I'm not willing to give up yet, though, so I just keep trying over and over, hoping to get to him with better accuracy and have some critical hit luck. Eventually, after tons of attempts, I had this amazing run where my attack power got raised twice by Shiftry using Swagger, and I didn't get hit with a single sand attack. Cacturn went down with 1 hit. If my confusion had made me hit myself there, I probably would have stopped playing for the day. It was that stressful. Crawdaunt wasn't too bad outside of me hitting myself in confusion for a few turns. Once I finally hit him, he nearly fainted. A few more attacks and he was down. Absol was out next, and he went down in 2 struggles. I don't know why Sydney loves using Sword Dance so much. He should probably be going for status afflictions. I'm awful at dealing with those. Actually, that's worth pointing out. In Gen 1 and 2, I'd get poisoned, paralyzed, or put to sleep all the time, but in Gen 3 it seems like they never really go for that in big battles. Strange. Anyway, next is Ghost Trainer Phoebe, starting with Dusclops using Protect. Twice. I always hated that move. When I do hit it with a struggle, it doesn't do much, and he confuses me with a Confusion Ray. This'll be a slow one. Right off the bat, I get worried when Dusclops uses Shadow Punch, and it does more damage than I can heal with the leftovers, so it is possible that he can whittle me down. Thankfully, that doesn't happen, and I take him out without too many issues. Next is Bayonet, and I'm pretty healthy going into this battle. 1 crit nearly takes out Bayonet as she Shadow Balls me for a lot more damage than most do. Another struggle, and I get an unnecessary crit, finishing her off. Another Bayonet is out, and uses Shadow Ball, critting for massive damage and lowering my special defense. That's actually really worrying. Lowering my special defense could get me killed. I go down to half health, but manage to win with a few more struggles. Next is Dusclops, and I realize just how few ghost Pokemon the game must have. Dusclops has his own Shadow Ball that he likes to spam, seriously worrying me. Any of these could lower my special defense even more, and my health is already getting pretty bad. It's actually pretty likely that I can lose the fight based on that. Dusclops lasts a long time between his Citrus Berry and him being pretty tanky, but eventually I take him down. My special defense did get lowered 2 more times though, so it's looking bad. Last is Sableye, and my health isn't great. Sableye starts using Double Team, putting the Fear of God into me, then uses a 50 damage Nightshade. I start thinking I'm gonna lose the fight when boom, I just take her out. I can't believe I managed to beat Phoebe first try. Next is Ice Trainer Glacia, starting with Cielo. I always hated dealing with these things. Tanky, and it uses ice moves. Not a fun combo. It makes it hail and starts using Body Slam, instantly making me worried about getting paralyzed this fight. An eternity later, and I beat Cielo without getting paralyzed. I was lucky. Next is Glalie. I never remember this thing exists. It doesn't even look that much like a Pokemon to me. It's like a generic Japanese RPG, random encounter bad guy, you know? It has Crunch, so that's a pretty rough move for a psychic type like a Wobbuffet to deal with. I had to say, too, these Pokemon using Hail is a real problem. It undoes my leftovers since it deals about the same damage as I heal.
I managed to take out Glalie without too many issues, although my health isn't amazing. Next is another Glalie. This one uses Shadow Ball and lowers my special defense. Once again, something to be very much worried about. Thankfully, it ends up using Explosion. It hurts like hell, but honestly, I'd probably end up with less health if it didn't explode. Next is another CeeLo, and my health is just awful. Weirdly enough, CeeLo missed me with a blizzard during a hailstorm. Maybe I'm just misremembering, I probably am, but I could have sworn that hail made Blizzard 100% accurate. Anyway, Blizzard was my death sentence because the second one not only did it nearly kill me, but it froze me solid. Another Blizzard and some hail damage took me out. This is gonna take a lot of attempts. Eventually, after many attempts, I got insane dodge and crit luck, managing to beat the second CeeLo with 311 health left due to lucky critical hits, leaving me with a wall rain to deal with. This thing is an absolute tank, hitting hard with ice beams and surfs. I swear, after how many attempts I've made at Glacia, every ice beam I tense up, worried about freezing. Ice Beam and Surf are both 90 power and 100% accurate, so I can't even hope for them to miss. I just need good crit luck. In the first stroke of true luck I've had all run, I managed to just barely survive, winning with 54 health on my first attempt where I actually got to this wall rain. Finally, the Pokemon gods threw me a bone. After that massive pain, I saved and took on Drake, the Dragon Trainer. First out is Shelgon, who likes to spam Protect and Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb lowers my speed, but it doesn't actually hurt much, so I can out-heal him. My speed gets lowered quite a bit, but I win without too many issues. Next is Flygon. I instantly get worried as he has Crunch, and it does more damage than I can heal. Thankfully, I crit him for half his health in damage early. He's faster than me though, thanks to all the Rock Tombs. He doesn't end up being that bad, and I struggle him down without taking too much damage. After that, Salamence and his Intimidate lowers my attack power right out of the gate as he chomps us for a ton of damage. Even my critical struggle doesn't do much. This might be a problem. Not only that, but he lowers our special defense with Dragon Claw. He easily makes us faint. I want to take this opportunity to show you what it looks like when I have to grind out these big battles. It's just me mashing the A button until I eventually die, then resetting the game and trying again. There's no strategy since I have no choice, it's just struggle over and over, then hope I win. With some fights, I'm sitting here doing this for a couple hours. This is why I don't recommend this challenge for those of you watching along at home. It's not fun. Eventually, through sheer insane luck, we beat Salamence and get to Altaria, who we easily take out, but with very little health left. I almost wish that I could elongate the fight, because I sometimes out-heal Altaria and I would kill for more health. Last is Kingdra, who instantly smokescreens us, lowering our accuracy, and hits us with a shockingly damaging Surf. Not only that, but he uses Dragon Dance to raise his attack. This is a fight that will likely come down to the simple fact that if I get crit once, I'll lose. The longer the fight takes due to smokescreen, the greater chance that he'll eventually crit me, and I won't be able to out-heal him. Thankfully, I eventually managed to beat Kingdra, once again with almost no health left. Last is the Pokemon Challenge Wallace, and I just want to show you this footage. This is a bunch of attempts that I made at him, and unfortunately, this battle is impossible to win with these rules. Do you see why? His second Pokemon is Tentacruel, and it always uses Toxic, a form of poison that gets stronger every turn. He uses it every time, and it's simply impossible to win fast enough with Toxic to not kill us. This means that, depressingly, after all these attempts, it's impossible to beat the game with this set of rules. If I were allowed to use items, it would be a walk in the park, but like this, I could critically hit every single attack, and I still wouldn't even come close to winning. Man, it really sucks to fail on the last trainer before the credits of the game. Wobbuffet is just too weak. The video's not over though, because I know you'd all be curious if I didn't show you, but I'm sure we're all wondering if Wobbuffet could beat the after-game battle with Steven. Well, that means I'll have to use items to beat Wallace to get there, so let's do that. First, I tried using an antidote every time I got poisoned, but Ludicolo leech-seeded us, and that just instantly is a death sentence, as they heal more off of it than I can deal damage. Second try, and I just use 6 X attacks, and win easily! Yay! I'm kind of in the Hall of Fame, sort of. I half did it. Alright, enough wasting time. Credits roll and I make my way to Meteor Falls to find the secret final battle with Steven. He sends out Skarmory, and yeah, he uses Toxic every single attempt. It starts well, but Toxic happens every single time, so of course I don't stand a chance. Second try, and I'm allowing the use of items just to see what happens. 6 X attacks and antidotes for every Toxic. Even with 6 X attacks, his team is still just way too difficult. Next, I try with 6 X attacks, 6 X defends, and a dire hit. After that, I sweep through him like he was nothing, as you'd probably expect. I wish it was more cinematic, but, you know, it's just me using Struggle over and over like the rest of the challenge. That said though, I think it was absolutely incredible that I even made it to the Elite Four, let alone made it all the way to the Pokemon Champion. It's crazy to think that there were only 2 trainers between me and beating the whole game without items. This was actually harder than the Magikarp challenge and required even more grinding. Yes, that sounds as crazy to me as it probably does to you, but I grinded even more in this challenge. Did you notice that this one took so much longer than they usually do to come out? That was with me rushing like crazy. In fact, I'm probably gonna rush editing like this like crazy. In this, struggle is always horrible, and I'm not allowed to use battle items. If I had items in battle, this would have been a cakewalk, but I somehow managed to make it all the way to the Pokemon Challenge without battle items. I'm actually pretty proud of that. For my next challenge, we're going on to Generation 4 with Pokemon Platinum. It's a game I've only beaten once. In fact, there's a Let's Play of it in the top right corner in a card. Let's go with a very weak but somewhat manageable Pokemon since I'm pretty bad at Gen 4. Plus, my god, could my hands ever use a break after those last 2 challenges. I need something that actually has some moves to work with other than Struggle. My next challenge is going to be Pokemon Platinum with a team of 1 Pikachu, the Pokemon franchise's mascot. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I absolutely need more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. I'm having a lot of fun making these, mostly. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you want to see more Pokemon stuff that I've done, I did a challenge where I beat Gen 1 with only a single Rattata, another where I beat Gen 2 with a single Sunkern and no items, and Fire Red with 1 Magikarp. Also come to my Twitch streams and tell me that this video sent you. I'm interested to see how many people actually do it. Thank you so much everybody for watching, and until next time, have a nice day.
Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only 1 Pikachu was much more brutal than I was ready for. Let's follow that up with a creative one. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald without learning any new moves? When I say no new moves, what I mean is that we can't use any moves in battle except for the starting ones of whatever Pokemon we're using. So if Torchic only has Scratch and Growl, it's all we can ever use, even if we brought it all the way to level 100. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm pretty sure that I can win, but I'm really gonna have to study up on what we can catch and where. Let's explain the rules. I'm not allowed to use any moves that my Pokemon didn't have when I caught it. If it has empty move slots, then I can't stop it from learning those moves as it levels, but we won't be using any of those new moves in combat. I can learn HMs outside of combat, but I can't use them in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. No universal randomizer necessary this run, so let's get right into it. For my starter, I picked Torchic. It doesn't matter too much what starter we pick, since it likely won't be kept for long, seeing as none of them really start with good moves. Nothing eventful happens right away at the start, so let's skip ahead to when we finally get access to Pokeballs. So the first gym of the game is the Rock Gym, so the first thing I want to do is see if I can get my hands on any water or grass moves. First, I catch Wingull since it starts with Water Gun and Growl. Then I go ahead and catch a Tailo so that I have a flying move, even if I don't really need it yet. He's got Peck, Growl, and Focus Energy. Oh, by the way, there might not be many nicknames this run, partly because I don't know who I'm keeping, and partly because I'm terrible at coming up with nicknames. That's when we run into an interesting problem. The Geodudes in the Rock Gym are all one-shots, but Roxanne's Nosepass is only Rock type, so it doesn't take all that much damage from Water Gun, and she has 2 potions and an Oran Berry to last a long time. Not only that, but we have all Flying types, and Nosepass can wreck us with Rock Tomb. The only other Pokemon I can think of would be a Shroomish for Absorb, but that would just be too weak, so I guess we have to grind a little. For grinding here, I fight the trainers in the north mostly. Honestly, I don't think this is going to be too hard. We just need to run lucky enough that we can get a few more growls in and maybe crit a water gun if we're really lucky. Wingull isn't a long-term keeper, so it sucks to grind him, but hey, gotta do what you gotta do. A couple levels later, and I start my strategy of using Torchic and Talo to growl to let Wingull last a little longer at the end, just to end up critting for an easy win. Well, I guess I shouldn't complain. Now, I thought I was actually going to have an easy time in the fighting gym thanks to having Peck on Talo, but we actually lost pretty badly. We hardly got past Machop, and Makahita finished us off easily. Maybe if I go do the cave first for a couple levels. While we're in there, we catch our own Makahita. His moves are Tackle, Focus Energy, Sand Attack, and Arm Thrust. Mostly not great, but it gets us our first fighting move. After finishing and clearing the last of the trainers we can reach, I took another shot at the fighting gym. It took a few very tense attempts, but thanks to a little bit of luck with lucky move choices, we managed to peck our way through the fight. Next is the rival fight under Cycling Road, and thankfully now that Talo has evolved into Swellow, we had a pretty easy time. Sure, we're still just using Peck, but May also isn't that good of a trainer, so we won. Not looking forward to the electric gym, though. By the time we get there, I've grinded up our Makahita to the point that he's a Hirayama, and believe it or not, on our very first attempt, we got lucky enough with arm thrusts to actually beat the electric gym. That really surprised me. I thought that it would be way more brutal. Well, it's time to go catch some more Pokemon then. Now that we can use Rock Smash outside of battle, I smashed rocks over and over until we found a Geodude that was at least level 16. That way she'd start with Magnitude. Here's her moves: Magnitude, Rock Throw, Mud Sport, and Defense Curl. Now most of that is pretty garbage, but Magnitude could win us the Fire Gym. It's hard to say for sure. It's a pretty unreliable move, and Flannery uses ground moves as well, so Geodude could just get one shot. I'll make sure to evolve it by then, since it's only 5 levels away. By the time we got to Maxie, we had already evolved Geodude, and Hariyama has gotten pretty strong, so no real issues. Speaking of, we also had no real issues with the Fire Gym. I was skeptical that Water Gun would get me so far into the fight, but it got us all the way to Torkoal. We ended up going to war after that, when it tore through most of my team, until it had crippled its own special attack and couldn't handle Hirayama. With that done, we get the Go Goggles, and then go get to the desert, so I went ahead and caught Baltoy. It's got Mud Slap, Psybeam, Rock Tomb, and Self-Destruct. I don't even know if we're going to use this for sure, but the type coverage is decent. On my way through the desert, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. And no, before you ask, we're not actually going to use this. Its starting moves just aren't any good. After that is the normal gym, but Hirayama took care of the whole thing on his own easily, especially since we had Sand Attack and Focus Energy against Slacking, so we don't have to fall for counter. Now that we have access to the Good Rod, I fish until I get a Carvana that's at least level 22 so that we have Crunch. I don't know if this will be a keeper or not, but we need a strong Dark move for the Psychic Gym later in the run. It sucks that its special attack is not that great though. Crunch is still a special move in Gen 3. Normally, I don't bother talking about the Weather Institute since there's not much going on here, but we are given a cast form. Unfortunately, it doesn't know Weather Ball yet, so I'm not really that interested. Just thought I'd bring it up because we do get a Mystic Water off of this, and we'll need it later. Right outside is the last required rival fight, and it was about as easy as it always is. We don't really have perfect moves for this, but our random team of misfits still handled it just fine. Next up is the Flying Gym. I tried this one a few times, but our weird level mismatched team just can't pull out the win on this one. The best thing we have to attack with is Rock Throw, and they've got Water and Grass moves, so I should probably just go catch an Electric type. Over at New Moville, I found a level 26 Magnemite. It's important that it's level 26 because that's when it learns Spark, so that gives us one solid Electric move. Looks like we have Spark, Sonic Boom, Thunder Wave, and Supersonic. Honestly, one of the most useful movesets on the whole team. I'll have to grind it up a little bit, then bring it to the gym. After way more grinding than I was expecting, I managed to get Magnemite, who's now a Magneton, to pretty much win the fight for us with Thunder Wave. We did still have to switch tons to deal with each individual Pokemon, but really the core of the strategy is just to paralyze them with Magneton, let the proper Pokemon handle the fight, and save Magneton till the very end when he can just spark down Pelipper. We pretty much have to do it this way since her Altaria has Earthquake, so we can't just use Magneton for the full battle. With that done, we have lots of traveling to do, so I take my chance at the Magma base to catch a level 30 Torkoal. It has to be level 30 because that way it starts with Flamethrower. It's also got Body Slam, Protect, and Fire Spin. It's not a great addition to the team, and Fire type isn't super strong in Gen 3, but it's our first fire move, so maybe we'll use it. The second Maxi fight was a little closer, but still a pretty simple first try. I find we rarely have really good counters for what we're fighting by this point in the run, but we usually have a couple Pokemon that can handle most situations decently enough to get through major fights. After that, we go back to catch a Tropius since we need a grass move for later. It's important that our Tropius is under level 27, that way we will have Growth instead of Whirlwind. Growth and Razor Leaf might save us in this run. The next gym is the Psychic Gym, and we gave it a try, but they absolutely demolished us. They've got even better moves and many more levels. It's time to go grind up Caravana until he can compete a bit. Even after getting him all the way to level 37 and evolving it though, we're still having a pretty brutal time. I've tried this fight 5 more times with mildly different strategies, but we just don't hit very hard, and Magneton tends to go down early from Earthquake. There really aren't any better dark types I can get my hands on that have decent moves, so I guess I need to grind more. During the grind, I make sure to pick up a few new additions to the team since we have a chance now. First, we catch a Spheal so that we have a few new ice moves on the team. This will probably be required to beat the Dragon Elite 4 member. Then I fished with a Super Rod to get a level 43 Wailmer, and since it's over level 41, we have the super powerful move Water Spout. I could see this guy being our new strongest member of our team. After leveling it up once to evolve it, here's its stats. This could beat the gym for us. Rest and Water Spout is pretty cool. It still ends up taking a few tries, and we had to grind Sharpedo more, but we did end up getting a pretty clean win after putting on the Mystic Water on Wailord for just a little more damage. I'm sure if our levels weren't so bad, it would go better, but we just don't have great grinding locations. Archie was super easy as usual, especially since this time we did have electric types on the team, so it's straight onto the water gym. It really wasn't that bad though. This was a first try, and although we had a very close call with Kingdra, we pulled out a solid win. Wally was pretty easy like usual, other than an incredibly long and dumb battle with Roselia, as I made a series of blunders before realizing that Magneton probably is my best choice. It was still an easy first try. Well, in Victory Road, I made sure to catch a Golbat with Air Cutter, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, and Bite. Right away, I threw a Soothe Bell on it. I'm not sure I'll get this thing to evolve before we finish the run, but I'm gonna throw some vitamins on it and give it a try. This thing evolves by friendship, so we'll see if we can get it there. We also have to train that Spheal up from earlier a ton now, because there's no way we're getting past the Dragon Trainer Drake without it. This grind is pretty slow and awful, but I have a good feeling we can put together a team that counters this Elite Four pretty well. Once I got the team to the levels that I'm mostly happy with, I rode around a bunch to get a bit more friendship on Golbat, constantly checking in at the place in Verdanturf where you can check your friendship to see if he could evolve, then we just topped off his level for a Crobat. So here's our team's moves before the Elite Four. It took forever to level them up, but I'm feeling pretty confident going into the Elite Four. I've at least vaguely got an answer for each major typing, so let's hope that's enough. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. Although we had an answer for everything and it was reasonably simple on the first try, I was switching Pokemon constantly just to handle him. His moveset is so weird and full of effects. It wasn't that bad though. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. This is what Sharpedo was pretty much trained for, and although he didn't last till the very end of the fight, we still had almost our whole team left when we finished her off, so it was another easy first try. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. This one was mostly just spamming Spark and Arm Thrusts until her team went down. They could hit decently hard, but they just didn't have any type coverage. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. Naturally, we just beat most of his team with Ice Ball, since that's basically Ice-type rollout, and it completely demolished him. Finally, the Pokemon Champion, and this one took tons of tries. First is Wailord, who is an easy two-shot, thanks to him just using Rain Dance. Second is Wanderonix, who was an easy one-shot with Spark, but that's the end of the easy matchups. Third is Whiscash, and we don't have anything great for it, so I instead used Wailord, who uses a full health Water Spout while it's raining to take him to yellow health, but they use Amnesia for special defense and then a full restore for health. Shortly after, they switched to Ludicolo, so we switched to Crobat since his Giga Drain does almost nothing to him. After a few air cutters, he went down and we switched back to Magneton as Melodic came out.
Now, we had lost many runs to Melodic because of just how tanky and strong it is, but this time we paralyzed it right away and then started hitting Spark. We got super lucky and he missed quite a few moves from paralysis before finally going down in spite of Recover, just because he never used a full restore. As Whiscash came out, we tried to brute force it with Wailord, but he used full restores on it. It's not raining, and Earthquake did a lot of damage to us. We got lucky that Water Pulse confused him because he ended up hitting himself twice and then using another full restore. Eventually, Wailord went down and we sent out Hariyama to brute force it. We did take a Hyper Beam in the process, but Whiscash went down. Last is Tentacruel, and he's a beast, so I just spammed Spark right away hoping that he would be out of full restores, but he wasn't, so he outlasted us, even with a very lucky paralysis off Spark. Thankfully, he was finally out of full restore, so when Crobat came out, he finished it off. With that win, we get in the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. We can't end this run until we've at least tried the post-game fight with Stephen Stone. I am basically out of time this week to keep working on this run, so I really can't afford to grind for this, unfortunately, but I'm willing to give it at least 10 attempts. We'll have to ditch Sharpedo for one of our HM guys to actually get to the fight, but honestly, he wouldn't have helped us much in the fight anyway. Let's do this. Now, I'm sure this doesn't surprise you at all, but even after 10 tries, we never even got close. But here was our best try. Credilli totally shuts us down, and that's if we're lucky enough to even get that far into the fight, which only happened twice. Because I make these challenge videos every single week, that means I'm basically on a 1-week time limit for them, and I flat out run out of time to grind. Hall of Fame means we win the run, but it would have been nice if we had an extra day to grind for this one. That was a crazy run. As difficult as these no new move runs are to study for, they're really cool to play. I hope you guys like that run. For next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge, I'll be trying my hand at Pokemon Red with only Voltorb. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you guys want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend WhatGeek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, WhatAGeek, and Goosit playing Pokemon here on my channel. We've done Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon X, and now we're on my first time playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Gold with only one Spinarak was surprisingly easy, so let's follow that up with another highly requested tag team run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only Beautyfly and Dustox. Let's start with their stats. Beautyfly on the left, Dustox on the right. As you can see, they're pretty typical mirrored Pokemon, with them mostly being same as the other than Beautyfly's better attacking stats and Dustox's better defensive stats. By level up though, they mostly learn totally different moves. Beautyfly is Bug and Flying, two types that only use attack in this game rather than special attack, but we do get some grass moves at least. Dustox is Bug and Poison, and we don't learn any attacking poison moves by level up. In fact, even by TM, the only attacking poison move we can learn is Sludge Bomb, and that won't be until after the 5th gym. They've got a few good TM choices in there, but we won't have much luck with the same type attack bonus. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through the challenge, so if this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm confident that I can win, but it might take a long time. Our moves are pretty weak, so I'm expecting long grind sessions. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Beautyfly and Dustox, and of course the pre-evolutions of Wurmple, Silcoon, and Cascoon. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Wurmple so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Trico so that our rival would have Torchic, probably the hardest for us to fight. Now, our starting Wurmple has to get nicknamed before we actually know what he's going to evolve into, so I'm not going to think too hard about the name or I'll be here all day.
Let's go with Chuck. Our nature is mild, so more special attack and less defense. That should be helpful regardless of what he ends up being in the end. Stats-wise, we're looking awful, but we're a Wurmple, so what do you expect? We'll be fully evolved by level 10, so we should already have our full team by the Rock Gym. Right away, I fight a few wild Pokemon to evolve and see what he becomes. It only took a few minutes, but Chuck evolved into Cascoon. That means he'll become Dustox. That's not bad. Our special attack nature might actually make some of his psychic moves worth using, although I would have preferred more attacks so that we could possibly sweep people with Sludge Bomb later. After that, I beat May so that I could get Pokeballs, then start catching Wurmples. The ones with good natures are the ones I'll bother leveling up. Let's just hope that it doesn't take too many tries to get a Silcoon. What Wurmple evolves into is based on an invisible stat, so it's basically random. After catching a few potential tag team partners, we get this Wurmple with Brave, so more attack and less speed. If this ends up being a Beautyfly, that would be a really good nature, seeing as both our Bug and Flung moves will use our attack stat. After that, I switched trained to level 7, and crap, another Cascoon. This is probably going to take a few tries. Thankfully, the very next Wurmple with a good nature that I ended up catching became a Silcoon. This one is Quiet Nature, so less speed, more special attack. I'm fine with that nature too. It doesn't help us with our same type attack bonus moves, but our special attack is Beautyfly's best stat anyway. And hey, we only had 3 total dud Pokemon during the process. I was honestly expecting to have at least 15 with bad natures, or that evolved into the wrong Pokemon, but we got really lucky. Anyway, by the time we got to Rustboro, both of our Pokemon are level 9. Seeing as there's no way we'd beat Roxanne like that, I just topped them off by fighting some wild Pokemon so that they evolve. Roxanne is a rock trainer, and both of our Pokemon are weak to rock. In fact, Beautyfly is double weak to it, so this might be rough. We do get Absorb though, so that might carry us through. By the time we're actually able to get anywhere near this fight though, Beautyfly is level 13, and although it starts great against the Geodudes, neither Chuck nor Trent can deal almost any damage to Nosepass. We don't have any alternatives, so I'll come back a few levels higher. I get both Chuck and Trent up to level 15 each, and even after solid attempts where Rock Tomb misses once, we still don't come even close to taking down Nosepass. Knowing that she has potions she can use after that Oran Berry doesn't fill me with confidence. I'll try again in 2 levels. Maybe we could win with a crit by then. 2 levels later, and I just need you to watch this, because this is easily one of the luckiest exchanges I have ever had in a Pokemon run. We have Stun Spore now, so I paralyzed Nosepass, but went down to Rock Tomb. I thought this attempt was doomed, but not only did Confusion confuse Nosepass, but it hit itself in Confusion 3 times, and was fully paralyzed so often that even with her Oran Berry, 2 potions, and me never critting, we still won. That was insane. The fighting gym right after was an easy first try thanks to us having Gust. Trent was able to take the whole thing out on his own. Now is on to the rival fight that is usually the hardest, and like usual, it was. It was for sure easier than it had been in the past, but even with our new healing moves we just learned, we couldn't keep Trent healthy enough to hang on. Chuck was able to take out the rest of our team pretty easily, but we were having troubles with May, so there's no way we're ready for the next gym. Naturally, I opt to take out all the local trainers for some easy experience. It's not the fastest process in the world, but it's still better than grinding in the wild. By the time we fight Watson, though, it's not even close. See, his Magneton is pretty much a brick wall. Every single move we have is bad against Steel or Electric, and Trent is part Flying type, so he pretty much can't fight him. All I can do is whittle him down with Chuck's Psybeam while healing with Moonlight to try and hang on, but it's just too much. I'll need to level up more. I try a few levels later, and although we hang on much longer, we can still hardly deal any damage. Being paralyzed and confused at the same time really doesn't help. This battle is always a hard one. Finally, a few levels later, and we were able to win the fight, mostly just because we learned Silver Wind by level up. It's only a 60 power bug move, but it's the strongest we've got, and sometimes it boosts all of your stats by 1 stage, so that helps. Anyway, after that was the Maxi fight, but it actually ended up being really easy. I thought Camerupt would take us out, and he could have, but he decided to use a ground move on a flying type before switching to Ember. Incredible work, Maxi. I see how you became the leader of Team Magma. Naturally, the Fire Gym is just too difficult for us right now. We can't win any water or ground moves, and Overheat does massive damage to our bug types. Once again, we're left with no options but to get as strong as we can. I try this fight tons of times every level, and although we're for sure getting closer to victory, her Torkoal is a beast. Even if we get lucky with crits and hardly get hurt, the second we're up against it, we go down to Sunny Day mixed with Overheat. Paralysis sometimes gives us more chances to attack, but we still don't do enough damage. If we use Toxic, we could deal damage faster, but then we can't hang on long enough to win. This fight is brutal. I mean, until this random run where they just stopped using fire moves, genuinely, I have no idea why they did that. She one-shots us with Sunny Day Overheat on every other attempt. Gen 3 AI just does weird stuff sometimes. With that done, we have to do the normal gym, but on my way, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. The normal gym fight was one I thought might be a bit rough, but it actually ended up being pretty easy on the first try. Trent went down to the belly drum and slash combo, but other than that, it was really easy. Toxic did a great job of shutting down slacking. After that was the last Mei fight, but she hardly landed a hit on us. Even with her having a fire type with some flying moves, it's still part fighting, so Psybeam does a great job. Flying gym time, Swablu and Tropius were both no problem at all, but Pelipper caused some issues. We did plenty of damage with Giga Drain, but we hit ourselves twice in confusion and took big damage off Aerial Ace. She ended up using a Hyper Potion to heal back up and confused us again. We ended up hitting ourselves 4 entire times just against Pelipper, and Trent fainted as a result. Chuck finished it, but next is Altaria. We instantly used Toxic to poison her and went for Silverwind to hope for a buff. We didn't get it, but the crit was nice. Our health was crazy low though, so I started spamming Moonlight to hang on. I was worried when Altaria dropped into red health, but thankfully she used a Hyper Potion, not a full restore, so one lucky Silverwind boost later, and between the poison and the Psybeam, we were able to take her down. Last was Skarmory, and Toxic won't work, so I used Moonlight right away. This was a long and brutal fight where our only attacking moves do almost nothing, so I had to keep healing with Moonlight when our health was low, and using Psybeam for damage when we can. We actually ran out of Moonlight uses and ended up winning with only 19 health left. That was intense. So this isn't common, but the next Maxi fight actually shut us down. This is a particularly bad attempt, but we always go down to either Crobat or Camerupt. Crobat loves Confuse Ray and Wing Attack, and Camerupt's Rock Slide is quad effective against Chuck. We'll have to come back at a higher level. All the way at level 50, we finally had our first successful attempt at this battle, and weirdly enough, Chuck did it all by himself. Honestly, if they had chosen better moves, I would have just lost, so luck was absolutely involved. But I'm just happy to be past this fight. After that is the Psychic Gym's double battle, and this one was kind of amazing. I thought it might be hard, but even with my incredibly dumb move choice, we still won. I had just woken up, so I kept making weird mistakes like trying to use Moonlight on Chuck when I meant to use Morning Sun on Trent, or Psybeam on Xatu when I had Silverwind, but in the end we won anyway. After that was Archie, who was much easier than Maxi because of his Sharpedo. Have I ever lost to Archie in one of these runs? You might actually have to remind me. After that is the Water Gym, and it's the worst thing ever. Our biggest problem for a lot of this run has been that we don't deal much damage. Normally, we can still get by because of our ability to heal easily, but against Kingdra, we don't stand a chance. He's got rest, so we can't get Toxic's poison to stay, and he spams double team, so we can't hit him consistently enough to win. Once again, we're left with no choice but to level up until we can deal a reasonable amount of damage. I try again all the way at level 60, and although it was still starting rough, Silverwind powered up all of our stats a bit, and then a lucky crit took him out before he could rest too much. Crawdaunt was last, and he was a one-shot, so I'm just happy that we could finally win this fight. Grinding in this area is brutally slow. Speaking of needing to grind though, we actually lost the Wally fight. I can't remember the last time this has happened. Yet again though, we can't deal enough damage. Would you look at how little damage we're dealing with every attack? We're in a rough place. The only thing we can do to boost our power of our moveset would be Aerial Ace as a slight upgrade to Gust, Sludge Bomb for Chuck to deal more damage, although it wouldn't work on Magneton, and Return for sheer power. Honestly, I can't see any alternatives, so let's go with those. After learning those moves, we were able to take down Magneton, and the rest of Wally's team was pretty easy, but we didn't exactly overcome our crippling weakness to steel types. Return hardly did more damage, and more than anything, we were just getting a bit lucky. Sludge Bomb is nice on Chuck, but his attack stat is still very low. In fact, let's look at our stats. Our attack and special attack are really bad, even by the standard of these challenges. Maybe we could beat Sydney's team with Silverwind, but anything beyond that would probably be too hard. Let's get Chuck and Trent up to level 65 each for a little more power, then we can give it a try. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. I didn't exactly play this one optimally because I was hoping to save some Silverwinds, but it still ended up being a reasonably easy first try. Still, we took massive damage in the process. I bet I could grind this fight if I need to though, so I'll keep that in mind. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe, and this fight isn't even close. They spam Protect and Curse, and we hardly deal any damage with our moves. Not only that, but because her Dusclops all have pressure, we run out of power points. I could go grab the TM for Shadow Ball, but I'm not really interested in replacing any of my moves, and we don't deal nearly enough damage to beat Drake or Wallace anyway, so there's no point. I may as well just grind against Sydney. Here we are, a few levels and some power point ups later. We tried to beat Phoebe quite a few times at this point, and we still can't get a single win. I haven't even gotten to her final Pokemon yet. All of Chuck's moves are resisted, and Rock Slide is quad effective against Trent. I decided after that to go to the Shoal Cave and get the salt I need for the Shell Bell. I'd love to have 2 of these, and I might need it if the challenge takes another day's worth of work, but I have to wait until the correct tide levels and for enough time to pass to gather the ingredients multiple times. Still, I can't really get any type powering up held items that I'm interested in, so a Shell Bell is our best bet. After countless attempts, finally at level 77, Trent was strong enough to handle most of Phoebe's team. It's still really difficult, and we need a little bit of luck with her move choice, but at least we're able to two-shot most of her Pokemon with Aerial Ace. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Thankfully, this one was a very easy first try. Giga Drain does a great job against most of her team. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake, and this is an ugly battle. Shelgon was an easy 2-shot, and Altaria was a 2-shot as well. Flygon went down in 2 hits, but not before dealing solid damage with a Flamethrower. Salamence is when things got brutal. Intimidate dropped our attack, Return did a bit of damage, and we instantly went down to Rock Slide. With Chuck, I hit a big Sludge Bomb, but it left Salamence with just low enough health that he used full restore, and his Rock Slide nearly took us down, so we had to use more Moonlight. If it wasn't for him missing Rock Slide and us getting a lucky boost off Silverwind, we probably wouldn't have been able to beat him. Last is Kingdra, so I instantly hit Toxic just in case of double team. He ended up using Dragon Dance, so I took my chance to heal, then spam Silverwind to hope for more buffs. We ended up losing accuracy to Smokescreen, and we had to reapply Toxic because of his full restores. In the end, I ended up spamming Moonlight every turn while letting him take poison damage so that we don't have to worry much about our low accuracy, and it turns out it paid off. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. Wailord is first, so I instantly Giga Drain it to a sliver of health just in case of Water Spout, but he used Blizzard instead to drop us below half health, then he did a full restore. A second Giga Drain brought us back up to full health, while bringing him down to a sliver, so we were able to finish him easily on the next round. Melodic took decent enough damage from Giga Drain, but he's also special defense tank, so I ended up using Return after his Ice Beam just to take him down to a sliver. He used Recover, so I just used Return for the knockout. Tentacruel is third, and it seems like he's got a lot of ice moves, because we take some serious damage before he goes down. Out to Chuck to deal with Ludicolo, and he goes down in one big Sludge Bomb. Fifth is Whiscash, so it's back out to Trent to one-shot him with Giga Drain. And last is Water Onyx, so our attack is down to Intimidate, but we use Return anyway for little damage. He just uses Dragon Dance and Surf though, so although he's faster, he doesn't do much. 2 returns and a Giga Drain secured us the win. With that victory, we win the run, but it's not over yet. As brutal as that fight was, we have to at least attempt the post-game fight with Stephen Stone. Now, I am nearly fully convinced that I can't win because of his steel types, but I'm willing to try. I'm gonna grind for the rest of my workday, spend the last of my rare candies, and we'll just try fighting him at whatever level we end up at. Let's give this a try. So hours later, we try throwing our team at Stephen Stone, and hilariously enough, it goes exactly as you'd expect. We literally couldn't take down his first Pokemon. I mean, look at this. We're level 92 and 89, and we can't take down a single Skarmory. It wasn't even because of Toxic like usual. We just do almost no damage at all. If we're doing this little damage now and we can't learn any fire moves, then there's just no way we can take him down. Toxic doesn't work on Steel type, so we can't even go that route. I think it's fair to say we can't take down Steven's team. Well, that honestly surprised me. I didn't think that damage output would be that massive of a problem. I knew it would be bad, but I didn't think it would be that bad. I really hope you guys like the run. For next week's challenge, I'm going to do my very first ever challenge in Elder Scrolls Skyrim, when I tried to beat the game with no magic or magic equipment. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge requests section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend WhataGeek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now we're doing Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel. Linked in the description, of course. You can also watch myself, WhataGeek, and Gooseit playing Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon X here on my channel. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Gold with only one Goldeen had an easier early game than I was expecting. Let's follow that up with one that starts off a little bit harder. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only Bug-type Pokemon? Alright, I'm pumped for this one. Bug types are awesome, and Pokemon Emerald is absolutely loaded with them. There's something like 10 different evolutionary lines of bug Pokemon that we can get our hands on before we get into the Hall of Fame, so I'm gonna have to make some difficult choices about who I do and don't want on the team. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through the challenge, so this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. Well, we're weak against a lot of the gyms, but I'm not actually too worried about the Elite Four. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Bug-type Pokemon. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Heracross, so that we can do the whole run with it. I had to restart a few times because I got Modest twice, and that's literally the opposite of what I want, but eventually I got Jolly. That's more speed and less special attack. I'm actually pretty happy with that. Alright, so, well, I do some early game travel. I have to explain why I went with Heracross. Normally, this would be the last bug Pokemon that I plan on getting that we can actually reach, all the way in the Safari Zone after the Flying Gym. It's not too close to the end of the game to be useful, but it does mean that we'd probably have it lagging behind in levels pretty hard. If we start with it though, then we can make the whole early part of the challenge a lot more interesting. Like the first gym is an infamously difficult Rock Gym, where they could obviously destroy most bug-type Pokemon with Rock Tomb. Well, although Rock Tomb will still work well on Heracross, at least we're not weak to it. The real test is to see if we can get to level 23 to learn Brick Break before we can beat the Rock Gym, or if we can just brute force it with non-fighting moves. I'm actually pretty excited to see how this goes. Oh, and I had to catch a few different Wurmples. Now, I don't really care about getting a Dustox this run. Yeah, having psychic moves is nice, but overall it's just not a very good Pokemon in this game. Whereas Beautyfly has pretty great special attack and can learn grass moves, so I could do some cool stuff with it. I'm gonna have to keep catching them and training them up until I get one that has a good special attack nature and evolves into the correct Pokemon. Also, just north of Rustboro, I caught an Incada. I love this Pokemon. It's just a little bug ground type that evolves into Ninjask, plus it spawns a Shedinja in your party. I love both of those Pokemon, even if Ninjask probably isn't as good overall as some other things that I could be taking this run. Still, I'm not passing it up. I never really got to use Ninjask in one of these runs. Now let's level up the team a little bit and start making attempts at the Rock Gym. So at level 14, our Beautyfly is getting the Geodudes a sliver away from fainting just to get one shot by Rock Tomb in return. So I got up to 15, then swept both of them. The problem is that Nosepass one-shots Beautyfly, and even when she misses, we hardly hurt her. Our Heracross can do decent damage eventually, but considering she's just gonna keep using potions, we're not even close to a win yet. I think that I need to get to level 17 so I can use Stun Spore, then maybe level Heracross and Nincada up a little bit more. Sand Attack could for sure help us. So I spent ages leveling with the team so that Beautyfly could have Stun Spore and Nincada could have Sand Attack, and it worked great. We still lose Beautyfly right away, but between Paralysis and horrible accuracy, Nosepass ran out of Rock Tombs pretty fast. Thanks to that, we could just very slowly whittle away at her with Nincada and later with Heracross. It still took forever, but I'm just happy to finally get the win. It's only a short trip to the fighting gym. Let's just learn Rock Tomb, grab a Silk Scarf, and go straight there. Yeah, the fighting gym was super easy. Beautyfly double resists fighting moves, so we're never in any real danger. Super easy win. I do think that I need to grind before I could beat the upcoming rival fight though. Hey, check it out! While I was grinding up a few levels on the way to the rival, I caught a shiny Minun. I think this is the only shiny I've seen in 2025 so far in one of these challenge runs, so that's pretty cool. And it's not often I actually get to catch it. And obviously I'm not counting the red water onyx in Gen 2. That doesn't count, it's always shiny. Anyway, after a bit of grinding, our Nincada evolved, not only getting us our Ninjask, but also getting us Shedinja. It looks like it's the same nature as Nincada, so that's really helpful. I'm happy to have a good attack nature. I doubt I'm gonna get a ton of use out of Shedinja, but it's for sure gonna be useful in specific fights. Alright, so after failing to the rival a few times, when the team was at a lower level, I got this try where Nincada is finally evolved and thus no longer weak to water, so I had him be the one to take out Wingull. Second is Kabuskin, and this would normally sweep my team easily after Beautyfly couldn't one-shot it with Gust, but this time he used Focus Energy instead of fighting back, so we easily two-shot it. Last is Lombre, but he's weak to flying, so Gust was an easy two-shot. I swear so many Pokemon fights are like this. Either we lose badly, or we gain a few levels and win incredibly easily. Alright, so it's time for the next Pokemon, and this takes forever. I decided to go for Volbeat, and that's a very slow process, since it only has 1% encounter rate. It also doesn't have as much special attack as Illumise, but Volbeat has Tail Glow to raise its special attack. Plus, it's got the erratic experience gain rather than fluctuating. I know they sound the same, but Fluctuating is the slowest leveling group in the game, and Erratic is the fastest. In fact, Fluctuating requires 1 million more experience points to hit level 100 than Erratic does. It's crazy. For reference, the average Pokemon takes exactly 1 million experience points to go from level 1 to level 100. If you're Fluctuating, you need 1.6 million, whereas if you're Erratic, you only need 0.6 million, so, 600,000. It's wild how fast Volbeat levels up. Wow. Normally at the Electric Gym, it's pretty hard, but this time, cakewalk. I leveled up Heracross to learn Brick Break because I figured I'd be doomed without it as soon as Magneton came out, but it ended up destroying his whole team. Manectric put up a pretty great fight since we were paralyzed by the end, but we still ended up winning without having to switch, and even if Heracross fainted, then I'm sure Shedinja would have been fine. That went great. You know what won't go great? The upcoming Maxi fight and Fire Gym. We're a bug team, so we don't really have a good answer for fire types. I can get Dig on the way there, but this is a bit of a weak gen for Dig, so I'm not expecting great damage. I think that I just need to grind a ton on my way there. The worst part is that we can get our hands on a rock type, but not until right after the Fire Gym. It's just our luck. First at Maxi's the Mightyena fight, so we just one-shot it with Brick Break, then switched to Ninjask as Camerupt came out. Weirdly, he used Magnitude, so we Sand Attacked, and we're Flying type, so he doesn't hit us. That and him using Focus Energy made me think he must not have a fire move, but then he used Ember and nearly one-shot us. We got just a few scratches in before we fainted and finished it off with another Brick Break from Heracross. Last is Zubat, so I had Beautyfly hit Gust, but then we got confused off Supersonic and hit ourselves. One wing attack nearly took us out, but we hit another Gust, then got taken out with Bite. He had almost no health left, so I sent in Shedinja to finish it, but he used a Super Potion to heal, so we only got one hit in before we went down, then sent in Volbeat. Quick Attack did passable damage, we fainted instantly to a crit, and I had to send Heracross in as our final Pokemon. We're double weak to flying, but we're faster, and Horn Attack took it out. Man, I hate how close that was just thanks to a Zubat. Now, I'm sure no one is surprised, but the Fire Gem was incredibly easy until we got to Torkoal, and then it was just a brutal beatdown. Our whole team did almost no damage to Torkoal, and even after her special attack was down 6 stages from spamming Overheat, she was still one-shotting us with it. That's 6 stages down! I think what I need is a change in strategy, moves, and to get a little bit stronger. I'm gonna level up a bit on Ninjask and teach it the Dig TM, then I'm gonna open the Torkoal fight with Stun Spore and hope that that gives us enough chances to actually get a win at the fight. I'm sure that Heracross would hit harder with Dig than Ninjask, but Heracross can learn Earthquake later on, so I'm gonna want Dig and Earthquake on different team members. Alright, a few levels later on Ninjask, and things are already going better. We paralyzed her right away, and although she was still sweeping our team, we were at least doing slightly better. We hit a Dig that did great damage, but we still faint pretty fast, and in the end it came down to Paralysis kicking in twice while Heracross was fighting it. I don't know if we would have survived an Overheat from full health, but I do know that we couldn't have survived 2 of them. I'm just happy that it didn't take too many tries. Now let's go get to the normal gym. But on our way there, I took the Claw Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. And of course, I then went and revived the fossil to get our last Pokemon. I think that the Gen 3 fossil Pokemon are both really cool, but I usually end up going with the root fossil, so this is a fun change of pace. Feels good to finally have a rock type on the team. I figure this might really help us later on in the flying gym. Plus, the lonely nature means more attack and less defense, and although I'm not thrilled about having less defense, I'm loving having more attack. That's gonna help a lot, this is already a very high attack Pokemon. Well, the whole normal gym was a sweep until slacking at the end. Basically what I did was use Endure on turns where he could attack, and Brick Break on turns where he couldn't. It was to keep him from using Counter, although he never used it anyway. It was actually pretty close, but we did get the knockout. Not that it mattered too much. I'm sure I could have just won this fight with Dig if I really needed to. Alright, it's time for things to get a lot more difficult. We have a flying gym coming up, and our heavy hitter is double weak to flying. This might be awful for a long time. I went to New Moville to get myself a Thunderbolt TM, but Volbeat is the only member of the team who can learn it. I don't exactly think Volbeat's going to be able to sweep her whole team unless I level it up quite a bit to the point where it can safely use Tail Glow. I'm going to fight every trainer I can on my way there with an experience share on Volbeat, then I'm going to grind up Volbeat himself a little bit near the end. Oh yeah, and there's a rival fight on the way. We took 5 damage the entire fight. Alright, so we start by hitting Swablu with Thunderbolt as it just uses Safeguard, then a Hyper Potion, so we easily take it out without getting hit. Putting all that extra time into leveling Volbeat was absolutely worth it. Not that it took long thanks to it being in the fastest leveling category. I switched to Beauty Fly as Tropius came out and instantly got one shot, tried sending in Heracross, then we actually survived Aerial Ace and Counter doubled the damage in return, so we one-shot her. Back into Volbeat as Pelipper came out and I started building up Special Attack as Pelipper confused us. We maxed out our Special Attack, but we took some damage to Aerial Ace and Confusion damage on the way. Of course, as soon as we hit Thunderbolt, we get a one-shot. Alteria's out second from last, and we didn't even get close to a one-shot, and she used Dragon Dance, but our first one-shot paralyzed her, so we still went first and took her out. Last is Skarmory, but it was just a one-shot since we're charged up. That wasn't so bad. After that is Maxie, and his first 2 Pokemon were super easy, but man, his Crobat was just brutal. It's way faster than us and hits so hard. I kept trying for Thunderbolt, but Confusion wasn't letting it happen. I bet I could win this if I just try a bunch of times. You know what? This actually wasn't too bad. A few tries in and we got this one where my Confuse Ray didn't really pay off, but we got a Paralysis from Thunderbolt and it totally saved us. We won, but I don't think we would have if it wasn't for grinding up Volbeat so much. I love how fast this thing levels up. I gotta do some more solo runs with erratic Pokemon, I swear. Alright, we're on the big trip to the most terrifying part of any Emerald run, the Psychic Gym. I think we might actually do well this time though. Famous last words, I know, but Bug is super effective against Psychic type, and we do have one solid Bug move on the team with Signal Beam. It's physical in this game, but Volbeat's attack isn't too bad. I could also pick up the TM for Shadow Ball and give that to someone, and if I grind up Shedinja more, then he can learn that one by level up. We've got a few good moves for this fight, but I still kinda think I'll have to grind before I can win. Then it's Archie, who's probably gonna be easy other than the Crobat at the end. Juan, who might not be too bad if we could build up some Tail Glow on Volbeat. Then Wally, who I can usually just beat with my eyes closed. Yeah, Psychic Gym is the only one that I'm kind of worried about at this point. I'm not super worried, but I'm kind of worried. When am I not worried about the Emerald Psychic Gym? So when I got to the Psychic Gym, they totally outclassed most of our team outside of Volbeat. The thing is, they keep one-shotting our lower-leveled Pokemon, and that gives Volbeat tons of chances to hit them, so I was actually doing pretty well for a lot of the fight. In the end, we only took out half their team, but I'm impressed with how long we lasted. I think that it's time I seriously catch up the lower-leveled Pokemon on the team, though. They would be way more useful if they weren't lagging so far behind in levels. I think that it's time that we raise the minimum level of the team. I'll get them up to about level 35, and Shedinja to 38, so that it learns Shadow Ball, then I think we could maybe win. Well, maybe 35 was too low because they all still just got one shot. Honestly, I seem to do a lot worse on attempts now because they seem to want to take out Volbeat as a higher priority. I think that leveling up Volbeat a little bit more would actually have a way bigger difference than leveling up the rest of the team at this point. Although, having Ninjask use Shadow Ball before any of them can hit us is pretty nice. Shedinja actually ended up being useless because he's too slow to not get hit first. I'm just gonna pull the trigger and rare candy up Volbeat a little bit. It's already long since maxed out the effort values, and I think we just need to hit slightly harder and to get somewhat lucky. So I get just a few levels on Volbeat and Ninjask, then try again. This time going after Xatu first, and it actually turned out great. Normally I leave Xatu alone early since he can't hurt Shedinja, so I figured that I should take out the other ones who can first, but I actually end up doing just enough damage now that we could easily take out Xatu, Solrock, and Lunatone one by ganging up on them, while Claydol was just doing pretty weak earthquakes. I don't know why, but I kinda thought he'd switch to something like Psychic and pick us off like Xatu was. That was really not that bad. It's kind of funny seeing him use 4 Hyper Potions in a row at the end though, what was that? Next was Archie, who actually ended up being really easy. His Crobat was giving up chances to attack us, instead just using Super Potions. Those are way too weak for a full heal at this point in the game, so it basically ruins the fight for him. Alright, Water Gym time, and this one took a few tries to figure out. First, I used Shedinja to beat Love Disc without having to worry about Attract. Then I switched to Volbeat for Crawdaunt, easily taking it out with Signal Beam spam. All he got us with was Taunt, and we even got him to waste a Hyper Potion. Whiscash is next, and this is why I don't just Tail Glow from the start. I had to take it out with Heracross, although he hardly hurt us so it was fine. Nothing too hard. After that is the real threat though, Kingdra. I lost this Kingdra fight a few times due to double team spam, and he started early with it again, but we confused him early, got 2 Tail Glows in, then started using Thunderbolt. He snapped out of confusion and was hurting us, but it wasn't too bad. He built up his evasion more and even healed with a Hyper Potion, but we were still hitting hard enough that I knew that we stood a chance. We missed a few more times before we took him to red health, and we dropped to red health right before we hit the finishing blow. All he had left was Celio, who we can easily beat with one of our charged up Thunderbolts. That was harder than I anticipated. And of course, last is Wally, and we pretty much sweep his whole team. Altaria at the start could have been a problem if I didn't use the right Pokemon, but Armaldo did a pretty great job with Ancient Power, and even if we didn't crit, I think it would have gone fine. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. As you can see, I really overhauled the moveset on the way here. After a lot of globetrotting to get all the TMs, we've got incredible type coverage. I also made the new minimum level 42, since it's still a bit lower than the Elite Four, but not so much lower that we have loads of useless Pokemon. I don't think this will be easy, but I do feel pretty overall great about this. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. This was incredibly easy as I figured it would be. Not only are Fighting and Bug good against his whole team, but Bug is double super effective against 2 of his Pokemon. Heracross went down to a random flying move, but other than that, we had a super easy time. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. This was a simple fight, but it still took 3 tries because of bad curse and confusion luck at the start on the first 2 tries. Really, all I had to do was get 3 swords dances in on Ninjask, then I could sweep just about everything other than the Sableye at the end. It did a lot of damage to us and took out a few Pokemon, but obviously we had our whole team to throw at him, so that one double team just wasn't gonna stop me. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Now, although it looks like a lot is going on in this fight, it's really easy. I was just trying to play carefully, but really didn't have much of a chance of losing. I just had to make sure that I took out both Glalie with Heracross and Armaldo, and that wasn't a problem at all. She's got 3 other Pokemon, but none of them are able to hit Shedinja, so all I had to do was fight carefully until the Glalies went down. Then I sent in Shedinja to use Toxic and Shadow Ball. The Wall Rain at the end took ages because he kept full restoring, but eventually we got an easy first try. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. Right away, Shalgon spams Rock Tomb and Protect, so it's incredibly annoying. I've tried different Pokemon at the start, but no one does any serious damage, so no matter what, I have to take some hits. He switched to Kingdra, so I switched to Shedinja, knowing that he couldn't hit me, so he'd switch and we'd get the free Toxicant on Altaria. I then switched to Armaldo so that I could get in some hits with Ancient Power. We took some damage, but ended up taking him out. Back to Kingdra, so I sent in Shedinja again, and he switched to Flygon, but this time Toxic missed, then he very easily swept my entire team. We were 11 levels lower than Flygon, and Dragon type is the only type that we have no answer for. I for sure need to seriously level up the team to catch up to them. Well, I think we're officially at our brick wall fight. I made 50 my new minimum and still did horribly because he randomly switched to Salamence early on, and it nearly took our whole team just to take him down. Almost his whole team is super effective against us, and his stats are just much better than ours. It's time that we actually start getting up to the same level as them for the first time in a very long time. So I tried this over and over at level 55, and it made me realize this fight is incredibly random. He's switching the order of his Pokemon constantly, and often just switching them up mid-match. It's brutal, and no matter how early or late in the fight that it happens, Salamence coming out is always when we're doomed. It's to the point where the rest of his team really isn't that bad other than potentially Flygon, but Salamence wrecks us every time. I just have to keep getting stronger and trying. Alright, so at level 60, we have this run where we basically won just because of good switching luck. This time, we had a really easy time getting Toxic on Salamence while Kingdra was switching out. So then we had to buy time and be careful to make sure that he didn't land in red health to use a full restore. Kingdra at the end was annoying because he could full restore too, but he couldn't hit Shedinja, so we would have eventually won no matter what. Feels good to get past this fight, especially since I think Wallace will be easy. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. Yeah, as expected, this was really easy. See, the thing is, only half of his team can hit Shedinja, and each one of them that can is something I can two-shot with something else. The most dangerous members of his team can't hit Shedinja at all, so I could just win with Toxic and Shadow Ball. Eventually, Shedinja did faint thanks to getting hit by Toxic himself, but we couldn't have possibly lost by that point in the fight. It was an easy first try. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Steven Stone. Don't really know how it's gonna go, but I know that we're not even gonna try the fight below level 78, the same as their highest. They're starting the fight with Skarmory, easily one of the most annoying possible things that we could fight. Really, most of his team is going to be a problem. He only has one Pokemon that can't hit Shedinja, and it's part Steel, so we can't even hit it with Toxic. I get the feeling that this fight is almost completely up to Heracross and Armaldo to win, because most of his team is weak to Brick Break and Earthquake. Volbeat is going to have to save us against stuff like Skarmory and Credilli. I'm pretty confident I can win this fight, but I think we're going to have to hit level 90 or above before we can pull it off. Plus, just to get to the fight, we have to ditch a Pokemon for an HM Pokemon, so sorry, Beautyfly. You were great early on in the run, but you're the least important part of the team now. Alright, so first up is Skarmory, so I had Volbeat use Thunderbolt twice. We got hit by Toxic, but he still went down. Second was Claydol though, so I had to stay in and end up taking a lot more damage. I knew that Volbeat was the best choice for taking out Claydol though. Heracross could have used Mega Horn, but if Claydol survived, then Psychic would have really hurt us. Credilli is next, so I just hit Brick Break twice with Armaldo, and next is his own Armaldo, so we just have a mirror match. We both hit each other with Ancient Power, then we just keep spamming full restores. We ended up using all 5 Ancient Powers, and even got in the Omni Boost before he went down. I stayed in to take advantage of the Omni Boost as Metagross came out, and although we did a decent bit of damage, we fainted fast and had to send in Heracross. Mega Horn was doing great damage, we didn't faint to Psychic, then we took him out. That's when I breathed a sigh of relief because all he had left was Aggron and it can't hit Shedinja. Now he held on for ages thanks to healing items and us not hitting all that hard with Shadow Ball, but we ended up getting the knockout on the very last power point. That was awesome. Man, that went pretty great. That was a fun type to play with. We got to use a lot of really fun Pokemon, and nothing was too egregiously grindy. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with this year's birthday challenge, and I'm leaving it as a secret for now. My birthday is September 22nd, but obviously the video is going up next Saturday, regardless, not gonna move it to my birthday. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time, and I am very, very excited because I think I might have the credits fixed. I don't want to jinx it too much, but the guy I was emailing with the other week who came up with an idea for the credits, but it wasn't working for me, I emailed him back and let him know the problem, and he was spitballing some ideas, and he dropped one idea on me, and I think it might have been it. I may have gotten it fixed. Basically what he said was, he was wondering if something about me copying the names directly from like the Google Doc thing that all the names are in, you know, because it's like a CVS file or CSV, whatever one is a spreadsheet file, I forget the extension name. That's what Google has it in, right? And I copy it straight from there into Premiere or into Photoshop, and either way it chugs horribly. Well, he was saying, what if there's like metadata that's getting copied in that? Because he was saying that when he did it, he pasted it into Notepad and then pasted it from Notepad into whatever program he was putting it in. For him, it was Photoshop. And he said that there was a little bit of slowdown, but it wasn't too bad. Well, you know what? Right before I did this voiceover, I was like, hey, this is a good idea. I didn't even consider there might be metadata in with the copy paste that'd be messing with it, because, you know, on screen it looks like just a regular copy paste. So I copy it, I paste into Notepad, then I copy it out of Notepad because I know that, you know, it's unformatted paste. So it'll just be it, you know, all the names in a row, just vertically like that. I paste that into Premiere. And yeah, it's a little slow, it's a little chugging a little bit in the way that it didn't on the old text editor that was better, and I don't know why they never got rid of it. It doesn't make any sense, but it's working. I can play it, it seems to be moving, it's a little bit weird and janky, but like, it seems to be functioning fine enough in Premiere itself, and if it's functioning fine enough in Premiere itself, I think I can get this to render. And if this renders, I have the credits fixed, and that's awesome. If this works, then I have more ideas. I think I can make it alphabetical next week, because I could reorder alphabetically in the Google Doc thing, then I could paste it into Notepad, then copy and paste it over into the editing software so I could get it alphabetical. That way, if you're looking for your name on the screen, it's way easier to find it, because alphabetical rather than just random. I don't even know what order it's in right now. It's insane, I can't tell. Also, I need to update the names list too, because I'm still working with the names list that I had last week, and I've had more signups. But hey, if this works, it should be actually pretty easy for me to update the list once a week. Like, I don't think it would be that hard. I guess I should, okay, I guess I should just put the new names on, right? Wait, no, Google keeps the old names too. Okay, cool. I think I can keep every single name then. 'Cause I don't want to get rid of names if people stop being signed up, but I don't know if it'll be automatically taken out of the file. I think they might keep inactive ones or past ones in there, and if so, then that's perfectly fine. Either way, I think I have the credits working. I have to go though, because one, my throat is really sore, and two, I burned my left hand really bad this morning. I was cooking egg fried rice, and right after I finished cooking it, I put the wok down on the counter and I was gonna serve out my food, and my hand slipped, and I grabbed the hot part of the pan, like a hot part of the top of the handle. Right where the handle meets like the actual bowl of the wok is a metal part. My hand hit it, and it burned pretty bad. It's not horribly severe. I had to hold off on a stream. I wanted to stream more Pokemon stuff for you guys, but I couldn't grip a controller. Well, I put burn gel on it, and it's been like 12 hours since then, and the pain has really died down. So I think I'll be good tomorrow, but you know, little bit limited today because of that. I'll be okay though. And last week, I forgot to do the $50 support shoutout thingy because I was so busy messing around with these credits, I forgot to do the shoutout. No one complained. I don't think anyone even brought it up, but I'm sorry. So I've updated the list. The list of the $50 supporters for the shoutouts right now are Jacob Busby and Javid Khusro. Thank you guys so much for the continued support. I appreciate it very much. 50 American dollars, I'll have you know, is a lot of money in Canada, so I very much appreciate the generosity. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to rush and get this edit out, because usually I get the early viewing for these challenges done on like Saturday or Sunday. It's Friday night right now. I guess it's gonna actually be like really early Saturday morning my time zone by the time this goes up, but whatever. I think I can get the whole edit done tonight, and it'll still be earlier than it usually is, so I want to get that up as early as possible for you guys. To thank you for supporting me on the YouTube memberships and the Patreon. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Black 2 with only version-exclusive Pokemon was a fun team run. Let's follow that up with a classic brutal solo run. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Bulbasaur? So Bulbasaur is a grass and poison first form starter from Gen 1. Like most first form starters, its base stats is in the low 300s, with higher special stats than physical stats, although it's not really all that good at anything. Our ability increases the power of our grass moves by 50% when our health is below 1/3, a pretty typical starter ability, one that I infamously constantly forget about and should probably take advantage of more often. By level up, we get some cool moves like Sleep Powder, Razor Leaf, and Leech Seed. Normally I'm a big fan of Leech Seed, but it's a lot more useful in team runs. In solo runs, it's not all that great. Sleep Powder and Razor Leaf rock though. Maybe I could combo them with Growth at level 32. By TM, there isn't really all that much I'm interested in. Sludge Bomb is kinda cool, but it's a physical move in this game. Plus, we're just not gonna fight a whole lot that Poison is good against. I think I'm gonna have to go with mostly level up moves this time. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I figure I can win the Pokemon Champion battle since he's a water specialist, but stuff like the Psychic Gym and the Steven Stone fight are just gonna be a nightmare. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Bulbasaur. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Bulbasaur so that we can do the whole run with it. I name him Mizawa because apparently it's his favorite Pokemon. Bulbasaur is actually my favorite starter. I love Bulbasaur. Our nature is Rash, so more special attack and less special defense. I think that'll turn out fine. Alright, so for the first bit of travel, I'm really trying to rush through. I'm fighting trainers, but I'm not really going out of my way to fight any extra wild Pokemon beyond a few at the start. The first gym is the Rock Gym, and I'd be shocked if we have any trouble there at all. Yeah, the Nosepass isn't double weak to grass like the Geodudes are, but it shouldn't be an issue. We should still win just fine. As soon as that fight is over, we can get a Miracle Seed, so let's get it done. Yeah, that's what I thought. We didn't even take a single hit the entire fight. Couldn't have been easier. How nice is it to have an easy Roxanne fight in an Emerald run? Normally, she is brutal. Alright, well next we have a little bit of travel to the fighting gym, but I'm not really sure how that one's gonna go. I figure that if we don't have Razor Leaf by the time that we get there, then we probably won't win, so I'm gonna make sure I level up enough to get it. Then it might not be too bad. We might need to use Sleep Powder, but it also won't surprise me if we don't. We resist fighting type, so I'm not overly worried about a single heavy hitter messing us up. The rival fight after might be pretty hard because of Kabuskin with Ember, but I could still see Sleep Powder saving us there. Well, would you look at that? Razor Leaf did indeed make the fighting gym pretty easy. We did take a few vital throws early, but we resisted it, so it wasn't too bad. How will the rival fight go, though? Well, the rival fight went okay, but we still had awful luck. We used Sleep Powder on Kabuskin twice, and each time it woke up the very next turn, so there was no point in us using it. We did exactly enough for a 3-shot, and only crit on the one that didn't need to crit, so we probably had the worst luck we could have without actually getting crit in return. I'm just happy she used Focus Energy, because 2 Embers would have been the worst. Alright, well, we've had way too smooth of sailing, and I think it's time we hit some rough waters. We have the Electro Gym coming up, and I just can't see us getting through that without getting paralyzed. I could hold a Cherry Berry, but I've actually been holding a Miracle Seed for the last little while, and it would suck not getting to use that anymore. Then again, this is Gen 3, so it's only giving us 10% more grass damage. It's not a huge deal. I just know that we won't be able to one-shot Magneton, and it's going to paralyze us for sure. I'm going to fight every trainer in the area for levels, then give it a try and just see what happens. Also, just as a reminder, I have a Patreon where you can watch all these challenges very early. Maybe one day in the future I'll make it so there's all different kinds of tiers with different bonuses and stuff, but for right now, you can just pledge $1 a month and get all of these challenges the moment I'm done editing them. So usually, more than a week early, as well as getting to vote in monthly polls to decide what challenge I'm doing next. They're just easy little things that I can do to thank you for supporting me and the show. I appreciate it. Alright, so first up is Voltorb, who's faster than us and hardly hurts us with Spark as we one-shot him. Not sure why he didn't just do Sonic Boom. Maybe he wanted to try and paralyze us? Next is Electrike, who is just a one-shot, but third is Magneton, and as expected, he paralyzes us right away. I probably should have used Sleep Powder first instead. Now, although our Razor Leaves are doing okay damage, we weren't critting, and he ended up healing partway through the fight. The weird thing is that sometimes he would use Sonic Boom, but often he wasted time with stuff like Supersonic or electric moves that hurt a lot less than Sonic Boom. If he just used Sonic Boom every turn, then we would have fainted for sure, but we took him out with a bit of health left. Last is Magnetric, and we easily could have lost if he didn't start with Howl, or if we were fully paralyzed, but we just hardly squeaked by with victory instead. I really didn't think I was going to win that one on the first try. Now that said, things are for sure about to get way harder. We have the Maxi fight coming up, and that might be hard. Then the Fire Gym, which will for sure be hard. I can see us having to seriously grind before we stand a chance in the Fire Gym. It's already a pretty hard gym on a good day, but we're gonna have to deal with them being super effective against us. I think I'll grab the TM for Secret Power on the way, equip a Silk Scarf for a little bit more damage, and hope that we can beat them with Secret Power and Sleep Powder. Return might be a better idea, but considering Secret Power will be good enough for a good chunk of the game after the Fire Gym, I want to just try leveling up a little bit more first if need be. If I can put off getting Return until later, then I think I will, just because Secret Power is a more interesting move. It's probably a dumb decision, but sometimes you gotta be a little bit less optimal to make the challenge more fun, you know? Plus, Secret Power is not a contact move, and Return is a contact move. That could help us later in the game against certain abilities. You never know. Okay, so first at Maxi is Mighty Enna, so our attack is down the whole fight, weakening our Secret Power. Razor Leaf was almost a one-shot, but he healed up, so he got to bite us before we took him out. Second is Camerupt, and although we got unlucky with missing our first Razor Leaf, we had put him to sleep right away, and he never woke up, so we just hardly two-shot him. Last is Zubat, but we quickly overpowered him with Secret Power. Well, that went well, but even a couple levels lower, and I bet we wouldn't have been able to two-shot Camerupt. The Fire Gym is gonna be awful, isn't it? Okay, I am super proud of how the Fire Gym battle went. I decided I would stick to the Miracle Seed and put Numel to sleep at the start, since it could hardly hurt us with Magnitude, and I just wanted to buy time. After a bunch of tries where we missed Sleep Powder right away, we had this one where I got to build up 6 growths without taking too much damage, and then we just swept most of our team with Razor Leaf. The Torkoal at the end wasn't a one-shot and healed tons of times with hyper potions, and my heart dropped when we missed one of our Razor Leaves, but in the end we scored the hits that we needed to take her out without her waking up. I can't believe I didn't have to grind for that. Let's go take out the normal gym next. That shouldn't be too bad. But on our way there, I took the root fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Normal gym time. First is Spinda, and I lost a bunch of tries to getting confused off this guy. This time we put him to sleep and got 3 growths in before he woke up and confused us. Then we hit ourselves. He used Teeter Dance again for no reason. We missed a sleep powder. He used Teeter Dance yet again. We snapped out of our confusion to put him to sleep. Then we got in another growth before taking him out. What a weird way to start the fight. Vigoroth was faster than us, but didn't crit his slash, so we didn't get hurt too much before we took him out. And third was Linoon, who used Belly Drum to lose half of its health as we Razor Leafed to take him down. Last is Slacking, though, who outsped us and crit Facade to instantly take us out. Man, I really think we could have won that if he didn't crit. I don't like that he's faster than us, though. That makes things a lot harder. Several tries later, we had to put up with the horrible luck of Spinda, and we just ended up losing again, because this time Linoon hit us so our health was low enough that Facade didn't need to crit to make us faint. You know, I thought this gym would be easy, but I actually do think I have to level up a little bit. Being slower than most of his team is causing way too many problems. Okay, so after getting to level 45 and failing once due to missing our 95 accuracy Razor Leaf, and another time due to being crit by a random Facade, we won on the third try when we got 3 growths in. Linoon used Belly Drum again, so we didn't take much damage getting to Slacking, and he used Yawn instead of attacking, so we just got to hit 2 Razor Leaves to win. That took so much longer than I expected for a normally easy gym. Sorry, I just had to go close the window because someone's just repeatedly doing mini honks on their horn outside. Oh, fun neighborhood. Now, we may have done well in the fire gym and gotten through the normal gym after not too many tries, but we have the flying gym coming up, and that's going to be brutal. Altaria and Skarmory both double resist grass, and we're weak to flying type, so I'm thinking that we just have to hope growth and sleep powder can save us. I'll fight a lot of trainers on my way. I figure the rival fight should at least be easy. I mean, when isn't it? Okay, well, the rival fight was easy, but this time it was extra easy thanks to it raining, so fire isn't as dangerous. We just used growth a bunch and then spammed Razor Leaf until we won. Nothing too special. How is the flying gym gonna go, though? If we don't use growth 6 times, I'm not sure we can beat Skarmory. Okay, flying gym time, and right away we have a weird start where we put Swablu to sleep, and she instantly switches to Pelipper while we're using growth. She didn't do that on my last 3 failed tries, but hey, that's fine. Pelipper is who I want to fight anyway. It wastes most of its time using Protect, so we just put it to sleep and get all 6 of our growths in before we take it out. She sent Swablu back in, and it's awake now thanks to its ability where it shakes off status afflictions while switching, but we still just one-shot it with our now powered-up Razor Leaf. Tropius is next, so I put it to sleep and decide to just use Secret Power since it double resists grass anyway. It didn't do much though, so I tried Razor Leaf, and it did a bit more. She stayed asleep, so we just finished her off. Next is Altaria, and this thing is really dangerous, so I put it to sleep, just for it to end up switching to Skarmory as we landed a critical Razor Leaf to one-shot it. Back out to Altaria, and we put it back to sleep, again it has that ability, and we start spamming Razor Leaves. We actually missed one early on, and eventually she woke up and used 2 Dragon Dances before we could put her back to sleep. Now, I was worried that I'd lose because she had healed up with a Hyper Potion, and she could absolutely one-shot us with Aerial Ace if she woke up. But she ended up staying asleep for what must have been the max amount of turns, so we actually got the win. We got lucky that she stayed asleep for so long, but then again, we got super unlucky for one Razor Leaf to miss in the first place and to not land a crit after all of those hits, so I don't know, maybe it equals out. Alright, we're on the road again, and things are about to get way harder. We have Maxie and the Psychic Gym coming up. Maxie has both a Crobat and Camerupt that are going to give us issues. Then there's the Psychic Gym that's always brutal in solo runs, but it'll be especially brutal this time because we're part poison. Yeah, we're super effective against 3 of the 4 Pokemon, and Razor Leaf does hit both opponents, but what does that matter? Even if we use Sleep Powder, whoever we didn't put to sleep can just hit us with Psychic and probably one-shot us. I think I'm gonna have to rare candy up a simply absurd amount before I can win that fight. But you know, we'll find out when we get there. Wish me luck, because I'm gonna need it. Okay, well, first try at Maxi, and we had a perfect fight with Mightyena, where it just missed its only move. We got 4 growths in and took it out. But then Crobat came out, outsped us, and one-shot us with a critical air cutter. Okay, I can't see us winning this until we're a bit faster. But Mightyena has Scary Face, and that isn't gonna miss every single time. This might take a while. I'm gonna crack out the rare candies. Effort values are maxed out anyway. First try at level 55, and this time against Mightyena, I just did 2 growths because I wanted to skip ahead to Crobat and see if we're faster. We weren't, but I thought I stood a chance when he confused us instead of hitting Air Cutter. Nope, we hit ourselves twice in a row while he cut us down in a couple of hits. Okay, well, him not using Air Cutter every time does give me hope, although Confusion adds some real randomness to the fight. This might be possible. Let me give it a few tries before I consider leveling up more. Okay, so after quite a few tries, we got 3 growths and managed to put Crobat to sleep the moment he came out. We had to hit roughly 1,000,000 Razor Leaves as he kept healing, but we lucked out and never actually hit ourselves in confusion despite being confused twice. We did lose some health before he went down, but we didn't hit ourselves against Camerupt either, so we one-shot him. Alright, it's time to get stuck for a very long time against the Psychic Gym. I don't see any way that won't be hard. So we get to the Psychic Gym at level 57. On the first round, we do almost no damage to their team with Razor Leaf. Then we take some damage from Earthquake. Then obviously go down to Psychic right after. I mean, is this even worth trying below level 70? I guess I'll try level 65 just to see what happens, but like, I can't see it being anything but a disaster. I think we can't win this until we're level 80, to be honest. Level 65. Well, this time we almost made Claydol faint, but we still went down from Psychic in the second round. Yeah, my prediction of 80 is feeling pretty accurate right now. Well, we got farther at level 70, but it's only because Xatu used Sunny Day for no reason. We took out Claydol, but we still just went down to Psychic shortly after. Level 75, and we crit Claydol to take him out early, but now Xatu and Lunatone are both using Calm Mind, weakening our moves and making their Psychics even stronger. Man, we're almost level 80, and I'm starting to think we won't win. Okay, we're level 80, and although we're still losing, it's starting to look like by level 85, we might be able to make Xatu faint with just 1 more Razor Leaf. On this round, we got confused and hit ourselves near the end, but that's not going to happen every time. I really do think we can win this soon. Really doubt that we need to be higher than level 90, so let's try 85 a few times. Oh my god, we finally did it. We're level 85, and we totally fluked our way through the fight. We kept dropping Claydol to red health so that he would use Hyper Potion. Then a crit on Xatu on the second round dropped them both to red health at the same time. They only had 1 Hyper Potion left, and because they used it on Claydol instead of Xatu, we ended up taking out Xatu before it ever hit us. All it got to do was use Sunny Day. Then Lunatone and Solrock came out, Razor Leaf one-shot the Solrock, so I never had to worry about a fire move. We actually won. We had to nearly double our level to do it, but I'm happy we won. Okay, that insane fight is done. I figure we're gonna have an easy time getting to the Elite Four. We got Archie, the Water Gym, and Wally. So 2 water trainers, and then a usually easy Wally fight. Yeah, Archie has a Crobat, and that's a tough Pokemon for a Grass type to fight, but we're such a high level that I can't see it being a real issue. Let's just breeze our way through and get to the Elite Four. Well, the Archie fight was weird. Crobat kept using Super Potions, despite still having tons of health left. Then we randomly crit a secret power to take him out early. I mean, we were never in any real danger either way, but that isn't really how I thought it was gonna go. The Water Gym was obviously pretty easy. I mean, how could it not be? We just used Growth a few times to make sure that the Kingdra was a one-shot, and then we swept him. Now, Wally was a bit more dangerous because he opens with Altaria, but he switches if we put him to sleep, so we got extra growths in and was able to take out his whole team pretty easily. If he had just used flying moves every turn, then we would have gotten hit pretty hard, but he wasted a lot of time, so it was fine. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, our stats aren't awful, so I think that we'll be able to win before level 100, but I don't think it'll be easy. I'm confident about beating Wallace himself, but I think that Glacia and Drake might be pretty difficult. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. Now I had to restart this fight right at the start about 1,000,000 times because we kept getting sand attacked if I went for too many growths. So in this one, I just did 2 and then hit Razor Leaf to take him out. Second was Shift Tree, and right away I was worried because he kept using double team, so we kept missing. Eventually, we took him out with 1 Razor Leaf, but he hit Torment, so we can't use the same move twice in a row for the rest of the fight. Absol went down just fine to Sleep Powder, followed by Razor Leaf, and we missed our Sleep Powder on the Cack turn right after, so we lost speed to Cotton Spore. We got hurt just a little bit before we took him out. Last is Crawdaunt, but all he did was use Swords Dance, then fall asleep, so we took him out just fine. That probably looked easy, but it actually took 8 tries just thanks to terrible luck with Sand Attack at the start. I figure Phoebe is gonna be worse though. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. Now this one took a few tries because sometimes Dusclops would wake up early and hit Curse, but on the 4th try, we really easily got 3 growths in and then swept our entire team with Razor Leaf, no issue. Do you think Glacia's ice types will be a problem, or are we gonna sweep them too? Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Everything went fine. We put our first Pokemon to sleep, we used 2 growths, she woke up, used Hail, we put her to sleep again, another 2 growths, and then we swept our whole team with Razor Leaf. Now can we get away with that on Drake? He resists grass pretty hard, but Shelgon at the start likes to stall, so it might be pretty easy to build up our growths. I could see this going either way. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. Well, this was a disaster. After having to try a bunch of times due to getting hit by Rock Tomb tons, we get this try where we get all 6 growths in against Shelgon, and we only get hit by Rock Tomb once, and we still end up being slower than most of his team. We even got burned early on to take tons of damage, and even with 6 growths, we still only took out half of Alteria's health. That makes me think we really won't do well against Salamence. I'm gonna bump us up all the way to level 95. Maybe then we'll be faster regardless, but I'm starting to think that this might just be a very hard fight in general. Okay, after a handful of tries, we finally got this one where Shelgon used Double Edge instead of Rock Tomb, so we have all of our speed, and we got our 6 growths. As Altaria came out, we put it to sleep, and it switched to Salamence, so we hit it with a free Razor Leaf. That is perfect because we're faster, so we hit another Razor Leaf to make it faint before it could attack us. Back to Altaria, who we just put to sleep, and he switched to Kingdra, who goes down to 1 Razor Leaf. Lestes is Altaria yet again, and we put it to sleep and hit Razor Leaf, but it ends up waking up fast and using Dragon Dance. Because of that, he became faster and did massive damage with Aerial Ace, but thankfully, we hit our Razor Leaf next to take him out. Finally, a win. Well, this can't be that hard, right? Maybe like 3 or 4 growths and we can sweep them? Wait, did I talk about Flygon at all in that fight? I don't think I talked about Flygon. I'm like 99% sure Flygon was a one-shot because his part ground. It was probably so uneventful I forgot to write it down. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. Okay, this one took a ton of tries right at the start because I really wanted to get all the growths in at Whale Lord, but it always ended up hitting Blizzard, so eventually I decided to just put him to sleep, get 2 growths in, then use Razor Leaf. Annoyingly enough, we missed the first one and he stayed asleep, so we totally could have gotten a 3rd one in, but whatever, we take him out. Melodica's second, so I put him to sleep and go for 2 more growths, but he wakes up after the second one and hits Ice Beam to freeze us. I accidentally clicked Growth instead of Razor Leaf, and we actually instantly defrosted, so we got our 5th growth in that I wasn't planning on getting. We got hit by another Ice Beam to go to low health, then we hit Razor Leaf for a one-shot. I have no idea how this is gonna go. Tentacruel is thankfully a one-shot with Razor Leaf, even without a crit. I kinda wonder if the 5th growth is what did that. Whiscash is double weak to grass, so of course it was a one-shot. Water Onyx was also a one-shot. And last is Ludicolo, who is of course another one-shot. I mean, I thought it was more or less gonna go that way, but getting frozen and instantly defrosting isn't exactly what I was banking on happening. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Steven Stone. We're already nearly level 96 going into the post-game fight that I'm not sure that I can win, so I think I'll just top up to level 100. I'm sure some of his team will be easy, but the fact that he opens up with Skarmory that double resists us, and his ace is a pseudo-legendary that also resists us and is super effective against us, makes me think that there's a pretty solid chance we can't win. I'll give it a try though. Okay, literally the first try, and not only did we put him to sleep and get tons of growths in, but he woke up and only used spikes. Then we put him right back to sleep, got the rest of our growths in, and 2 hits of Razor Leaf took him out. I really don't like how little damage it did, though. If we were a single level lower, then I don't think that would have been a 2-shot. Next is Armaldo, who was a 1-shot, then Claydol, who's obviously a 1-shot, but then it was Metagross, and I was worried. We missed Sleep Powder right away, we lost a ton of health to Psychic, but we hit our next Sleep Powder. Then we used Razor Leaf and we got a 1-shot, although I'm pretty sure that's our Overgrowth kicking in. We probably wouldn't have gotten it if we had done it right away. But hey, maybe that Overgrowth will help us. Aggron next is a 1-shot, and last is Cradily, who, believe it or not, is also a 1-shot. I think that Overgrowth actually just made it easier. That was a first try. Well, that actually went really well. I thought it was gonna go so much worse. Yeah, the Psychic Gym was horrible, but it always is. I'm still shocked that most of the run went so well. I really hope you guys like that run. Next week's Pokemon Challenge should be up next Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Black, with only 1 Clink. It looks really hard on paper, but it's also a pretty fun Pokemon, so I'm looking forward to it. I was gonna do the Patreon request one next week, but I'm doing it the week after instead. A time constraint thing, don't worry about it, it's still coming out. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Now, as much as I would love to go forever with my outro, I have guests over, so I don't want to take super long, but you know, work's gotta get done. I can't just not do my voiceover and not do my video, because that's my job. Guests over does not mean you get to pause your job. So here I am. This run was really fun. I actually, I was kind of dreading it a little bit when I planned to do Pokemon Emerald with 1 Bulbasaur. Mostly because I thought stuff like the Psychic Gym was going to be horrible, and it was, but it didn't take an unreal amount of tries, at least. I thought it was gonna be one of those things where I level up a ton and I have to try a million times. Yeah, I tried like a handful of times on some of those runs where I thought I kind of stood a chance, but grand total, it wasn't so bad, really. And yeah, some boss battles, I could see that a victory was possible, but I had to try a bunch of times because they weren't staying asleep very long, or there was confusion or something, or I miss a Razor Leaf, a 95 accuracy move at the worst time. That always sucks when it happens. But overall, it really wasn't horrible. I thought it was gonna be a lot worse. That was actually a really fun, well-paced run. Yeah, either than the Psychic Gym. Obviously, there's nothing well-paced about the Psychic Gym, but that's where rare candies keep you from having an aneurysm. Looking forward to that Clink run, though. I've already started on it, and it's actually really fun. Clink is a really fun Pokemon. Limited moveset, but fun moves. Gear Grind is a really fun move, especially once you learn Shift Gear. And in Gen 5, you can get your hands on a lot of very good held items pretty easily. One that I probably should have used in a lot more runs because it's a great held item, is Scope Lens, where it increases your crit chance by 1 stage, which literally doubles it. If I'm understanding the math right, that doubles your crit chance. So if you're doubling your crit chance and you're using Gear Grind, which is a move that hits twice, then that's 4 times better crit chance, grand total. I'm not great at how the math breaks down on that. I know it's not 1 in 4. It's not that, because the chance is not actually 1. You could get 2 crits, even. I guess it's 1 in 8 twice. I think that's what it is in Gen 5, at least. Because I think a crit in Gen 5 is 1 in 16? Is that right? I think that's right. I looked it up a few days ago, and I'm already blanking on it. But regardless, Clink ends up being very, very fun. So look forward to that video. I'm going to be doing the voiceover for that one in 3 days? It's Friday right now. It is the 14th of March when I'm doing this voiceover. And I'm probably doing the voiceover for the Clink run on Monday. Yeah, that sounds about right. Monday, maybe Tuesday, something like that. And then the second I get it edited is the second it goes up on Patreon. So somewhere between 12 and 8 days early tends to be how early you get these challenges on Patreon. And the reason for that is that, for years, I like to always stay one challenge ahead so that, like, if something happens, I would still have that next video, like, banked and ready to go up by the beginning of the week. But now that I'm, like, trying to find rewards for my Patreon, I realize, like, oh, well, if I always have that one done, like, a few days early because I have it banked, then there's no harm in just putting it up on Patreon early. That's, like, an easy little thing I can give people. So, yeah, that's what that's all about. It's just an easy little thing that I can give you guys. I hope that you guys enjoy it. I should probably wrap this up because I need to go hop in the shower, get all cleaned up, get a little bit of stuff done, and then me and my guests are watching some Maple Leaf Pro. They're putting on their second ever show tonight. It's a Canadian pro wrestling company. I'm quite excited for the episode. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Red with only one Beedrill was a really weird one, so let's do one that I've been getting requested non-stop for a whole year now. Today's the day that we finally figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one cast form. Cast form stats are actually pretty good by the standards of the Pokemon I usually use on this show. 70 in each stat, making it a total of 420 base stats. You can make your own jokes. By level up, he gets a ton of move variety as soon as he hits level 10, and after that he has access to tons of weather moves and weather ball, so he's pretty usable. The TM move list is also very impressive, giving us even more type coverage by adding things like Thunderbolt to our potential move list. This move list is so much better than what I usually have to choose from. His main gimmick, though, is his ability Forecast. It makes him into a fire form during harsh sunlight, water form in the rain, and an ice form in hail. Once we get Weather Ball, that will get stronger and gain a new type along with the weather. This is actually really powerful. In fact, this might be the easiest Pokemon I've ever used in a Pokemon challenge, to be honest. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm pretty confident that I can beat this one. I don't want to get too overconfident, but I think this will be an easy run. That's kind of why I put this off for so long, even though people have been asking for this non-stop since I started. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use cast form. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. Right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with cast form so we can do the whole run with it. I name him Mallow because he's a cloud person. Our nature is hardy, so no stat changes. Our actual stats are almost perfectly even, and we're at level 5, so we only have Tackle. We're normal type right now, so at least we get the same type attack bonus, and then at level 10 we'll get a load of really useful early game moves. The first May fight was a completely one-sided beatdown. First form starters aren't really gonna have the stats to handle us right now. Very quickly, we plow through all of the early trainers, and while we're fighting one in the forest, we hit level 10 and learn Water Gun, Ember, and Powder Snow. I can't even dream of getting this good of type coverage in most of my Pokemon challenges. I actually ended up getting to Roxanne's Rock Gym at only level 11, lower than her Pokemon. Water Gun brought her first Geodude to a sliver, but we got hit by Rock Tomb, lost speed, and she used a potion to heal. We took her out on the follow-up, and her second Geodude was a one-shot. Last is Nose Pass though, and it's only rock type, so we aren't double super effective against it. We go shot for shot with Water Gun and Tackle for ages, but because she has both an Oran Berry and a potion, we just get one hit away from taking her out. Considering I level up during the attempt though, I bet I'll win on the second try. Second try, and we one-shot both of the Geodudes this time, and it actually levels me up to 13. Weirdly enough, though, we actually do worse against Nose Pass because, in the end, Roxanne used a second potion. On the very next attempt, though, we ended up winning because she used one last Rock Tomb, so we still got a fast win. Would you look at this, we're past the Rock Gym in an Emerald run and we're not level 25. Next up, I'm going to have to do either the Fighting Gym or skip it and work towards the Electric Gym. But I decided to try the Fighting Gym since it's worth the experience for now. The Electric Gym is always really tough anyway. When I finally get to the Fighting Gym, though, we don't make it past Machop. We're normal type until we can change the form with our weather, so they do a lot of damage. I decided to go level up off the trainers on the beach until we can learn our first weather-changing move. At level 20, we start learning Rain Dance, Sunny Day, and Hail, but Rain Dance is the only one I want right now, and I replace Water Gun. I know it seems really weird because I'm giving up one of the same type attack bonus moves with it, but this is a strategic choice for the long term. I won't need Water Gun again until I get Water Ball at level 30, but I will need Tackle to deal with the water types for a little while. Plus, Powder Snow can freeze and Ember can burn. Water Gun is just Water Gun. Even after getting to level 20 and using Rain Dance though, I still can't beat Machop. We take far less damage, but we also have to keep wasting time keeping the rain going. I was hoping for good freezing luck, but the only time he got frozen, he thawed at the same turn, because that's just my luck. Not only that, but Brawly used a potion. I'm gonna have to come back when I'm stronger or have a new move. Let's fight our rival at the Cycling Road instead. First is Wingull, so I tackle it twice to take it down. Second was a total tactical failure on my part. Water Gun was the first move to replace, but I should have done this fight first. We have nothing that's effective against Combusken, we're weak against it if we don't make it rain, and we do almost no damage with Tackle. I'm probably just gonna be stuck grinding until level 30 when I can get Weather Ball. I decided that every 2 levels I gain, I'd try the Fighting Gym again. At level 22, it's actually going really well. We do just the right amount of damage that Machop got taken out by the 3rd hit with the crit, and against Meditite, I just kept using Powder Snow and Tackle, easily getting us the win because he was just using Focus Punch and failing due to the damage over and over. Last was Makahita though, and his Vital Throws were way too strong, and our Powder Snow was way too weak. We really didn't last long. Even at level 24, the fight goes almost the exact same way. It's pretty frustrating that a large part of the fight's luck is based on Machop at the start. At level 26, we do a little bit better, but it was mostly just because he didn't use Vital Throw as early. At least we are really close to getting a new move. I try once more, still at level 26, this time not using Rain Dance and Powder Snow, instead just tanking the super effective hits and staying normal type so the Tackle gets powered up by the same type attack bonus. We do much more damage and almost take him out, but we still end up going down. I'm starting to think that at level 28 I can finally win this. At level 28 we get back to Makahita, our tackles are doing way more damage than before, and we easily take him out. It's crazy how a few stat points can completely change a battle this early in the game. It's a shame I had to level up 8 times just for this one gym though. Next I try for the May fight again. This time I'm just able to tackle my way through the entire fight, but not without taking a lot of damage in the process. Double kick mixed with focus energy for crits when we're still normal type is really rough to deal with. While fighting trainers in the electric gym, we finally hit level 30 and replace Tackle with Weather Ball. It's a normal move with 50 power and 100 accuracy, but it bumps all the way up to 100 power during special weather events, and will change his type accordingly. That means we have a 100 power water move with the same type attack bonus, because we'll change to water form, for the fire gym. That'll be awesome. Electric gym time though. Water Ball takes Voltorb to a sliver as he hits us with Spark, but he used a super potion so we had to hit him 2 more times. Electrike is second and is just a one-shot, and next is Magneton. Ember does a solid chunk of damage, we get paralyzed off Thunder Wave, we Ember again to bring him to a sliver, but he uses a super potion. Before he can go down, he manages to hit us with a Sonic Boom so we're below half health. Last is Manectric, but we failed an attack early from paralysis, so he quickly took us down with a few sparks. Even if we weren't paralyzed, we might not have won that fight. Failing that, I decided to fight the trainers in the area and just try the fight again at whatever level that makes me end up at. It took a solid half an hour, but we're now 3 levels higher. We now one-shot both Voltorb and Electrike, but Magneton still hangs on and paralyzes us. But he only gets 1 Shockwave before we finish him. Manectric actually ended up being pretty easy, because the way his health landed from our attacks, he never ended up using a super potion. Honestly, if not for that, we might have lost. The next area of the game is where I'm gonna have to both fight Team Magma and then the Fire Gym, but considering we have Rain Dance and Water Ball, I'm really not that worried. The Maxi fight started off a little bit worrying because Mightyana's Intimidate and Sand Attack, but we just made it rain and swept him easily with Powder Snow and Weather Ball. Naturally, the Fire Gym was a total sweep with Weather Ball once I started Rain Dance. Usually this gym is really hard, so I'm happy that it went well. We have to get back to Petalburg City though, so on my way I picked up the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Next is the normal gym. I start my Rain Dance right away as Spin Duck confused us with Teeter Dance. Thankfully, we still hit our Weather Ball for a one-shot. Vigoroth also got one-shot by Weather Ball, but next is Lanoon and we hit ourselves in Confusion. But because all he did was Belly Drum, we just shook off Confusion and finished him. Last is Slacking, and the rain stopped, so I just Rain Danced again. He wastes his turn using Counter, so on the turn where he can't attack due to his Truant ability, I just hit Weather Ball. Seeing as he's just spamming Counter, I just use Rain Dance on the turns where he can attack, and he goes down very, very easily. With that done, we get Surf, and I decide to go straight to the abandoned ship. This area is really small and it's not at all required, so I usually don't even go here. But it's really easy to get the TM for Ice Beam here, and ice moves are awesome, so we'll probably just replace Powder Snow with this at some point. I just want to get it early. While we're on a TM hunt, I also shut off the generator in the new Moville power plant. This is because it gets us the TM for Thunderbolt, an absolute run saver of a move in Gen 3, since so many major trainers love water-type Pokemon. This will probably carry us through some really awful fights. So on our way north, we have to do the Weather Institute battles. They're so easy that I never bring them up, but because you get a free cast form from it, I thought it'd be funny to show you. Sure, we can't use this cast form, but she was still really helpful. She was holding Mystic Water. It buffs your water move's power by 10% in this game, so I move it to Mallow to power up his Weather Ball during the rain even more. After that is the last required May fight, and this is usually a really easy one, but it's always raining here, and she actually resists water really well. Thanks to absolutely insanely bad confusion luck, I actually almost lose even though she's just using lame moves like Absorb, but we do get the win on the first try. The Flying Gym is next, but naturally it was a totally one-sided beatdown. We have Thunderbolt and Ice Beam, we're pretty much made to destroy flying types. Our next major fight is against the Team Megama leader Maxie, but like usual, he isn't really an issue. Our stats are pretty good, and we're super effective against 2 of his 3 Pokemon, so he doesn't really stand a chance. Next is the Psychic Gym, and it's a mandatory double battle, so I filled out the team with Magikarp. Right away I make it rain as our Magikarp goes down, and we get hit by Earthquake. I then use the Water Weather Ball to one-shot Claydol so he can't sit around earthquaking us forever. They sent out Solrock, and Xatu finished the round by setting up Sunny Day, turning us into a Fire type. I decide to Ice Beam Xatu, nearly taking him out, as he uses Calm Mind. Solrock nails us with Psychic and we're at half health. Then they Hyper Potion Xatu so our next Ice Beam couldn't finish him off, and we got hit by Psychic again, even losing special defense. One last Ice Beam finishes off Xatu, but Lunatone came out and one last Psychic finished us. This is always a brutal fight. I try again right away, this time countering the Sunny Day by making it rain again. I got farther since I could take out Solrock and Lunatone, but by the time I did, Xatu had powered up his special attack so much that one Psychic finished me off. I try one more time, this time replacing Ember with Thunderbolt, just in case I can get Paralysis to stick. I did the same opener to deal with Claydol, and this time Xatu didn't use Sunny Day, so I instantly took out Solrock with a Water Weather Ball. Xatu made it sunny the next round, so I switched to Thunderbolt and hit Xatu, as their whole team was just using Calm Mind. A second Thunderbolt took out Xatu, I made it rain to switch back to Water, and he was still just using Calm Mind, so I brought it to red health with Weather Ball, he used Calm Mind again, and I finished him off. That was a really weird fight. Last before the final gym, we have our one fight with Team Aqua's leader Archie, but he's just Maxie with a water type, so Thunderbolt was great. Finally onto the water gym. Luvdisc is a one-shot with Thunderbolt, and second is Whiscash. First I Ice Beam for solid damage, but uses Amnesia, so I switched to Weather Ball for a physical attack. Earthquake hurts a bit, and they used a Hyper Potion, so it took 3 more Weather Balls to end him. Celio survived Thunderbolt with a Sliver, hit us to get us down to 26 health, then we finished it. Crawdaunt was a one-shot, and last is Kingdra. Ice Beam did about a quarter of his health and damage as he used Double Team. Our second Ice Beam hit again to bring him to low health as he hit us with his own Ice Beam to drop us into red health. Then we finished him off with one last hit. Last before the Elite Four is the Wally fight. Altaria is double weak to ice, so one Ice Beam took it out. Second is Delcatty, who missed us, so we had to take him out in 2 hits. Third is Magneton. Ice Beam isn't doing much, but the second one freezes it solid, so it only hit us once. Roselia was a one-shot with Ice Beam, and last is Gardevoir. Thunderbolt does decent damage as he lets off a Future Sight. Our second one paralyzes him, but because of the Synchronize ability, we got paralyzed as well. Then for the rest of that round, and the whole 2 following rounds, we were both fully paralyzed. That's 5 actions in a row. I've never seen that before. Future Sight hits us, so we took damage, but we attack next round and just finished him off. That was nuts. Let's take a look at our stats before we try the Elite Four. They're really not that bad for level 57, but they are far from great. The Emerald Elite Four is usually quite a bit harder than the Elite Four in Gens 1 or 2, so I don't think I can get away with winning at this low of a level. I decide that I'll go after the Elite Four just to see how I do, but I don't expect to get very far without at least a few more levels. Less chance to guess if we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. Right away we use Thunderbolt on Mightyena, but get hit by Sand Attack and miss our follow-up. Double Edge takes a chunk out of our health, and we finish it with another Thunderbolt. Sand Attack is the worst. Shiftry hangs on from red health from Ice Beam, but gets frozen solid. But they just use full restore, so don't celebrate yet. Another 2 Ice Beams hit though, so it does go down. Cacturn dodges the first Ice Beam and hits us with Cotton Spores to slow us down. Next, he Leech Seeded us when we were hitting Ice Beam, but he hung on. Feint Attack brings our health down even more as we finished him off, and we're in pretty rough shape. Crawdaunt is next, and we could totally one-shot him, but he ended us. Considering this was my luckiest of 20 different attempts thanks to Sand Attack, we cannot win this without better stats. I try again at level 60. I still got Sand Attacked by Mariana, but this time we didn't miss the follow-up, so we're still healthy. Ice Beam missed Shift Tree, and he used Double Team, but our second one hit to bring him into red health, and he just used Double Team again. Sydney used a full restore, and I missed, so he's healthy again. Interestingly enough, our next Ice Beam ended up one-shotting him. He must have been in a damage range. Cacturn was a one-shot, and fourth is Crawdaunt, who goes down in one Thunderbolt. Last is Absol, but Thunderbolt missed, and we got hit with a weak Rock Slide. Our second Thunderbolt missed again as he used Swords Dance, and finally our third one hit for decent damage. Rock Slide did a lot more damage this time thanks to Swords Dance. I hit Weather Ball for a solid chunk of damage as he slashed all the way down to red health before we finally finished him with another Thunderbolt. That was close. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. First is Dusclops, who spams Protect and has pressure to ruin our power points, so I just used Rain Dance as she protects. Then I hit Ice Beam for a bit of damage as we got hit for a bit ourselves. Her Protect stopped our Weather Ball, but our second try worked and we take her down. The first Bayonet is a one-shot with Weather Ball, but on the second one, the rain stopped, so I tried to Ice Beam, but it didn't do a ton. She missed Will-O-Wisp, and I Ice Beamed again for a critical hit, taking her out. Sableye came out, and Ice Beam took out about half of her health, as it hardly hurts us with Feint Attack. We hit it again to take it to a Sliver, she uses Double Team, then she healed. We hit 2 more Ice Beams to bring it to a Sliver again, we got crit with Feint Attack to lose most of our health, then she healed again. We crit to bring it back to red health, then we missed Thunderbolt, got hit, missed Ice Beam, and finally finished it off. Naturally, the final Dusclops easily took us out. Once again, things like Double Team and Sand Attack are super frustrating to fight against in a single Pokemon challenge. Alright, I'm gonna have to grind more. If I'm gonna go through PowerPoints that fast just trying to beat the first 2 members of the Elite Four, then there's no way that the few Ethers and Elixirs that I have will last all the way till the end, and there's no way that we'd survive Wallace. Considering that I also need to get lucky enough or strong enough to start getting runs where I have enough PowerPoints by the second battle to still make it to the end of the fight, I might just have to get strong enough to one-shot Sydney's Mightyena so that I stop losing moves to Sand Attack. I tried to refight them every few levels, but I'd often just lose to Sydney again, so I really do need these levels. At this level, whether or not I get past Sydney is just luck. Finally, we get another good shot at Phoebe. This time I go straight for Weather Ball after Rain Dance and just sweep through Dusclops, 2 Bayonets, and Sableye before it stopped raining when the last Dusclops came out. I hit a critical Ice Beam for tons of damage, tanked an Earthquake, hit another Ice Beam that she hung on from thanks to a berry. She healed with a full restore, so I had to use 2 more Thunderbolts. She hit another Earthquake, and finally, we take it out. We really aren't doing much damage. I should have just used Weather Ball more. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Seedleo hung on with a Sliver right away from Thunderbolt, but he also made it hail, so we just turned into an Ice type and didn't get hurt. She used a full restore, but a Thunderbolt and Weather Ball took her down. Ball Rain is second, so I Thunderbolted for big damage, took a solid quarter of my health in damage from Surf, then finished it off with another Thunderbolt. Glalie is next, so I use Rain Dance, knowing my Weather Ball can overpower it. We tank an Ice Beam for almost no damage, then one-shot it with Weather Ball. Another Sealeo comes out and turns it to Hail again, so I just Thunderbolt, she full restores, I Thunderbolt again, and one last one ends it. Last was another Glalie, but naturally I just made it rain and one-shot it with Weather Ball. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake, and finally for the first time in a while we had a really easy fight where I just swept his whole team with Ice Beam. Kingdra took a few more hits, but we were never in danger. Finally, the Pokemon champion Wallace. Right away, I Thunderbolted Wailord to bring him to almost red health as he nailed us with Blizzard for a quarter of our health. He then full restored, so it took 2 more Thunderbolts to take him out. Second is Tentacruel and tanked a Thunderbolt pretty well, then poisoned us with Toxic, so this run is probably doomed. I finished it off and next was Ludicolo. I Ice Beam for a bit of damage and he starts double teaming right away, so we're missing and our health is rapidly dropping. We go down fast, the battle wasn't even close. I'm gonna have to grind until Thunderbolt hits a lot harder. I've been looking over the TM list over and over, trying to figure out a solution, but I'm just not seeing one. I could use Thunder, but then my accuracy would be way lower and I'd be making the fight really unreliable. I could learn Solar Beam, but it's too slow. If I use Solar Beam with a sunny day, then I'd turn into a Fire-type cast form and would get taken out by Wallace's strong water moves. It sucks to suddenly need to grind so late in the run, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Eventually, I had leveled up all the way from level 70 to level 82, and I still lost because I can't outmuscle Ludicolo. The worst part is that his only weaknesses are flying, poison, and bug. We can't learn any attacking moves of any of those types. This is getting a little worrying. I went ahead and made a Shell Bell so that we can heal a little bit while we deal damage. I worry that this could backfire though, since I kind of want the extra water power from the Mystic Water, since I'm worried that I might need to use Rain Dance and Weather Ball to beat Wallace's Whisk Cash if I get that far. You know, just overpowering it with her strongest move. I ended up at level 84 getting to Wallace again. This time Wailord is a one-shot with Thunderbolt, and Tentacruel missed his Toxic, so I took him out too. When Toxic hits, we pretty much instantly lose, so that was important. Ludicolo is still spamming Double Team, but we hit 2 Ice Beams. He takes out 51 health from us with Surf, then full restores, and we just keep using Ice Beam. Every time I get hit into red health, he just keeps using a full restore, hoping that I'll miss with Ice Beam, but we get incredibly lucky with our accuracy and land tons of hits. By the time we take him out, our health is about half. Whiskash is next and is part ground, so I decide to just use Rain Dance. He uses Amnesia to beef up his special defense, and we hit a Weather Ball for pretty big damage. He uses Amnesia again though, so we can't quite finish him off. I still use Weather Ball since it's the strongest move we have, but he hits Earthquake, then full restores since he's in red health. I just keep spamming Weather Ball, and the Earthquakes have gotten us below half health as our rain ends. So I just hit one last Weather Ball to finish it off since it's now a physical attack. It's a lot weaker when it's normal type, but he beefed up his special defense a lot. Water Onyx is next, so we lose attack to Intimidate, but one Thunderbolt takes it out since he's double weak to electricity. Last is Melodic, and it tanks a Thunderbolt pretty well and badly poisons us with Toxic. But we're faster, and we managed to finish him off with one last Thunderbolt. With that victory, we're in the Hall of Fame and we win the challenge, but there's a post-game fight, and I'm actually pretty confident that we can beat this. Steven Stone is in Meteor Falls now that we have the post-game, so I go straight there to give the battle a try. Skarmory's first, and I'm incredibly lucky that I took it out in one critical Thunderbolt, because that thing usually opens with Toxic. Armaldo is next, so I start my Rain Dance, tank an Ancient Power for a solid amount of damage, then one-shot him with our Water-type Weather Ball. Eggrun is another one-shot with a Weather Ball. We crit, but I don't think I needed that crit for that, honestly. Cradley is fourth, so I Ice Beam it for solid damage. He hits Confuse Ray, and we manage to hit another Ice Beam for the knockout. Claydol's out, and I manage to get an Ice Beam, and amazingly, it freezes him. We hit ourselves with Confusion the next turn, but after that, we hit another Ice Beam for the knockout. I'm surprised that Steven didn't just use an item. Last is the pseudo-legendary Metagross, so I make it rain right away so I can tank Meteor Mash without getting instantly crushed, then Weather Ball him for way more damage than I was expecting. He hit Psychic for tons of damage and ate a berry, but thanks to us being faster, we managed to hit the finishing move on our very first try at Steven Stone in this run. Well, that didn't go exactly how I expected. Lots of bumps in the road early, reasonably smooth sailing for the bulk of the middle, then I had to grind up so many more levels than I was expecting just to be able to beat the Elite Four and the Pokemon Champion. I actually beat Steven first try though, and in fairness, that run was way easier than most of what I do. I really hope you guys like that challenge though. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do for next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge yet, but I'm thinking a Pokemon Fire Red one just because I really like that game. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, on the Pokemon Challenge section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you'd like to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I just finished a Gen 1 randomizer over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, Whatageek, and Goosit playing Pokemon Stadium here on this channel. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Heart Gold with only one Eevee was a fun solo run. Let's follow that up with a team run that I've never done before. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only Dark-type Pokemon. Yeah, believe it or not, but I've never done a Dark-type run before, at least in these Pokemon challenges. This seems like the game to do it in. We can get a full team of 6 Pokemon, we can catch 2 of them before the first gym so we get variety right from the start, and our type coverage really isn't too bad. This should be a fun one. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm confident that I can win, but that Steven Stone fight at the end might be pretty hard. I'm excited to see what level the team will need to be before I can win that one. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Dark-type Pokemon. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Poochyena, although I guess there's really not much of a need since you can catch one in the wild right away anyway. In fact, I think I'm just gonna catch a bunch of them and then pick whatever one seems to have the best stats, then go forward with that. I mean, when it's a Pokemon you find on the first route, why not, right? Even after catching 7 of them though, the one I started with was the best one. It's not amazing, it doesn't have an attack nature, but it still had the highest starting attack stat of any of the ones that I caught, so I'm gonna stick with it. After that, I do the in-game trade of Ralts to get C-Dot. I could catch one in the wild, but it's a 1% encounter rate, so I figured I should just trade for it. This one has a defense up and speed down nature that I don't mind, and the extra experience that it gets from being traded is gonna be good. This is just a solo grass type, but once it evolves at level 14, it becomes part dark. I'm just gonna switch train until then. It's not like it's great at attacking on its own yet anyway. Now, weirdly enough, it doesn't learn any grass moves by level up, but thankfully I can get the TM for Bullet Seed before the first gym. It's not a very strong move in this game, but it will at least give us a much easier time against the Rock Gym. Although, I think I'm gonna have to grind before I can win that fight. It's a pretty notoriously hard fight. Hey, by the way, this challenge was picked by you guys on a Patreon poll, so thanks for that. If you want to get cool perks like seeing these videos early, then check out my YouTube members page and my Patreon. Now, for as much as you might assume the Rock Gym is easy when we have a grass type, it actually did take a few tries. You see, since we haven't gotten the first badge yet, and our Nuzleaf was a traded Pokemon, often it just doesn't want to obey us. Bullet Seed took out the Geodudes just fine, but it took a few tries before he would actually use it. Once we got to Nose Pass though, I knew it would be easy. I just had Poochyena use 6 sand attacks and then spam Bite. I thought that I'd probably faint at some point and have Nuzleaf finish it, but it actually went down to Bite eventually. Not too bad. With the Rock Gym over, we go ahead and catch our next Pokemon, Sableye, who thankfully is a great Pokemon for the upcoming fighting gym. It's also the only Pokemon in this game that has no weakness because of the Dark and Ghost combo, so it's pretty useful. They're kinda hard to catch because they break out of Pokeballs easily, but after catching 5, this was the best one. It just has overall pretty good stats. Alright, well, once I got to the fighting gym, we pretty easily won thanks to them not being able to hit Sableye. Isn't it nice that there's a Ghost and Dark Pokemon? Because otherwise, it probably would be a really hard gym. Let's go do that rival fight. First up is our Wingull, but of course, it's pretty weak, so we took it out quickly with a few Nightshades from Sableye. Second is her Kabuskin, so I kept Sableye in, knowing that it would double kick and make pretty short work of the rest of our team. It went great though. She did a bit of damage with Ember, but we still took her out pretty fast. Last is Lombre, and I tried sending in Poochyena to try and get more experience to evolve it, but it was just too weak and we ended up hardly doing any damage before we fainted. Thankfully, Sableye was able to pretty easily finish it off, so we weren't anywhere close to actually losing the fight. If we didn't have a Sableye though, we never would have made it past Kabuskin at this level. Alright, so we have the already hard Electric Gym coming up, and I'm not really sure how it's gonna go. We don't have any particularly great Pokemon for fighting Steel types, so that Magneton is probably gonna be an issue, and I have to assume that we're gonna get paralyzed quite a bit in the fight. That said, I don't think it's gonna be too horrible. We may not be getting any new Pokemon until after the Fire Gym, though, so we have to rely on what we've got. I could get the HM for Rock Smash to maybe help against Magneton, but it's such a weak move in this game that I doubt it's worth it. I'm gonna fight every trainer in this area, and then just see what happens at the Electric Gym. Hey, fun fact, did you guys know that I originally did a full Let's Play of Pokemon Ruby using only Dark-type Pokemon with my friends before this? It had to have legit been about 13 to 14 years ago at this point on a little collab channel called The Walkthrough Corner. It's inactive nowadays and has been for like a decade, but that's how I met a bunch of my longest standing friends from the Let's Play scene, like What a Geek. You might know Whatageek from the randomizers in the description of all these challenge videos. You might know him from Pokemon Stadium, you might know him from Pokemon Blue Rescue Team, all on this channel, or the Let's Play we're doing right now of Pokemon Ultra Moon, my first time playing it. And yes, I have been doing weird Pokemon runs that long. Actually, a little bit longer, considering I did both Pokemon Gold with only normal types before that, and Pokemon Blue with only poison types before that as well. I've been doing videos playing Pokemon games in weird ways since before some of the audience was born, and that's insane to me. If I remember right, when I did Pokemon Blue with only poison-type Pokemon, that was 15 years ago. It wasn't in the modern format of challenge videos or whatever, but I mean, it was a Pokemon challenge. So after fighting everything in the area and grinding Mightyena up until it's faster than Voltorb, I took some tries. Right away we bit down Voltorb in 2 hits, and thanks to a flinch, we didn't get hit. And second is Electrike, so we hit Fake Out, then Nightshade to take it out fast. Third is Magneton, so obviously I use Nightshade to get around it being Steel type. We get paralyzed right away though, then crit by Shockwave. Our second Nightshade doesn't make it faint, but we hit 2 more, and with the second one going first thanks to a Quick Claw, we actually knocked it out without getting hit again. The problem is, the Manectric that comes out last is actually really powerful. He's got a Citrus Berry to heal back up with, and Watson still has a Super Potion. Dots tried his best but could hardly hurt him, Mightyena did more damage but still didn't do all that well overall, and when I sent in our paralyzed Sableye at the end, we were fully paralyzed on the turn that we would have gotten the knockout. If we didn't get crit against Magneton, I think we actually would have won this fight. I'm gonna keep trying. So I tried the fight again, literally did not take a single point of damage going to the Manectric fight on any of our team, and we still lost pretty badly because Sableye goes down in 3 hits, and he's got 2 Super Potions and a Berry. I think I actually do have to level up more for this fight. Even a few points of damage on Nightshade would help a ton by making Magneton go down faster. Although, I guess that would make it so Manectric gets to use both of the Super Potions instead of just one. I still think that leveling up is going to take some of the randomness of the fight down, so I'm going to do that. So after getting several more levels on Sableye, the Magneton is a 2-shot with Nightshade. Obviously Manectric is still very luck-based, but we have Swagger now on Mightyena. Sableye may have fainted, but a very well-timed Swagger and Bite just managed to hardly get him to go from enough health to not use a Super Potion to fainting in 1 turn. Still, this took several tries. Alright, we're on the road and there's only 2 major battles between us and getting our 4th Pokemon. There's 2 fire trainers in our way. Team Megama's Maxie and the fire gym leader Flannery. That Maxie fight usually isn't anything too dangerous, but Flannery can be. That Torkoal at the end who spams Overheat can be a nightmare, and we don't really have any great moves for it. Plus, Dots is obviously weak to fire, so it's not going to help much. I guess I'm going to get the Dig TM and give it to Mightyena and just hope for the best. Alright, well the Maxie fight was easy as I thought it would be. Sableye made some really short work of both Mightyena and Zubat, and his Camerupt at the end went down to some digs pretty easily. I'm pretty 50-50 on how this Fire Gym is gonna go though. Fire Gym time. First is Numel, who's a 1-shot with Dig, and second is Slugma, who's obviously a 1-shot with Dig. Third is Camerupt, who goes down in 2 hits, but it uses Sunny Day, so I'm a bit worried about how strong Overheat's gonna be when Torkoal comes out, so I decided to buy as much time as I can. First, I have Dots tag in to use Fake Out to flinch him, before we fainted the next turn, then I sent in Sableye to do the same. Thing is, 2 Nightshades did exactly enough damage to make her faint after that. I really wasn't expecting that at all. I thought I was just softening her up for Dig to finish it, but hey, I'll take the early win. Alright, now that we can go to the desert, I went ahead and catch Cacnea. Just one this time since it's got a crazy low encounter rate and took me forever to find this one, but a defense down and special defense up nature seems fine anyway. This is actually going to be a pretty solid Pokemon once it levels up, so I'm excited to use it. It's a solo grass type until it levels though, so I'm just going to give it an experience share until it evolves. Hey, by the way, you know how you guys have been asking me to do Gen 7 for like 6 years now? Well, guess what? I am. I talked about it just a little earlier, but right now on this very channel, you can watch Pokemon Ultra Moon, A Journey. It's a full Let's Play series where I get a few of my friends together and we do my first full playthrough of Gen 7. I've already done the first couple play sessions, and it has been non-stop goofy shenanigans. If you've seen stuff like Pokemon Platinum A Journey, Pokemon X A Journey, or my Let's Plays of Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, then you know exactly what to expect. And once I've beaten the game, I'm gonna start doing challenges in Gen 7. It's gonna be a fun time. Now I've got a normal gym to go do. But on our way there, I took the root fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Alright, right away at the normal gym, I have to switch around a little because Spinda was confusing us with Teeter Dance, but Mightyena easily overpowered it. Second is Slacking, so I switched around to hit Fake Out, but then I quickly remembered that I have Dig on Mightyena, so I just dig when he was attacking, and then hit him on the turns where he wasn't. It took forever, but there was nothing he could do to fight back, so we took him out eventually. Vigoroth is third, and I kept switching between Dots and Sableye for Fake Out, but he was smart and kept using Encore, so he'd have to switch again if we wanted to fight back. Once I sent in Mightyena though, we took almost no damage and easily took him out. Last is Lanoon, but he did what he usually does. He used his belly drum to take out most of his own health, and then we finished him off with Feint Attack on the same turn. Easy first try. Hey, it's time to catch our last two Pokemon. First, I go fishing for a while to catch Carvanha. I love this Pokemon and its evolution so much. It's a piranha that becomes a shark torpedo. It's such a fun idea for a Pokemon. The first two that I caught were both calm-natured for less attack, and the third one was only level 10, so I stuck with this fourth one that has more speed and less special defense. Now we just need to go do a rival fight real quick before we can catch our last Pokemon, but we all know this is going to be like a 2-minute fight that we win on the first try, so let's breeze through that. Yeah, as expected, the rival couldn't do anything. By the way, I didn't stream this fight, it just kind of looks like I did. I was doing one of my Nuzlocke streams between the previous bit of footage and this one, and I had just forgotten to change the layout for my streaming scene collection back to the recording one, so it looked like this. Doing my first ever Nuzlocke on the show right now, by the way. Been having a lot of fun with that. I've already got a bunch of play sessions of that up on this very YouTube channel. Those are in the video section, not the live section, just so you know. I hope you enjoy them. People have been having a lot of fun brutally backseat gaming me. That's Pokemon players for you. Alright, now we walk past the town and catch ourselves Absol, our last Pokemon. This is a really good one too. Our nature is brave for more attack and less speed. I'm not really thrilled about less speed, but we're already reasonably fast, so I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue, and attack up is amazing. Now, Absol's level up moveset isn't very good in this game, but what matters is that we're going to learn Swords Dance in one level, and that's going to make our physical moves fantastic. So I'm probably going to have to just pile on a few good physical TMs, and then use it as a sweeper. Alright, this flying gym was crazy. Right away, Swablu uses Perish Song, then a Hyper Potion to hold on for ages against Sableye, so we both ended up having to switch out on the last turn to Mightyena and Tropius. It was a really weird matchup because he started by using Solar Beam for decent damage, and then he healed a bit with Synthesis, used Sunny Day, and then stopped using any of his moves that got powered up by Sunny Day. He could have just healed more or spammed Solar Beam, but instead he used Aerial Ace, so we took him out. Swablu came back in, so I just had Sableye take it out, and then next is Pelipper, so I had Mightyena spam Bite. Thanks to a crit, it went down pretty fast. Second from last is Skarmory, so I had Sableye use Fake Out, then spam Nightshade knowing it was our best move for the matchup. She held on for ages thanks to a healing item, but we took her out with a little bit of health left. The problem is last is Altaria, and we don't have much health left on our only Pokemon that stands a chance, and our moves really aren't doing much damage at all. She used Dragon Dance a couple times and then swept our team with Earthquake. We got so close to fainting, but it just didn't happen. I'm gonna have to grind up some lower level members of the team, then we could absolutely win this. This actually ended up being way easier than before, mostly because we have a Sharpedo now, who's really fast and hits pretty hard. Simply having Sharpedo soften up the Altaria so that Mightyena could come in and finish it off worked great. Easy fight. Alright, well, we've got our full team, but some of our team just isn't that strong yet, so I'm not exactly expecting smooth sailing. We have Maxie in the Psychic Gym next. Normally the Psychic Gym is a nightmare, but this isn't a solo run, so at least we're not outnumbered. Plus, we're Dark type, so we have some super effective moves against them. They still do have good non-Psychic type moves, so I'm not really expecting it to be a breeze, but it won't be too hard. Maybe a first try win, or a win after a short grind maybe. Maxie might be harder though. Dig is still our best answer for fire types unless we can evolve into Torpedo by then, and Mightyena can be pretty annoying with Sand Attack and Swagger. I don't know, I just kinda have a bad feeling about that fight. We'll find out in a moment though. First is Maxie, and his Mightyena puts up a pretty big fight. He was using super potions as I kept using Nightshade to take him down, but thanks to Swagger, I had to switch to Absol, but then he roared us into Cacturn. Then he hit a massive takedown, and our feint attack didn't do much, so we fainted on the next turn. I had to send in our own Mightyena to finish him off. Next is Crobat, and we traded shots for a while, but he was obviously much stronger, so Mightyena fainted, and it was up to a crit from Sableye to make him faint. Last is Camerupt, but we easily took him out with Shadow Ball. Alright, well thankfully the Psychic Gym was really easy, although it did take a little while. See, Xatu doesn't have any attacking moves that aren't Psychic type, so he can't hit us directly, so we just one by one ganged up and took out the rest of his team. But at the end of the fight, Xatu was using Confuse Ray on us, and we just kept hitting ourselves. I think it was 2 or 3 rounds of both of our Pokemon hitting themselves in a row, before we finally just hit a Shadow Ball for the knockout. Alright, we're in the home stretch before the Elite Four. Archie, the Water Gym, and Wally. Now you'd think this might go easy because we have a couple of grass types, but I'm not really sure. We don't have any good grass moves right now. I think that what I'll try is to level up Cacturn until early level 40s when he learns Needlearm, and I'll give the TM for Giga Drain to Shiftry, who doesn't learn any grass moves by level up anyway. I also want to go get the TM for Thunderbolt, although Absol is the only one who can learn it. He may be an amazing physical attacker, but he's still decent with special attacks, so I think it's going to be worth it. I'm not sure though, it wouldn't shock me if these fights go worse than I expected. I'm sure that Wally will be easy though, when is he not? First is Archie, but there was nothing special about this. It was pretty much like the last Maxie fight, but a bit easier since we're more prepared for it. We took him out with no problem on the first try. Alright, it's the Water Gym time, and this is a mess. First is Love Disc, who's easy. We just got to use Growth a couple times and then take him out with Needlearm. Second is Celio, who we just one-shot, but third is the only real threat, Kingdra. Now, it hardly takes any damage from anything we do and spams Double Team, so after a bunch of failed tries, I decided the best thing I could do is use Mightyena and spam Sand Attack. We don't get all 6 in before we faint, but we got in as many as we could, then I had Cacturn go back to Leech Seed him. We almost fainted before it could happen, but once we seeded him, I started using Growth to get stronger, then kept using Feint Attack since it can't miss. Because all the dark moves are special in this game, Growth powered up Feint Attack and let us finally take him down, but we had some close calls. Second from last is Crawdaunt, who's a one-shot, and last is Whiscash, who's also just a one-shot. Next is Wally, and this was actually a huge battle. First is Altaria versus our Mightyena, and right away he was Dragon Dancing as we used Bite. We didn't really do much, but he wasted a turn with Safeguard, so we got an extra hit. For some reason, Altaria was going back and forth between Aerial Ace and Dragon Breath though, with Dragon Breath being a special move so it didn't get powered up by the Dragon Dance. We still fainted though, thanks to him healing back up. I had to send in Sableye to finish it off with 2 Shadow Balls, and we didn't even take that much damage in the process. After that is Delcatty, so I had Cacturn go for Needlearm, but we got put to sleep with Sing first. Thankfully, we woke up fast, and it's not like Delcatty was doing almost anything with Feint Attack, so we still took nearly no damage before she fainted. Roselia was next, so I had Absol take it out, easily, but we got hit by Toxic and Magical Leaf, so we lost a lot of health. Funny to see us do so much damage despite being a way lower level though. Absol just has tons of attack. He sent out Magneton next, so I had Sableye fight it, knowing that I'd need Nightshade, but we ended up getting crit by Thunderbolt, so we only got 1 hit in. I had to send in Dots to Brute Force it with Feint Attack and Giga Drain. We got confused early and hit ourselves a bit, and Thunderbolt was doing more than I expected, but at least Giga Drain gave us a tiny bit of healing. He full restored though, so we fainted, and I had to send in Cacturn to finish it off. Leech Seed and Needlearm did a pretty good job. Last is Gardevoir, and I thought that Absol could easily finish it off, but she was using Double Team, and we didn't do as much damage as I was expecting. We got some good hits in, but we missed our 3rd bite and fainted to poison damage, so I had to have her Cacturn finish it off with Feint Attack. That's a move that doesn't miss though, so it's a great counter to Double Team. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Well, our stats aren't horrible, and I've reworked the moveset a bit, but we are way too low of a level right now. Like, Sharpedo's only level 33. Sydney's entire team is nearly level 50. So I think it's safe to say that we're too underleveled right now. I'm gonna get our new minimum level up to 45 before we start making attempts at the Elite Four, because anything less than that, and it wouldn't even be close. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. Right away his Mightyena Sand attacks Dots, but we instantly crit a Brick Break to one-shot him, so we're off to a great start. Out to Absol to deal with his own Absol, but his is a higher level. Rock Slide hurt us quite a bit, we hurt him a bit, then he used Swords Dance. We took out a good chunk of his health, but he used a berry to heal back up to half before he took us out. I sent in Sableye to try and finish him off, but we took massive damage off Rock Slide, and then dropped him into range for him to heal with Nightshade. He easily finished us off after, so I sent in Cacturn, but we got one shot. This is awful. I sent in Mightyena to drop his attack a little bit, and finally he missed a Rock Slide, as we started biting and using Dig. He used another Swords Dance and slashed us down a bunch when we got into red health before we fainted again. I had to send in Sharpedo to outspeed him and finish him off, but we only have 2 Pokemon. I switched to Dots as Cacturn came out, and used Growth a few times to power up, and then Feint Attack to see what would happen, but we flinched to a Needle Arm the first time. We did solid damage, so I switched to Giga Drain to get some health back. I'm sure I could have won with Brick Break, but I really wanted high special attack for later in the fight, so I kept Giga Draining until he fainted. Then he sent out Shiftry, who was using Double Team, so I hit another Giga Drain to get more health back, then Feint Attack as I knew his evasion was going up. We hit ourselves in Confusion after Swagger, but we snapped out of it fast and just kept Feint Attacking and Giga Draining. After he got me with a second Swagger, we ended up taking him out with Feint Attack. Finally, he sent out Crawdaunt, but we were so hurt that I decided to just send in Sharpedo and Earthquake it. He was using Swords Dance, but we were fast and hit hard, so although we fainted to Facade, Dots was able to just hardly come in and finish it off when he full restored, and we used Giga Drain and Brick Break. Insanely close call. I should have used Brick Break earlier in the fight. I really didn't plan it out well. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. First up is Dusclops, and I knew that it would be spamming Protect and waste our power points with the Pressure ability, so I used Confuse Ray on the first turn. After he used a second Protect, we hit him on the third turn for great damage, he confused us, then we confused him right back. We snapped out of it early though, and we took him out after only taking a bit of damage. Bayonet was nearly a one-shot, but she burned us right away and then healed up, so we have to worry about damage over time. And Shadow Ball is physical in this game, so we did a lot less damage on our second hit. Because of that, it wasn't a two-shot, and we ended up fainting and having to send in Mightyena to bite to finish it off. She sent in Sableye next, and used Double Team. We still hit a bite, but as soon as I saw how little damage it did, I knew that we had to switch before the double teams got out of control, so I sent in Dots to use Feint Attack. We took some decent damage, but we took her out in a few hits of Feint Attack. Next is her Dusclops, so I decided to send Mightyena in to drop her attack since I figured that she might be using Earthquake. Bite once again didn't do great damage, and neither did her Ice Beam, so I just stuck with it and ended up scoring a flinch. We ended up getting frozen not long after though, so we fainted, and I had to finish it off with Sharpedo, who's much faster. Last is her Bayonet, but Crunch did amazing damage. We got one shot by Thunderbolt, then we finished it off with Dots after she healed. We almost fainted in the process, but we had more Pokemon still, so I'm sure we wouldn't have lost. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. This fight is such a mess. This whole fight is pretty much just us throwing our best moves at them with very little strategy. None of our moves do very much damage, we constantly get frozen or paralyzed off Ice Beam and Body Slam, and anytime we get to Wall Rain, we get one shot and swept easily. The problem with this fight is that none of us hit all that hard right now. Her team is kinda tanky, and we're nearly 10 levels below her. Our team is actually really frail, so just about everyone can get two-shot by Glalie, or even one-shot if we're using a grass type. I think we're gonna need to bring the levels of our team up to at least 50 to stand a chance here. So I got up to level 50 and the Celios are much easier now, but we're still just so frail when it comes to the Glalie. Maybe it's because of the Pokemon I'm using, but they keep sending out the Glalies instead of the Walrein now, and we never get past them. It's unreal, they hit incredibly hard. Just like before, we're all just two-shots and one-shots for them. I didn't think this would be an easy fight, but I figured that we wouldn't have to pass their levels to win until we get to Drake, not Glacia. I guess I just have to keep leveling up. Level 55 now, and honestly, things are only slightly better. We're still usually slower and take crazy damage as a result. I was able to get to Walrein one time, and we actually took out every Glalie on the way. But we never landed a hit because Walrein is still faster and could still one-shot everything we had left. For as good as our type coverage is, our Pokemon are bad with a lot of the moves that they have. We have a team that's largely kind of slow and frail, a really bad combo. For as well as we did for a lot of the run, the team's weaknesses are really becoming obvious here. Alright, level 60 and Sharpedo is actually way more useful now. He was always good for taking out the first 2 Celios if he could get a special defense drop with Crunch, but now we don't even need the drop to do well. We take out the first 2 with half our health left, and for the first time we're even able to nearly take out the first Glalie. He full restored and we sent in dots, but we were easily able to 2-shot it with Brick Break, and after that is the big bad Wall Rain. I had Mightyena hit 3 sand attacks on it early before we started biting, and although we fainted fast, I sent in Cacturn who dodged Ice Beam thanks to the accuracy drops and took it out for the first time thanks to Needle Arm. Last is our final Glalie, who we easily 2-shot with Brick Break. We're finally done that brutal fight. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. First up is Shelgon, and it's pretty harmless, so I just fight it with Mightyena and let it use full restore before it faints, just so that he has 1 less for later in the fight. Second is Altaria though, and I knew this thing would be dangerous, so I had Absol hit it right away. He started using a bunch of Dragon Dances, so I got a Swords Dance in, and then took it out on the 3rd Dragon Dance. That way we got our attack boost, and we never got hit in the process. Kingdra's next, so I stayed in to use Return while he was using Dragon Dance. We did amazing damage, and although Body Slam hurt us quite a bit, we still took him out fast. Flygon is next, so I went for Return, but we got outsped and taken out with Earthquake. Not wanting to risk losing Sharpedo yet, I sent in Mightyena to drop his attack and accuracy with Intimidate and Sand Attack before we nearly got 1-shot by a critical Earthquake. Our bite did a bit of damage, but we fainted. Then I sent in Cacturn to Leech Seed him, but Flamethrower hurt us pretty badly. We fainted on the second one thanks to a crit, so I finally sent in Sharpedo and just hit an Ice Beam to make him faint since his health was already around half. Last is Salamence, but he was just a 1-shot with Ice Beam. Not too bad. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. First up is Wailord, and I knew it couldn't hurt us too badly, so I had Cacturn use Growth twice. Wailord set up Rain, then missed Blizzard, and then we 1-shot him with Needle Arm. Melodic was second, and I thought it would be a 1-shot too, although it hit Psychic before we hit it, so there was some danger. It didn't end up being a 1-shot, but thanks to a berry, it wasn't in full restore range, so we took huge damage off Ice Beam, and then we finished it off. As Tentacruel came out, it outsped us and hit Hydro Pump to finish off Cacturn, so I sent in Sableye to use Psychic. It did a decent chunk of damage, but Hydro Pump really hurt us. We ended up going down in 2 hits and had to send in Sharpedo. This is such a back and forth fight. Earthquake took it out. Ludicolo was next, so I had to Absol hit Aerial Ace, knowing that he can't double team his way out of it. He tried, but obviously it didn't work and he fainted fast. Whiscash is next, so I just had Dots 1-shot it with Giga Drain, and last is Water Onix, but this was not at all easy. This was only the halfway point of the fight. Mightyena was first, so I started dropping his accuracy as he was using Dragon Dance to get fast and strong. We dropped him by quite a few stages, causing him to miss Hyper Beams left and right. We actually fully wrecked his accuracy, but because he used so many Dragon Dances, anytime that he could actually hit, that would for sure be a feint. We kept using Bite, and eventually he had to full restore because we were doing so little damage that we can't bypass his healing range. After 2.5 entire minutes of biting him, he finally landed a hit to knock us out, but then Absol was able to tag in and finish him off. In the end, Sand Attack got us the win. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Steven Stone. Now, we obviously can't win that fight until we're somewhere close to him in level, and I'm also going to have to rework Sharpedo's moveset a little bit, since we can't even get to Steven if we don't have Surf and Waterfall. But really, there isn't much that I can do to get prepared for this fight. I'll get leftovers from the SS title and eat a boatload of rare candies to get close to them in level, but that's about all the prep work that I can do. I figure that I can win this eventually, but it's not going to be easy. Wish me luck. Alright, Steven Stone time. Right away, Skarmory badly poisoned Absol as we were hitting Thunderbolt. We were slower, so he got the first shot. He also set up spikes before he fainted, so we're going to take damage every time we switch. It's not really the best start. Out to Sharpedo to deal with his Armaldo, and Waterfall did fantastic damage, nearly making him faint. He hit Ancient Power for a huge chunk of damage before he used a full restore, then fainted to our Waterfalls. I don't think Surf would have made him faint, so I was hoping for a flinch off the Waterfall. He's sending in Aggron, so I stayed in to outspeed him and hit Earthquake for that double type bonus. It did amazing, but it wasn't a 1-shot, so we fainted and he full restored when I sent in Dots. Brick Break did amazing damage though, and we were faster, so 2 shots took him out. Claydol's next, so I sent in Sableye to Shadow Ball, but he used Reflect right away, so I confused him to buy some time, and then kept using Nightshade as he started hitting himself. He healed back up and eventually did a lot of damage with Earthquake, but we did take him down. After that is Metagross though, and it quickly took us out before we could do anything. I sent in Mightyena, but of course Clear Body means that Intimidate doesn't work. The problem is, even with flinches, our bites were doing almost nothing, and Metagross just starts sweeping our team easily one by one. At one point, we did get him down to a literal 1 pixel sliver for him to use a full restore, so he finished off Absol in the end. We were so insanely close to winning at that point. I'm gonna get a few more levels and then try the fight differently and just see what happens. Alright, we're level 80 now, and this start was amazing. First, Skarmory got fully paralyzed off the first Thunderbolt, so we never got hit by Toxic before we took it out. And second is Armaldo, who's a one-shot with Surf now. This is great. Not only that, but Aggron came out. He both missed his Thunder that normally brings us to red health, and wasted 2 full restores thanks to Earthquake dropping him to a sliver. That's 3 Pokemon down without taking any damage yet. Next is Credilli though, and it's a bit more dangerous. I thought I'd easily take it out with Cacturn, and we did awesome damage thanks to a crit, but after taking him to a sliver, he just full restored. We ended up fainting before we could take him out, so I had to send Shiftry in to finish it off with Brick Break. In retrospect, I should have sent him in first anyway. Out to Sableye to deal with his Clay Doll again, and this time he was just using Earthquake. We got a 2-shot, but we took a lot of damage in the process. Last is Metagross though, and I knew this would be awful. His first Meteor Mash against Mightyena boosted his attack, so although he missed one of his hits, he took us out fast. I sent in Dots after to try and finish him off, but he used a full restore. We weren't doing much damage, but we got him to just below half health as we fainted and sent in Sableye. Our Shadow Ball hurt him a little bit, he made us faint with his own, we sent in our last Pokemon, Absol, and Thunderbolt was just enough to take him out. It was very close, but we did get a win. That was a pretty fun run. I got to use a lot of Pokemon that I like, and although the team really started to lag behind by the Elite Four, they did pretty well through a good chunk of the run. I really hope you guys like that run. Next week's Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday like usual, with a really brutal one I've been putting off for 4 years, with Pokemon Platinum, with only 1 Shedinja. I have put this one off for several years because I thought it would probably be impossible. But if you've been watching the Pokemon Ultra Moon A Journey series on my channel, you know I came up with an idea that I think might actually work. And you know what? I've already played a few sessions of that Platinum Shedinja run. Oh man, it is insane. Hardest challenge I've done in years, and there are so many incredibly weird fights. My previous Shedinja runs weren't all that interesting. This one of the most interesting challenges I have ever done in my entire life. I cannot wait to edit that for you guys. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. Man, I've been so busy. I've been streaming the Nuzlocke, I've been doing the Pokemon Ultra Moon, I've been recording that Shedinja run, which has been eating up a lot of time. My personal life has been very busy. Sabu just had his dental surgery the other day. It was the 17th of March that was on. So he's got that done. He's recovering really well and everything. Cost an arm and a leg, but I knew that it would. I'm just happy that there weren't any complications in the surgery. You know, they got rid of the gingivitis and everything on his gums. His teeth are okay. They didn't need to do any extractions or anything. So I'm just really happy that that went off without a hitch. And thank you everybody so much, by the way, for being so into the Nuzlocke that I'm doing. And like, you guys are really into the Ultra Moon playthrough as well. I thought it was really crazy that episode 1 of Ultra Moon, it got less than 1/3 as many views as the most recent Pokemon Challenge that came out before it. And despite getting less than 1/3 as many views as it got almost double as many comments, and everyone's just loving it, so thank you so much for that. But also, the first episode of the Nuzlocke that I'm doing got more views than my most recent Pokemon challenges did, which was insane, because like, obviously it was way less work to do the Nuzlocke stream. That said, I'm trying to rush through getting this video edited so I can get it up for you guys early so that I have time to do more Nuzlocke streams. I want to do more Nuzlocke streams. It's actually been really fun. And it's funny because when I tried doing some Nuzlocks in the long past, I started like a session of a Nuzlocke twice with my friend Hero They Call Me. I don't think this video is still online anywhere, but it was like a fully randomized Fire Red Nuzlocke from at least 10 years ago. We did 2 play sessions of it, it was kind of okay just because I'm hanging out with my friends, but I wasn't really super into it. And I think I've realized it's just because it's fully randomized. I don't really have a ton of fun doing fully randomized Pokemon. I did a bunch of playthroughs like that you've probably seen, they're in the description, with my friend Whatageek, where it's just fully randomized playthroughs, not Nuzlockes. And man, they get pretty tedious at some point. I had fun, because again, I'm hanging out with Whatageek. I always have fun hanging out with my friends. But man, I just don't like fully randomized runs. I think that's the problem, because now that I'm doing this Fire Red Nuzlocke, I'm having tons of fun with it. It's really funny that I started doing this now, because right after I started doing the Nuzlocke, Game Grumps started doing one in Fire Red as well, and then Deadlock, it's not the video game, the wrestling podcast. It's like the most famous wrestling podcast in the world, I think. I think it's the most listened to one in English, at least. Big fan of them. On their Patreon, they started doing a Fire Red Nuzlocke. I guess everyone's doing a Fire Red Nuzlocke now. I guess everyone's in a Fire Red mood because it came out on Switch recently, but the reason I'm doing Fire Red was I did a poll, I don't know, a couple months ago here on YouTube where I was asking like, hey, what should I do as my first Nuzlocke? And I just listed a bunch of games. And Platinum ended up winning that poll, but everyone in the comments said, hey, it's your first Nuzlocke, you should do Fire Red, it's a lot easier. And I decided, oh, that's a good idea. And then Fire Red came out, so like, it's just coincidence, you know? That Fire Red just came out on the Switch, and then everyone's starting to do it all at once, so I don't know, weird coincidence. Anyway, $50 supporters over on Patreon and the YouTube members, and we actually have a new name on the list today. We've got Jacob Busby, Javid Kusaro, Grayson Fitz, Tara Luis, Alessandra Hedgeblog, Joel Mann, Dark Soul, Young Smoky VP, Cal Anderson, Crystal Sunrise, and the new Gabriel Thornton. Thank you everybody so much for your continued support. It's very much appreciated, especially for trying to afford the arm and a leg price that is the dental surgery of Sabu. I'm going to try my absolute best to get this thing edited as fast as I can, so it's up as early as possible for the early viewers on YouTube and on Patreon and, you know, the members and everything. And also, so that I have more time to do more of those Nuzlocke streams, because that's been really fun. Those streams have mostly been here on YouTube, on this very YouTube channel, and I upload them in the video section of this YouTube channel after, but in the future I might do some of them on my Twitch, and I might even upload some of them over on my streaming YouTube channel, linked in the description. We'll see how things go. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Platinum with only one Munchlax was a challenge with a lot of ups and downs. Let's follow that up with a run that I'm not even sure if I can win. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Eevee? Eevee in Emerald is pretty hard to use effectively. Our base stats are pretty even and pretty low, around that of a first form starter. Our biggest weakness is our limited move pool though. By level up we only learn one attacking move that isn't normal type, and overall these moves are all pretty bad but bite, at least in terms of single Pokemon challenges. Our TM moves aren't much better. Return is going to be our strongest move without a doubt. Outside of that though is just Shadow Ball, Dig, and Iron Tail for type coverage. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm gonna say that I can beat the game and get into the Hall of Fame, but I really doubt that I can beat the post-game battle with Stephen Stone. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Eevee. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Eevee so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Trico so that our rival would have a Combusken, probably the hardest for us to fight due to it being part fighting type. I name him Eevee, because that's hilarious. Our nature is adamant, so more attack and less special attack. I'm more than happy with that. The boosted attack is going to be a lifesaver. Our ability is Runaway, so no use in trainer fights. I can't wait for Gen 4 when he'll have Adaptability. That ability is so much stronger. So the first real hurdle of the game is going to be the Rock Gym, like usual. Her team is pretty strong in Emerald compared to Ruby. In past runs where we got stuck on her team and didn't have a move that bailed us out, it would usually take until the mid-level 20s before we could win. Well, we have no moves that can bail us out on this one, so we might have to just brute force it. We are adamant though, so the extra attack should help. I didn't even bother trying this fight until level 18, and even then we lost very badly. We can't even take out the first Geodude because of her potions. So the grind here is pretty awful. We can one-shot everything, but not everything here gives us decent experience. We've also already cleared out every single trainer that we can by this point in the game, so this is the best route to grind on at the moment. This might take a while. At level 23, I try again, this time with Quick Attack. It does a great job of making sure that we always attack first, even when they spam Rock Tomb, but we could still only take out one of the Geodudes. Even with our attack raised, we need to be stronger. Finally, all the way at level 26, we managed to get strong enough to take down our 2 Geodudes with 1 Tail Whip and a few quick attacks each. Nose Pass was a tanky beast, though. I ended up having to use 6 sand attacks and 3 growls, then I just kept tail whipping over and over. She often uses Harden, but even with her incredibly lucky streak of hits near the end, we won that war of attrition. With that done, I go ahead and grab a Silk Scarf for more normal type damage, then went straight to the fighting gym. It ended up being super easy with Quick Attack, largely because we had overleveled quite a bit for the Rock Gym. I predict that we'll be on a roll until the Electric Gym. On our way, we had a rival fight, but it was a total beatdown like usual. This tends to be the hardest rival fight in the game in these runs, but if you have a solid attacking move and a speed advantage, then you'll be fine. At the Electric Gym, though, things went pretty much how I guessed. The first 2 Pokemon weren't bad, although we did get paralyzed, but on Magneton, we got brick-walled because Quick Attack does almost nothing. Maybe Bite would do more because it targets special defense, but our special attack is so low that I'd be surprised if it helped. We also can't learn a stronger move until after this gym, or until we level up all the way to 42. So I might need to just get stronger. Even after taking out every single trainer in the area, and getting all the way up to level 37 though, we still can't make progress. This was the luckiest of 5 attempts, and we still couldn't get past Magneton because he was just drowning the thing in super potions, and we're paralyzed early from Thunder Wave on every attempt. I'm starting to think that I can't win this until I hit level 42 and learn Takedown, but that's a daunting prospect. Grinding here is abysmally slow, as I'm sure you know from some of my old Emerald runs. Nothing here gives great experience. Needing 5 more levels doesn't sound that bad, but considering that we use all of our 30 quick attacks to take down 30 Pokemon, and that's only to get my first level up, this is slow. By the way, this is completely unrelated, but thank you so much everybody for being so supportive of my first ever non-Pokemon challenge, Oblivion with only illusion magic. It's some of the most fun I have ever had making a video in my life, and the overwhelming support in the comments was so much more than I was expecting. Not gonna lie, kinda thought a lot of people would be mad. This is the first script I've written since that video made air, so that's why I'm talking about it here. I'm just gonna announce to you guys right now that that did so well that I'm gonna be doing 1 non-Pokemon challenge every single month. Don't worry if you still like the Pokemon ones though, you'll still be getting 3 of them for every single 1 non-Pokemon challenge. It's some of the most fun I've ever had making a video doing that Oblivion one, so thank you everybody so much for your continued support. Anyway, when I finally hit level 42 and learned Takedown, it still took multiple tries to win. Often I'd get bad paralysis or confusion luck, and it would ruin the battle that way, but eventually we got enough clean hits to win. Finally, I can make some progress again. Speaking of progress, Maxie nearly got a fluke victory on us because of his sand attacks. Normally, this would be pretty easy though. I wasn't that worried. After that, we can finally get the TM for return, so I get it right away. This will easily be our best move the whole run in terms of pure damage. Next is the Fire Gym, but they didn't stand a chance. We nearly one-shot Flannery's whole team with return. I don't think it'll be quite that smooth at the normal gym, though. On our way to it, though, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Normal gym time, and we literally didn't even get hit once this whole time. Sure, we could have been one-shot by Slacking's counter, but he is truant, so I just sand attacked him on the turns where he could counter, and hit him with return on the turns that he couldn't. Speaking of easy wins, our next and final rival fight with May was another cakewalk. Man, the middle of this game has been breezing by. We haven't had a hard fight since the Electric Gym. At the Flying Gym, we mostly have an easy time, but Skarmory stalled us for ages. We hit hard, but it's Steel type, so that makes things a bit difficult, and getting hit by Sand Attack never helps. I wouldn't exactly say that we were in danger, because I probably could have gone into this fight a few times with my eyes closed, mashing the A button, and still win, but I could have lost that first attempt if I missed more. To continue the beatdown, we just take out Maxie again. He could have tripped us up with Swagger, but we didn't end up hitting ourselves, so we just ended up hitting him even harder as a result. After that is the Psychic Gym double battle, so I had to catch Magikarp. The fight itself didn't go well at all though, so it looks like our reign of terror might be over. The fight is basically 2-on-1, and we get overwhelmed fast. It doesn't help that 2 of their Pokemon are part rock type, so I'm forced to pick between our super effective but very weak Bite, or our super strong Return that's not very effective. It seems like Return will still be much stronger, but we never even get close. Right away, I start clearing out all the trainers that I can find to squeeze out some more experience. I also go ahead and make a Shell Bell so that we can heal a tiny bit when we deal damage. It does mean that I have to give up the Silk Scarf, but that only boosts normal moves' power by 10% in Gen 3 anyway, so it's not that big of a loss to not use it. Even after an entire 8 levels later though, we still can't even come close to winning. Return is the single highest damage move that we can learn in this run, and it's still not strong enough. Thanks to our super limited move pool, the only thing that we can learn that would really help us is Double Team, but we wouldn't even have a chance to build it up in the first place. Lisa and Tate use 3 Hyper Potions in this fight, keeping Claydol up for way longer than it had any right to. I think that the only thing I can do is level up until we can one-shot Claydol with Return, so it looks like we're switching back to the Silk Scarf for raw power. Finally, at level 70 with a Silk Scarf, we managed to one-shot Claydol, but then they sent out Lunatone before Solrock. I have literally never seen that happen before as far as I can remember. In every other attempt, no matter what, they sent out Solrock. Well, even with the extra power and Xatu wasting a ton of time, we still almost lost because of their Hyper Potions. At least this time we were able to win though. Man, that really halted our momentum for ages. Thankfully, after that is just an Archie fight, and he's a total pushover. He's pretty much just Maxi, but with a Sharpedo, so we took him out just fine. With that, we move on to the last gym, but it's nearly a sweep. We only got hit once, and it hardly did anything. Isn't it crazy how often that happens in these challenges? One gym will be a complete brick wall, and the very next one will be a sweep, even with no type advantage. Last before the Elite Four is Wally, but like usual, he doesn't put up much of a fight. In fact, he doesn't even hit us once. With that done, let's take a look at our stats. I'm on the fence about our stats right now. It's not bad, but it's not great either. I pretty much just have to hope that we hit hard enough with Return to win most of these battles. I wish that we had some better moves, but Eevee's move list in this game is incredibly limited, so this'll have to do. At least for the first try. Make your final guesses on if we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney, and this is a frustrating one. Not only do we have lowered attack the whole fight from Mightyena, but in all of my attempts he opens with Sand Attack, giving us an instant 25% chance to miss our returns for the entire fight. Because of that, we were never able to make it very far into the fight, but we come so close to one-shotting Mightyena that I might be able to just try again in a level or two. Surprisingly enough, I kept trying at each level and I still wasn't one-shotting him, until randomly I crit on one attempt. Thanks to that, we destroyed his whole team easily. This guy really isn't anything special without Sand Attack. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe, and this is a really weird one. I was failing the first few attempts and figured that I'd need to grab Shadow Ball for a physical move that was super effective on their team. And yes, I agree that it's incredibly weird that Shadow Ball was physical before Gen 4, but that's how it was. But then we got this run where Bite just kept making them flinch. Like, way more than I've ever seen. I really lucked out on that fight. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. All I did was slap on Silk Scarf and then demolish her team with Return. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Lance, and fun fact, I had to try this one 7 times just to not get taken out by a rogue critical hit. The reason why we pretty much can't win this though is because Flygon's Earthquakes will always get used and take out a ton of our health, and last is Salamence, who lowers our attack and can easily finish off what little health we have left. I don't really think I have a choice but to come back a few levels higher. At level 82 I try again. Shelgon was an easy one-shot, Altaria hung on with a sliver but took himself out with recoil damage from Double Edge, Kingdra only used Dragon Dance so we didn't get hurt, Flygon still hit us with Earthquake but we took him down in 2 hits, and last is Salamence. I thought that we were just gonna go down again thanks to him having a berry to stay out of fainting range, but we ended up critically hitting him with Quick Attack to bring him down. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. Wailord's first, but we bring him to red health, and his double-edged recoil doesn't actually finish him off. Then I quick attack and return to take him out after his full restore. Tentacruel was thankfully a one-shot, so he never used Toxic, and Ludicolo's double team didn't save him from any of our hits, so he went down. Whiscash used Amnesia, but we aren't using special attacks on him anyway, so he went down easily. Man, these guys just aren't fighting us. Water Onyx is 5th, so our attack is down due to Intimidate. We only did half of his health and damage, and he used Dragon Dance, then Earthquake to deal tons of damage before we got him down. Last is Melodic, and we have under half health. We nearly got taken out by Surf that left us with 6 health, and I thought we couldn't win because of his berry, but Return did just enough damage to get us the win. With that win, we beat the run and we get into the Hall of Fame, but the challenge isn't over yet. There's still an optional post-game fight with Stephen Stone that I want to try. Now, I don't think I stand a chance currently, but maybe if I hit level 100, I will. I decide to grind against the Elite Four a bit to level up a few more times, then top off my level with rare candies to get the last few. Alright, let's give this a try. Okay, and instantly we see why this is probably not possible. We are doing almost nothing at all to Skarmory with the same type attack bonus, fully powered up Return, with a Silk Scarf for even more power, and a Nature that gives us more attack. If I did this little damage to Skarmory, could you even imagine how little I'd do to the pseudo-legendary Metagross? Yeah, this isn't happening. Not gonna lie, kinda regret that last grind now. Well, that was a weird ending. The run mostly went well, but that Psychic Gym was awful, and Stephen Stone is probably impossible without Double Team, and the luck that I'd need to build up all 6 Double Teams and not go down the entire fight would be just too insane. It's best that I just get started on the next challenge. I hope you guys like that run. For next week, by popular demand, I'm gonna do another Elder Scrolls Oblivion challenge, and I'm incredibly excited. You guys were so positive about the previous one that I'm even more pumped doing this one, which is just fantastic. Look forward to Oblivion with no equipment or items. I'm being strict on this one, by the way, not even lockpicks. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the Pokemon Challenge section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you'd like to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I just finished a Gen 1 randomizer over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, Whatageek, and Goosit playing Pokemon Stadium here on my channel. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Gold with only 1 Tentacool was surprisingly fast. Let's follow that up with an Emerald run. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only fossil Pokemon? Not gonna lie, I'm pretty excited for this one. I really don't know what to expect. There's only 2 fossils in Emerald, so we're only gonna have 2 Pokemon, and neither of them are absolutely amazing, so we've got some challenge. Cradily and Armaldo are the evolved forms of the fossils, so that's what we're gonna have by the end of the game. One's Rock and Bug, and the other is Rock and Grass, so we're looking like we're gonna have more type variety than in the Red Fossil run. By level up, they learn a few cool things, but by TM, they actually both have some pretty wide move selection. I bet we can make a pretty strong team out of these two. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm confident that I can win eventually, and I think I can even beat Stephen Stone, but it's gonna take a ton of grinding. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use fossil Pokemon. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeball, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoy the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. Right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Anorith so that we can do the whole run with it. I name him Morton. You know, because it's a 2 Pokemon run, like a tag team, and both of the Pokemon are rock types. Someone got it. Anyway, our ability is Battle Armor, so we can't get crit. That's kind of cool. We only have Scratch, so we can't really do much damage, but our stats aren't too horrible for this early in the game. A good nature too, extra attack and less special defense. Alright, so while we fight our way through the early game, let's go over why I picked Anorith as our starting Pokemon. Originally, I was thinking that we'd take Lileep since it's part grass type, but weirdly enough in this game, it never learns an attacking grass move by level up. That's weird, right? Well, to make it weirder, Anorith learns Water Gun at level 19. No, I don't know why. We aren't even water type and never become water type, so it's a bit weird, but I'm not gonna complain. Plus, Anorith has better stats than Lileep anyway. That thing's crazy slow and kinda weak overall. At least Anorith can get some decent attack. Anyway, we have the Rock Gym coming up first, and I doubt I can beat it without Water Gun, but it's worth a try. So by the time we get to the Rock Gym, it's not even close. See, you'd think it might be like a back and forth chip battle since we're both rock type, but Bug is actually weak to rock, so their rock tombs take a crazy amount of our health out. This isn't even close, and we don't learn Water Gun till level 19, so we have to grind. So this grind always feels pretty slow. There's a certain level of dread to starting Emerald runs, knowing that I usually have to grind here. Roxanne and Emerald is just a lot tougher than most first gym leaders. It's nice knowing that we actually have an end goal though. I'm pretty sure that the moment we hit level 19, we can win. Nosepass might take a few shots to take down, but we'll be a lot stronger by level 19, so I'm hoping for a first try. Once hitting level 19, we had a super easy time with the first Geodude, landing a one-shot thanks to the double type advantage. Second is Nosepass though, who doesn't take as much damage from Water Gun. It took 2 Rock Tombs to take us down to red health, and she just kept holding on with potion after potion. I thought we were doomed when she missed a Rock Tomb, letting us get the final hit. Even with 2 speed downs, we're still faster than our last Geodude, so we actually got the win. After that stunning victory, I decided to go straight after the fighting gym early rather than after hunting down a bunch of trainers. Thanks to being part bug type, their fighting moves will only be neutral against us, so I figure we stand a chance. Turns out, it went way worse than I expected it would. For the first time in a while, we couldn't even get past Machop. Yeah, he uses items to heal and stuff, but really, we weren't dealing great damage, and that's with a Silk Scarf giving us more power. I'll have to come back with a few more levels. Okay, now Scratch is two-shotting Machop, so that's much better. Meditite never landed a hit since he just kept failing Focus Punch, and last is Makahita. Now, he actually was doing some decent damage early on with Vital Throw, but that's a move that always goes second, so at least we get priority. Thanks to him guzzling potions, I thought we were doomed, especially after Reversal took us down to only 2 health, and he healed back up to almost full. But then, we landed a crit for the win. I'll take it, whatever gets us to the fossil faster. Next up is our rival fight. It starts with Wingull, who just missed Supersonic and went down. Kabuskin was second, but our Water Gun wasn't really doing a ton. His Ember messed us up, but thanks to him wasting time with Focus Energy, we only got hit once before knocking him out, learning Metal Claw in the process. It's a cool move, but I doubt we'll use it long. Anyway, last was Lombre, who went down in 2 scratches. Not bad. So next up is the Electric Gym, but that's usually pretty brutal, so I decided to start fighting the trainers in the area. There aren't any TM moves we want that we can get right now, and we don't really learn any awesome moves for this fight, but for what must be the first time in my entire history of playing Pokemon, I actually think I'm gonna use Mud Sport. I know, right? Usually it's just the useless move that your ground type learns. In this game, what it does is it cuts the power of electric moves in half until I switch Pokemon. Well, I have no one to switch to for that fight, so it might actually work out. Let's just hope that we hit hard enough when we get there. Electric Gym time. Now I gave this one a ton of tries, and although Mudsport did a great job at reducing the damage they dealt, we still got paralyzed all the time. On my best attempt we got all the way to Magneton, but it still took us down easily. Man, we're at level 30 and it's not even close. I might just have to level up until 37 to pick up Ancient Power. I mean, we could learn Rock Tomb with our TM, but that misses and has less power. I don't think it'll cut it. I tried again at level 35, but it didn't really go much better. We could one-shot Voltorb and Electrike, but Magneton still took us down pretty easily. Okay, well, in 2 levels we get Ancient Power. It's not much stronger, but it's got the same type attack bonus, so I think it'll be enough. So this still actually took a few tries. We always get paralyzed at the start, and 2 Ancient Powers will just make him land in the range to heal, so we have to Scratch and then Ancient Power twice to knock him out. Against a Manectric, we take lots of damage, but he's not as tanky, so 2 shots take him down. Alright, the next 2 major fights of the game are against Team Megama's leader Maxie and the Fire Gym. Rock resists fire, but we're also part bug type, so it'll be neutral. We do have water gun, and I'm sure it'll do a good job against the fire and ground dual types, but I'm not sure it'll be strong enough to do any serious damage to the solo fire types. For them, we've got Ancient Power, and I really hope that'll be strong enough to take down something like Torkoal. On our way, we hit level 40 and evolved into Armaldo, so that's a big jump in our attack stat. Maybe the Fire Gym will go alright. Before that though, we have Maxi. Thankfully, our newfound attack power led us to totally demolishing his whole team, so I'm feeling pretty good about that upcoming Fire Gym. Speaking of, it went amazingly, with Water Gun one-shotting her whole team until Torkoal, who was one-shot with Ancient Power. I'm happy that went well. On our way there, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Feels really weird saying this, considering, well, we aren't on our way to somewhere else, and you pretty much had a guarantee that I'd be taking the Root Fossil, but it's my gimmick, so I have to. People click on an MDB Pokemon Challenge video to hear my dumb fossil gag. You've gotta give the people what they want. Right, so we take it over to Devincorp right away and revive it to get Lily. We name it Gibson, and if you don't automatically know it from Morton and Gibson, then I can't help you. Our nature is calm, so more special defense and less attack, opposite of Morton's nature. Losing attack kinda sucks, since most of our moves are physical, but I'm planning on getting a TM for Giga Drain on this guy anyway, so maybe it won't be too big of a deal. I appreciate the tankiness. Its speed is awful though, and it's always gonna be awful. I think we'll mostly just be using Gibson for type coverage and leaving the bulk of the fighting for Morton. Now let's go take out Norman. This went super well. None of his team could handle our newfound high attack stat other than Slacking, who of course took forever to take down because of Hyper Potions, but never actually hit us thanks to using Counter and having Truant. We really did evolve just in time for this stage in the game. Time to get traveling again. I bet it's weird to see me on the water now, right? We have some TMs to pick up. There's nothing too crazy that we can get right now, but with Norman taken out, there's a guy back in Dewford who will give us the TM for Sludge Bomb that Gibson can learn. There's also a lady out east who will give us the Giga Drain TM if we show her a grass type. That's another move for Gibson. We have to get that Giga Drain one after the Flying Gym since that's on our way, but that's fine, it's not like we need it there anyway. If we're gonna make some use of Gibson, we may as well do the footwork to overhaul his moveset early. While we're traveling, it's time for this episode's Chimera sponsorship. Spring is here, allegedly. Wouldn't know it from looking out my window. But just because the weather sucks in southern Ontario, Canada, doesn't mean that you can't buy some nice clothes from Chimera's new spring collection. Go ahead and click that Chimera link in the description if you want to check out all of the new stuff, plenty of which you can see on screen. As always, you can use the code Mah-Dry-Bread at checkout to let them know that I sent you and to get a discount. It's thanks to these sponsorships that I'm able to make these longer challenge videos, since the financial freedom they give me allows me to spend extra time on the video without worrying about if I'm uploading enough to pay the bills. So if you want to help support the show, go check out Chimera and let them know that I sent you. Let's get back to the video. On my way to the Flying Gym is the last required rival fight, but it was super easy like usual. I don't know how the Flying Gym is gonna go though. Skarmory is usually an issue. First was Swablu, who went down in one scratch. Second was Pelipper, who hung on a little bit better and managed to confuse us with Supersonic. We hit ourselves a little bit, but Pelipper just kept spamming Protect, so as soon as we hit another scratch, he went down. As Skarmory came out, we went straight for Ancient Power. We got hurt by Steel Wing, but 2 shots took it down. Tropius was a one-shot with Ancient Power, and last was Altaria, who couldn't take a hit either. Okay, I figured Skarmory was the only real threat. Okay, so we've got a decent bit of travel again. We've got to do the whole Magma base, including a Maxi fight, then we've got to make our way over to the Psychic Gym. It's gonna be nice that that fight won't be a 2-on-1 for once. We're still just using Morton for everything while Gibson's level catches up with an experience share. Not that we'd really want to use him here anyway, considering it's Morton who has Ancient Power. I figure Maxi will be easy, but we need Gibson to be stronger for the upcoming Psychic fight. So, I hope this works out. Mightyena is first, so our attack is down from Intimidate, but not for long because on the first Ancient Power, it activated its effect, boosting all of our stats by a stage. Thanks to Scary Face, we still lost some speed, but one Ancient Power was able to finish it after that. Camerupt went down in one Water Gun, and last was Crobat, who is faster than us, confused us, and made us hit ourselves. It's fine, his wing attack hardly did anything, and one Ancient Power crushed him. Okay, next is the double battle at the Psychic Gym, and this one is always crazy to recap. Oh, and of course this took me 6 tries since their move choice is pretty much random. On this one, Xatu spent enough time trying to use Calm Mind that we had a decent chance to fight Claydol first, with Water Gun and Giga Drain, of course. They don't do a ton of damage, but on lucky attempts we managed to take them down on the second round. We also managed to use Ancient Power to take down Xatu before he ever got a chance to do an offensive move, so their first 2 Pokemon went down early. Once we were up against Solrock and Lunatone, I focused on Lunatone. Thanks to him using Calm Mind though, he ended up really tanking the first round, making us switch target to Solrock. We really lucked out on them doing weird things like Solar Beam and Hypnosis when their Solar Beam hardly hurt, and Hypnosis just misses all the time. When Solrock went down, we could just focus our attacks on Lunatone, and it didn't last much longer. Honestly, I should have been using Ancient Power on Lunatone earlier. I always forget that Rock doesn't resist Rock. We're in the home stretch now. All that's left is the Archie fight, the Water Gym, Wally, and then we're at the Elite Four. I'm sure Wally will be easy, especially since there's an Earthquake TM on the way to him, but I'm a bit worried about the Water Gym. Morton's weak to water and Gibson still hasn't caught up in level enough to handle the fight on his own. I wouldn't be surprised if I ended up having to grind. So Archie starts the same as Maxie, Mightyena lowers our attack. He never dealt any real damage to us before going down, but I'm feeling the attack loss. Second was Crobat, who got us to hit ourselves like last time, but of course he just went down to 1 Ancient Power. Last was Sharpedo, who boosted our attack and confused us with Swagger, getting us to actually deal quite a bit of damage to ourselves. But he didn't use a water move, so we won. Does he not know any water moves? He's the leader of Team Aqua, what was that? Okay, last was the Water Gym. Love Disc went down in 1 Slash, and Celio goes down in 1 Ancient Power. Third is Crawdaunt, who actually hangs on and hits us real hard with Crab Hammer before going down. Thanks to that, Kingdra almost knocked us out right away, but we ended up powering up on Ancient Power, letting us get the knockout on the second hit. Last was Whiscash, so I went for Ancient Power again, forgetting that ground resists rocks, so we went down. That's fine, Gibson has a double type advantage with Giga Drain, so we easily finish him off. Last before the Elite Four is Wally. Unfortunately for him, he's Wally, so we only took like 30 damage in the entire fight. It's nothing personal, Wally. You just kinda suck. Alright, now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, our stats are a lot better than usual considering we get to use evolved Pokemon, but I'm a little bit worried about our type coverage. We have a few options, but not much to actually deal with the types that we're gonna be fighting. I'm gonna replace Slash with Return so that we have a stronger move on Morton. That might be all I can do right now. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. Mightyena, so our attack is down. We got Sand attacked, but we still landed 2 shots for a knockout. Naturally, we have to switch as Crawdaunt comes out since Morton wasn't going to hit anything anyway. Gibson is slower, but we healed so much off our one-shot with Giga Drain that we fully healed. Back out to Morton for Shiftry, and he starts with a double team as we take him to a Sliver with Return. He full restores, and our second one-shot him. Absol is next, but he couldn't handle a single return, and last is Cacturne, who also went down in 1 shot. Not bad! Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. Her Dusclops both have pressure, so we use double the power points fighting them. Knowing she uses that along with Protect to run us out, I tried using Water Pulse on rounds where I knew that she'd Protect. She went down fast though. As the second Dusclops came out, I switched to Gibson to get rid of Confusion, but honestly, I'm not sure it was worth it. We did some decent damage at first, but she just full restored, so we're just wasting power points. Gibson doesn't hit hard enough. I switched back to Morton and had him finish it with Earthquake and Water Pulse. As Bayonet came out, we hit an Ancient Power that raised all of our stats, but she used Grudge. Knowing that I'd lose all my power points for a move, I finished it with Water Pulse. It's fine, I have elixirs for after the fight anyway. Sableye was a one-shot thanks to the power-up from Ancient Power, as was her last Bayonet. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. This was pretty awful though. The moment that Celio goes down, Walrein comes out and hits us hard and fast with Surf. I tried this a few times, but he always takes down Morton, and although Gibson can get a little bit farther into the fight, his level is too low and he only deals decent damage with a Giga Drain, a move that he only has 5 power points on. That's alright, I expected this. I'll come back after a proper grind. One badly needed grind later, and we're giving it another try. This time we're faster than Walrein and hit it so hard that we one-shot it. Naturally, we sweep the rest of them with Ancient Power. Man, if one dude with Surf was that much of an issue, how bad is the Pokemon Champion fight gonna be? Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. First is his Shelgon, who mostly just stalls, but ended up going down to a crit early anyway. For Kingdra, we use Gibson, knowing that he can tank a Surf if he needs to, and he does. Thankfully, our Giga Drain was healing enough that we hardly took any damage, and Sludge Bomb did a decent amount. We took him down with 2/3 of our health to spare. Back to Morton for Altaria, and we take it down with Ancient Power right away, plus we got the full stats boost. Thanks to that, the attack drop from Salamence wasn't as bad, and our Ancient Power landed yet another one-shot. Last was Flygon, and I decided to keep using Morton since we have the power-up, and it worked out because we crit return for a one-shot. Well, that was easy. Finally, the Pokemon Champion. Wailord is first, so knowing he'd go for Water Spout, I just hit him. It does more damage the more health he has, so taking him to low health makes it really weak. He didn't last long, and I got him to waste a full restore too. Ludicolo was second, and I went for Ancient Power in return to take him down. All he used was Double Team. For Water Onix, I switched to Gibson, knowing that he could handle the water moves in an attack drop. He spammed Dragon Dance while we started landing shots of Ancient Power and Sludge Bomb, trying to get him to low enough health that we can take him down, but not so low that he uses a full restore. It almost worked, but we ended up leaving him with a sliver, so he healed. We spammed out some Ancient Powers and managed to crit for a knockout, but we took tons of damage first. It wasn't a very clean fight. Back to Morton for Melodic, and we got outsped and nearly taken out with Surf. Our return did decent damage, but he was able to finish both of us off easily thanks to his speed advantage. Okay, Gibson is far too low level to pull his weight. I'll fight the entire Elite Four and see where we end up. After running through the Elite Four a ton more times for levels, we ended up here at level 79 with Morton and 70 on Gibson. This time Wailord does even less damage thanks to us dropping him to a sliver, so his super effective Water Spout did 11 damage. Yeah, he went down. Ludicolo was a one-shot with return, and this time for Water Onix, Gibson didn't take much damage from Earthquake. We managed to confuse him right away, and Giga Drain and Ancient Power did an awesome job of taking him down. We even crit and got a stats boost at the end. Can't use the boost though, since we have to switch back to Morton for Melodic. We're faster this time, and return was a one-shot. Tentacruel is next, but he's part poison, so one Earthquake took him down. Last is Whiscash, so we switched into Gibson and let him use Mega Drain for the one-shot, letting us win the fight. With that win, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. There's a post-game fight with Steven Stone that I want to try. Funnily enough, 2 of his 6 Pokemon are actually Armaldo and Cradilly. Not really sure how those fights will go. Honestly, I don't think we can beat Steven until we get the whole team to level, at least 85. If we aren't a dozen levels ahead, I just don't think we're gonna hit hard enough. I went ahead and slapped a Shell Bell on Morton since we probably won't be using return anyway. Let's give it a try. Okay, so I tried this fight a maddening 18 times, and literally every single time but once we got hit by Toxic almost right away, making the fight impossible. We're slower than Skarmory, and we take like 7 hits to make him faint because of his full restores. We need levels. Thankfully, you guys have already told me that I'm allowed to use rare candy cheats in the post-game, since we've already won the challenge by this point. You know, I literally forgot I'm allowed to do this on the Tentacool run a couple weeks ago. Rare candy cheats always create such a beautiful mess. Alright, let's keep trying. Here's our first try at level 85. This time Skarmory was slightly nicer and didn't use Toxic on the first round. He saved it for the 3rd round, so at least we knocked him out. I still don't feel confident. Cradilly is next, so I landed a hit with Iron Tail to take him to an absolute sliver as he wastes time with Ingrain. Of course, he full restores right after, but our Iron Tail hits again to bring him to a sliver, then we win thanks to the speed advantage. Still, all those extra turns he wasted just made us take even more toxic damage. For Armaldo, I kept Morton in for a mirror match. One Ancient Power took him down, too easy. Claydol was next, so I finally switched to Gibson to use Confuse Ray and Giga Drain. Claydol used Reflect to buff his defense, so any confusion damage wouldn't do much, but it didn't matter. Giga Drain hit really hard. Next is Pseudo-Legendary Metagross, and Reflect is still up, so I tried to confuse him. We survived his Meteor Mash, but his attack raised from it, and when we got an opening thanks to confusion, we only dealt a very small amount of damage with Giga Drain. We really lucked out with him hitting himself 3 times in a row, but then he gave Metagross a full restore, and our crits hardly did any damage. We didn't last another hit. I tried to finish it with Morton, but he was way too hurt between Toxic, Spikes, and the previous fights. He outsped and one-shot. Let's try again at level 90. This time we have a weird Skarmory fight where it was back and forth for a bit. He healed, and then he just randomly switched out to Claydol at some point, so we switched to Gibson to take him down. I mean, it was easy, but that was weird. Back to Morton for Skarmory again, and we just take it out in one shot with Ancient Power. Cradilly was a one-shot with Iron Tail, and Armaldo was still a one-shot with Ancient Power. For Metagross, I sent in the wounded Gibson to confuse him, but we just got taken out by Meteor Mash. It's up to Morton now, but we're in a way better shape than last time, so I go straight for Earthquake and do tons of damage. We then totally lucked out when he used Meteor Mash, and it missed, letting us take him down with full health. Last was Aggron, but one Earthquake took him down. We actually won the Steven Stone fight. That doesn't happen very often. I really liked that run. It was a good balance of not having to grind a ton, but still having pretty interesting battles. Yeah, we had to grind a bit at the start, and I did have to run through the Elite Four plenty near the end, but that's all pretty much to be expected in Emerald. I really hope you guys liked that run. The next challenge should be in 2 weeks on Saturday when we do another Emerald run. I usually try not to do the same game twice in a row, but it's been a while since we did Emerald, so why not? Gen 3 with only HM moves. Totally looking forward to having to use Cut to beat the Rock Gym. As always, I am looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Alright, outro bit time. What is there to talk about even? Oh, sorry for the editing mistakes in the Tentacool video the other week. I know, hilarious coming from me apologizing for editing mistakes, which I'm always apologizing for in the comments anyway. It's a one-man team. There's no other pair of eyes looking at these videos before they come out. It's me recording it and doing the script and editing it and all of that stuff. Usually people have a team for some kind of really big weekly challenge editing show thing or some kind of help or at least not a time limit, but not me. Oh, and I think there was a point early in the video where I didn't even realize at the time, but apparently I showed the level 15 attempts at one of the Faulkner fights twice. That's because I didn't even realize until I was like editing the video, I was missing the piece of footage for one of the Faulkner fights. So I was digging through like deleted footage, because whenever I'm recording fights, I just delete all the fights that I don't think I'm going to use, the attempts I don't think I'm going to use. And I seem to have deleted and forgotten to name the one that I was actually going to use for that part of the video that I was talking about. Thankfully, I don't like empty my recycling bin very often, so I was able to dig out the footage. But I guess I dug out the wrong footage, either that or I just accidentally put the wrong clip in twice. So I nearly fixed the problem and caught it and managed to cause a different problem because this show is just absolutely beautiful like that. Sorry about that. At least it seems like most people find it entertaining more than they find it frustrating. At the end of the day, the way I look at it is it's a one-man job. It seems like anyone who gets annoyed by the little editing mistakes seem to be just a vocal minority. And it seems like most people don't really mind that I'm not perfect. Not even close. You guys have no idea how much I flub these voiceovers and then have to edit it a bunch and cut out just flub after flub after flub. Trust me, I am not even remotely close to perfect. I mean, if any of you have watched my Let's Play show, my thousands and thousands and thousands of Let's Play videos on this channel, oh, you'll know that I can't string a sentence together. Alright, I need to get to editing this stuff because I really want to stream a bunch this week. I want to do more Legends Arceus because it's been like 2 months and I've been dying to play it, but I've been so busy with everything else. And that game was so fun, so I want to stream some more of that. And I want to stream some more Wrestling Empire because that game is hilarious and I love it to death. So I'm going to go get working on that stuff. Until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Gold with only Nidorans was a fun but very close tag run. Let's follow that up with a brutal solo run. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Ghastly? So Ghastly is a first form ghost and poison type that always has Levitate, so ground moves won't hurt us. And that's a good thing, because when you look at these stats, great special attack, solid speed, and horrible everything else. With health, defense, and special defense all being so low, this is for sure going to be a glass cannon run. Plus, super low attack is brutal in a generation where ghost moves are physical. Now, by level up, we don't really learn much that I want. Notice how we can't learn Shadow Ball by level up in Emerald, just in Fire Red and Leaf Green. That means our best move by level up is Hypnosis and Nightshade, I guess? I mean, Hypnosis only has 60 accuracy, but at least it's a decent last resort move. Nightshade could at least get us through a little bit of the early game. I figure that it's a must-have for the first gym. By TM, we thankfully learned some better moves. For the same type attack bonus, we can get Shadow Ball and Sludge Bomb. They're both strong moves, but the fact that they're both physical means we'll probably still end up doing less damage in the end than stuff like Thunderbolt and Psychic. So I'm for sure learning those. I figure I'm gonna need Shadow Ball no matter what though. Even with it being weaker and physical, it's super effective against stuff that we need to be able to one-shot, so I think it's gonna save us. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge. All of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I don't know, I'm really skeptical about this one. I figure there's no way I beat Steven Stone in the post-game, and it wouldn't really surprise me if I don't beat Wallace either. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Ghastly. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. Also, if I sound a little bit hoarse, or if the voiceover is weird because I might take long breaks between pages, I am medically going through a lot right now. Like even today included. I'll tell you about all of it at the end of the video if you really care, but if you've been following on Twitter, then you probably already know. Look, I've seen 7 doctors in the last 10 days now, across 3 different hospital trips. So, it's a rough one, but the show must go on. So, right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Mudkip with Ghastly so that we can do the whole run with it. I name him Coughing, like last time. Our nature is quiet, so more special attack and less speed. I was starting to get a good special attack nature, and this is probably the best one I could get. Less speed isn't really that big of a deal since we're already so fast, and we're gonna be over-leveled a lot. It is a solo run. So early game travel is really annoying for 2 reasons. One is that we hardly do any damage with Lick, but that's not so bad, because at least they can't hit me either. The more annoying reason is that we can't hit normal types. We only learn ghost attacking moves by level up, so when we need to make a normal type feint, we have to run out of power points and hope we can win with struggle. Naturally, I just avoid any trainers that I know have normal types for the sake of my own sanity, although I ran into a couple by accident. Once we've beaten the first gym, then I can get my hands on a TM for a new move, so I think this is a temporary issue. But it doesn't mean that I don't have to be very careful with what trainers I fight. I think there's no mandatory normal trainers until after the Rock Gym. But if something comes up and it is mandatory, then I'll show it to you. Right now, my goal is just to get to the Rock Gym and see how it goes, although I kind of assume I'm gonna lose until level 21 when I get Nightshade. I got to the Rock Gym at level 13, but right away her first Geodude was just using Rock Tomb, so we didn't last long. We were still faster after getting hit twice by it, so that's kinda cool, but obviously we were nowhere close to winning. I expected this, though. I'm gonna go grind in the Petalburg Woods until we're level 21 for Nightshade, and see if that does the trick. As soon as we hit level 21, we had a really easy time with the fight. It's not like it did amazing damage, but we're a high enough level that Rock Tomb wasn't doing much damage to us anymore, so it went okay. She still held on for a long time with potions and berries, but we weren't really in danger. Alright, now that we're traveling again, I made sure to do the cave early so that I could get to Slateport before the fighting gym. Normally I'd do the fighting gym first, but by doing Slateport first, I can get the TM for Thief. It's not really a great move for Ghastly, but it's a special move in this game, and it can hit normal types. That's really all I needed. I'm not planning on using it for the fighting gym since they resist it, but who knows, let's just see what happens. Yeah, fighting gym was no problem. I think they might have just not had any moves that could hit us, because they just kept spamming bulk up more than usual. Easy win! Now next is the usually hard rival fight, and I figured I'd lose for sure since Grovyle has Pursuit, a super effective move. We actually ended up surviving with only 4 health though. Slugma could have finished us off, but we nailed Hypnosis right away and it stayed asleep, so we got a first try win. Now with that said, we for sure have to grind. It's the always hard electric gym next, and nothing about this is gonna go well. This isn't like Gen 1, where we can tank special moves. We're fragile no matter what hits us, and there's simply no way that we're getting one-shots with Nightshade. Not only that, but like you saw in the intro, we don't learn Shadow Ball by level up in this game. That wasn't until Fire Red. Now, if I wanted, I could drive myself crazy playing the slots forever, then I could get the TM for Psychic, and that would be our strongest move by quite a bit. In fact, I bet that it would be stronger than Shadow Ball, considering Shadow Ball is physical in this game. It might not work very well against Magneton, but I can't really think of any alternative. There's no moves we can learn by level up that are gonna bail us out of this fight. I'll fight all the trainers in the area, try the gym at whatever level we end up at, probably lose, then we'll see how close we are to affording Psychic. I also grabbed the Macho Brace in the area so that I can max out our effort values much faster. As soon as they're maxed out, we can use rare candies instead of having to grind the old-fashioned way. So we get to the gym leader at level 33. Right away, we're outsped by Voltorb, paralyzed, we take it out in a couple of hits, and then we easily go down to Electrike right after. You know how I said this is the really hard gym? Voltorb and Electrike aren't normally the hard part. We usually one-shot them. This might take a long time. I'm gonna go grind until I think the effort values are full, and then I'll try again. So I grinded all the way to level 40, and although we're faster now, it still really doesn't go well. Voltorb always survives with a sliver, and either we get paralyzed by it, or off of static from Electric right after. Sometimes we can take out Magneton with a few Nightshades if we get good paralysis luck, but Magnetric always finishes us off easily right after. Alright, well, I only had less than a third of the money that I would need to convert into coins and get Psychic, so I'm gonna play the slot machine until I have enough for it. And by that I mean I'm gonna save Scum as hard as humanly possible to win the slot machines, because the slots are just the worst thing ever, and you came to see if I could beat the game with a Ghastly, not to see if I have good luck on a slot machine. So I started doing the slot machines before I realized it makes way more sense to hack in rare candies, sell them for money, and then convert that into coins to save time. Probably saved me over an hour. After 2 tries where we were instantly hit by Supersonic and hit ourselves in confusion, and then a 3rd try where we got fully paralyzed right away, we got this one where I just hit Hypnosis to avoid the paralysis in the first place, took it out fast, then we one-shot Magnetric. I know that looked easy, but this was indeed a nightmare. So I'm really not sure how I feel about the next part of the run. I'd imagine Maxi won't be too hard, even if I can't use Psychic on Mightyena, but the Fire Gym is often pretty hard. Considering how frail we are, a move like Overheat might just one-shot us. At least if we make it past there, then there's the usually easy normal gym, but I'm pretty sure that some of his team has Feint Attack, so it's not like being a ghost is a get-out-of-jail-free card there. I don't really have any moves I want coming up, so let's just hope that we're strong enough to have an easy time at the fight when we get there. So Maxi and Mightyena did actually hit us really hard, and we took a bit of extra damage in the fight because I didn't just use Psychic on Zubat right away like I should have, but it was still pretty easy. I have less confidence in the Fire Gym. Oh, you know what? The Fire Gym was really easy. Borderline a sweep, although I'm expecting a lot of the mid-game fights is gonna more or less look just like this. Either we sweep them, or they probably one-shot us. It's just the nature of glass cannon runs like this. There's just about no in-between. You're either squashing them or getting squashed yourself. We do have really high special attack, so this is kind of what I was expecting. Will the normal gym go well? But on our way there, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comms are good for the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, normal gym was a borderline sweep. Slacking was too tanky to one-shot, as you'd probably expect, but we put it to sleep right away with Hypnosis, so it didn't matter. This is always an easy gym, though. Alright, so we're headed to the super easy rival fight and the Flying Gym. I'm not too worried because I picked up Thunderbolt on the way, one of the strongest moves we're gonna have the whole run. I figured this is a must-have, what with the Pokemon Champion being Water-type and all. Plus, it's gonna help in that Flying Gym. Not that I think that we have many issues in the first place. Who knows though, Skarmory can be a pain. If we get past that, then we can get Shadow Ball, but with it being physical in this game, not sure how worth it it's gonna be. Let's see how the fight goes. So the rival was a sweep, as expected. Have I ever lost this fight? Like, ever. Look, I know one of you MDB challenge scholars out there must know off the top of your head if I've lost to this or not. I know some of you fall asleep to this playlist. You've probably got my voice drilled forever into your subconscious. Some of you read my tweets in my voice in your head. You must know if I've lost this fight before. In the flying gym right after, we also took no damage. I'm like 99% sure we would've if Tropius didn't use Sunny Day and if we didn't crit Altaria, but I don't think we would've lost even if both of them hit us. Maybe we'd have low health, but not a loss. Okay, so we have a lot of travel now, and things are about to become awful. The Maxi fight will probably not be too bad unless Mightyena hits us like a freight train, but after that is the Psychic Gym double battle. You've seen how hard that one is, right? With a Pokemon this frail, I can't see us possibly winning below level 70, and that's the level we'd normally be at by the Elite Four. Like, even if I make a Shell Bell, how's that gonna save me? Sure, I don't have to worry about Earthquake for once, but his whole team knows Psychic, and that'll probably one-shot me. Even if I pick up Shadow Ball on the way, and I absolutely will, I'm still probably gonna lose a lot. Even if I land a one-shot on every attack, it's a double battle, so I'm still giving the Survivor a chance to hit us. I think I have to hope that Xatu is using Calm Mind like crazy so I can focus on the others first, then maybe take it out with Thunderbolt or something, but even that isn't super likely. Shadow Ball might be an even better idea, actually, because he's going to be spamming Calm Mind. I don't know, it's hard to say. I'm sure I can win it eventually, but it's going to take a long time. I've long since maxed out my effort values though, so if I get stuck on it at all, I'm gonna skip grinding and use rare candies. Let's fight Maxi first though. Wish me luck. Yeah, it was extremely easy. I was a little worried at the end when Camerupt kept using Amnesia, then kept healing with super potions, but then he used Earthquake and I realized he's probably got no moves that can hit us. So we won easily. The Psychic Gym right after was obviously a loss though. We got one shot with Psychic. Not gonna lie, I expect that to happen for a very long time. It's time to start with the rare candies. Level 60! This one's kinda crazy. So we one-shot Xatu right away, and Claydol was using Earthquake, so Magikarp goes down, but we're fine. We then landed a crit on Claydol with a Shadow Ball that totally would not have taken it out if not for the crit. That was really lucky. Not only that, but Solrock wasted its turn on Sunny Day. We actually one-shot Lunatone with Shadow Ball, and I was thinking I was gonna fluke my way through the fight, when Solrock survived Shadow Ball with a Sliver and one-shot us with Psychic. Okay, it was pure dumb luck that I even made it that far, so I should still level. Level 65! Yeah, this is more typical. We took out Xatu, Claydol isn't a one-shot, and it and Lunatone just both hit Psychic to take us out. At least it looks like it's almost a one-shot, so maybe I can brute force it soon. Level 70! Okay, so things start the same with Xatu going down and Claydol taking out Magikarp with Earthquake. Now, they would have easily won if Lunatone just went for Psychic to hurt us, but instead it used Calm Mind as we took out Claydol. Well, Shadow Ball is physical in this game, so Calm Mind didn't save him at all. I just one-shot him. Solrock used Sunny Day for no particular reason, then we one-shot it. Guess I was right when I figured we'd need to be around level 70. I actually feel really good about the next chunk of the run. We have Archie, who's gonna be a sweep with Thunderbolt, the Water Gym, who's mostly gonna be a sweep with Thunderbolt, and Wally, who's just not that good in general. Now with that said, the Elite Four might be a bit of a nightmare, but that's a problem for later. Right now I'm hoping to pick up some levels during our travel. There isn't really much we can do to improve the moveset at this point. I could probably swap Hypnosis for something more useful, but at the same time it's decent as a last resort move, so it could still save us. I'll see how I feel about it by the time of the Elite Four. So Archie was a sweep, as expected. I think the Water Gym will be a sweep. I figure at least Kingdra won't get one shot. So the entire fight was a sweep other than Kingdra, as expected. Actually, Whiscash was probably only a one-shot thanks to a crit, but that's okay. Kingdra only hit us once and really didn't do a ton, so we just two-shot it for an easy fight. Last year's Wally, who we also swept other than Magneton, who hit pretty hard, but only hit us once. I actually think that we could have lost a lot more health if Altaria didn't instantly fail Paralyze right at the start of the fight. That was pretty lucky. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, Special Attack is nearly 200 at level 73, so that's pretty incredible, and our health is higher than I expected as well. I'm also pretty sure that we're going to be faster than everything we fight, but wow, our special defense is just awful. I don't know if we're gonna get one-shot by anything, but we could for sure get two-shot by a lot. This isn't hopeless, though. I figure Sydney is gonna be awful, but why did the 7 Days to Die launcher just pop up on my screen? What? I figure Sydney is gonna be awful, but if we can make it past that, then I think Phoebe and Glacia won't be too bad. Drake might be hard, but I actually think Wallace could be a first try. I'm gonna make a Shell Bell, use a PowerPoint max on Psychic, and then give it a shot. Make your final guesses on if we can win this one or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney, and this fight just blew my mind. First, we one-shot Mighty Anna with Thunderbolt, so that's a solid start, but next was Shift Tree. Now, it resists or is immune to all of our moves, so I tried Shadow Ball just to see if it would do much. It didn't, but it dropped his special defense. Well, all he was doing was using double teams, and we weren't missing our Thunderbolts, so despite him resisting us, we actually took him out without getting hurt. Next was Cacturn, who I knew would be a nightmare, but he was a two-shot and his Cotton Spore missed, so he did nothing. Crawdaunt was of course a one-shot with Thunderbolt, and so was Absol at the end. We didn't get hit. I thought this was going to be one of the hard ones. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. I've got to show you this one. So the fight isn't hard, in fact we one-shot our way through quite a bit of it, but I've tried it 3 times now and every time this is exactly what happened. We get to Sableye, drop it to what looks to be about 1 health, then we go down to Shadow Ball. Now there's no way that that's the upper limit of my damage range, so I'm pretty sure if I just try a few more times then he'll faint. But after the 3rd time this happened, I figure it was absolutely worth showing, because this is insane. Alright, this was attempt 4. I'm gonna just eat a couple rare candies because this is ridiculous. Maybe it really is the top end of our damage range. Okay, that did the trick. Very next try and everything went fine. What a weird fight. I'm gonna have to use a max elixir after that one. Pressure is a brutal ability for the Elite Four to have in a solo run. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. This one was actually really easy though. I figured I'd win, but I thought at least the Glalie would be difficult, but it was all really easy. The only damage we took was from Hail, but the Shell Bell healed us right back up. Drake's gonna go badly, right? Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. First is Shelgon, who is just a one-shot, but second is the much more dangerous Salamence. Now, on the first try, I lost a Crunch, so on this one I used Hypnosis right away, and it worked. I was able to hit a Psychic and a Thunderbolt to take it out. Next was Flygon, and I probably should have gone for Hypnosis because it turns out he has Crunch too. We took it out, but we got hit hard for more than half of our health. Altaria got paralyzed off a Thunderbolt, then used Dragon Dance. Well, the speed boost didn't matter much since he was paralyzed, so we just finished him off. Last is Kingdra, who took big damage from Thunderbolt, almost took us out with Surf, then went down to a second Thunderbolt. Hey, that was a first try! This is going better than I expected. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. Right away, Whale Lord is just a one-shot, good start. Second is Whiscash, so we can't just use Thunderbolt. Because of that, we took a pretty huge hit before we could take him out. Third is Tentacruel, and we almost one-shot it, but it was able to finish us off. You know what, if I just hit Hypnosis on Whiscash, I bet you I could get a lot farther in this fight. Okay, it took a few tries, but I got Hypnosis to stick and took out Whiscash. We still took big damage from the Hydro Pump from Tentacruel right after, but we did actually take it out this time. Next up is Ludicolo though, and it actually took us out with 1 Surf when we had 113 health left. I really didn't think it was gonna do quite that much. Okay, well, a few more levels and I bet I could one-shot Tentacruel. That'll change things. Level 80, and we just one-shot Tentacruel now, so we're back in the game. Now, Ludicolo used Double Team this time, and we actually missed because of it, so thanks to that, we took a Surf anyway. It still hit super hard, but at least this time we survived with about half of our health left. Water Onyx is double weak to Thunderbolt, so of course it was a one-shot. And last was Melodic, who survived Thunderbolt, hit a Surf that dropped us to only 30 health, then we finished it off with another Thunderbolt. I think the Shell Bell saved us on that one. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Stephen Stone. Now, I really doubt I'm gonna win this because we don't learn any fighting or ground moves, and those are pretty useful against his team. Considering how frail we are, we're probably gonna need to be level 100 to stand a chance. Who knows though, maybe it'll go fine. Won't know until we try. So first try, and we don't one-shot Skarmory right away, but it was fully paralyzed, and after he used a full restore, we one-shot him on the second try. Problem is, right after his Clay Doll. We were maybe close to a 2-shot, but then he used Reflect and got his full stats boost off an Ancient Power. Then we missed a Hypnosis a bunch. Just an awful start. We took him out eventually, much to my surprise, but as Metagross came out, we did almost nothing, then fainted. Okay, well, a few levels and I bet Clay Doll will go way better. 5 levels later and we can beat Clay Doll without getting hurt, but only if we get Hypnosis to land before it uses Reflect. Problem is, right after his Metagross, and we still don't do much damage to it, and it one-shots us with Psychic. You know what, if we did that much at level 85, then I think that it could be possible at level 100. I'm gonna give this a few more levels. Level 90. Yeah, I went basically the exact same. We took out almost half his health with Thunderbolt at least, so we're getting kind of close to this being more realistic. I guess with awesome Hypnosis luck, I could beat him right now, but that's not likely. Let's level more. Level 95. Nah, still not dealing half his health and damage. Still getting one shot. I'm getting iffy on this, but it's still probably possible. So I tried this several more times at level 100. The problem here is that we almost do enough damage for a 2-shot, but thanks to his berry, we never quite take him out, even if we put him to sleep. But he has so little health left on this attempt that I'm convinced that if we could either do slightly more through lucky damage ranges, or just had better sleep luck, then we could take him out. Now, I don't know if I could beat the rest of his team, but I don't want to give up until I've at least taken out Metagross. Worst case scenario, we wait for a lucky crit. I've got some time to kill. I think that we can do this. Okay, a wild 8 tries later and we finally got a crit. Before this, I had 7 straight tries where we either missed Hypnosis or he woke up the moment that he landed in red health. Missing Hypnosis, I get, but I came really close to a knockout on a lot of those attempts. Next was Credilli, and I was getting really worried when Psychic wasn't gearing up to be a 2-shot and we got confused, but thanks to him just using Ingrain after and not hitting ourselves in confusion, it went really well. We even got a special defense drop on it and took it out pretty fast. Armaldo right after hit an Ancient Power to take nearly 100 of our health, but we took it out in 2 hits and healed back up just a little bit. Last is Aggron. We hit really hard with Thunderbolt right off the bat, as it thankfully missed with a Thunder that I doubt would have made us faint, but could have paralyzed us and that would have doomed us. He tried holding on with some full restores, but it was only a matter of time before we took him out. We actually got the win on the Steven Stone fight. I'm really surprised. Seriously, I'm really surprised that Ghastly did so well in this run. Like, we were crazy frail. I was shocked how well we did. I absolutely want to try Ghastly-only runs in more games, especially Gens 4 and 5, since they have Shadow Ball as a special move. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Black with only 1 Trubbish. I love poison types, and Trubbish is really cool, so I'm pumped to see how that goes. I don't know, it learned some really cool moves early on, and it's got a really good ability for that game, but like no type coverage at all, so I want to see what happens. As always, I'm looking at your suggestion in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Okay, outro time. This is all ad-libbed, of course. I don't have a script or anything for this, and this is all just gonna be medical stuff, so if you're not interested, I would just skip to the next video in the playlist. This might even be old by the time you're watching it, who knows. I'm recording this voiceover on Friday, July the 26th, 2024, okay? I specify that because I know that this isn't going to come out for a little while, because I gotta edit it, and then it goes up the next week, you know? Okay, so I've been to the hospital 3 times in the last 10 days? Yes, 10 days. One time I walked in, but the first time and the last time was like I passed out at home and an ambulance came and got me. Thankfully, the first time I had someone with me who was able to secure me so I didn't like fall to the floor. The second time I didn't fully lose consciousness, I just came really close to it. So I was able to like get myself down to the floor and call 911 in time, thankfully. We don't know what's wrong yet. What we know is that it's caused by blood pressure drops. My blood pressure keeps dropping to like super low levels and I pass out. We don't really know what causes it yet. I wish I could give you more info. I've seen 7 doctors between the hospital visits, and I've been to a walk-in clinic twice now. Mostly just to get blood work done and stuff. God, I don't even know if I want to like just rattle off every single thing that's happened in the last 10 days, because I figure that at the end of this whole thing, I could probably just make a vlog for people who are curious and catalog everything once I actually have a diagnosis. But I'm going to try my best to give you like the short version. At the very end of last month, so at the end of June, I think it was like the 29th, I had my wisdom teeth taken out on the top row. You probably already heard me talk about that if you've listened to outros or if you follow me on Twitter. But yeah, I had my top row wisdom teeth taken out. It was a really, really simple procedure. I didn't need to get put under for it. Just, they give you the needle with the numbing stuff. Wasn't prescribed any painkillers or antibiotics or anything like that after. And the surgeon believed it was going to be a very easy recovery. And it did feel like a very easy recovery. Here we are like 4 weeks later, and I still have a little bit of soreness in the sockets a little bit, but I got off the phone with the oral clinic today, and the nurse thought that it doesn't sound like I have an infection there, but that if it's not healed up in 2 weeks, then I'm going to book an appointment and go back there, and they're going to take a look at it just in case. But right after I got those wisdom teeth out, I started having like a lot of gastric upset, And I assumed it was just because I was on like a liquid and mashed potato diet for a week after, because like obviously you can't eat solid food right after you have teeth pulled out. I had some wisdom teeth that were going kind of crooked and weird, and they were going bad slowly because they just, the weird shape meant they couldn't be cleaned properly, really. So they thought, let's just take them out. You don't need them anyway. And yeah, I'm happy to get them out. I was actually, I think I said this in one of the previous ones, but I was excited for the appointment to get the wisdom teeth out, and the surgeon laughed and called me a sicko because no one gets excited for these things, but I don't know, it didn't hurt, so they just give you some needles and then you don't feel it, so whatever. Anyway, I thought the gastric upset and the sore throat and all of that, like I had a sore throat around then. I still have it a little bit. I don't know what that is. None of the doctors have really cared about that because there's more pressing things going on with my health. Yeah, basically over the course of a couple of weeks, even after I started returning to eating very normally, which for me is just a lot of home-cooked meals, rice, potato, chicken, salmon, a lot of veggies, a lot of fruit, stuff like that. I eat like 300 calories worth of chips or ice cream most days, so just a little bit of junk food in there. But, overall a very clean diet, loads and loads of water. I don't drink pop, nothing like that. So it was weird that my digestion wasn't really returning to normal. And I kept getting like what felt like pressure along like my waistline, right? And occasionally as the weeks went on, it would have like a little bit of a burning sensation with it. Well, last week on Tuesday, hold on, let me pop open the calendar. What day was that? That was the 16th of June. Okay, so on the 16th of June, I passed out at home shortly after eating a little bit of breakfast. I was eating a little bit of breakfast, and I was feeling so rough that morning. I ate a little bit of my breakfast, which was some homemade egg fried rice. I eat it all the time. And I was feeling really, really rough. I only ate a little bit of it, and I thought, okay, I'm gonna stand up and stretch. Maybe I'm sitting too long. And I stood up and I did a back stretch I normally do. It's standing cobra. It's like a yoga stretch where you bend over backwards. And I go upright from it, and my hearing kind of goes out a little bit. And I remember saying out loud, because I was there with someone, I remember saying like, oh, I never lose hearing from that. That's a new one. Then I started to feel a little shaky and my face went kind of numb-ish. And I sat down in my chair and I said, that doesn't happen. And then just a little bit of time passed. It was probably seconds. And I remember saying out loud, I think I'm going to pass out. And that's the last thing that I remember for a minute before I remember just the blurry vision of like the room and the outline of my girlfriend who was there. And I couldn't say anything for ages, but I could kind of tell it was the room and where I was and that she was there, but like words weren't coming. And eventually I came to and I was able to talk a little, and she called 911 and an ambulance came to get me, and she helped me down to the floor where I was until they showed up. And they checked my blood pressure and everything, and it was super low. And then they sat me up and they checked my blood pressure again, and it was even lower when I sat up. Eventually, I was able to walk out to the ambulance on my own 2 feet, which was nice. But, you know, I had to go to the hospital. Obviously, I had to go to the hospital with that going on. They had to check me out. Saw 2 doctors that day. They didn't know what was wrong. Obviously, they can't just diagnose you on the spot. I understand from talking to a lot of people from different countries that it's different in different countries where they try to get you a diagnosis before they let you out. But the way it is, at least here in Ontario, Canada, is the hospital's job is mostly just to, like, make sure you're not dying while you're there. And then once they have you stable and they feel safe letting you go home, then it's just up to your GP, your family doctor or whatever, to follow up and figure out what's wrong. Obviously, they did a lot of blood work. I've been doing a ton of blood work over the last 10 days. I'm just covered in marks from that. I'm double bruised up on both insides of my elbows, big bruises from all the blood work. But yeah, that was like a scary thing, you know? I had been feeling rougher and rougher as the days went on, but that day was rough. Naturally, you know, I call my GP and I go to book an appointment. My old doctor actually just retired, so I haven't met the new one yet. But I know my mom sees her, same doctor. So she's an all right doctor. So I book an appointment, but they're all the way booked up until August 8th, which was a long time for back then, and it's still a long time now. I tried holding on. I tried just, you know, keep working. Obviously, I gotta keep working. Same reason you gotta keep working, right? Bills gotta get paid. People rely on you. People rely on me. So I can't just lay around and do nothing. I gotta keep working. But I just did my best to take care of my body and to try and make sure that I'm eating as clean as I possibly could. I was still getting the pressures. It feels like a gastric upset. Sometimes it's pain rather than just like a bloating or a swelling. Sometimes it's so bloated or swollen or whatever word you want to use that you can actually feel with your hand that something is there, and pressing on it sure does make it burn more. That can be very difficult because, you know, I got to sit down for my job, but sitting down puts some pressure on that area, even if I'm wearing very loose clothing. So sometimes I can't sit. I got to lay down flat on my back and hope to be okay for a while. Thankfully, my mom has a at-home blood pressure testing kit that she had for her own health issues in the past, and she brought that over so I can test my blood pressure at home. Because I can tell you that earlier today, before I did this voiceover, like as I was sitting down to originally start the voiceover, like 6 hours ago, when I originally sat down to do it, I lost hearing in my right ear and my face went flush, and I immediately just speed walked to my bed, laid down comfy, gave her a call. Because yeah, I've been to the hospital 3 times now. There's only so much they can do, you know? It was like on Friday, let me check the date. Friday the 19th? Yes, on Friday the 19th, so a week ago from the day I'm recording this, I went into the hospital, like I walked into the hospital, and because the pain was getting worse. That time I saw the only doctor who didn't care and was awful and checked nothing. I literally said to her, look, I think if you don't do anything, you're just gonna see me again tomorrow when I show up in an ambulance. Now, I was wrong. I was wrong because it was 2 days, not 1 day, and I didn't see her again because I got good doctors that time, but I kind of feel like I deserve partial points for that prediction. Nostradamus over here, being able to spot the obvious from a mile away, that if you do nothing, I will not get better. She prescribed me an anti-cramp medication. By prescribed, I guess she recommended. It's an over-the-counter drug, and you know what? It did nothing. But the good thing, if you can call this a good thing, on that Sunday, which would be the 21st, on the 21st, I came really close to passing out at home, but I knew I was in danger of it. So again, call my mom because she has a house key, call 911. Actually, the ambulance got here first and they were pounding on the door. So I had to haul myself up from underneath of my work table, run down the stairs and open the door because I knew they were going to bash that door open eventually if they didn't know that I was okay. And I can't have them break the door. I have cats. I don't want them to get out. I got to take care of the cats. So I was able to get down there in time. To be honest, the paramedics didn't take a great care of me that time, but whatever. I got to the hospital, and what matters is I saw 2 really good doctors that time at the hospital. The first one was just ending a shift, but he still took care of me, and he prescribed me a probiotic, or recommended. I don't know if you prescribe that. He wrote me a note for it, but you can just buy that. But the second doctor that I saw while I was still there, that was the time that I was there for like 8.5 hours, 9 hours. I was there for a long time. That doctor really cared. The first time I was at the hospital, they did a CT scan on my abdomen because they wanted to make sure I don't have like a blockage in my intestines or anything. And I didn't, thankfully. They didn't see anything abnormal. When I went on the Sunday, though, in the ambulance again, that doctor was a saint. He stuck with me for a long time and was really trying to troubleshoot with me. He did a CT scan of my brain. He wanted to make sure this wasn't a neurological thing. It wasn't. We're good on that. He wants to refer me to a cardiologist again. I saw one 2 years ago during my previous medical stuff, which seems to be unrelated to this because that was neck stuff. He does want me to see a cardiologist again just in case because he really wants to rule out it being a heart problem, but it doesn't look like it's a heart problem. The most important thing is that he prescribed me an antibiotic. I'm, I think, a little less than halfway through taking that. I think it's helped. Because 2 days ago, as the day went on, I was feeling almost normal. And then yesterday, I was feeling almost normal until like 7 or 8 o'clock at night. Then I had a little bit of the pain and pressure back, but it wasn't keeping me from doing stuff. But then today, the pressure is worse, the pain is worse, and I started getting really lightheaded again. And my blood pressure got really bad again, and I called my mom to say, like, hey, I just want to be on the phone with you just in case I'm passing out. And she's like, we can't just keep calling the ambulance because we already know that they're not going to be able to do anything until you see the specialists at this point. So she just ended up coming over just to be with me and make sure that I'm okay. And she took care of me, made me a little bit of food, got me some water and stuff, and I ended up getting a little better as the day went on. In fact, in case there's any doctors out there that are curious, because I do know that a lot of medical professionals watch me, I'm not trying to outsource my medical stuff or not, but I'm sure some of you are really curious because the last time I had medical problems 2 years ago, I had a lot of doctors messaging me who were simply curious to know some of my lab results. Hey, if you want to know what my blood pressure was today at 5:20 p.m., I did 3 blood pressure tests over the course of 10 minutes while laying flat on my bed. The first one was 112/56 with a pulse of 73. The second was 97/55. The third was 91/59. I do think I might have a little bit of a low resting blood pressure in general, but this is very low for me. The pulse was just within the 70s for all of those. At 7 p.m., when I was feeling a bit better, I sat up and I did a blood pressure test that was 97/58, again 75 pulse. So it was about the same as it was when I was laying down earlier. And then I had a shower, and about 20 minutes after that, I stood up and did a standing blood pressure test, which was 103/70 with a pulse of 101. I guess that pulse is a little bit high for me just standing still. That is a little weird for me, but like that's not a dangerous number. And 103/70, yeah, the 70 is a little bit lower than I would like, but it's a lot better than it was earlier in the day. So my mom went home around then. I got a whole lot of water in me. I cooked up some eggs. I ate them, and then I got right in front of my computer to do this voiceover. It's 9:20 at night. I know that a lot of people are going to be very worried about me and frantically trying to say, did they check this? Did they check this? My grandpa had this. My uncle had this. I had this. I get a lot of that. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to dissuade all of that. Obviously, there's going to be people who actually do have helpful information for this. But obviously, I haven't shared every last little bit of the medical details here because I'm not going to remember all of it off the top of my head. And some of it's probably irrelevant and I'm rambling, you know? But they did check me for appendicitis. I know a lot of people are going to ask. That really good doctor I got on that third hospital trip, he said, we're going to check you for appendicitis right away because it kind of sounds like that. They checked me, not appendicitis. My appendix was a normal size. They've done a ton of blood work on me, so I don't think it's my kidneys. I'm pretty sure they would have figured that out by now. And it seems like my blood work is mostly coming back normal. There were 2 blood tests I did on that Sunday that came back with a weird number. It was my sulfate? I think it's called sulfate. Sorry, I'm not a doctor. The doctor said that my number on both of those was very low. I don't remember if he said that is caused by hyperventilation or it causes hyperventilation. But I was having a hard time breathing deep at the time because I was in a lot of pain, and thus, naturally, you kind of clench up and hold your breath without thinking. That was a hard hospital stay, man. Oh. I was so exhausted too, because I barely slept that night because of the pain. Acetaminophen really wasn't doing it for me, but even he told me, stick with acetaminophen, you should be taking it daily right now, you probably need it. So yeah, I'm taking his advice. I'm on the acetaminophen, I'm on the antibiotic, I've got that probiotic too, I'm on that. And he prescribed me, that really good one prescribed me, wait, no, was it him or was it one of the walk-in clinic doctors who prescribed? Whatever. One of them prescribed me some pills for nerve pains in the abdomen. I think that's how he explained it to me. It's one that you have to like wean yourself off of at the end though. So it's kind of a take as needed. It's a weird one. But I am using that because it seems like it might be helping. I don't know. I had 2 days where I was feeling pretty good on the 24th and 25th, but then today I had this whole thing where like my hearing went out in one ear and my face went flush and numb when I was about to do a voiceover and I had to go lay down. I don't know, man. Nearly every doctor has told me drink extra fluids. I already drink a lot of water. I told them how much I drink, which is, I have a 64 ounce, jar isn't the right word, bottle of water, just a huge carry bottle, like a swell bottle. 64 ounces, I drink 1.5 a day on average. That's what I aim for. They said drink even more, go to the bathroom more often, salt your food more, because you need the extra sodium right now, which is great. I love salting my food. Take it easy if possible. And, wait on that appointment, because the thing is, I have a referral for, or rather, I don't have a referral for. I need to see my GP to get a referral for a gastroenterologist, which the doctors were all very insistent that that's a good idea. I already have a referral to a urologist in case it's my bladder. I have a referral to a cardiologist. They're supposed to be calling me. It's been over a week and they haven't called me. So I might need to call them or something. I don't know. I think there's another referral that's slipping my mind right now, but I might just be thinking of the dental surgery clinic thing, which is not a referral. Yeah. I might just be thinking of that. I don't know. I'm a little scatterbrained right now. I don't feel great. My eyes lose focus a little bit. It's been hard. It's been hard. But I'm working on through. The show must go on. I'm still working hard at my job because I have to. I know I always get flooded with messages of take it easy, take time off. We understand. Do gaps and uploads. We understand. And I always just have to say, I know you guys understand that. I know that you guys wouldn't be mad at me if I had to take a health break from videos, but you know what doesn't understand is bills. I still gotta pay bills, you know? Like, look, you know that I just went through a divorce, and I promised my ex-wife that I would take care of her. I stick to my promises, so I gotta look out for her. I gotta look out for Mom. I got people that I gotta look out for, and I gotta look out for myself as well, because money was tight before these medical issues. So money's obviously gonna be tighter now. I live in Canada, and I know you always hear free healthcare if you don't live in Canada, and it's the only thing you know about this country, but any Canadian will tell you it ain't free. You still pay for all of your prescriptions, you still pay for any drug that the doctor tells you to go get, you still pay for ambulance rides, and sometimes they really charge you for those ambulance rides. So it's not cheap. I gotta keep working. So I just need to be incredibly careful about when I think I'm gonna pass out, and really work myself to the bone when I'm feeling capable of it. It's just how it is. There's no real alternative to that. So try not to worry too hard about me. If you are worrying about me and you want to know how I'm doing today, check my Twitter. I do updates as often as I can on Twitter because I know you guys care. I'm incredibly fortunate that 14 years of doing this full time now, and I'm like the only okay, I'm not gonna say the only. I'm one of a depressingly few amount of people who are not afraid of their audience. Like, I don't know, I feel like the people who are usually really annoyed with me, they just stop watching me. So for the most part, people who actively watch me genuinely like me as a person, and I really appreciate that. So yeah, I just gotta keep working. I'm gonna keep on trucking through. I'm sorry this whole outro part is so long. It's why I said to skip it if you want to skip it. I'm not gonna put any mid-rolls in this whole outro bit, which is gonna cost me money, but whatever. I don't feel right putting mid-rolls in the outro. I never put mid-rolls in the outro. That feels weird. Unless YouTube automatically puts it in, because YouTube does automatically put in some mid-rolls sometimes, and you have to go back and fix it, because I'm gonna say cuz and then say a reason. I don't know why YouTube does that. YouTube is just so frustrating whenever they update anything, and it changes all of your old settings. It's a nightmare. Anyway, oh god, what else can I say? Because I know that you're gonna have so many questions, and I want to preempt them the best that I can. I feel some pressure and some burning right now, and I know that my blood pressure is a little bit low, but it's not low enough that I'm passing out. You can hear me talking, I'm articulating. I didn't have a stroke when I passed out. You can tell that I'm still lucid, I'm talking, I have a full memory of what happened, other than, of course, the about 30 seconds that I was unconscious. I obviously don't have a memory of that. I don't have any blockages or anything in my intestines. They already checked for that. Oh, I had some ultrasounds on my abdomen several times, actually, for different things. I already said appendix. They ultrasounded my heart once, just a quick one in the hospital, not like a cardiology clinic one where they put you on the bike. That's what I was doing like 2 years ago. The more intense stuff like that. I've done some EKGs, I think they're called, where they put the stickers on you and the wires on you, and I think they're checking your heart for that. Nothing weird came up there. I was saying before that my sulfate, I think it's sulfate, was low on 2 of the blood tests I got when I was in that last hospital stay. After I went home, I actually got just a personal phone call on my cell phone from that really good doctor saying, hey, can you go back into the emergency room right away and get a blood test for sulfate? Your numbers are really low, and we just want to make sure that it wasn't a bad reading, because it might have been a bad reading. And I said, I've slept about 1 hour in the last 30 hours. And he laughed and he said, okay, sleep and go to a walk-in clinic and get it done tomorrow. So I did. And I got that blood work done. I've got the result back. That number is normal now. So that was actually just a bad reading. Or at least it probably was a bad reading. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Haven't heard from that doctor since, but he's like an ER doctor, so I think that checks out. I'm probably never going to meet him again, which is a shame because he really looked out for me. Like, seriously, above and beyond for an ER doctor. He really cared. Oh man, and that last doctor I saw at the walk-in clinic, the most recent doctor I saw, gave me like a really thorough physical exam on my abdomen, pressing on different parts, moving my legs in different way, asking what does and doesn't hurt and how it feels and seeing how my body reacted. That guy really cared. You know what? I think that was the guy who prescribed me the abdominal nerve pain pills. They're like little circular blue ones. I don't remember the name off the top of my head. It probably doesn't matter. Even if I knew the name, one of you in the audience would know what that drug is. Oh, I feel awful. This whole outro bit is almost as long as the entire rest of the video. I hope this was interesting to somebody. I don't want to ask for money, especially considering I'm still working right now, so it's not like I'm completely incapacitated. But I know that anytime I talk about any medical thing, people yell at me to drop the Patreon link. I know because, I mean, I don't even need to prove it. You can go on my Twitter and you can see the people tweeting that. So if you want to, it's completely optional. This show is free. This show will always be free. I do have a Patreon in the description. There's no rewards on there or anything. It's basically like a tip jar type thing where if you want to support the show, then it's there and it's appreciated. I also have a link there for like individual donations. I think it just goes through like PayPal, but it's like a stream tip kind of thing, you know? That's there if you want to, but again, seriously, take care of you and yours first before you take care of me and mine, and I'll probably be okay. I mean, they didn't see tumors in me or anything when they did any of the scans, so I don't think I'm like full of tumors and about to die or something. Rest assured that if my diagnosis at the end of this whole thing does end up being cancer, then I'll actually be able to show documents to prove it. Unlike some people on the internet in the last couple months. Yeah, whatever the diagnosis ends up being at the end of this whole thing, I'll tell you. And if I have like a document to prove it, I'm assuming they'll show me a document to prove it, then I can just scan it and show it to you guys and blank out any personal info. Because like, I look, this is how it is when you work on the internet. People are going to call you a liar no matter what. People are going to think that you're exaggerating or that you're just trying to get sympathy or money or whatever they think that you're trying to get. So it's just the nature of the beast. Sometimes you gotta prove it. It's just how it is. I don't mind that. You already know that I'm a pretty public guy. I do have a private life, obviously, but I'm a pretty public guy. I always have been. If you've only been watching me in the last few years, then you've probably seen very few vlogs from me, but I used to do weekly vlogs just on the side for a long time. I don't know, I've always talked about my personal life a bit on the show. It's part of what makes the show special, is that it's genuine, you know? It's a real person, you know? Hi, I'm not just Mah-Dry-Bread. Mah-Dry-Bread isn't a username, that was my nickname in high school, you know? That was what real life people called me in person before YouTuber was a job. Like, my name is Madrot Stowe, that's public information. That's the show. It's me and my friends goofing off and having fun and making videos, and sometimes I do videos alone and sometimes I do them with my friends. And what do you know? One of my series I did alone, this Pokemon Challenge series, is the one that happened to take off. I still absolutely adore doing Let's Plays and streams, and I hate that I haven't had the opportunity to do more lately, but the real heartbreaking thing about all of this is that in the weeks leading up to me getting hospitalized, I finally had no more appointments coming up and no more obligations for really important things around the house or for other people or for whatever. I was finally gonna like do stuff for fun. I had written down on my calendar, message friends about recording videos. And I was gonna bulk message a whole bunch of my friends and catch up with them and make fun videos again like we used to. And then I went to the hospital like 3 days before the day that I was going to message them all. So I'm still going to record with some of them, maybe some like short, easy things if my health is doing okay, when I can. It's up in the air. It'll happen eventually. I'll be healthy again eventually. I know that much. I hope I can figure out what's wrong with my throat, because it's still a little bit sore every day, but every time I bring that up to a doctor, they frankly do not care. They're always way more concerned about the abdomen thing, and I guess I understand that. And and there was a doctor at the hospital last time who swabbed my throat, and he didn't find anything weird with that. So it's probably not anything severe, I guess. Probably. Seems weird to have a sore throat for a whole month, but what are you gonna do? I don't think I actually have enough footage of the credits from the Ghastly run to fill out how long this outro went. I didn't think this outro would go so long. I don't know. Maybe I'll just show the credits twice. Okay, that's a sign that I should shut up though, and probably walk around a little bit, make sure I'm doing okay, make sure my head's okay, get a little more water in me, cook some more food. I literally just cooked up a couple eggs, wolfed them down, and then got back in the recording studio. The recording studio sounds so fancy, doesn't it? It's a small side bedroom in the house that I decked out with sound foam and my recording equipment. Yeah, okay. It's 9:30? Okay, I'm still working then. I'm gonna stop this recording, and then I'm gonna get editing this, because I'm kind of doing better tonight, and I don't know how long it's gonna last. I'm gonna try and just blitz through all of the editing tonight so that you guys get this video for sure. As long as I get the editing done tonight, then I can have it uploaded on the channel as unlisted. I can do the thumbnail. In fact, I think I pre-did the thumbnail for this one. I could be wrong. I can do it tonight if not. That way, even if I become incapacitated, I could be laying down and I could tell the video to go live from my phone. So at least you guys get the video, at least I get paid a little bit for it, and you know what's going on even if you don't have Twitter then. Okay, I'm gonna pry myself away now. Sorry, I feel a little better while I'm talking because at least I'm distracted, you know? That's just how it is with me. I'm a big talker. I'm sure you've figured that out already. I hope that I'm healthy enough to do some Let's Play videos for you soon. I hope I'm healthy enough to do some streams for you soon. I miss hanging out with you guys on Twitch. I really miss just playing video games and hanging out with you guys. So let's do that again soon. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Black with only ice types was a really fun team run. Let's follow that up with another team run. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only gift Pokemon? So I'm using the Bulbapedia list for gift Pokemon, like usual. It includes any Pokemon that you're simply given, as well as fossil Pokemon. Now, Beldum and the Johto starters are post-game, so we won't have those until after the Pokemon Champion, and I don't think that we're ever going to end up getting the Johto starter, since we have to complete the Ho Index for it, and I don't think that's happening. So we aren't going to have a very big team. We got to pick our starter though, so that's cool. I think this is going to be a fun one. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm sure I can win. I'm mostly curious about what level we can do it at, and how the Steven Stone fight is going to go in the post-game. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use gift Pokemon. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoy the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, no need for the randomizer this time, since starters are gift Pokemon according to the list. I went with Mudkip this time. I was a bit tempted by Torchic because it does hit super hard by the end of the game, but Fire-type just isn't really super useful in Emerald, and we're only going to have one Pokemon for the first third of the game, so having one that's super effective against early game gyms is probably a good idea. Our nature is lonely, so more attack and less defense. I think I'm fine with that. Stronger Earthquakes will for sure be nice in the long run. Early game travel is really not that interesting since the game is perfectly balanced for using a Mudkip right now, so let's use this as a chance to give an overview of the whole early game. The Rock Gym should be a breeze, and I don't think the Fighting Gym will be very hard either, so the first difficult part is probably going to be the rival fight at Cycling Road. I'm sure that will have evolved by then, so taking double damage off of grass moves could really halt us. But after that, we have the normally hard Electric Gym that we could just beat with ground moves, then Maxie and the Fire Gym, who should be really easy with water moves. That's around when we'll get our second and third Pokemon, and then we'll have some more options on how we want to fight. I have to say I'm feeling pretty good about this. On paper, it looks like a really well-paced challenge. Wish me luck. Well, we evolved into Marsh Stomp before we reached the Rock Gym, so it ended up being super easy. It took a little while just because she loves spamming healing items, but we only took like 5 damage the whole fight. That means we're on the road again. We've got to go to the fighting gym next, although I'm a little bit skeptical that I'm strong enough to brute force it quite yet. I'm thinking I'll do Granite Cave first, just for a little bit more experience, clean out the trainers in the fighting gym, then I think we'll be ready. So next is the fighting gym, and although it wasn't hard, it did take a bunch of tries. You can probably see why. He likes to spam Bulk Up then Vital Throw, plus he has a Super Potion and a Berry to heal. We can do pretty good damage, but his Bulk Ups make Mud Shot too weak, and although Water Gun can two-shot him, it requires we get pretty lucky on the damage range. I'm gonna guess we could take him out with 2 Water Guns every 1 in 5 times that we try, but that was just a guess. In the winning run, I started with Mud Shot, but as his Bulk Up became too much, I had to switch to Water Gun. I wish I could have won this fight with Mud Slap, by the way, but Vital Throw doesn't miss, so this really is our best strategy. It worked in the end, though. Now, just because we won the fight doesn't mean that we're ready for our rival. In fact, the fighting gym fight being so close is what tells me that we don't stand a chance against our rival. She's gonna have an actual grass move now, and we're extremely weak to grass type. So I decided I'd clear out the beach of trainers first for just a few more levels. I don't think it'll be enough to get us the win, but it's worth trying. You know what? The Mei fight wasn't that bad. The only threatening part of her team was obviously her starter, but we were hitting for half of her health and damage with Mud Shot. The funny part is, she'd have been a 3-shot thanks to Absorb if I was faster than her, and the only reason we got a 2-shot is because our Mud Shot dropped her speed so that we could go first on the second round. That was a really cool fight. And of course, the Electric Gym was super easy. Manectric put up a bit of a fight near the end, but nothing could hit us very hard. I love when this gym is one of the easy ones. I'm so used to getting stuck on it. Okay, we're finally going to get a new Pokemon soon. In fact, we get the next 2 just about back to back. We have a Maxi fight, but that shouldn't be a problem, seeing as he uses fire and ground types. That will let us get to the town where we can pick up the Why Not egg. It won't hatch right away, and I don't know how useful it's going to be in the long run, but I figure being able to switch into something with Destiny Bond could be pretty useful. It can play a fun support role in the team in the long run. After that is the Fire Gym, which I'm expecting will also be really easy, and then we get our fossil Pokemon. What one do you think we'll pick? I mean, you can guess in the comments if you really want to, but I think everybody already knows the answer. Yeah, the Maxi fight was super easy as expected. I really doubt that we're gonna have any serious troubles with him all game. That means we get the Why Not egg. The funny thing is, I don't think that we're actually gonna have it hatch until we already have the next Pokemon after it. For now though, I'll just carry it around. We'll get a new Pokemon eventually. The Fire Gym was super easy on the first try with Water Gun, no problems at all. The early game is going great so far. Now next is the normal gym, but on our way there, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. But like, we're actually gonna revive him in this run, because it's on the gift Pokemon list. You saw it at the beginning if you didn't skip the intro. So here's our Lileep. I hope I'm saying that right. Someone's gonna get mad at me because I'm not confident on that. Its nature is jolly, so more speed and less special attack. I mean, I guess I like more speed, but less special attack really sucks since I'm mostly using this thing for grass moves. Whatever, it's still gonna be useful. Let's go take out the normal gym. I don't even know if you can re-roll fossil Pokemon to get different natures now that I think about it. I've never tried. Now, the normal gym was easy as always, but the Slacking fight took comedically long. He had about 1 billion chances to take us out because we were asleep for like half the fight, but he was constantly using things like Yawn while we were already asleep, passing up chances to hit us. I promise if he just used Facade every turn that he could attack, we would have fainted every single attempt. But here we are, slowly beating him despite his healing items. Our dad really should not be a gym leader. That puts us back on the road. Now, I'm expecting that the next rival fight will still be easy even if she has a grass Pokemon, but the flying gym right after might actually be difficult. I have no good moves to take out Altaria, so I'm thinking that I'll have to go get Ice Beam before I can actually win the fight. Sure, I'm getting Cast Form soon, but it doesn't start with Weather Ball, and it's gonna be quite a bit under-leveled, so I can't brute force the fight with that thing quite yet. Speaking of, we got to the Weather Institute, so we have Cast Form. Now, it starts with its awesome weather moves, but it doesn't get Weather Ball for a few levels, so I'm gonna have to boost it up a little bit with some experience share. I remember years ago I did a Cast Form run, and I actually did the math wrong on how insanely strong Weather Ball is. It's a 50 power move, but it jumps up to 100 during weather. But some weather effects increase elemental damage by 50%, and so does the same type attack bonus. Now, I'm really guilty of thinking that hail increases ice damage. It actually doesn't. It works the exact same way as Sandstorm, but for ice type instead of, oh god, is Sandstorm ground or is it rock? Oh no. Oh no. See, this is why I should have written down this part, because then I would have had the correct answer. Future MDB here. I'm gonna say it's ground. I'm gonna go check Bulbapedia. Nope, brave. Give me a second, I'm opening my browser. Oh, I still have the Larvitar page open from a Larvitar run that's coming up soon. Perfect, okay. Moveset. Where is Sandstorm is rock. Ah! I thought it was ground. All right, everybody gets to tell me I'm bad at Pokemon now. Right, anyway, so yeah, Hail will change your Weather Ball to being like 100 power, and you get the same type attack bonus and everything. But if you use Sunny Day or Rain Dance, where those also increase fire and water moves power 50%, then you get the same type attack bonus, you get the weather bonus, and you get the fact that the Weather Ball goes to 100 power when weather is active. Now, unless I'm doing some math wrong, that's 200 power. There isn't much that can match that kind of insane damage output. I want to level this thing up fast, because it's going to be our answer to anything that is just too tanky to take down otherwise. Anyway, last required rival fight. Normally this is crazy easy, and I guess it still kind of was, but Leaf Blade did so much damage to us that we nearly got one-shot. For the first time in the run, we actually had to use other teammates because our starter got knocked out. It was still an easy win though. I used Powder Snow on Cast Form to freeze Lombre, then slowly took it out with Acid from Laleep. They're both still really weak, but the experience share is slowly catching them up. Oh, and on my way to the gym, the egg hatched, so we have Why Not. This is a support Pokemon, and if we want to invest a lot of experience in him, then he could probably be useful for some really fun tricks. But how useful he's really gonna be in practice is hard to say. Like, if I gave that same amount of experience that I would have given to him, and instead just gave it to the rest of the team, we might do better than if we leveled him up. That's always a consideration in team runs when you have a Pokemon that is potentially a dud. I'll try and at least level him up until he gets his good moves though through experience share, but only after Cast Form is strong enough to pull his own weight. Cast Form has a lot more immediate potential, so he's our priority, whereas getting a Wobbuffet is more useful when we run into the occasional thing that no one else can really take out. Now, the Flying Gym took a few tries. I was thinking mostly we could win without Ice Beam if I used Hail and Weather Ball, but it never really worked out. As soon as we gave Swampert Ice Beam though, we had a much easier time. I even managed to take out Altaria at the end with Cast Form so that we could get some extra experience on it. I'm gonna need that before the end of the run for sure. Cast Form is gonna be our heaviest hitter in the long run. We are getting so close to that part of the Emerald run where they tend to get incredibly slow, although the fact that this is a team run gives me some hope. We have to do the Megama base and the Maxi fight that I think won't be very hard, but after that is the Psychic Gym. It's a bit of a hard gym normally, but in these runs it's usually incredibly difficult due to being a double battle. Thankfully, this is a team run, so we have actual equal numbers to them, but right now we've only got 2 usable Pokemon and 2 weak ones. There's only so much experience to go around before we have to start doing extra fights to catch them up. I'm thinking that maybe what I'll have to do is use Rain Dance at the start of the Psychic Gym fight, then squash their team with Surf and Weather Ball. Between that, Mystic Water, and the fact that 3 out of their 4 Pokemon are weak to water, we might be able to bulldoze them just before they get a chance to build up Calm Mind. Let's hope it works. Oh, Maxi was super easy, as expected. He's the fire guy in a run where our best moves are all water moves, so he never stood a chance. Okay, so like usual with the Psychic Gym fight, this took a million tries before we could get a win, and the fight is extremely complicated, so it's really hard to recap this in detail. This fight is almost completely up to the mercy of the AI, specifically on what Xatu does. If it uses Calm Mind on the first turn, then it always takes out Cast Form with Psychic on the second turn, so I need that to not happen. Once in a blue moon he uses Sunny Day, and that's the best scenario since we're using Rain Dance on Cast Form right away anyway, but usually he doesn't do that. This try he used Confuse Ray, and we didn't hit ourselves, so I guess that was just as helpful. Despite having Mystic Water and it raining, Surf can't one-shot any of their team, and they have a lot of berries and Hyper Potions, so the fight is rough. Lilleep and Why Not are basically dead weight in this fight, so it's just up to Swampert to do all the heavy lifting. On the first run where Cast Form lived long enough to take out Claydol with Weather Ball, we ended up winning. It was close, and it was far from easy, but at least I didn't have to grind for it. It did take a lot of tries though, and a lot of experimentation to see if my strategy was even a sane one. Alright, all that's left before the Elite Four is Archie, the Water Gym, and Wally. Archie's basically always an easy fight, so I'm not really worried about him, but the Water Gym could be harder. Maybe I can get Lilleep to a decent level to help with some grass moves, and maybe Cast Form could do some passable damage with Thunderbolt, but this still really isn't our strong suit. I get the feeling there's gonna have to be some brute force used in that fight if we're gonna win. Maybe even using Hail and Weather Ball would be best against Kingdra. I can't really think of anything else that I could do that's stronger. Oh, then there's Wally. I don't even really have a plan for him, we just win every time. He's never really been a problem. Let's hope that doesn't come back to bite me. I went ahead and picked up a load of TMs from around the map, like Sunny Day, Giga Drain, and Brick Break. I have to overhaul some of our movesets. I also leveled Leap until it evolved into Credilli because all the times I tried the Water Gym fight before that were a disaster. Although all that grinding and stuff was after the Archie fight. Hey, you wanna guess if the Archie fight was hard or not? The answer is no. We didn't have any issues with Archie. Don't think we ever do. Time for the Water Gym. Right away I have Credilli set up Sunny Day and hit Solar Beam to one-shot Love Disc, and next was Celio who's faster and hit Aurora Beam for decent damage before we one-shot him too. After that is Kingdra, who started with Double Team right away and Solar Beam wasn't really doing a ton. We managed to hit it twice, but the sunlight faded and Kingdra took us out pretty quickly. I sent in Cast Form to finish it with Hail and Weather Ball, but Kingdra used Rest to heal back up. He started building up more double teams, so I started missing, and even when Weather Ball hits, it doesn't hit that hard. Cast Form didn't last very long thanks to that, and we had to send in Swampert to use Earthquake, but naturally, we still miss sometimes, and Kingdra can just use Rest. Thankfully, it didn't take long before we hit enough Earthquakes while he was asleep to take him out before he could wake up. For Whiscash, I just used Surf with Swampert, and although we took a bit of damage from Earthquake, we pretty easily finished it off. Last was Crawdaunt, who we easily overpowered with a few Earthquakes, as he was just using Taunt and Hyper Potions. It took a couple of tries to figure out who to use it on, but in the end, it was fine. Next was Wally. He starts with Altaria using Dragon Dance, so I had to just use Cast Form to make it Hail and one-shot him with Weather Ball after he hit Aerial Ace. Delcatty was next and shut us down early by hitting Sing, but the hail while we were asleep dropped Delcatty's health low enough that he needed to heal, so that bought us a little bit of extra time. Eventually, we woke up, made it rain, and took out Delcatty, but we lost just about all of our health in the process. Magneton was a one-shot with Earthquake, and next was Roselia, who actually survived an Ice Beam, but got frozen, so it didn't matter. He used a full restore, and our next Ice Beam was a one-shot. Last was Gardevoir, who went down in 2 Earthquakes. We did get beaten up quite a bit, but it was still a decent first try. Now that we're the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Look, to be honest, I don't think we stand a chance yet. Most of our team are a lower level than any of the Elite Four Pokemon we'll be fighting. Swampert is pretty good, although he'll need to be a higher level, and Cast Form is great at hitting hard with Water and Fire, although I doubt I'll need Fire, and Ice, although not as hard as with Water or Fire. Credilli is decent at doing grass moves, but it's still pretty slow compared to the Elite Four, and I've literally just put an experience share on Why Not now because it's basically just a one-turn meat shield for the time being. I'm sure that I'll need to level up the team quite a bit before we can take out the whole Elite Four, but I'm holding out hope that we can beat 1 or 2 of them. If we can, then we can grind by fighting them to speed things up. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. Right away, it's Mightyena, so we lose some attack due to Intimidate. That makes our Earthquake a bit weaker, but we still just hit that and Brick Break to take it out before it could hurt us, since all he did was use Sand Attack. I switched to Cast Form because I'd be crazy to keep Swampert in against Cacturn, and we took it out pretty quickly with Hail and Weather Ball. Absol is next, and we lucked out right away with it missing Rock Slide so we could hit it. But it didn't do amazing damage, and its second Rock Slide nearly one-shot us. In fairness, Absol is a much higher level than us. We nearly took it out, but it was faster and finished us off, so I had to have Swampert jump in and finish the fight with Surf. Shiftry was next, and he always starts with Double Team, but Ice Beam hit him hard. Second round, he used Swagger, and we hit ourselves, so Confusion is going to be an issue, but he doesn't really have any moves that hurt us very much. We hit ourselves in Confusion a few times, but we still took him out. Last is Crawdaunt, who Credilli easily takes out in 2 hits of Giga Drain. Not a bad start. Why not actually levels up so much just from this one fight that he evolved into Wobbuffet after? So that was cool. I still don't think he's a high enough level to be useful, but who knows? Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. First is her Dusclops that likes spamming Protect to waste your power points, but it ends up going down really fast thanks to us hitting it and then it finishing itself off with Curse. Out to Cast Form for Bayonet, and right away we make it rain while Bayonet hits a weak feint attack. Weather Ball did great damage, but we actually ended up having to switch out because Bayonet used Grudge, and I didn't want to run out of Weather Balls mid-fight. Swampert finished it off, but not before taking a hit and losing a little special defense. Sableye was just a one-shot with Surf, since it's still raining, and the second Bayonet hit us pretty hard, but also went down in 2 Surfs. I mean, after the full restore, that is. Last was Dusclops, who took us to red health, but went down in 2 Surfs. I can't believe that we're winning these fights despite the level disadvantage. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Now this one is a very slow disaster. See, pretty much our only answer to Glacia is Brick Break, and although it does pretty well, and she keeps wasting a lot of her time with stuff like Hail and Light Screen, Swampert isn't really strong enough to take out her whole team on his own. Castform has Thunderbolt, and that's decent against the Pokemon that are part Water type, but we'd need to hit at least 4 times to make any of them faint, and even with all their time wasting, it just doesn't work out that way. I do think that if I just caught Castform up to level 50, leveled up Swampert a bit more, and maybe got Wobbuffet up to a usable level, then we'd stand a chance. Let's just run through the entire Elite Four a few times for levels and see what happens. Okay, many tries later. The entire first half of the fight is just us using Brick Break one by one to take out the weaker members of her team, losing about half of our health in the process. The second half of the fight is just dealing with Wall Rain. I tried sending in Wobbuffet to use Destiny Bond, but he got crit and was like half the level of Walrein anyway, so he just fainted. Out to Castform to spam Thunderbolt, but we got hit by Sheer Cold on the first round and got knocked out after only landing 1 hit on her. I don't know if I've ever been hit by one of those one-hit KO moves in a Pokemon run before. Out to Swampert, and we're just trading Ice Beam and Brick Break to take us both down to red health. It was close, but our speed advantage finally let us get the win. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. He always starts this fight with a Shelgon who likes to use Protect and waste your time, so I just set up Hail and then one-shot him with Weather Ball for a solid start. Next was Flygon, who took out most of our health with Earthquake before we one-shot it too. I tried staying in to do the same thing to Salamence, but it was faster and finished it off, so I had to switch into Swampert and let him finish it with Ice Beam. In retrospect, I should have sent him in earlier, considering he landed a one-shot anyway. Altaria hit Double Edge before getting one-shot with Ice Beam, and last was Kingdra. Right away, he used Double Team, and although we could take him out with 2 Earthquakes, we didn't. 1 missed, and he took us out with some Surfs. I was worried about if I could still take him out when I got a good idea. I switched into Wobbuffet, used Mirror Coat, and we actually survived his Surf and took him down. Hey, our under-leveled Wobbuffet just saved the day. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. Now, I tried this a million times. Alright, so I have to start the fight with Swampert using Earthquake, because he's the only one on the team who won't just faint or take a ton of damage first. Second is Ludicolo, who will literally destroy my entire team either than Wobbuffet of all people, but it still takes a bunch of tries to make it work. We need to use Mirror Coat on the same turn that he uses Surf. It's the only way that we can make him faint, but we also have to keep Safeguard up so he can't just use Leech Seed on us. I've seen him use Surf on the first turn, and I've seen him use Surf after 4 turns of Double Team, so it seems to be random when he decides to use it. I probably spent as much time testing every other teammate on Ludicolo to see who did best as I did just trying to get Mirror Coat to happen on the same turn as Surf. Eventually, we got it to happen though. After that is Tentacruel, who hit Hydro Pump for solid damage before we one-shot it with Earthquake. Next is Whiscash, who you'd think we should just use grass moves on, but every time I tried that, he would just use Amnesia and Full Restores to outlast us by a lot. The simple strategy of just using Earthquake twice with Swampert works, but it leaves him with too little health to be useful afterwards. Still, it's the only strategy that worked. Water Onyx is next, so of course I sent in Cast Form with Thunderbolt. Every time I tried this, Cast Form won the fight, but on this attempt he went for Hyper Beam and missed, so we didn't get hit. I mean, that's nice, but on some other tries, I got him to use like 3 or 4 full restores, and I'd much rather he do that early. Last is Melodic, and I only even got to it 3 or 4 times at this level, but every time I got to it, it was a disaster. On this attempt, I started with Sunny Day and Solar Beam, because on my previous try, it used Toxic first turn, giving me more time. It didn't this time, it just two-shot us with Ice Beam. Cast Form hits Thunderbolt, but because Sunny Day is still active, my Cast Form becomes Fire type. I had to just switch into my 2 other Pokemon and let him faint to get extra turns. They were slower than Melodic anyway, they couldn't have got a hit in. That got the Sunlight to fade, but obviously we're still not strong enough to make Melodic faint. Well, we have rare candies. We're outnumbered and fighting Pokemon a way higher level than us. Let's just catch up a little bit. Okay, so our levels are between 58 and 61 now, and I've tried this a bunch more. Wailord sometimes hits a really weak water spout on us, but on this try he used Rain Dance. Not only does that mean we didn't get hurt, but when we switched to Wobbuffet to handle Ludicolo, the rain baited him into using Surf right away. We caught it with Mirror Coat and took him out quickly. Fast start. Tentacruel took out half of Swampert's health with Hydro Pump, but we one-shot him with Earthquake, so we're still doing alright. This time for Whiscash, it was actually worth using Credilli. He still did the same strategy that made me lose a ton of attempts previously where he'd use Amnesia, but we were strong enough now that our Solar Beam still hits really hard, so we had a pretty easy time taking him down. Second from last is the ever-terrifying Melodic. I kept Credilli in and just spammed Solar Beam. We got hit by Toxic, but at least we're hitting hard. We managed to get 2 Solar Beams in before she used Full Restore. We got one last hit with Giga Drain, but we fainted to Ice Beam right after. Back out to Swampert, and although Surf did solid damage to us, our Earthquake actually took Melodic out. That really surprised me. Last was Water Onyx, who we crit to one-shot with Thunderbolt. What an ending. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Steven Stone. We are in post-game now though, so there are some new gift Pokemon available. Now, we can't go grab the Johto starter since that requires I complete the Hoenn Pokédex, and that's not even close to happening, but I could grab Beldum from Steven's house. Problem is, it's pretty much useless until you've been leveled up a lot, and just using rare candies wouldn't give it effort values, so it might not be worth using. Now, full disclosure, I'm actually recording this challenge a few days before Christmas, so I have limited time to get this run done. But people always tell me that if it's the post-game and time is limited, then just go crazy with the rare candies and have fun with it, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. Let's just see what happens against Steven, then we'll keep using rare candies to see when it becomes possible, because there's like no way it's possible right now. Okay, well on the first try we got absolutely bulldozed, even after rare candying Beldum up to level 50. I mean, in fairness, Steven is using Pokemon nearly level 80. Trying this fight with our level so low was asking for problems. Okay, how about we get the team up to level 75, so we're just a little bit below theirs, and then we see what happens. So first is Skarmory. On some tries he uses Toxic, but on this one he used Spikes, so although we took him out without getting hurt, every time we switch Pokemon, we're gonna take a little bit of damage. Eggrun was a one-shot with Surf, and third was Credilli, so I sent in Cast Form. Right away I made it Hail, while he used Ingrain, then we hit Weather Ball twice for the knockout. His Ancient Power took out 3/4 of our health though, so I doubt Cast Form can take any more hits. Fourth is Claydol, and I hit Weather Ball for awesome damage before getting taken out due to Claydol also having Ancient Power. That's fine. Swampert really easily finished it off with Surf. In fact, we got him to use some Full Restores because he kept dropping into red health, and I love when that happens. Fifth is Metagross, who's a pseudo-legendary. He hits us hard, but we hit him way harder with Earthquake and take him out in 2 hits. Last is Armaldo, but Surf just one-shots him. We just beat Steven Stone without having a complete team, and while having our level be about the same as him. That was awesome. It was pretty easy too, actually. That was really fun. I love that by the end of it, every team member ended up being useful in the Pokemon Champion fight. That's rare that no one on the team ended up being a total dud. We've got to figure out more thematic team runs like this. Anyway, I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday like usual, with Pokemon Fire Red with only Larvitar. That sounds like a weird and probably hard run, but I kind of like rock-type runs. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments and the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time, an extra belated Merry Christmas to everyone watching this, because this one will go up well after Christmas, considering the time that I'm voicing this. Christmas has already occurred. I'm voicing this on December the 30th. Normally, the way my schedule would be, I would have voiced this over on Christmas itself, because Christmas was a Monday, and typically I try to do these voiceovers on Mondays, but every once in a while something happens and you gotta do it later in the week, and I'm actually editing this entire video Saturday at the end of the week, beginning to end, whole thing. I already had the script done, obviously, since I write the script as I'm playing through the challenge. But this voiceover, like, I'm doing it now, and then boom, like the second I got this thing done, I'm gonna get a little bit of lunch in me, and then I am just editing the whole video. Now, if you saw a whole bunch of editing mistakes, that's probably why, although if I was good about getting the whole thing edited on time, then I should have the video up early for people on Twitter so that they can just click the link, or the playlist link. You know, if you just know to check that early, then you can watch it usually more than a day early, just as a fun little treat. It's completely free. You just click the link and you can watch it early. I don't think you even need Twitter, because you can just, you know, not be logged in, go on my account, click it. I know for a little while there was a thing where if you don't have an account, you can't, like, click links on Twitter or some stupid thing like that, but I'm pretty sure they've changed that. Anyway, obviously I didn't want to work Christmas, so I didn't work Christmas. I just worked through all of my other days off that I would normally have for this week. And here I am rushing to get it all done, which is not super atypical, but I don't particularly like to be rushing at the end of the day. But I'm rambling too much, and I've had so many distractions during this voiceover, like having to run out and bring in a grocery order and feed the cats and all kinds of things, that I was supposed to eat lunch like an hour and a half ago. And my stomach is starting to inform me of that. So I think I'm gonna run downstairs and fix myself a sandwich. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Emerald with only fossil Pokemon was a fun tag team challenge. Let's follow that up with a full party run. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald using only HM moves? I'm gonna assume that you've already seen my red and gold runs with only HMs, so you know the drill. The only new HMs in this game are Rock Smash and Dive. Rock Smash isn't actually a new move, but it was a TM in the previous game, weirdly enough. Also, Whirlpool isn't an HM anymore, but we never used it anyway, so that's no real loss. The more important moves here are still Surf, Strength, and Fly. Sorry if my voice sounds a little bit hoarse right now, by the way. I'll talk about it at the end of the video or something, nobody cares. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I think I can beat Wallace at a reasonable level if I play it smart. Steven Stone might be rough, but I still think that it's possible. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use HM moves, no glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. No need for the Pokemon randomizer this time, I just go ahead and grab a Mudkip since he'll be the best for HMs later in the run anyway. Not really sure if I'm keeping him though. Now, we can't actually start the run until we have the first HM, and unfortunately for us, that's before the first gym. Why is that unfortunate? Well, because if it was after the first gym, then we could just use Water Gun. But it's before the first gym, so I have to use it in that fight. The first gym is the Rock Gym, and you know what the first HM is? Cut. Yeah, I think we're gonna be stuck for a little while. On my way to the cut HM, I go ahead and catch my Pokemon that I normally use for HMs and Emerald runs, like Zigzagoon and Wingull. I don't know if I'll ever actually use the Wingull in a fight, we'll see, but Zigzagoon is a keeper. It's not that strong, but it's a normal type that learns Cut, and it evolves at level 20, a reasonable level to grind to before the first gym. It's not really much, but it's our best shot. Ours is lonely nature though, so more attack and less defense. The whole less defense thing might make the gym rough, but I don't exactly want to spend forever trying to get one with the perfect nature, when I could spend forever grinding this one instead. We can make this work. As soon as we get Cut, I give it to our Zigzagoon and grind it up a little bit because there's no way we're winning with Cut at level 10. Now that we've got a Pokemon with an HM move, we're not allowed to use regular moves for the rest of the run. I decided to nickname Zigzagoon HMs, by the way. That's what I usually call my HM Zigzagoon in these Emerald runs. Today he gets to be the star attraction, at least for this early part in the run. You know, now that I think about it, I should probably do that for the rest of the Pokemon names. I'm terrible at coming up with nicknames for Pokemon. First try at level 16. Yeah, it's not even close. We did almost nothing, they do a lot. Well, we evolve at level 20, so let's just do that real quick. Okay, so after evolving, we do way more damage, so that's reassuring. I still can't take down the second Geodude, but at least we can get past the first one. I get the feeling that this fight is always going to be pretty random since they spam out so many rock moves that can miss. If we just get a few more levels and hold an Oranberry, then I think we can do this. Okay, level 24. Geodude number 1 goes well, I guess. She did use a potion and ruined our speed, but that's to be expected. Second was another Geodude that went basically the exact same way, potion and all. We almost lucked out and took one less Rock Tomb, but then we missed our 95 accuracy Cut because of course. Last was Nosepass, who wasted the opening turn with Block as we landed a crit. Nice. She was smart and used Harden a couple times after that though, so we were quickly doing very little damage. We were able to take her down, but it was kinda close. If she didn't waste her potions on the Geodudes, we would have lost. After the gym, I go straight to the Granite Cave. We do get the HM for Flash here, and it's a decent move, but really I'm here to catch Makahita. I'm not sure if we're even using Flash. I can't use Makahita now since he can't learn Cut, but I'm only one rival fight away from getting the Rock Smash HM. The move sucks, but Makahita gets pretty strong, so in the long run, this'll probably be a good choice. Jolly Nature is less special attack and more speed, so not bad. Now let's ditch this place and go do the rival fight early. I want Rock Smash. I kinda thought that May would have given us a bit of trouble, but honestly, I think I've just been sleeping on how good Linoone is. Every time I end up using this thing, it over-delivers. I mean, I'm holding the Silk Scarf from Dewford, but still. Maybe I should just do a run with it sometime. Anyway, with the rival down, we can go to Mauville and grab the HM for Rock Smash. Not a strong move, but it's a fighting move. Now let's go do the fighting gym. Wow, they didn't land a hit on us. I didn't think Cut would be working out so well. Okay, well, I still don't think the Electric Gym is gonna go great. Linoone is getting pretty strong, but Makahita is still just trying to catch up with experience share. I think I'm gonna need to be maybe level 20 on it, but I think Makahita is our answer to the Magneton at the Electric Gym. Once I get her to level 20, I'll give it a try. So the fight starts great each time with Cut one-shotting the first two Pokemon, but Magneton is a monster. Makahita hardly does any damage with Rock Smash and goes down quickly, and even though Linoone can take him to low health, he just uses a Super Potion to heal right back up. Well, I don't think getting more Pokemon is going to help us nearly as much as just getting stronger with the ones we have. We could potentially catch something to teach Flash, but that's probably not the fastest solution to this problem, considering we'd be hoping for quite a few misses to actually win. I wish I could get the Strength HM for a better move now, but we can't actually get it until we can use Rock Smash outside of combat, and that's not until after the Electric Gym. While we grind, this is a great time for the Chimera ad. You already know what the site is, a place where you can get some real nice clothes. Well, spring is finally here, and so is Chimera's spring collection. That means there's new stuff for you to buy on the site if you're interested. You guys already know the graphic tees look pretty awesome from all of my hilariously bad home pictures that I've taken of them, but I'm telling you, I love the sweatpants. I'm not even a sweatpants guy. This is literally my first pair of sweatpants since I was like a child, but I am wearing them right now. as I write this. They're incredible. You can fit a whole Switch in the pocket. You know, for when you're obsessively playing Pokemon Legends Arceus, like I know you are. I mean, that or Animal Crossing. I should really get back to my village, oh my god. Right, use the discount code Mah-Dry-Bread at checkout and let them know that I sent you to get a discount. I've got a gym to beat. Okay, let's try the gym again now that we have Rock Smash evolved. It goes way better, with us dealing more damage. More importantly though, we have much more health so we can take quite a few more hits before going down. Thanks to some lucky defense drops off Rock Smash won. I should start just calling my Pokemon by their HM names, just to make it extra confusing. Last was Manectric, so I sent HMs back out. I actually expected this would go better than it did. Like, we still won, but we took a lot more damage than I was expecting. Can't wait to get a better move. Alright, so there's a decent chunk of traveling that we can do now. We have a Maxi fight coming up, as well as the Fire Gym, but there's actually some stuff we can do on the way. There's a new HM soon, as well as some Pokemon that I want. First, I hunt down a Skarmory. It can learn Cut, Rock Smash, and Fly once we get that HM. I don't think it's going to be the most powerful thing on the team, but it's just about the strongest flying type that we can get right now, so I figure I may as well pick one up while I'm here. After that, I go back to Petalburg Woods while I'm south of Meteor Falls to catch Slackoth. It's probably not going to be of any use until it evolves, but I'm sure in the long run having a Slacking with Strength is probably a good move. Speaking of Strength, on our way back to Mauville is when we get the HM for Strength. It's not an amazing move, but it's an upgrade from Cut, so I will happily take it. Most of our team can learn it, so I'll give it to them right away. I think I'm happy with this. Let's go make some progress. Mightyena is first, so we lose some attack to Intimidate, but it still just is a 2-shot. We got Maxi to waste a Super Potion by using Cut on Zubat, but then we missed again, cause Cut has a 5% chance of missing, and yet I miss all the time. Last was Camerupt, but 2 hits took it down. Nice and easy. So at the Rock Gym, we can just about sweep our way all the way to Torkoal, so let's fast forward to there. The only interesting thing before Torkoal was Camerupt using Sunny Day. First, what I did was send in Rock Smash to spam, well, Rock Smash. Torkoal loves using Overheat, a move that drops her own special attack. She's holding a White Herb to undo the first debuff, but it's not too hard to bait her into using Overheat over and over. I just kept using Rock Smash with Rock Smash and Fly to try and get defense drops, while she completely destroyed her own special attack. Although we did never end up getting a defense drop that we were looking for. Once we sent in HMs and her special attack was too low to rely on Overheat anymore, we took her out easily with Strength. Good fight! Alright, we are only one gym away from finally getting some new moves, but on our way there, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Normal gym time. Spinda is first, so we take it down with Strength using Rock Smash, but Psybeam took a decent chunk out of us first. Second was Vigoroth, so we Rock Smashed, but really, it couldn't do as much as Strength. Rock Smash is just a really weak move. Anyway, Rock Smash fainted, so we switched to HMs, who was easily able to finish it off with Strength. Next up is Slacking, so I tried to use the strategy of switching on turns where he can use Counter, and attacking on turns where Truant is making him loaf around. I messed up just about instantly by switching to the wrong Pokemon at first, but I managed to get it back on track before too long. It's not a perfect strategy because sometimes he just hits us anyway, so at some point I just had Fly use Rock Smash a few times for the defense drops. After that, HMs was able to take it out pretty easily. Last was Linoone, who went down easily in a couple hits after some potions. With the normal gym done, we finally get Surf. This is usually considered the best HM move, and importantly, it's our first move that uses special attack. I'm honestly still kinda trying to figure out what water Pokemon I want. I went on Bulbapedia to research, and it turns out that Sharpedo, Ludicolo, Crawdaunt, and Wailord all have almost the exact same base special attack. That's kinda crazy. I think I'll go with Crawdaunt and Wailord. They both seem pretty awesome. First, I catch a Wailmer just by fishing for a while. You can get these guys just about anywhere, so it's not really much of a hunt. Then I went fishing for a while to get a Corphish. You know, I don't think I've ever used one of these before. It's like an alternate reality Krabby. I kinda love it. I'll try and get these guys to level up a little bit on my way to the rival fight. I think this might be the full team that we roll through the game with. I'm pretty happy with it so far. Okay, last rival fight time. Surf took out Slugma with Surf, HMs took out Grovyle with Strength, and Lombre met the same fate. Will May ever win this fight? We get Fly after and teach it to fly. That's the last of our type coverage. Normal, water, flying, and fighting. Not really great. Especially when our fighting move is 20 power. Ooh. First is Swablu, who we just one-shot with strength, and second is Tropius, who only hit Aerial Ace before going down as well. Pelipper spams Protect a lot, but it really didn't take much to take him down. For Skarmory, I sent in Surf to use Surf, and it did alright damage, but we only hit twice before going down. Skarmory gained defense from Steel Wing, but we just sent in Dive to use Surf right after. That's when she used a Hyper Potion to hang on. We crit with a Surf, then hit 2 more to bring her into red health, and she used a Hyper Potion again before making us faint. Alright, so this is how we're doing the fight. I sent in HMs to spam strength, and it really wasn't doing much, especially after she got a second defense buff, so I had to just start using Surf. We almost went down, but eventually Skarmory did get taken out. Last was Altaria, and I kept HMs in. We did some great damage, but went down quickly, so I had to have Rock Smash use Strength a couple of times. She was using Dragon Dance, so she ended up taking him down soon after, so we had to send in Fly. Right away we got hit by Dragon Breath and got paralyzed, but it didn't matter because we still hit Fly for the win. Rough fight though. We're going into the last major travel-heavy part of the game now, so this is probably the best chance to catch up on levels. Pretty much the whole party are under-leveled either than HMs, who's been leading the way through basically any trainer battle. I'd be using our new water types more, but I caught them just before getting to the grass area of the game, so it's just bad timing for grinding. Still, we have to get some levels. HMs can probably take on Maxi, but the Psychic Gym is a double battle, and I would really like to have the water types be stronger by then so that we can just spam Surf. You know the drill when it comes to the second Maxi fight. We lose attack, but he always goes for Swagger, so we have a little extra, but end up using it to hit ourselves. Like usual though, once we hit him, we take him down. We keep the attack buff to take down Crobat pretty easily, and last is Camerupt, who just goes down in one Surf. Now, Maxi might have went well, but the Psychic Gym was horrible. Our water types are still about 10 levels lower than their Pokemon, and we just get one-shot by Psychic. Not only that, but Surf is doing almost nothing to Claydol. We're pretty much completely relying on Surf here, because once we take Claydol and Xatu down, they're gonna have 2 rock types. Plus, we have to worry about Sunny Day since that'll still weaken our water moves. Even with 2 more Pokemon than them, I can't see us getting past this until we're all either level 40, or our water types are maybe level 46. Grinding water types sucks when you're in the ocean, by the way. I'm sure you can tell. Alright, no one wants to watch me fail the Psychic Gym 1,000 times, so here's the winning attempt. I tried this fight every few levels, and literally every single time we lost in hilarious fashion. Until this one, where we finally were exactly strong enough to beat Claydol with 2 Surfs. As soon as we could do that, the entire rest of the fight was super easy. I just had to spend hours grinding water types against water types. Can't wait to at least be able to grind in Victory Road, where there's some rock types. After the gym, we're given Dive by Steven Stone. It's basically water type Fly, and it's not quite as strong as Surf. Still, we might get some use out of it. Maybe it'll come in handy? Archie fight time. After that last fight, this was super easy. Dive did the whole fight by himself with no problems at all. Oh, and right before we get into the water gym, we get the HM for Waterfall, but in this game, it's literally just Surf, but with 60 power instead of 90. There's no real reason to use this in battle, considering I'm pretty sure that everything that can learn Waterfall can also learn Surf, so I'm basically just bringing this up to explain why we aren't using it. Maybe it'll be good for finishing someone off to save on power points? Water gym time. First is Love Disc, so I tried to take it down with Dive using Strength. It worked well, but we got hit with a critical flail right at the end, so that sucked. Whiscash is part ground, so I had Surf use Surf for great effect. He used Amnesia, so I switched to Strength, but that ended up letting him live just long enough to hit Earthquake. Our next hit took him down. Next is Celio, so Surf stayed in to spam Strength. We took some body slams, but Strength got us the win. We stayed in and used Strength against Crawdaunt. You'd think that we'd lose because his defense and attack are both better, but he was just using the water-type Crabhammer, so we still won. Last was Kingdra, so I switched to Strength. Naturally, he did exactly what I was afraid of and used Double Team and then Rest. The only way for us to win is to land 2 hits in a row before he wakes up from Rest too. well, rest again. This should be easy, but he wakes up from his first rest instantly with a berry, and his double team makes us miss, so this takes quite a while. Entire minutes went by where he never got a chance to attack us before we finally hit twice in a row for the win. Last before the Elite Four is the Wally fight. It starts alright with Dive taking on his Altaria. He used a full restore to stay healthy longer, but he wasted the extra turn that he got with safeguards, so we held on. We sent in Fly to take on Rosalia, but it took a few hits thanks to the huge level difference. We also missed a 95 accuracy move, because of course. Next is Megaton, so I sent in Rock Smash to use Rock Smash, but it really didn't do much. It didn't take long before we went down from Thunderbolt, but we did manage to lower his defense a few stages first. That made it easy for Strength to come in and finish the job. Out to Surf for Delcatty, and we critted for a one-shot, and last was Gardevoir. She never even landed a hit, we just spammed Surf. Sorry, Wally, that was the best you've done in a year and you still lost pretty bad. Okay, now that we're at the Elite Four, I would normally look at our stats, but it's instantly obvious that we are not ready yet. A lot of Pokemon in the Elite Four resist water, and our water types using Surf is the best move we have right now. That means I need Fly to get stronger so Fly becomes usable, and I need Strength to become strong enough that I can deal crazy damage when he's needed. And he'll be needed. I think HMs is probably gonna just fall behind, but then again, I've got a bad habit of underestimating how strong a Lanoon is, so who knows. This isn't exactly a short grind, but it's much faster than grinding in the ocean, and we're not strong enough to grind by fighting the Elite Four anyway. After the grind, here's our stats. We're looking a bit better, but I still kind of figure that we're gonna get stuck at Drake. I still think that Surf with Surf and Dive and Strength with Strength are pretty much our only great moves, so we might have a rough time. I went ahead and deleted all of the non-HM moves at the move deleter, by the way. We weren't using them anyway, so I figured I may as well just delete them all to avoid the chance of a misclick. I have been known to fumble and pick dumb moves, as I'm sure you know. I mean, earlier in this run, I switched to the wrong Pokemon in a battle once. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. So he sends out Mightyena right away, who just went down in one Surf from Surf, but second was Cacturne, so I had to switch over to Fly. One hit took him all the way down to red health, and he just used Cotton Spore, so I went for Cut to finish him, but he full restored. That's fine. We took a feint attack, then hit Fly again, just for him to hang on with a Sliver. We took another feint attack before we actually took him down. Out to Dive for the Crawdaunt Mirror match. We went for Strength and Surf, as he used Swords Dance to power up his Strength? Hey, that's my move! You can't use my move! He's just a mimic who can't fight. Oh my god, I wish I could remember that low-key tweet well enough to recite it. You know the one. Look, if any of you watching this even know who low-key is, then you know the 2021 Seth Rollins tweet. Alright, sorry, I'm alienating the 100% of you who have no idea what I'm talking about. Anyway, Shifter is next, so we start trying to fly again, but we got confused and just hit ourselves a bunch while he built up his double teams. I thought this would be a pain, but then Fly ended up being a one-shot. Absol got taken out in 2 hits of Strength by Strength to finish the fight. Second was Ghost Trainer Phoebe. Nothing much interesting to say about this one though, we just spammed Surf and Waterfall until we won. They were able to take out Surf, but Dive could finish it just fine. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. First is Celio, so I had Strength use Strength to take it to low health. She set up Hail and hit us with Body Slam for a small chunk of damage before we took her down. We switched into Surf for Glalie since it's a pure ice type and thus doesn't resist water. Icy Wind and Crunch did just about nothing to us, and our Surfs two-shot her. As the second Celio came out, I sent in Strength to use the same strategy as last time, but it didn't go nearly as well thanks to getting hit by Attract. Now we're losing turns to Truant and Attract. We took her down, but not before going into red health. I sent in Surf to take out the second Glalie the same way as the first, and last was Walrein. I sent in Strength to land the first big hit, knowing that he'd just get taken out right after. As soon as he did, I sent in Dive, since he's got some decent attack and defense, and just started using Strength. Thanks to us resisting her Surf, she couldn't really do much. Unfortunately, we didn't do a ton, and she had another full restore, so it wasn't exactly quick. She did go down, but not before taking her to red health, so I sent in Surf to finish it. Unfortunately, she had yet another full restore. Thanks to that and her body slam paralyzing us, we actually went down and had to finish it with Fly. That Walrein is a beast. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. So this fight starts hilariously badly as Shelgon gave us issues for what might be the first time in one of these runs. He took out 3 of our Pokemon. It was the weakest 3, but still, we had to finish it off by bringing in Dive. Altaria was after and it spammed Dragon Dance, but we lucked out and critted on the first strength. The second one almost took it down, but it managed to hit Double Edge to take out half our health. It knocked itself out in the process, though. I sent in Strength to hit Strength on Kingdra as he used Dragon Dance. This one doesn't just spam Rest, though, so we just had to tank 2 Surfs, although we lost tons of health in the process. Out to Surf for his Flygon, and we ended up losing most of our health to Earthquake. We win, but being slower really destroyed us. And of course, as soon as Salamence comes out, we get outsped and swept. Honestly, I can't believe we even got to Salamence. Look, none of you actually want to watch me grind, right? I'm gonna go run through the Elite Four for some experience real quick, and we'll be back. So, something worth pointing out here. This fight is incredibly hard. Since I'm just fighting the Elite Four over and over for levels, I get to try and test out our team against Drake pretty often, and on most attempts, we don't even make it to Salamence. Like, would you look at how much higher our levels are than the previous attempt you saw? And yet because of the awkward amounts of damage we're causing to his team, he's using full restores at worse times, so the battle has actually gotten harder. Having to use Strength and Surf for everything kinda sucks. Okay, roughly 1 billion run-throughs later, and we're finally taking out Shelgon reasonably quickly with Surf. I mean, I say quickly, it takes 2 hits, but he spams Protect for long enough that it takes a little bit more than 2 rounds. Strength does awesome damage to Altaria, but it's not a one-shot, and he actually plays pretty smart, managing to get 2 Double Edges in and some Dragon Dances before going down. Out to Dive for Kingdra, and I just spammed Strength. His body slams didn't do much damage thanks to our high defense, but we did end up getting paralyzed right before we took him out, so Dive is pretty much done. Surf did a great job of taking down Flygon, but we still don't have a speed advantage, so we took tons of damage in the process. Last was Salamence, so first I sent in Rock Smash to use Rock Smash. I really wanted to get his defense down. Rock Smash isn't nearly as leveled up as the rest of the party though, so he only got to hit him once. I sent in Strength after to just swing for the fences, and it did a lot, but we got crit by a Dragon Claw and taken out by Flamethrower. I'd have taken him down for sure if not for that crit, by the way. I sent in Fly, who instantly lost most of his health to Flamethrower. Fly itself didn't do much damage, and then he used a full restore, so I thought we were doomed. I kept trying to Fly, but naturally, he just used Flamethrower to beat us. I sent in Dive to use Strength, and he actually hit one before going down. Only Surf and HMs left, so I sent in Surf. We hardly hung on from Dragon Claw, took him to red health, then fainted. Last is HMs, who's 10 levels lower than Salamence. We got outsped, taken to 30 health, then we finished him off with Strength. That was insanely close. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. First is Wailord, so I had Dive use Strength, and it crit right away. Wailord just made it rain, and then healed up with a full restore, but we have the speed advantage, so we got another 2 strengths in before he finally hit us with Double Edge. He went down pretty easy. Second is Ludicolo, so I had Fly use Fly. Ludicolo used double team loads, but we never missed a Fly, so it actually went great. For Tentacruel, we landed a one-shot with Strength that I really wasn't expecting. And fourth is Whiscash, so we had Surf use Surf. Same as the last time we fought Whiscash, we surfed it to have health and he used Amnesia. It's okay, his Hyper Beam wasn't that strong and our strengths took him down. Fifth is Water Onyx, so I sent in Dive, knowing that he can't lose attack to Intimidate. Strength was doing great damage as he built up his Dragon Dance, but he Hyper Beamed fast to take us out. That's fine, Strength finished him while he was recharging. Last is Melodic, so I sent in Surf, knowing that it could tank pretty well. Problem is, he has Recover and used it for minutes on end. It just got to the point where we had to start switching to other Pokemon to keep the fight going. I thought Strength was going to be able to win it, but then he got hit with Toxic, so I actually had to start switching to our weaker Pokemon just to let them take hits so that Strength would stay healthy for longer. It took forever, but it paid off in the end, as one of the times we switched back to Strength, he got the knockout. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. There's a post-game fight with Steven Stone that we always try. Considering we're allowed to use rare candy cheats in the post-game now that the challenge is over, I'm confident that we can do this. I'm just curious as to what level we have to be, because I think Metagross is gonna be a bit of a brick wall. First attempt is at the same level we did the Pokemon Champion fight, and obviously we lose badly. They take down both of our dudes who use Surf, and that just totally dooms us because we need that for Claydol and Armaldo. Let's rare candy the team up to level 75 and give this a real try. Okay, after a few more attempts of being hit by Toxic right away, we get a run where Surf just two-shots Skarmory, and we only got hit by Aerial Ace. Much better than before. Aggron was a one-shot with Surf, and third was Cradily. I tried sticking with Surf and it was doing decent damage, but as soon as he pulled out Giga Drain, I realized I had to switch. I sent in Fly, and although we were dealing very little damage, he was too. Still, he was using Ingrain to heal every single turn, so it was pretty brutal. The funny thing is, his only attacking moves have 5 power points each, so he ended up completely running out of power points on all of his attacking moves over the course of a few minutes. Eventually, Fly fainted, but we just sent in Strength to overpower him. All he could do was confuse us with Confuse Ray and spam Ingrain. It's a weird way to win, but hey, it worked. It took forever, but we did get him to waste a few full restores. It took longer to take down this one Cradily than it took me to beat Wallace. It's amazing. Anyway, Claydol was next, and Surf did tons of damage, so he just used up another full restore, but not before setting up Light Screen for special defense. We take him down, and next is the pseudo-legendary Metagross, so I started sending in the cannon fodder to use Rock Smash, hoping for the defense drops. Yeah, I forgot he has Clear Body, so he won't actually get any defense drops. We wasted a lot more time because of that, and a couple Pokemon. Not only that, but he raised his attack with Meteor Mash. I ended up just sending in Strength to try and overpower it, but it was hardly doing anything. He took us down in 2 hits and got even more attack in the process, so I really thought we were doomed. All that's left is Dive and Surf, so I sent in Dive to use Surf, and it hit pretty hard. Earthquake took us down to only 4 health, but we made him faint on the follow-up. Last was his Armaldo, but we're faster, and we took him to red health. He slashed us, so we fainted, and we sent in our 20 health Surf. He full restored, and our Surf left him with a sliver again. It turns out we're faster than him, though, and we take him out on the follow-up. That had to have been the closest Steven Stone fight I have ever had. That was a weird one. I was worried that it was going to be a bit boring because most of the HM moves are pretty bland in combat, but we actually ended up getting a few really interesting battles out of it. I hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge will be in 2 weeks on Saturday, like usual, but is gonna have to be a mystery on what it'll be. Mostly because I haven't decided yet. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro ad-libby time thing, where I just talk about things, and I have nothing written down. What do I even talk about? This run was kind of a fun one. It was kind of back and forth. The grind in the ocean sucked. I don't know how well I put that over, but believe it or not, I don't want to bore you to death with 3 straight minutes of just showing you a bunch of grinding footage and talking about how this grind sucks. Because that will get really, really boring, and I'm sure you're sick of hearing me say it because I've made over 100 of these challenges, so you've heard me say it plenty. I'm currently in the process of editing a little bit more of that Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Let's Play with Goosit and What a Geek. That's up on the channel if you want to see more of that. Life updates, what else do I talk? Okay, yeah, so literally yesterday, I almost choked to death last night. That was wild. So I guess that's on my mind. I was saying earlier at the beginning of the video, my voice might be a little bit hoarse, but I feel like it got less hoarse as it went on. Had a bit of a coughing fit last night because of choking. Turns out when your throat's really dry and you're phlegmy because you feel a little bit sick, and then you eat a whole bunch of like really overcooked chicken, the tiniest little sliver of chicken is all it takes to make you not be able to breathe anymore. Thankfully, my wife was there, and she knows the Heimlich maneuver, because she did, was it CPR training? No, not CPR. Is that CPR? Yeah, she did, like, the training for that back when she was a manager at Starbucks back in the day, so she knew what to do, and honestly, the moment her hands were around me, I felt like I was gonna barf, and I coughed it up anyway. So really, it was my life being in danger for maybe 10 seconds? But hey, pro tip, always have a glass of water before your meal. You never know when a dry throat's gonna make that happen. It's the tiniest bit of meat. But yeah, I'm good. I'm still working. I mean, that happened less than 24 hours ago, and I'm doing a voiceover, so I must be fine. The show must go on. That's all I gotta talk about today, I guess. I'm gonna get working on editing this stuff, because I'm already falling behind a little bit, because I wanted to do the voiceover yesterday, but that's a little bit difficult when you can't breathe. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Gold with only one Rattata was brutal at the end. Let's follow that up with a run that might have an even harder ending. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Magcargo. So the first thing you're probably asking is why we're using an evolved Pokemon. Well, lots of you suggested this run, and you usually say that we should use Magcargo instead of Slugma, since Magcargo is Fire and Rock type. Considering the Pokemon champion is Water type, being Rock and Fire might actually make Magcargo harder to use, especially since his stats are almost the same as Slugma, just with triple the defense and double the special defense. Every other stat will hardly raise at all, leaving us with terrible speed, health, and attack. By level up, Slugma and Mascargo learn basically the same moves, so I'll just show you Magcargo's moves. Well, it's got some decent stuff, but not much of it that will keep. Flamethrower is great, and we can probably use Rock Slide at least a bit, but by the time we get Body Slam, we'll probably already have Return. By TM, we can learn a couple of cool things like Overheat and Earthquake, but our low attack means that we might just stick with Flamethrower most of the time. Probably Fire Blast too, since it's almost as strong as Overheat and doesn't have the major drawback. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm sure that I can beat Wallace eventually, but it wouldn't surprise me if I need to be level 80 or above just to win with sheer power. Our low speed and health mixed with a double type weakness to water is probably going to make that fight nearly impossible. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Slugma and Magcargo. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Oh, and we have a new sponsor later in the video. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Torchic with Slugma so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Torchic so that our rival would have Mudkip, probably the hardest for us to fight. Our nature is mild, so less defense and more special attack. Well, that's going to make the Rock Gym brutal, but once we evolve, this will probably be the optimal nature. At least I think. For ability, we have Flame Body, so sometimes enemies burn themselves when attacking us with physical moves. I doubt it's really gonna save us much, but I don't mind that ability. Oh, and we only start with Smog and Yawn, so super weak moves till level 8 when we get Ember. I name him Magcargo, because that's hilarious. So, early travel. It starts a little rough just because Smog isn't 100% accurate and it only has 20 power, but we get Ember so early that it doesn't really matter that much. Fights here aren't bad, but you know it's all building up to that Rock Gym fight. Now, just because we're a special attacker doesn't mean that this will go well. Normally, brute forcing an early game Rock Gym with fire moves isn't that bad because at least it bypasses their high defense, but Roxanne actually uses Rock Tomb. Considering I'm expecting to have a speed disadvantage unless we're a high level, Rock Tomb will ensure we lose any speed advantage that we end up getting. Plus, we're super frail until we get to level 38 when we evolve. Naturally, I fight everything on my way to the Rock Gym, knowing that I'll probably need to. Think I'll be ready by the time we get there? I'm kinda thinking I'll have to grind quite a bit. So by the time we get to the Rock Gym, we're level 15. We actually ended up beating the first Geodude due to him missing his Rock Tomb and us burning him, but it was all luck. The moment he went down, the next Geodude hit Rock Tomb for more than 3/4 of our health and damage, so we lost. Alright, grinding. kind of expected this. I almost always have to grind here. We don't evolve until level 38, so we can't grind till that. And our next attacking move isn't until level 37 with Flamethrower, so I don't think we are getting to that now either. We don't really have many options but to level up until we can just brute force our way through the fight with Ember. I'd use Yawn, but we kinda need the burn damage to actually take these guys down, and Yawn gives them an opening to hit us anyway. Plus, one Rock Tomb and I'm sure we'd lose our speed advantage. We get Hardened soon, but I can't see that being worth it, so I think we just have to level until Ember is enough. What level do you think we'll need to be? Let me know in the comments. My personal guess is 23. Okay, next try at level 20. We can 2-shot the Geodudes with Ember now, but they can 3-shot us with Rock Tomb. You'd think that would mean we can take out 2 Geodudes, but because of the speed loss, we end up being slower than the second one. On this very lucky attempt though, the second Geodude missed Tackle, so we got the knockout. Right after his Nose Pass, who also missed Tackle, but hardly takes any damage from Ember, so we went down anyway. Man, maybe I'm gonna need to be even higher than level 23. Alright, a few tries at level 23 itself. So we actually do enough damage that we can make Roxanne waste all of her potions on her Geodude. Unfortunately, the moment Nose Pass comes out, we still just lose to Rock Tomb. That's with us walking into the fight with more health thanks to burning the second Geodude. It only takes 1 Rock Tomb for Nose Pass to be faster than us, so we actually have to grind even more. Level 25! This one was heartbreaking. The Geodudes went fine, although we didn't burn them this time, so we still just walked into the Nose Pass fight pretty hurt. I assumed we'd lose when suddenly she just started using Harden and Block, wasting tons of turns. I was literally 1 attack away from getting the feint when she suddenly decided to use Rock Tomb again to knock us out. Alright, it takes forever, but I'm gonna just grind up a little bit more and hope that I'm faster. We may only be a couple levels away from one-shotting the Geodudes anyway, and that would save us tons of damage. Okay, quite a few tries later at level 27, and things are going pretty much the exact same as usual, but this time we completely lucked out when she tackled us, getting burnt in the process. That means that we are no longer in the knockout range from Rock Tomb, and we finally could get the win. You guys have no idea how long that grind was. Alright, with that done, we just have to make our way over to the fighting gym. We're pretty over-leveled, so I would hope that we won't have any serious issues there, but at the same time, we've got low health and defense, and Makahita has a reputation for wrecking us with Vital Throw. We could luck out, and he might just burn himself, though. Fighting gym time. Ember nearly one-shot Machop, but he just used Bulk Up and a Super Potion, so we just 2-shot him. Meditite just used Bulk Up and Focus Punch, of course. He goes down easily. Last was Makahita, so I started hitting Ember as he used Bulk Up and Vital Throw. It did great damage, but it burned him, so his reversal after didn't do much. Still, we were almost in red health as we got the win. I can't believe how frail we are. So, I'm really not sure how the next chunk of the game is gonna go. We've got a rival fight and the electric gym next. The rival fight will probably be bad thanks to Mudkip with Mud Shot, but for once, the electric gym after might not be that bad. Usually we get stuck on Magneton, but between his low health and our Ember, I think we might just one-shot him. If it ends up being way worse than expected though, I could see us having to grind for Flamethrower. The main reason why I have no idea how it will go is because we're really slow and electric types are typically pretty fast, so it might take a while before we're faster and don't just get paralyzed, because when we get paralyzed, then who knows what happens. Before that though, the rival fight. It started great with Lombre going down in 2 hits with him only getting us with a weak Swift. Second was May's Slugma, and I just one-shot it with Rock Throw, but last was Marsh Stomp, who resists both of our moves and extremely easily took us out with Mud Shot, as expected. Well, there's no TMs I can get right now that would help at all, so I actually have to grind. We're still a solid 6 levels away from Flamethrower and 8 levels away from evolving, but the funny thing is, evolving might make the fight worse. As soon as we evolve, we triple our defense and double our special defense, but every other stat only gains a base of 10 or so just about nothing. Triple the defense sounds great till you remember that we become double weak to ground and water, both types that Mei has. Sure, we'll have more defense or mud shot, but it's also going to be doing 4 times damage instead of double, and we'll still be slower after it hits us. It might actually be easier if I just don't evolve until after the fight, but this is the Meg Cargo challenge run, so I kind of feel like I should evolve as soon as I'm at the right level. I'll try getting to level 38, then I'll do the fight again, and if it still goes horribly, then I'll get to level 36 for Flamethrower. If we still somehow can't win, then level 38 for the evolution, and we'll just see what happens. Okay, so at level 34, we had such a weird fight. Instead of just beating us with Mudshot, she used Bide. Well, that just gave us an opening to use Yawn and Amnesia. So as soon as she fell asleep, we finished it off in a couple shots of Ember. I don't know why she did that, but I'll take it. Now let's go take a shot at the Electric Gym, just to see how well we do. We're level 35, and it's time for the Electric Gym. It starts pretty badly, with a long fight with Voltorb, resulting in it just blowing up on us, so we went to low health pretty early. Electrike was a one-shot, and after was Magneton, who took us down to red health before we could one-shot him with a critical Ember. Hey, we learned Flamethrower with that knockout. Not that it could save us, Manectric just quick attacked us to take us down. On the next try with Flamethrower from the start, we do much better, taking a lot less damage before getting to Manectric. We still take a bit of a beating and almost fell into red health, but Flamethrower is just so much stronger. The next 2 fights coming up have me pretty worried, not gonna lie. We've got Maxie and Flannery coming up, and both of them have ground types that could really mess us up. We're level 37, so we're about to evolve, and that will make us go from taking double damage from ground moves to quadruple. So I'm basically just hoping that we're faster and really mess them up with Flamethrower. That and that our high defense stat is enough that we can tank some ground moves in spite of our massive type disadvantage. When we evolved, our defense went from 39 to 94. That is huge. That's with a nature that gives us less defense too. Our special attack only went from 79 to 86 though, not nearly as impressive. In fact, our health, speed, and attack all hardly increased. Still, the fact that our special attack is anywhere near our defense is thanks to that nature. While we're traveling, it's a good time to talk about this week's sponsor, and it's a new one. It's Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network app that I've been using for years. You guys know that I love wrestling, right? Of course you do, I never shut up about it. Well, Surfshark has been a part of my daily routine for the last 2 years because of it. Yeah, I actually checked the number of years. Here's an old email from when I first signed up for Surfshark. I've been a customer since way before this ad. Anyway, check this out. I love me some All Elite Wrestling, but you can't watch it in Canada without a TV subscription, something I don't have. But AEW is still available overseas on Fight TV. So I just boot up Surfshark on my phone, click on Manchester, load up AEW on my phone to cast it to my TV, and check it out. Same thing works on any device, by the way. Here's me doing the same thing on my browser, at my computer. Same Surfshark account, same device, all super easy. Look, I even have it on my Chromecast. When I said this is on all of your devices, I really mean it. You can use this to access other countries' versions of other websites too, like Netflix, Tubi, and Crunchyroll. It's not just for wrestling, that's just my obsession. You can also use it for a litany of other things, like to help you keep your data safe while using public Wi-Fi, accessing websites even if your country bans them, and even to keep watching shows that are available in your native country while you're abroad. Seriously though, use a VPN when you're on public Wi-Fi. Public Wi-Fi is terrifying. If you want to sign up, then there's a pretty massive discount you can grab. You can enter the code MDB for 83% off and 3 months free. Yes, that is 83% off, also known as 17% on. To say that's a steal is an understatement. When was the last time you've paid 17% for anything? A Steam sale? Probably a Steam sale. Check out the link at the top of the description if you want to sign up and give it a try today. I highly recommend it. Now, I'm gonna go try that Maxi fight. My Deanna was a one-shot with Flamethrower, but it's got Intimidate, so our attack is down. Because of that, Rock Throw didn't do as much damage as I was hoping against Camerupt, but it just wasted its turn with Focus Energy instead of a ground move. Flamethrower crit, so we took him out. Last was Zubat, who couldn't handle Flamethrower. Will the Fire Gym be as easy? First is Numel. I picked up a Charcoal while I was in town to power up Flamethrower, so I gave it a try here and actually one-shotted Numel and Slugma. Camerupt had me super worried, but once we actually fought it, instead of using Magnitude, he used Tackle. So he did 2 damage and we took him out. Man, the AI has been terrible today. Last was Torkoal, so I hit a Rock Throw for decent damage, she used Sunny Day, and I took the opportunity to use my newly powered up Flamethrower for the win. That went so much better than I expected. Let's bike over to the normal gym. But on our way there, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Alright, so we're at the normal gym. Spinda was an easy one-shot with Flamethrower, and second was Slacking. Right away, he hit us with Facade, and it ended up burning him. I mean, the burn would have powered up Facade if he was burned first, but there's no consolation prize for that, so I just took him out. Vigoroth right after was a one-shot, and Lanoon just used Belly Dance, so we easily finished it off. Easy as usual. We're heading north now. We've got the last required rival fight in the Flying Gym coming up. The rival was pretty hard last time we fought her, but the last rival fight is usually the only time the rival is actually hard. The upcoming rival fight is usually an easy one, so I'm not really too worried. Right after is the Flying Gym, and although we do have Rock Throw, it's not the best move ever. We're really close to level 48 though, and that's when we get Rock Slide, so we might have that by the time we get there. Rival fight. Okay, so it's actually raining here, so our fire moves do less damage. We couldn't one-shot Lombre because of that, although he did just about nothing with nature power. Slugma went down in one hit after we missed the first Rock Throw, but she just used Harden. Last was Marshtomp, and we were hardly doing any damage, but we still managed to get a burn in early, and it's a good thing we did since he was using Mudshot. I ended up using Yawn even though he was burned because I wasn't thinking, but the burn lowered the amount of damage he was doing by so much that we ended up overpowering him and winning in the end anyway. I think I would have lost that fight easily if he were just using water moves rather than ground ones. Time for the Flying Gym. Swablu was a one-shot with Rock Slide, as was Pelipper right after. Altaria was next and hits us right away with Earthquake. We took her to red health, but she used a full restore, and she has the speed advantage, so it gave her another hit in on us. 2 Earthquakes took us to only 14 health as we got the knockout. Next was Skarmory, who we outsped and one-shot with Flamethrower, and last was Tropius, who also went down in one Flamethrower. All it takes is one fast Pokemon with Earthquake, and we take tons of damage. Okay, we're getting into that part of the game where things get brutal. Maxi probably won't be too hard, but shortly after is the Double Battle Psychic Gym, where they just outnumber us. That one is always horrible, but considering half their team is Rock type, they'll resist us. They do like using Sunny Day though, so maybe that could help us out. Not long after that though is the Water Gym, and that's obviously going to be hard. I'm gonna be honest, I have no real answers prepared for the big water fights of the game. I plan to just go in there and see what happens. I mean, what do you think's gonna happen when we get to the Water Gym? Because I'm assuming we won't even get halfway through. I like when you guys make guesses in the comments though, because it's fun. Okay, I actually didn't see this coming, but Maxi is gonna be a problem. Mightyena is easy, but the attack drop from Intimidate makes it so Rock Slide does less than half of Camerupt's health and damage, and he just one-shots us with Earthquake. We would need 2 flinches to win, and that's a lot of luck, especially considering the move can miss. So this was a terrible place to have to grind. Maxi is in the Team Magma base, so not exactly close to a Poke Center. I ended up having to fly real far away to actually get a few levels. Unlike in a gym where I can just walk in and try again each level if I want to, it's a long trip to get to Maxi, so I have to really make sure that I'm ready to win before I go back in there. We were really close to taking out half of his health, so I figured with a few more levels we should be able to win on runs where we get him to flinch. We just have to deal at least half of his health and damage, then we should be good. Hey, if Earthquake was that bad despite our high defense, does that mean Surf will just be a one-shot? Probably. So at level 55, I had 4 runs where Earthquake just one-shot us, but I thought a flinch could probably save us. On one try though, we just survived Earthquake. Thanks to Max using super potions over and over, we actually ended up getting the knockout with a crit. The problem is, Crobat right after just takes us out with Bite. Okay, I really do need that flinch. Alright, the very next try and we flinch Camerupt, then crit on the next round to take it out. It doesn't matter the Crobat right after made us hit ourselves in confusion multiple times in a row, it can hardly hurt us on its own. If we got shut down that hard by Earthquake, how bad is the Psychic Gym's Claydol gonna be? Last minute preparations before the Psychic Gym now. I could go make the Shell Bell so that we can start healing based on the damage we deal, although the Charcoal for extra Flamethrower damage could still end up being more useful. It takes a while to make a Shell Bell anyway, so I'll grab some of the stuff for it now, try the Psychic Gym, then I'll get the rest of it and make the Shell Bell later if I think it could get us the win. So first try the Psychic Gym at level 60. You know what? I thought it would go worse. Earthquake hurt us pretty badly, but Flamethrower did a lot, and Sunny Day let us still get the one shot after Claydol healed. We still lost in the end due to that huge amount of damage we took up front, but I bet if I came back a few levels higher, then we could one-shot him right away and not have to deal with Earthquake. Next bunch of tries was at level 64. We can one-shot Claydol, although this time we just crit. Rock Slide hit the whole enemy team, so I was really hoping for flinches, but I've had no luck with it so far. Lunatone seems to be a real issue in these attempts, as it just keeps using Calm Mind and Light Screen, so we can hardly hurt it. Plus, they use tons of healing items, and sometimes they even put us to sleep. Soul Rock basically can't hurt us since it just spams a super weak Solar Beam and Psychic, but it didn't really matter. We lost so many turns to Confusion, and they raised their special defense far too much. Let me just say, the grinding in this part is pretty brutal. Easily one of the most brutal grinds I've had in a while. Leveling is very slow until we get to at least Victory Road, and that's still 2 gym battles away. Part of me is happy that the end is in sight with this Psychic Gym, since it doesn't seem like they can hurt us too much with Claydol down early, but I'm worried about the Water Gym. Seriously, I think we could be level 80 and still get one-shot by Surf. Either we'll get brick-walled by the Water Gym, by Wallace at the end of the game, or more likely both. If you want to give back for the countless hours I waste every week for your entertainment, then share the video around. Link it to your friends and tell them that some idiot decided to try and beat the too much water Pokemon game with a single rock and fire type Pokemon, and that it's going as horribly as they would guess. Okay, you have to see this try at level 68. I one-shot Claydol, of course, then we started spamming out Rock Slides. It started amazingly, flinching Lunatone 2 whole turns in a row. We missed it on the first one, but it's still not that bad. Problem is, they have Hyper Potions. A lot of them, and they just keep healing Xatu every turn. It's nice that Xatu isn't attacking, but you'll see why that's a problem in a moment. This battle is packed, so you might want to watch along. I can't recap all of this. After 3 Hyper Potions, we finally managed to take out Lunatone, but Xatu is still up, and we're now confused with Confuse Ray. That's when it all turns around. They use their 4th Hyper Potion, and we start hitting ourselves in confusion over and over and over. We lost 4 whole turns to Confusion in a fight that we absolutely should have won. Feels pretty heartbreaking to lose like that right after a long grind period. I'll give it a few more tries. Next try starts with Claydol going down in 1 hit, then Rock Slide missed Lunatone but crit Xatu for a one-shot. I thought it could finally be the winning attempt until we got put to sleep for 4 turns, and we got chipped away at 2-on-1. There's a reason why I work long on Fridays when doing Emerald runs, and it's usually this fight. 2 levels later, and we finally get another run where we crit Xatu to take him out early. This time they just don't even try to put us to sleep, so we pretty easily just used Rock Slide and Flamethrowers till they went down. That took so many tries you guys don't even know. Alright, with that done, we just have the Archie fight and the Water Gym left. Oh, and of course the Wally fight, but he's just about always a sweep. Archie is the Team Aqua leader, but I seem to remember him basically never using water moves, so I think he'll be easy. Water Gym, though? I think we're going to be stuck for ages. I don't normally need to grind much for the Water Gym, but this time, I think I'll really have to. Only one way to find out. Well, at least Archie was a sweep with Flamethrower. Don't think the Water Gym will go quite like that. Alright, the Water Gym. First is Love Disc, who is just a one-shot with Flamethrower. Second is Celio, but thanks to him being part Ice, Rock Slide was a one-shot on him too. Crawdaunt went down in 1 Flamethrower. This is a great start. Next is Whiscash, and this is a dangerous one. I hit Body Slam, we lost half our health to Earthquake, then we finished it with another Slam. Last is Kingdra, but he just outsped us and took us out with Water Pulse. I'm sure that could have one-shot us even if we had more health than this. I think we need to get faster. Okay, new problem. Now Whiscash isn't using Earthquake, but instead Rain Dance. That means we go into the Kingdra fight with full health, but his powered up Water Pulse takes us to super low health anyway. He's still faster than us, so we still lose the exact same way as before. Maybe just a few more levels and we'll be faster? This is brutal. I don't even have to be this level for the Pokemon champion using first form Pokemon half the time, and we're stuck on Gym 8. Alright, I know a lot of you guys watch this in the background, but I'm gonna need everybody's full focus and attention for this one because this fight is insane. I'm not even gonna cover half of this battle because it went on for so long, but the Kingdra fight is crazy. Right away he used Double Team and we slammed, lucking out and paralyzing him. Our next slam would have finished him off now that we have the speed advantage, but then we missed. He used his rest to fully heal, then ate a berry to wake up right away. He used Double Team again, and we crit him to nearly take him out instantly, but of course he heals with a Hyper Potion. After that, we slammed twice to take him to a Sliver again, but he just used rest to heal again, and we missed 3 slams in a row, then got nailed with Water Pulse. We slammed again, he used Double Team, then we missed, and he rested. From here on though, you can just watch. I ran out of power points on Slam. This guy left us alive for ages when he could have just used Water Pulse to finish us off at just about any time, and he keeps healing over and over and over. I nearly had him beat multiple times, but he just keeps hanging on. I'm gonna get like 2 more levels and hope that that's enough attack that I don't always leave him with a Sliver. Alright, level 81. This time thanks to Whiscash using up some Hyper Potions, the rain wore off earlier so Kingdra lost the speed advantage after getting Double Team. Problem is, we missed, so he got to use rest anyway. We lucked out though and our next slam paralyzed him. He used Double Team again, we missed, but then he was fully paralyzed. That gave us another shot, and this time we hit, finally winning this horrible fight. And of course, right after all of that trouble, on the first try against Wally, we just get a one-shot sweep. Wally, thank you for always being consistently embarrassing. I need a quick win after those last 2 gyms. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Okay, I've got to say some of these stats are pretty low for level 83, let alone a fully evolved Pokemon at level 83. Our defense is awesome, but our special attack of 137 is something we'd often see from our Pokemon in the level 70s. Not gonna lie, I'm really thinking that we can brute force our way to Wallace, then get taken out easily by him. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. Not much to say about this one. We lost some attack at the start, but it didn't matter because we could just sweep the entire fight with Flamethrower. Let's hope Phoebe goes as well. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. Wow, this one was actually a one-shot sweep too. You know, when I said I could just brute force my way to Wallace, I didn't quite mean like this. I thought they'd at least get some hits in. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. We have Rock Slide and it didn't miss, so it's just another sweep. Elite Four is never this easy. I'm sure Drake will give us some competition. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. It starts great with Shelgon being a one-shot with Flamethrower. Second is Salamence, so he's taking out some of our attack early from Intimidate. 2 Rock Slides do a pretty great job of taking him down, but he's faster, so he got a couple of Dragon Claws in first. Problem is, right after is Kingdra, and even with our Body Slams paralyzing him, his Surf easily made us faint. Of course the first water type we ran into made us faint. I think I'll need to be faster to stand a chance. Okay, trying again a few levels higher. We're actually still slower than Salamence, and sometimes he uses Rock Slide instead of Dragon Claw, resulting in us flinching on some attempts before we take him down. So we're actually faster than Kingdra now, but we still don't deal great enough damage. Oh, and of course he just knocks us out all the time. I'll have to do a few more run-throughs of the Elite Four to get to level 90. Level 90! So I was kind of hoping that Rock Slide would just do half of Kingdra's health and damage so we could hope for a flinch, but it doesn't, and Surf still hits us extremely hard. Just so you can see what this process looks like, by the way, we're basically just one-shotting everything while grinding. We're at a point where nothing can stand a chance against us until it has a decent water move and a little bit of health, then they'll one-shot us. Make Her Go has got to be one of the most weirdly lopsided Pokemon I've used in a long time. I'm genuinely thinking that I'll have to be max level before we can even get to Wallace, and that's pretty crazy to think. I'm not going to complain too much about grinding here since one-shotting the Elite Four isn't a bad way to get experience, all things considered, but oh man am I ever not looking forward to the Pokemon Champion. At level 91, we're still slower than Salamence, but at least he missed a Rock Slide this time, so we went into the Kingdra fight with more health. Problem is, we missed a Rock Slide too, so even though we survived a Surf, we still couldn't take him down. We literally would have won if not for that miss. Maybe a few more levels and we can one-shot Salamence? Level 94, this time Kingdra just used Dragon Dance to gain the speed advantage, then took us out with Surf. I swear, there must be a damage range going on. I don't feel like that should have fainted us. Level 96! Salamence hit Dragon Claw, but at least he missed Rock Slide this time, so we got by with 201 health. Rock Slide took out half of Kingdra's health, he flinched, then we landed another hit to finally get a knockout. Next was Flygon, who we mostly overpowered with Flamethrower. His Earthquake did solid enough damage, and he used a full restore, but Flygon isn't that terrifying of a Pokemon, and we're faster, so we just keep hitting Flamethrower while he keeps healing. Eventually, we got the knockout. Last was Altaria, who was a one-shot with Rock Slide. I can't believe we're finally done this awful fight. But it's time for it to get worse. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. First is Wailord, so I just went for Flamethrower. We took a Water Spout, but because it does damage based on Wailord's current health, it wasn't too bad. He bought time with a full restore, but we still took him out. Ludicolo was a one-shot with Flamethrower, but then Water Onix came out, so our attack is down from Intimidate. He was almost a one-shot from Rock Slide, but then he totally messed us up with Surf and fully healed with a full restore. This time we're faster and took him down, but we're really hurt. Tentacruel was out next though, and he pretty easily finished us off. Okay, I'm going to max level, and I'm just gonna try this fight tons of times and see what happens. Pokemon Champion at level 100, this time with a Shell Bell instead of Charcoal. Our Flamethrower did do less damage than usual, and it led to Wailord's Water Spout doing more damage than in my test runs with Charcoal, but we healed back up quite a bit, so I don't think it mattered. At least, I think it did less damage. Honestly, it's hard to tell. Ludicolo is still a one-shot, so that's even more health back. Water Onix is here, so our attack is down, and this guy is often a problem since we can't afford for Rock Slide to miss. This time though, it hit and one-shot him. That's actually thanks to a damage range. We don't always get that one-shot. Next is Tentacruel, and on tons of tries he just hits Hydro Pump to take out almost all of our health, but on this one he got a flinch, so we got a two-shot. We still have full health. We stand a chance. Melodic is mostly a special defense tank, so I took out half of her health with Rock Slide. She took out 3/4 of our health in one Surf. Then we hit another Rock Slide to leave her with a Sliver. I thought it was over, but she flinched. She used a full restore, but as I landed the next two Rock Slides, one crit for a knockout. Last is Whiscash, and I know that it has Earthquake and Surf, so I just went for Brute Force with Flamethrower. It did great damage, he hit us with Surf, then we hung on with only 10 health, giving us our chance to finally land the winning hit. No word of a lie, this one Wallace fight at level 100 with a Shell Bell took 22 attempts before we finally won. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. There's a post-game fight with Steven Stone. Usually the fight is brutal and we can't win, but I mean, we're already max level, so why not, right? Maybe we actually stand a chance. I know he's got a lot of steel types. Then again, doesn't he have like 4 Pokemon with Earthquake? Either we're gonna breeze our way through or get totally destroyed. Alright, so first is Skarmory, who outsped us, but only used Spikes. Well, that doesn't do anything if we only have 1 Pokemon, so that went fine. Armeldo took pretty great damage off Flamethrower, but he also did quite a bit with Ancient Power before we took him down. Even got him to use a full restore, maybe this'll go okay. Next is Cradily, who we burned right away, but he just confused us and healed. Our very next Flamethrower just burned him again though, then we took him out right after, so he was easy. You know what wasn't easy? Metagross showing up, outspeeding us, and one-shotting us from nearly full health with Earthquake. The worst part is that if I attacked first, I bet I could take him out. You know what? I'm coming back with a Quick Claw. Okay, this time our Meldo hits Water Pulse, so we lost tons of health from that, but he still went down more or less the same way. Credilli only used Ingrain this time, so that went much quicker. Once we got to Metagross, our Quick Claw kicked in, we hit Flamethrower, and it was a one-shot. That actually worked. Unfortunately, right after was Claydol, who is also faster than us and easily took us down with Earthquake. Alright, I don't even think Quick Claw can save us on this one. I'll take the hint, leave this fight alone, and get started on the next run. Man, that run was pretty brutal. Near the start of the run, I was having to grind quite a bit. Even near the start of the run, I was having to grind quite a bit. The middle wasn't too bad, but the moment I had to go to the Psychic Gym, the entire rest of the run became so much harder. That run really caught up with us. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, when we do Pokemon Red with only one Growlithe. People have been requesting that one for absolute ages, and a lot of people thought it wasn't going to happen because I did that Blaine run. I thought, why not just do it now? As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. Man, that run was crazy. Honestly, that one felt grindier than a lot of recent ones, even though it was only having to grind in like, I guess a few specific places. Well, I say that, now that I think about it, there were actually quite a few places, like when I had to grind before the rival on the cycling road. That always sucks whenever I have to grind for that battle, just because the local Pokemon tend to paralyze you a lot. Although I guess there's a decent amount of trainers over there, and the beach, well, the beach takes like 5 minutes to clear out. It's not really worth a ton of experience. I'm really happy that so many people suggested this one. I would not have realized that Megcargo is so lame? Is that a good way to put it? If you guys didn't all say, like, hey, just use the evolved one, because I obviously would have thought Slugma. Usually I do these first form challenges and everything. I had Slugma written down for ages, but I saw a few people, like, over the requests that I've noticed for it, say Megcargo instead, and they explain why. And when I looked up the stats, I realized, oh yeah, that might actually be way harder, like, Slugma and Megcargo have almost the same on every stat. It's nearly the same, either than the defense and the special defense being much higher. So it was such a weird run to do, and I'm happy I evolved, by the way, because if I didn't evolve, I don't know what other problems there would be. Probably just couldn't beat it. Probably couldn't beat it with a Slugma, I'm gonna guess. But who knows? Anyway, this was a super long voiceover for what is probably going to be a super long video. I guess we'll see. I'm actually a little bit behind. I'm recording this voiceover the day after I normally would, just because I have been so unbelievably busy with everything and work gets all bunched up. So I'm going to rush to get this audio all edited before I go to bed tonight. And I also need to get the Let's Play stuff edited because I don't want to work on my day off because that sucks, but I might have to anyway. We'll see. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hi Rocky, how's it going? Hi Cebu, how's it going?